go on your panel?
I'm not upset. I just can't yell.
No,
Come
like,
on.
what are we doing? What are we doing?
We're not doing
Like, you don't get to go on a panel, talk crazy about a person, call them pseudo, and then when they come to you for a conversation, want to play a victim.
I ain't never the damn victim.
To me.
I'm the lion in the jungle.
You are a victim.
I ain't playing victim.
You keep mischaracterizing yourself.
A victim? I don't think I'm a victim. I think I get everything I deserve. What you talking about? I'm never crying victim anyway. For your little education there. Your man Ashe had a debate off of my presentation I did on science. So once again, you're wrong. Knockout 2. Right? So you knocked out twice.
We've been talking about African science before we met you. This is not something new because we met and that's the problem. Like, why can't we just get to a topic, sir? If you are not debunking our information, we don't want to hear your personal opinions about us. We don't care.
I can't believe.
I don't care. I don't care if you think I'm a hood rat. I don't care if you think I'm delusional. I don't care. Unless you're debunking what I'm saying. Debunk what I said.
Oh, I'm saying people want to hear the show, yo. Now you being ignorant and stupid now. Come on, yo. You being ignorant as hell. You being black and ignorant. You think black and ignorant.
Are you debunking my information?
No, you won't let me talk, shorty. You know you love me.
Don't call her names, please.
You called me 30 names already, so I'm getting back. She called me 30 names already. I can do it.
Don't call her names.
I can't help it. Well, I can't. Well, then look, she needs to stop calling me.
At the end of the day, it is what it is. He gonna do what he gonna do. This is what he do best. He critique, he call news, but he don't debunk anything. Debunk something.
The second point, I don't know what you think you're talking about. That debate that them two had was based off a presentation I did. All right, since you want to be bananas. All right. 2, all the topics that you think you're talking about was our damn topics any damn way. The only topics y'all got is pseudo topics. Y'all ain't got no coherent scientific topics, right? 3, you do presentations with 340 slides. Who the hell is paying attention to that foolery? You ain't got enough sense to know that anything over 7 slides is ridiculous and borderline stupid. You don't got enough sense to know that. But let me be the first to tell you, you talking about I'm corny. You are outright nut with half the shit you be coming up with. Once again, there is no medical.
What exactly? Put a name on it. What?
This talk about exactly naturally colored skin. All right.
So the papyrus in the medical field. Okay.
And the fact that you actually read that and then trying to lie right now, act like I was just talking about the skin after they were sick. If that's the point, how did it even fit in the damn conversation? So of course people gonna have brown and dark skin after they sick anywhere on planet Earth. So why would you bring that up in the topic then? You know what you're doing? You double talk scamming. You brought that up because you was playing that blackity black thing that I know you might just be delusional and you might just bring something up saying when a person gets sick, they have that beautiful black skin like an African. Was you trying to say that? You don't know what you was trying to say.
No, that's not what I was trying to say at all. So this is why conversations are needed. So, and this is coming from a vague idea of what that conversation was, because unfortunately, our good corny brother is going to pick a conversation we had 4 months ago and not a conversation we had a week ago. Our good corny brother is going to pick that, right? Instead of a conversation that we had a week ago. But after that, right?
Need to get her, yo.
After that, so in that conversation that we had, we were talking about how to identify and how people were seeing themselves and describing themselves, right? And you were basically saying that in the description of black, that came from Europe. That's what you said. And I said, no, people were identifying themselves as descriptors as black for a very long time.
When they sick,
I already said that, right? And then you said, how would you do that? How would you do it? So I showed you a papyrus of them saying, oh, this person with black skin did this, that, and the third. They were sick with this. And then I showed you something from Mesopotamia. This person with black skin came in with an ailment and it turned their skin this color. That is somebody describing a skin tone as black. That was my whole point. My whole point was that people weren't identifying as black. That wasn't the point. And that's what, and that I can't hear you because I'm talking. And that's what I was trying to say. Right?
Yeah, she ain't got no damn sense at this point.
How do you decipher the meta network?
Okay. So let's be clear. Let's be clear. Please, one of the pseudo killers, give me a sentence in Kemetic language. Give me a sentence in the Kemetic language.
Don't nobody know what they sound like. Don't nobody know what they sound like.
Nobody knows what they sound like. Okay, read a book in the Kemetic language. Do that. So nobody knows what they sound like. Nobody here learned the language from them. I was never talking to you. To be honest, you literally asked me a question, and as I'm answering the question, you're trying to overtalk me because your feelings is hurt that I was arguing with your daddy. I don't care, Smith. I don't care. I don't care how you feel about me arguing with them. I don't care how you feel about this situation. At the end of the day, it has nothing to do with you. So if you want to try to gaslight the conversation, trying to act like you're not doing that, you can do it by yourself. And I can continue arguing with the person I came here to argue with. That's the problem. The fact that you thought you was about to come up here and play Slayer for him, and I'm not taking it. Sis?
You're not gonna answer no
question. If do you want to argue with Issa? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Because I don't understand why you're so upset. All of the other men on the panel are quiet, but for some strange reason, you keep coming to and putting on a cake for this nigga. For what? Me and him are talking. He's over talking me the same way I'm over talking him. But for some strange reason, you keep coming in the mix as if that's your husband.
It's a panel.
Why?
And the show got juju.
Why? But I don't want to talk to you about this personal conversation I'm having with him. I don't want to talk to you about it. And you keep talking to me about it. So if you want to have an open conversation, turn to Hercules. Say, Hercules, what was you saying about Dion? Why you keep addressing me?
I asked you a question.
So you just got allowed
to answer it, and you didn't allow me to answer it. So now I'm done with your question.
You wish I shut up.
Now I'm done with your question.
Girl, give her your number so y'all can talk in private.
But I didn't need you to interject, though. I was still answering the question that you asked me, and you tried to overtalk me.
Adama Ying, and he's a Gambian. For all those.
Oh, you should be there. You should be over there.
I will be there
anywhere.
After the Juneteenth banquet.
Well, happy Juneteenth to you. I hope you have a safe flight.
Yeah. What you talking about?
Yo, Hercules, can I shoot after you?
You trying to shoot after shots? You? Gotta go check on them 2 houses they building while you throwing shots. Shit weird, bro.
All right, let's pass it around.
It's only weird because you keep talking to me. That's where it's weird at. It's weird because you're literally engaging with me and you're mad at the way I'm engaging with you. Ain't nobody asked you. So at the end of the day, if you want a one-on-one conversation with Issa, all you have to do is say it.
Nobody told me. That's all you have to do is say it. Nicely. When I first started speaking to you, I was being nice.
And I told you that it had nothing to do with you. So mind your business. That I'm talking to you. I'm talking to your captain. I wasn't talking to you.
How you gonna get up here and
what part of that didn't you understand? And like respectfully. Mind your business. Respectfully. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Clash of the Titans 1.0. The finals are here. It all comes down to this. Out of 16 debaters, only 2 remain standing. Some fell because they couldn't defend their arguments. Some crashed out because their antics outweighed their intellect. Others simply weren't built for the pressure of the arena. But now, the smoke is cleared. The finals face off. Pandemis, the African atheist versus Suave Boss. Before the final war of words, they meet face to face to choose the topic that will define the championship debate. $500 on the line. One winner, one name etched in Clash of the Titans history. Who has the sharper mind? Who can survive the pressure? Who will rise when the lights are brightest? This is bigger than debate. This is... Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Back to you all.
I just want to get something clear. So we basically saying that these Mesopotamian texts that are basically referring to disease and dermatology has something to do with the way they see themselves with black skin? Is that how you explain it to us? That's
No.
ridiculous. Go ahead.
No,
and
that's not what I said for the fourth time, but that's fine. Hold on.
explain why you would bring that up in the middle of a conversation. In the middle of your conversation, everything is black and the blackness. So you saying you're going to use a medical text dealing with dermatology and disease to talk about how people talk about their black skin? You know how confusing that is and incoherent that is? And you just said it again. You just said it not more than 5 minutes ago. Go ahead, Muhammad. We got her. She's done. Yeah, correct endo on that. Done.
No, I was at a thing called work. Can I just? I'm sorry, Omar. I'll wait.
Go.
Because I love the way he be trying to.
No, Issa.
Yeah, go ahead and wait.
Go Issa, go ahead, land your plane. But respectfully, as much as I do want to talk, Hercules should go before me. He should go.
No, he said he's done. Hercules said he's done.
No, I don't know if he said that. But go ahead, Issa.
He already went, Muhammad.
Okay, land your plane, Issa.
I just want to be really quick, right?
You can't never be quick.
Unc does a good job at doing this, right?
Great job.
The context of the conversation was that people did not describe themselves with black skin. They didn't say things like that. That wasn't something until the Europeans started coming around and they started calling us black. That's when we started describing ourselves as black. That's how the conversation was going. So I said, hey, that's not completely true, because in these tablets right here that I have, they're talking about ailments of the skin. So they'll say, hey, this person, this dark skinned person, this black person, I think they use the word Samu or something like that. This black skinned person came in and they have an ailment that turned their skin red or turned it pussy or pale. That's them describing what they look like before, during, and after whatever ailment that they had. It's just describing the color of the skin to prove that people are, to prove that people are absolutely describing themselves using the term black before Europeans came into the picture. That was the point. Now, am I saying that they were, you know what? I'm going to land there. That's the whole point.
No, I'm going to say 2 words. So you basically saying that before they went into...
A lot more than 2 words, boy. That nigga cannot hold water.
Hold on. So
damn, that nigga talk too much.
So you saying before... Nigga, fuck you. How about that? Let me get straight to you. All right? Because I know what you on, so let me get you first. Nigga, fuck you. Now let's move.
Cussing so much.
Now, so the point is this. You basically losing your mind. You basically saying before the people walking to the medical office.
Can I go, please?
Hold on, yo. Before the people walking to the medical, hold on, bro. So you basically saying
I'm not gonna respond, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna respond.
You saying you're trying to convince us, right?
Yeah,
That
let him
before
get it
these
out.
people walked into the medical office, they was already had brown skin. I'm telling you that the medical
They
text
didn't have medical offices.
people
That
that
sounds crazy. They didn't have a
come on,
medical
man,
office.
fuck up, nigga.
They did not have a medical
Nigga, shut
office.
the hell up, nigga.
They ain't have paperwork.
Nigga,
They ain't have a
shut up.
medical office. You
Nigga,
sound
shut up.
stupid.
Nigga, shut up, yo.
They had a medical office.
Man, come on,
What Mike?
man.
Who is that?
Come on, man. That's that bitch ass nigga.
They had a medical
What Mike?
office.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Man, I ain't doing nothing no different than you been doing.
Bro, nigga, I'm saying, nigga, the hell with you, nigga.
You starting that lame shit. When I
I'm
started
saying that
back,
with you,
A1,
nigga.
you gonna talk shit to
Nigga,
me, bruh.
keep going.
Yo,
Keep going.
Uncle Millionaire, you
Omar,
gotta
go
wait
ahead, man.
That
respectfully.
I
nigga,
ain't doing nothing no
nigga, you
different
pat
than y'all been
favor
doing. I've been
hoe,
watching
nigga.
this
Yo,
whole
Uncle
show.
Nigga, you
Millionaire,
pat favor hoe,
Nigga, I've
nigga.
been watching this whole show.
Uncle
Crash
Millionaire.
out, Alley.
It's Omar, Uncle Millionaire. Calm down, brother. I'm not agreeing or
Nah, he where he
disagreeing with
wanted,
you.
the nigga where he
The
want to
only
be at. The nigga where he want to be at. I just got him first. He mad. He where he want to be. Now, what I'm
Omar, go
saying
ahead.
is, before those human
I
beings
just want to know when I
walk
can speak. I'm gonna
around
leave back
those
out.
medical personnel, she is essentially saying that they had was described as having black skin, and all of a sudden they turn red. I'm saying that's ridiculous. What the text is talking about is that these people had ailments that turned their skin different colors. She know it. That's why she's a flaming pseudo. And her partner in crime, Suge Millionaire, is a flaming pseudo. The nigga been a pseudo from day one. You can't hide tonight, nigga, because you a
A1.
pseudo.
A1.
Go ahead, Muhammad.
You Uncle Millionaire. You got to wait till your turn, brother. I've sat here muted out. So the thing is, I sat here for 30, 35 minutes, probably more, muted out way before. So Uncle Millionaire, even
I
though
sat
I
here
know
longer watching on mute, nigga. And I ain't doing nothing no different than he been doing. Interrupted. Nigga, talk. You ain't gotta address me. Nigga, talk.
motherfucker, did I interrupt, nigga? Did I interrupt you, nigga?
You trying to give me a lecture, nigga? I
Calm
sat
down.
here and
Hey,
watched this
both of y'all,
whole
calm down.
show. You
Both of y'all,
said 30
calm
minutes,
down,
nigga.
brother.
I don't
Yo,
care how
A1,
long I've been on the
mute this nigga.
panel. I've been watching the
A1,
whole show.
A1, brother.
All right. Yo, we
A1,
see it. We
A1.
know you was
Have I
watching.
not
We
called
know you
the
was
porn
watching, man.
and
Just
muted
calm down
out?
for a minute, all right? Let Omar
Thank
go.
you.
Just calm down for a minute. Let Omar go, all right?
Issa,
Hold
have I
on.
done anything different than they've been doing?
Nigga, stop capping, nigga.
Stop flaming the fires, man.
Fake ass nigga, yo. I don't play with fake ass
I'm gonna
niggas.
show you fake and a
Stop
pseudo when I
flaming
get a
the
chance
fires,
to
man.
Go
teach.
make that video,
Stop
nigga. Your
flaming
mother,
the fires, man.
go make that video, nigga.
No,
I'm a,
Bobby,
Yeah, go make that video, nigga. Go do what you do best, yo. Lie, cheat, and steal. Go do that, nigga. We
I'm
all
gonna show
seen you
you.
get we all seen you get beat up in front of millions of people, nigga. You ain't had that heart then when you was in front of nigga talking shit to you. You ain't had nothing to say. You was Uncle Suge, quiet as a mouse, nigga. The nigga talk shit.
I'm gonna show y'all with that scientific literature that they keep talking about ain't getting nowhere when I get a chance to.
All right, you'll get your chance. You'll get your chance. Just hold up. Just hold up real quick, all right? Let's
Yo,
go.
Uncle Millionaire. Ain't nobody trying to deny you your chance. The only thing we just saying, brother, you gotta wait, man. It's been loads of brothers that's sitting in here that's been waiting longer. You just can't hop into Joan and just start talking. You gotta wait. And the thing was, listen,
Omar, get to the information before I drop you down.
All right, let's get to it. So, Issa, oh man, yo, Unc brought up good points. Issa brought up good points, but this is what's fact on what we know. When we dealing with the Kemetic people, this wasn't just one people that pushed out of one area. Like Unc said, Green Sahara, and then out the other southern interiors of Africa. So we talking about a mix. But the thing is, what does this say? I got to learn how to work this TLA. So let me go to my other one. Because that TLA is hard to work. I got to ask King J and Smash about that. But let's go to it. Let's go to it. Hold on. So let's just get to it. So keywords in the ancient Kemetic language, meta-nature. The word for black is So Issa and Unk brought out good points because Unk brought out when we looking at KMT or KEM, niggas wasn't around 3,000 years ago. So the thing is, we would be very disingenuous to act like we know how they pronounce these words. But if they did have a word for black, Unk had a good point. Issa had a good point. So to touch on Unk point, the words for black, country, land, soil. But then
it was in cuneiform, yo. You in the wrong thing. We ain't even talking about Egypt.
So is that Cuneic or the hieratic?
No, cuneiform. That's in Mesopotamia. It's cuneiform.
So cuneiform is
Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamian script.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which we can get into a whole nother dialogue, which one is older. But man, look, I'm pulling up these sources, man.
But you know they had colors though. You know they all seen in colors though, Omar. They'll never forget that. They saw colors, yo. That's not an issue.
This is all what I'm saying. I got loads. I got like.
But don't let them trick you, though, yo.
No, I got 7, 8 sources, and one source is saying one thing, another source is saying one thing. So I have sources that's agreeing with Unk. I have sources that's agreeing with Issa Queen. So
on a medical papyrus, on a medical text in Samaria, man, they was talking about the different colors that were showing up on the people's skin when they were sick. They talking about
I have that. I have that pulled up, being extra dark, and then the ones where they being extra dark, and then the other pictures where they were like a green sick looking color.
Yeah, right.
So
it's in context. Yeah.
Man, but what I'm looking at is sources that agree with you, and then there's other sources that agree with Issa.
But you got to agree with Issa with what? You got to put the value on it. So they didn't assign value to it. You get it? Like the racism part is they assigned value.
What's the consensus? What's the consensus?
That they didn't place value on.
Never my point to begin with. This is something that he's adding to the conversation. I just want the people to understand that when we're talking about racism and value and what they see in the color of the skin is different from what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So I've been listening, and the thing is, I don't think Unk is really understanding your point, Sister Issa, and I don't think you really understand.
It don't make sense, man. Don't let it trick you. How does it make sense? You was on the show, bro. Think about it. It don't make sense.
Unk.
Yo, would I fight that? Hey, Omar, would I fight her on that?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a. You know, Unk. I don't give a shit about Egyptian culture. I'm just saying is the sources that I'm looking at.
Would I fight
some
a
of them are agreeing with you. And some of them are agreeing with the Sister Issa.
Yo, think about this, yo. I don't know what your determination is on agreeing, but you got to ask yourself: would I fight her?
I agree with you on agreeing to her.
Medical text that said it turned people's skin black. Why would I fight that? That means I'm a nut at that point. Because of course, different ailments will turn people's skin different colors. If you hit a white boy in his
I wish I could share my screen.
That is not what I was saying, and that was not what it said on the tablet. Don't let that man lie to y'all.
I'm looking at the tablet right now. Hold on. I'm looking at the tablet. I'm looking at the tablet.
Right here.
Hold on. Listen. No, Bobby.
You can drop it right in the private chat, though. You know it, right?
No, I'm on my phone, but I'm on my laptop.
Give me the name.
The thing is, I'm looking. It's Kuora. Hold on. I'm gonna drop it up in here right quick. Hold on. I'm gonna drop it up in there. Let me copy.
You might not be able to do it.
I got y'all. No, I got y'all. And A1 got me. You know what I'm saying? No sweat. Because like I said, this is a very confusing.
Why are you confused?
Because like I said, I'm looking at some things that agree with you saying, and then I'm also looking at things that agree with Issa saying.
Man, please, man.
Showing that. Okay, I got it. I'm finna copy and paste it. There we go.
Oh, you gonna put it in that? Where you gonna put it at?
Hey, yo, A1, pull that up, brother. I was trying to go to the.
Man. Did somebody say A1?
Yeah, they said A1.
What y'all call it? Who need help?
No, I put a source in it. I put a source up in there.
He trying to get the screen shared.
My bad.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone.
I can definitely do that. Oh, where's the link at in the private chat?
Yeah, we put the link at.
Not in the private chat. In the
regular. Hold on, man.
I don't see no link, bro. Ain't no link.
How the hell I go to the? Hold on, man. I'm looking. Yo. Oh shit. Hold on, man. Hold on. Hey, baby, do me a favor, baby. Put that link that I copied and pasted.
Share that autodidact word for me.
Nah, you already know I'm talking to my rib to help me out, man. You know.
I can't take it off the screen for some reason.
What's on the screen? What you got on the screen?
Look, hold on. I'm in the chat. Hold on. I'm in the chat looking at it, but I don't. Hold on. I see it on my laptop, but I don't see it on my TV. Hold on, man. Let me try to copy and paste this motherfucker up in here again, chat.
Okay, while you getting that together, let's pass it around. Who else wanted to say something?
Hotep family. I just want to address a couple of things. First, when you say Egypt instead of Kemet, that's anachronistic. Second, we have the term in Chi called a BB4, that means black people in Chi. And then you have Comedi U, which means black people in the Meta-Nutshire language. All right, so you already lost the debate on science, on African science. You already lost the debate to Smash Rockwell when it talks about who the Comedi U were and how they were definitely black like us. And now all of a sudden, you back again. Go ahead, I'm done. I landed my plane.
Sound like you done lost your mind, yo. You definitely lost your mind. You won.
I don't see what was funny about that.
Man, come on, yo. Y'all gotta stop that, man.
It's not. I mean, like he said, we got people.
I don't determine who get beat up and who don't get beat up. The experts did. That's all I tell you, baby. I ain't see y'all wish that I could determine the wins and the losses. It's the experts that do. And all y'all gotta go against the experts. That's how you know y'all lost, yo. Yeah, not no source to say that.
You lost when you get to cussing people out. Hey, A1, man, I don't know what's going on, bro.
They making it up. Come on, man.
What's going on, bro?
Just running around talking about they quote unquote black people.
Can I go after whoever's lost?
Oh, man.
We have Tony Browder. We got Tony Browder. We got
listening to Tony Browder.
Yeah, Pseudo, bro.
We're not doing that. Who else you got?
All out experts say they were black, so I don't understand.
You outdated. You outdated, yo.
You outdated, bro. You back with Diop 1974, yo. 1974.
According to who? Abadade Cambone is not outdated. He's today.
No, he's pseudo. Yeah, wow, pseudo.
How is he pseudo? Explain how is he pseudo, though. You just dropped in the word pseudo is irrelevant now.
Because the field he's in does not agree with him now.
Yeah, he on the outskirts, yo. He on the outskirts, yo.
Hold up. Here's the thing: when you make advancements and when you look at the history of people who made advancements in the science era, they was never in agreement. Most of them was never in agreement with academics, and you can see that with Einstein.
No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Renewity, you can look at their works, and the current academic at that time did not agree with it. Even Schrodinger, when he was doing his equation, when he was doing the equation for the particle, they did not agree with his work. So for most people at the time,
but it's different. This ain't the case. This ain't the case. This ain't the case with that though.
Yeah, that's not the case.
Okay, on top of that, wait, hold on.
Hey, let somebody with a Bass Pro shop
Let me
hat
end
on
with this.
say
Let me
that.
end with this. Hold up. Let me end with this. Most of our elders have never been in agreement with academic consensus. So I don't understand why today our people got to be in agreement with academic consensus. John Henry Clark was not in agreement with academic consensus.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. You a lie. That mean you ain't really studied John Clark at all. I know you haven't.
Definitely was. He would call y'all pseudoscientists, yo. Don't make me play the video, yo. He said, yo,
Hey,
y'all.
Bobby Western Eyes. Let me say something though. Bobby Western Eyes, you already conceded to the expertise of Obadale Cambone and
I didn't
Moife.
concede that.
Yeah, you did on Sanetta's show.
I
You
didn't
already did
concede
that.
I didn't concede that,
You
Pseudo.
already
You lost
conceded
your
to the
mind.
meeting of Committee U and Kemet on this show.
Made it up.
Yeah.
Made it up, man.
I would love to see the proof where Obadale Cambone is not correct.
Super robot.
Yeah.
Robot, yo, you gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
You
y'all
don't
go.
even understand the rigors of linguistics. You don't even know if a certain word or color is idiomatics or what. You probably know what idiomatics is.
No, I don't understand the rigors of linguistics, but Obadale
He ain't no
Cambone.
master language. There ain't such thing as no master language.
So you got to prove that he's not. Prove that he's
What
not.
he got a belt? We got a belt in linguistics.
No, he has a PhD in linguistics. Come on, bro, stop that. Stop that. Y'all playing. Playing.
Come on, yo, you don't want to do the kung fu, yo. He's a kung fu master in linguistics.
I think he does. He does the martial arts. Yeah, he do.
Y'all crazy.
That nigga Hercules got that whack ass tongue pseudo bullshit.
He got the what?
But it still does not negate that he's a linguistic.
It's bullshit. It's a Korean martial art, and my martial art, I break that shit down any day.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, what firm is what? Let me see your championships.
Oh, sure, you do got some championships.
Oh, please don't ask me that question.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know I've shown my championships. You know what I'm saying? So whatever. But like I said, Obadale Cambone. I was the Midwest champion circuit 10 years in a row.
Oh, 10 years in a row?
Champion circuit of what? Champion circuit of what?
The Midwest circuit. You know what that is. You know what that is.
Let me explain something to y'all.
I competed.
But we pseudo. But Kimmy is pseudo. Come on,
and guess
man.
what?
You pseudo,
and guess what? I'm gonna tell you. I saw your picture. Yo, Hercules, I saw your picture with that weak ass sidekick. If you threw that sidekick at me, I'll break your fucking leg. I'll break your fucking leg.
You standing on that Midwest?
I'll break that shit. I'll break your leg in half. Tongue pseudo is bullshit.
I'm about to break you. You want to stand on that? Because I'm about to embarrass you. Do you want to stand on that?
You know how many trophies I got?
You want to stand on that?
First place? No, you talk about your trophies.
Do you want to stand on that?
Listen, if we was to get in the ring and spar, I'll kick your fucking ass.
Yeah, all right, whatever, man.
I'm just gonna be straight up.
All right.
All you gonna do, you gonna throw them weak ass tongue pseudo kicks.
Well, why you keep cussing, Omar? You getting on my damn nerves, Omar. Omar, I'm about to flip on you, Omar. Quit cussing. You getting all gangsta on here. Y'all getting gangsta through fiber optics and high speed internet. That's the softest shit I ever seen in my life. Cut it out.
I'm just trying to add some commentary to make it funny.
They think it's Mortal Kombat, yo.
Hold on. I want everybody to know, including A1. I'm just trying to add some funny commentary to it. I'm not being like super serious. Like I go out there, I go out there and try to hurt my brother Hercules, even though he Team Kemet and I'm an Israelite brother. Just trying to add a little commentary to it. That's all. Hercules, no, come on, A1. Beat your brother up like that, goddamn it, Jack.
Jesus. Christ, that was hilarious. Yo came out of nowhere.
That's crazy.
All I was saying. It's just a little. It's just a little commentary to add because the sister
he
Juju
just want to
was
make sure
cooking.
the content is right though, yo.
Because you have no real information, so you got to plug that in.
What y'all want to talk about? Because actually, I want to go in on Kemet.
Let's go in on
Kemet. I want to go in on Kemet, and I want to talk about the retainer sacrifice.
Amar, you already lost that argument.
No. I've never had the retainer sacrifice. I never had the retainer sacrifice conversation with you.
You didn't lose that. You didn't lose that.
Do you want to dialogue that? The retainer sacrifice?
That's crazy. If we only talk about Kemet, that's only one part. That's only one part of Egypt. That's only the further part of the Battle River, yo.
First dynastic period. First dynastic period.
They talk about Egypt. They just talk about Egypt. They only want to talk about one part of the country.
Sacrifice.
Ain't that crazy?
What about the cats and the dogs? Hold on, Hercules. What about the cats and the dogs?
What about them? What about
how can a decent human being sacrifice over 10,000 cats and 5,000 dogs? You claim to be a decent human being. So let's talk about it. Let's open up the conversation.
They definitely killed them cats and dogs, huh?
Yeah. Yo, Bobby. This is the thing. This is the thing that them Kemet guys don't want to address. First of all, we could talk about retainer sacrifice. Now, hold on. I will stand on integrity. Dealing with retainer sacrifice. It is kind of iffy. But the majority of scholars are leaning that it was people that was executed and buried with the pharaohs. Hold on, now I'm not gonna go into. The second.
They stopped after the third. They stopped after like the early.
I know it was the. Listen, I have the source pulled up. It was the first dynastic period, and guess what? Yeah. I'ma still stand on integrity.
That's it was. That's the sacred kingship.
Hold on. It was whispers of it moving into the second dynastic period. I don't want to touch on that. Let's stick with the first dynastic period.
So what we dealing with? We dealing with what? 5%. We got.
Can I say something real quick?
We don't have no surety on the topic. And
can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
I do not care. I don't care if it was 300 bodies. I don't care in a first dynastic period with retainer sacrifice. I don't care with the jur if it was 300 bodies or if it was 5 bodies.
I would say that tradition. Damn, bro.
Maybe not only him in the first dynasty. There was retainers and priests that got murked, that got buried.
Cool. That's cool. That's cool.
That's disgusting.
I will say that. Hold on, let me say this real. Hold on. Let me just say this, bro. That part, that tradition.
And religion.
Hold on, bro. Let me just talk, bro. I ain't had to say shit, but I would say that part of the tradition, sacred kingship, that part of it actually comes from Nilo-Saharan tradition that spread it through, East Africa. So that tradition actually comes from Sudan, because even like Sudanic Nilo-Saharan tribes, they continue doing that even after Egypt stopped, because that's their original tradition.
I would like to hold on. I would like to add. You're mischaracterizing it, though. Hold on, bro. No. I'm saying you're mischaracterizing it. If you know anything about the Vikings, right? They was willing sacrifices before they went to war. Some people would volunteer to be sacrificed. So you can't call them stupid. You can't call it was part of their culture. So I want to give the indigenous people of Africa the same respect. That was part of their traditions. And just like Caroline just said, that it was a Nilo-Saharan tradition, a Nubian tradition, and this actually verifies and proves where the chieftainship actually comes from, because they call them sacrificial kings. You know what I mean? Chieftains, right? Meaning the older tradition is in any society, when you bury people with the king when he die, that's where you know the old tradition is. So I'm only a wild African American Egyptian would fight that, bro. A real historical person studying the Nile Valley culture would respect that and understand that. At 1 minute they claim everything came from Nubia, and when we give them things that come from Nubia, they outright reject it because it don't sound like African American style. Simple as that.
Yeah, but like they said, but the thing is, like you said, that you bringing up the retainer sacrifice, but like you said, it was only in the first dynasty, and then they stopped doing it.
Yeah, but even that, but like what you call the beginnings of pharaonic culture. Hold on. The beginnings of pharaonic culture comes out of that. Because those Nilo-Saharans, they started a kingship style, and it went through different cultures like Afro-Asiatic groups and a lot of groups. You know what I'm saying?
Don't talk stuff about the Hebrews and talk about how Abraham sacrificed his son, because guess what happened?
Yeah, all them groups over there did that. All them groups that sacrifice in their religions in some form of fashion and over there in the eastern area. Yeah?
Guess what y'all pharaohs
So that suddenly make y'all religion real or what?
Don't nobody on here got no. Don't nobody on here. Don't nobody. Hold on, bro. Don't know African
human beings that gave y'all advice and buried them with y'all. Not only that, you murdered your pets.
Come on, bro. This nigga protesting.
Dogs. No. What I'm saying is fact.
No, bro. Hold on. Let me say, don't nobody on this. Hold on. Don't nobody on this panel recognize as a diasporian African, which is Niger Congo Africans, have no connection. Have no connections to those traditions at all. We was sacrificing in West Central Africa for a totally different reason.
Listen. Any person that believes in the Kemetic text, no matter if it's the Book of the Dead, all those other scripts, it's BS in this religion too. Because thank you. And Juju heard the argument before. Oh, it's Abrahamic faith, Abrahamic this, Abrahamic that. Guess what the people of Kemet did? Did not the people of Kemet do offerings, sacrifice?
That was all related. They all related. They all related groups.
Because I know it hurts. The people of Kemet.
You know it hurts. I'm not no Kemetic nigga. I'm just saying they all related. I don't give a damn about that shit.
Listen, answer my question.
Ain't no Kemetic nigga, none of that
shit. It's so much hate towards Kemet.
He drunk.
Y'all don't even know who to direct the hate at.
Yeah, he's driving. Yeah, he's drinking.
Hold on.
You open people that's on you.
Omar, you're on your side, Omar. You gotta stop that. He's on your side.
To their gods.
Yeah, he's drinking and driving. Yo, he ain't even watching what he's doing.
Scholarship, he's on your side. You sound like he's in there.
I can't see who talking. I can't see who talking though. So I don't know who I'm talking.
That's Katarina.
I know your voice, Bobby, but I don't know who the other.
The only person you talking to beside me is the brother that's on your side, and you fighting him. Now you got Tahuti. He think he an African American Egyptian. Right,
no, I'm talking to Hercules. I'm talking to Hercules and Tahuti and whatever one of these niggas that agree with the garbage Kemetic stuff.
I don't agree with them niggas.
Hold on.
I don't agree with none of this shit.
Okay. Hold on, was that Orlando? Was that Orlando that just spoke?
Yeah. I think everybody. I think the whole panel about 80. I think the whole panel about 80% pseudo to me.
Orlando, I'm not talking to you then, brother Salaki.
About 90% of the whole panel pseudo. In my opinion,
to these Egyptomaniacs. And then they want to say, oh no, the Bible is religion. Y'all have belief. It's faith. Y'all believe in something. And then, hold on. And then they want to refer back, oh no. Africa had spirituality.
Yeah.
We had science and all that. The thing is that there is multiple African cultures, including the Kemetic people, that believed in sacrifice. They said prayers. They gave offerings. They had shrines.
So if we running with that, why you only attacking Kemet?
Hold on. This is gonna be the killer. And they built megalithic structures to worship their gods. And this is fact. You can't get around it. So guess what? I may not be articulate. I may not use all these big words, but guess what? Brother Omar is 100% accurate.
You're right. You're right.
So my thing is, for all these people that glorify Kemet and want to talk ish about the Bible and talk about the Bible being, it's religious and this and that. Them niggas out of Kemet was religious too. And I want to say they had spook gods, and it's even more spookier than the Bible.
All right, we get your point, man. We get your point.
That ultimate spook out. Yeah,
I just want to say real quick.
Put his all penis in this mouth.
This Hercules talking now.
Yeah, we got.
Hey, Hercules, they older. Hey, Hercules, you know the Egyptian society is older, right?
What?
The Egyptian society is older than the Hebrew tradition. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Egyptians, the Arab Egyptians are older than.
They deep in the Stone Age, yo. You get it? They got the Egyptians got Stone Age traditions, yo.
Anachronistic.
They got Stone Age traditions, yo.
So the thing is that black people.
You get my point, though. You get my point.
He talking about doing sacrifices. They do sacrifices today.
No, I'm saying you get my point, though. Did you catch it?
What did you say?
I said the Egyptian society is way older than Hebraic society, and I said the damn Egyptians extend people extend all the way into the Stone Age. They got a Stone Age culture, and then they end up they old.
So
yo.
Bobby Westernized, you think the Hebrews actually existed?
Hey, yo, call me by my name, yo.
I mean, by the standard that you
have a conversation with me.
I want to pass it around to make sure everybody get to ask their
question. All right, yeah, okay.
Hold on, A1, look, if you want to have a serious conversation with me, right? Now, I don't mind the sister fighting, right? Because, I've talked about her and her team. But I don't even know you, bro. All I know is you're African-American thinking you're a damn Egyptian at 2:00 in the morning. I don't know you, so call me by my name, yo. You see my name in the
it's Kemet. Kemetic.
Bobby West, nigga. Whatever I'm saying, call me by my name.
So call that by the right name, and I'll call you by your right name.
No, man, hey, bro. It's Egypt.
You niggas is so disrespectful for no
Yeah, man, I swear, bro. For
the only niggas disrespectful is niggas sit up here talking about everybody and want somebody to call him by his name. A1, can I ask you a question, man?
Can we not make it about nothing personal about nobody up here? I only want to talk about information.
I just want to know why come I get kicked off, man. Every time you let this dude talk about my mama cussing me out, I ain't do none of that, dog.
Bro, all I heard was people cussing. I'm in a totally different room.
You heard one person cussing, and it's the dope fiend on the panel.
If y'all could actually see,
you're not a dope fiend, though, yo.
See what I'm saying?
You said that. That's why I'm about to kick you off. You see where
what I'm saying?
You see where you took it to, right?
You see where he took it to.
I'm gonna give you one more chance to test my boundaries. Go ahead.
Test what boundaries?
You're asking too many questions, man.
I know you're in that mode. Leave you alone. I already know that. Everybody can get it.
yo. This is the crazy thing.
What?
I would love to respond when y'all, get it together. Go ahead, Omar.
When that nigga Bobby Banger up here putting boot the ass, niggas always like to disrespect him and go back in the past. Let's look at Bobby now. He's a productive human being. He's a good brother. He's a solid brother. He's deep in his study. He take care of his family. He a solid brother. So guess what? To that other nigga who was talking garbage.
Don't get on him. Don't go to his level, bro.
Hold on.
Stop matching people's energy, man. That's how you poison your own well. Stop doing that.
With the Chicago, the guy.
Just as evil and talk just as nefarious as him. You ain't got to do that.
No, I'm just giving Bobby his flowers because guess what? Bobby is science. I'm an Israelite brother, but guess what? Even though I highly disagree with Bobby, Bobby agrees with me sometimes. I agree with Bobby. And the thing is, Unc is a straight up solid Baltimore brother. No sweat, always. He's a solid brother. And guess what? Even though we bang hard on the information and we can disagree, listen, I would never fix my mouth to talk about another nigga's pedigree like that. Because I got respect for these brothers.
I don't know why he did that.
So salute.
Uncle Millionaire.
Yeah.
Come up here, beat him up on the information.
Nobody
about to be disrespecting nobody really on my watch.
I know who that piece of garbage is. No, I know who that uncle dude is. That nigga's a goddamn drug dealer.
There you go again. I'm about to drop your goofy ass.
Man, you got
I'm gonna meet out.
Now you out of here.
Come on,
that's enough.
I told you don't stoop to his level, and you did it. I told you don't stoop to his level. I told you stop becoming what you hate, and you get in front of my face. Out of here for the rest of the night.
Oh man!
I warned you.
Killed him on the episode.
Yeah, I killed him on the episode. If I'm gonna bang on Uncle Millionaire, I'm gonna bang on everybody else who's doing the same thing, man. It ain't no one trick. Man, I'm not no one trick pony. It ain't. This is a
you got your
playing field for everybody. I let Uncle Millionaire come up here, and he should have just acted accordingly, because he can never get on a panel with y'all in the first damn place nowhere. So
he don't know how. He don't know how to act like that.
Your chance. And I told you, Omar, don't stoop to his level, and you did it. So now you're gone.
Well, maybe he didn't. You know how they tried to kill that man and put the poison in his veins. He ain't died. Maybe he ain't died.
Don't start insulting people because somebody insulting people.
Maybe he can come back, yo. Maybe he ain't really died. Remember how they tried to put the death penalty to the guy, yo, and he ain't die.
Yo, Hercules, go ahead, man.
Too much disrespect for one night, man. Go
ahead,
yo.
Now, I don't know what's up with you and that guy. That guy.
He make these wild videos about everybody. He don't got no information, right? He can't get on nobody else's panel. A1 do him a solid, right? He A1 drew the line straight down the middle. Give everybody any beef you got it wherever y'all at. Don't bring it. Don't bring the mud in with you. But everybody do it. Issa, we go back. It's cool. Yeah, I mean that's not no hate. You know what I'm saying? But that dude got hate, yo, in his heart, yo, for no reason, bro. He bring the mud in here. Come on, man. He run a type ship as far as that. Then he want good content. You got people who normally don't meet up on the joint. We should be able to have a great discourse, yo. This is a great environment right here, yo. Why waste the time on the crazy stuff? You feel me?
He could ask you some solid questions. They could have been even rude, but he don't got to straight be rude to you and call you this and that out your name. He could have got his point across. Man, people know how to code switch. Come up here. You could have code switched, got your point across, and still made him look stupid. Uncle Millionaire, if you wanted to. But to be blatantly disrespectful in my face like I'm not doing my job, come on, man.
Crazy, bro. Anyway, Hercules.
I think Issa Queen was about to say something.
She's going to take an hour, so we got to get your pens out. Go ahead, Issa.
I'm so glad when I speak, you need to take notes specifically. I just wanted to say, earlier in this conversation, Unc is trying to move the conversation at least 3 different times. And now we're talking about the value of people will have in their skin tone. And that was never the original conversation. And not only was it never the original conversation, we don't also have to stay in Sumeria when we're talking about, people identifying as Black. You could go to the Seers in West Africa. They use the term Sud. That literally means Black, right? The Dinka, they have a word, Ko, that means Black as well. And they're talking about not only are they talking about self-identification, they're also using the term. So these ideas that, because the original argument was that the European gave us the descriptor of Black as a negative. And we've been using it because that's what they said. And my whole point is that's not true. We was using it as well because I think that Black people know what they look like. They don't need an outsider to come in and tell them that they're dark because they can see themselves. That's my whole point. I'm not talking about the value system or the racial system. And I just want to land with this. Even inside of the Bible and in the Hebrew language, they use the word and Omar, if Omar is back on the panel, he can absolutely correct me, but I believe the word is shakor. It comes out of the Songs of Solomon, where she says, I am black and I am comely, meaning I am black and beautiful. That's what she said in that song. And then King James versions and other versions came through. And
you are correct, Stalaki. You are correct.
Right, and other versions came in, and then they switched it to "I am black, but I am beautiful," making it be a negative. I don't know, making it be a negative. And if it's an echo, I'm sorry. I'm at work, y'all. But that's all I wanted to say. Just to reiterate that black is a description that has been used anciently. So if you don't want to understand the medical tablets, look at all the other evidence.
And look what the hate got me.
And then he just always got to show off like
look what the hate got me.
I don't mind the showing off. It's motivating to me. But come in with some information. Leave
hey, one man, I want to holler at you, bro. Seriously, dog.
You should holler at me.
I don't know what y'all on, man.
Call me and talk to me or something. Maybe you.
No, man, no. You on that panel control shit.
I'm not on the. I am on the panel control shit.
I know you is, bro.
Turns into something I don't like.
I know you is, man. You can't. You got to bring the same energy with these clowns. You think gonna help build your channel?
Nah, I just did.
No, you ain't, bro. Because you should have.
Somebody for slandering you. So stop.
God, don't argue with me. Damn, man. Every time I talk, niggas can't shut up and let me talk. Cause I cook. You can't even let me talk. The truth hurt all you niggas. When that nigga addressed my mama, you ain't say nothing. Nigga, play it back like you playing everything else back.
I ain't hear that.
I know you didn't hear that, nigga.
Nigga, you addressed me and my family before, nigga, so you open game anytime I feel like saying.
What is he talking about?
Nigga, I'm talking to you.
Let's have some decorum, guys. Let's have some decorum, guys.
Yeah, let's get back to what we were.
Let's get back to what
we're here for.
What we talking about, guys? What we talking about?
We talking about
what the hate got.
Talk about information.
The hate got, man.
I'm showing what the hate got.
I don't know that to be yours, nigga.
I know scientifically literature can't get you this.
You renting.
Scientific literature can't get you this.
Nigga, you renting.
Hey, I got a question.
Scientific literature can't get you this.
This nigga is crazy, yo. Wait, come on, man.
I can't quit.
I'm saying y'all was up here talking about self. I came up here to address what y'all was talking about. A nigga cuss me out and cuss my mama out. I respond and
is that what happened, nigga? Is that what happened?
Telling me it's Cleveland against everybody talking shit.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened, yo?
To me.
Is that what happened?
A nigga that tell me it's Cleveland versus everybody.
It's you against me, bro.
Let a nigga cuss my mama out.
Oh, did I?
You come up here disrupting the show, it's you against me.
I ain't disrupt nothing, brother.
Okay, let's just get to the information.
You want everybody to see that?
Yeah. Let's get back on point, guys.
I ain't disrupt nothing, man.
Just keep it respectful, guys.
I ain't disrupt nothing.
He got at you first. He said, "Let me get you first for you."
I shot you first.
Everybody got their lick back. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. And soon I ain't get my lick off.
Yes, you is. You gonna make
because we got a new Wapian. We got a new Wapian.
Bro, your life.
Is it okay for me to say ex-addict? Because he called people pseudo.
Yes, you can't.
He talking about people.
Don't go into none of that.
God damn, man. Just let me know when I.
You got the Airbnb.
You got the Airbnb, nigga. Stop playing with me, yo. Yeah, go get your thing. Let me see.
This house so good. It's an Airbnb, y'all.
Yeah, go get the thing. Let me see your title. Go get that.
I'll let you see.
That's the same house.
Look, y'all. This is an Airbnb, y'all.
Yeah, go get that.
Yeah, I know. I got all my clothes. Look at my bedroom, y'all. This is Airbnb, y'all.
Yeah, I cannot believe this.
Hey, you can't even afford this.
I can't believe this nigga here, man.
Cologne collection, boy.
Why does this nigga do this, yo?
Look what that hate get you. This was self-help get. This is what I came up here to talk about. Because y'all was talking about self-help and y'all mentioned Dr.
T. Walmart.
See? Walmart, what? Huh? Hey, can you afford this?
What is this going on here, man?
Can you afford this?
What is going on here, man?
Can you afford these? This Bodecia right here. Can you afford this?
Right here, man.
What's wrong with y'all, man?
Oh man.
Now, like I said, y'all was talking about self-help.
Wow.
And that's what I came up here for. And then I got disrespected.
No damn self-help, man.
Yes, y'all was.
You do this every stream.
Somebody even quoted Dr. Ben. That's what you started off.
Do
man,
you know
you shut your
fake little house
fiend
and
ass
fake
up?
little car? Your mother, nigga.
Okay, all right, guys.
Let him finish.
Damn.
Let's see if
your mother.
Look at that. I can't even finish.
Bro.
Go ahead, millionaire.
These niggas wish they can come out their bedroom to a pool. Look, the bedroom come out to the pool. These niggas wish they had it like this. I know. But like I said, y'all was talking about self-help, and that's something Unc was talking against. And that's what I came up here for, to show how the stuff they talk about won't get you nowhere. I can show and prove self-help books applied will get you to this level, and it'll have these niggas on here mad saying you're a hater. You got all that hate in your heart. All you do is make videos about people. All he do is this and all he do is that. But they don't listen to none of the work that you put in for the years to get you to this point.
I can't believe this man.
I got an i8 and a Maybach in that motherfucking driveway.
You sit there and watch this man on YouTube.
This nigga said this is an Airbnb, y'all.
Based off a damn salary he's getting paid.
He said this is an Airbnb.
Like we ain't all see that. What is wrong with you?
He said this is an Airbnb. You want to see my bills? I bet you ain't got no bills in your name.
You sat there
now he want to show something. Show you got bills in your name because you living off a woman.
Wow.
You living off a woman. Show you got a bill in your name.
You not living off your mother?
Show a light. See, look at this.
Living off your mother? And you not living off your mother?
A1. You see what I'm saying?
Man, why?
A1. And when I talk about him being a crackhead, you don't let me.
But I thought your mother was smoking crack with me, though.
No, she wasn't.
You sure? I thought she was.
You said ain't nobody smoke more crack than you.
She was sniffing dope too, though, right?
You said ain't nobody smoke more than you.
Clash of the Titans 1.0. The finals are here. It all comes down to this. Out of 16 debaters, only 2 remain standing. Some fell because they couldn't defend their arguments. Some crashed out because their antics outweighed their intellect. Others simply weren't built for the pressure of the arena. But now, the smoke is cleared. The finals face off. Pandemis the African atheist versus Suave Boss. Before the final war of words, they meet face to face.
Yeah, June 6th, next Saturday, man.
Make sure my light bill,
see who gonna win that $500.
Hey, this is my light bill.
Let's see if y'all can talk about
this. This is my light bill,
Uncle Millionaire. You are detracting the conversation. A bunch of stuff that.
Hey, how could he just get up here and start? This something got nothing to do with the conversation, yo.
I'm trying to give everybody a chance. So this is what he's doing with the chance.
We're just talking about the black people.
I want my shit. I want my turn.
Don't nobody want to hear about self-help. You know why? Because they can't do it.
This is crazy, yo.
We can talk about self-help.
They can't do it.
This is crazy, yo.
Can I give a list of books and authors?
This is crazy, yo.
You should do a show on self-help.
I guarantee you they won't listen to that. Like I've always talked about. I tell you what, Unc. How about you show your library and show mine, and I could show you the books that I read and where they got me, and you show me what scientific literature got you. Show me what all that shit you talking did for you. I'm gonna show you every book that I read and my medical stuff, my herbal books.
The only
that's
problem
right here. I got all my herb books right here too.
Uncle Millionaire, the only problem with what you're saying,
and I show and prove everything I talk about.
I'm gonna say the only problem with
can't do it. He's gonna sit in that room. He won't even turn that camera around.
You assume
and show
that
you the other side of that room.
The same place in life. That's the only problem.
You're assuming. Look at this.
You're assuming that everybody has to do the same things in life.
Up in here, boy. Step your game up, man.
I can't believe this
self-help.
man everybody
and I did this reading self-help books.
Man on YouTube.
I did this reading self-help books.
On YouTube. Nigga, we know where you got your fake money from, nigga. You was a hoe.
What you mean?
The nigga treat you like you was a kid. That's how you got your money, nigga.
I don't understand what you're saying. Why you ain't got yours?
Why you playing like you a guru?
How you not getting money?
Made $1 million, bro. We seen how you got that, yo.
How you not getting money?
Broke bagging, and you
how you not getting money,
sit there on TV and you let that man belittle you, I tell you what.
How you not getting money? See, he's starting a personal attacks.
Bro,
I'm talking about what I did to get to my point, and he interrupting, attacking me personally.
We know
you don't see no kids in your house, though,
but
bro.
the drugs held you back,
Yo, we forgot.
The drugs is why you ain't get to where you at,
The only thing I was
smoking crack is why you where you at,
Forget that we see
drugs. Stay off the drugs,
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults. Attention all debate fans.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Yeah, let's stop all that, man.
Man, tell him that I was saying what I did, and he cut me off, calling me broke.
You're lying in front of our face, though.
This is crazy.
That money don't mean nothing, Uncle Millionaire.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
Uncle Millionaire. I can tell by how you talking. I can tell by how you talking, Uncle Millionaire.
You call it count, prove it.
Everything you got is blood money. Everything you got is
confused. You know why? Because y'all want to argue about this person said they were black people.
We
I know my topic ain't what y'all want to talk about. The only person arguing is the only person that said ain't nobody smoke more crack than him.
Like that. How dare you talk?
Yo, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Two people over talking each other. He wants to just jump in. Mosh pit. Come on, Omar.
Listen, man. Come on, yo. I cannot believe it, yo.
Blood money.
I can't believe it, yo.
Blood money.
And I
y'all know
believe
what
it,
I'm talking about when I say blood money.
Man, I said and watched this show
for
for an hour and a half.
You ain't see that grown man like a kid in front of a million people, yo.
Hit this link and did what everybody else is doing, and I'm the bad guy. I'm the problem.
Look who on the stage. Just me, Sadiq, and Courtney. We could do that. It could just be me and these two for the rest of the night. Don't mind me. Well, how y'all feeling today, man?
What's going on, brother?
Over here, they trying to.
What's up, Courtney?
They trying to make it work, man.
Peace. I didn't even know I had joined the chat. My bad.
I've been on the battle for a while, man. I don't know what's going on. Every time we put these two brothers in the same room, it turns into this. I'm trying to give Uncle Millionaire a chance. Somebody sent me a text message. Said, man, let him speak his piece. If he mess it up, he mess it up, but you still give him a chance. I was like, I was already going to do that. Like, you didn't have to text me to tell me that.
Right,
but,
right.
Yeah, I don't want the show to turn into no shit show. So I'm going to just sit everybody in the back for a second. Okay, Uncle Millionaire left. Hopefully when he come back, he just doesn't go back to the same conversation.
Right, I hope not, man, because we don't need it. You know, we got enough going on right now.
And then Omar just keeps wanting to. You make the conversation never end when you jump in trying. Like, what are you doing? You're not mediating. You're not trying to de-escalate anything. All you're doing is making it completely worse.
I apologize, brother. Salaki.
About a beef that you don't even got. You ain't got no beef with him. You mad that he beefing with somebody else? Okay, let me stop. Now I'm doing it.
No. Yo, A1. I just want to say one thing
about it. No, don't do it. Don't say one thing.
Okay, I won't say nothing.
Totally different.
I respect that. My bad. I'll mute out. My bad.
You don't got to mute out. Just change the subject.
Listen, man. All I'm saying is, I don't mind brothers showing their house and all that, but when a million people seeing you get belittled and seeing how you got your money, you can't come up here and then switch it. We seen it.
You're doing it again. I don't know nothing about that, and I don't want to know nothing about that.
I'm gonna send it to you. I'll send it to you.
Hey, real quick. Hey, let me ask a question to get everybody back on topic.
All right, I'm done. Let's get back on topic. What's up,
Bobby?
Bro?
How do you promote STEM?
What's up, Ralph? What's up, Ralph?
How do you promote STEM for African Americans, but say that Africans didn't have science?
Easy, because science is a human endeavor, including Africans. Right now, on the continent of Africa, they practice STEM. Right now, we got physicists that are indigenous Africans, continental Africans. Right now, we got indigenous practitioners. You know what I'm saying? Right now on the continent, we got doctors, lawyers, politicians. Right now, right? Africa has a rich culture of spirituality, social systems, and a rich culture of science and proto-science. They just do. Right? We make them pseudo. We do that to them. They know where their place is in history. They know, they live it. They don't gotta make up stuff. So we can talk about STEM all day long to the Chinese because they didn't have science neither. We can talk about science all day long to the Greek philosophers in Greece because they didn't have it neither. The Romans didn't have, nobody had it. It took the whole world to come together to have it. So, hey, if you don't understand that conversation, it's not my fault, bro. I felt like indigenous Africans
Well, let me add some details so you can understand real quick. Let me enlighten you on something. So, the French, when they invaded Egypt, right?
Yeah.
They started looting, and then they started studying.
Thieves.
And then after that, you had the French.
Napoleon Bonaparte.
Right. So you had the Industrial Revolution, but specifically, you had the French becoming engineers. You had your engineering industrial revolution as well. So
That didn't come from just taking over Egypt. That didn't come from just taking over Egypt.
They had science only because it was in Africa, specifically Kemet, and what Kemet left behind.
No,
you
made it
Egypt. The French
studied
it, and then they had the Industrial Revolution.
The French didn't get this.
Yeah, you made it. Yeah, you made it. Yo, you gotta stop that. See how you did that? You can't prove that. So you forgot they traveled the globe though.
Yeah, French had a whole empire before they took over Egypt.
Yeah, they traveled the globe. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff from a lot of different places, yo.
But they give most of the credit is given to where they got it from Africa. You can say science is an endeavor. It's only an endeavor today.
I said a human endeavor.
Wait. It's because they make you produce. They make you publish your thesis. They make you publish your documentation. That's why it's an endeavor. It wasn't an endeavor back then. I
said human endeavor, yo. You can't
human endeavor. Okay, human endeavor, man. Human endeavor.
All right.
So it wasn't a human endeavor back then.
You sure?
Because we know that because you see with Descartes. You see people like Descartes who was trying to keep like their mathematical studies secret from other people. They didn't go around publishing it and say, "Hey, look what I've done. What did I do?" It's only a human endeavor today because they force you to get your degree. If you're going to get your degree, you have to publish your thesis so everybody else can read it. And if I can't solve a problem, I can't find a solution, I can read your thesis. It's like, oh wow, I got the solution to this. Now I can make this virus. Now I can make this bomb. So back then, no, it was not a human endeavor for around the world that everybody was like linking up, like, yeah, let's share this resource and stuff. You know, it wasn't that. I didn't see it as that.
I'm gonna share my screen with a source. While you talk as is deaf, I'm always show a source. Go ahead, A1.
This is what I study, man. I don't need to always show a source.
You don't? Okay, well that's why we can't always listen to you. Look, science. Hold on, let me read it.
Science. Mathematics. I'm looking at the book right now by Stidwell.
Hold on, man. Let me just read the sources up on the screen. I'm gonna read the line and shut up. Science has no single origin, bro. Rather, scientific thinking emerged gradually over a course of tens of thousands of years, yo. See, accumulated knowledge, taking different forms around the world. And few details are known about the very earliest developments. Women likely played a central role in prehistoric science, as did religious rituals. There you go, bro.
I didn't disagree with that. I said that you're acting like no. You saying it's a human endeavor, as if the people of back then, of ancient times, were sharing their knowledge with other people.
I don't know, but no, it said. Did you read it? It says in different places and took many forms. Look, taking different forms around the world. I didn't say nobody was saying nothing. You said that.
So I'm saying today is only a human endeavor because for you to get your degree, you have to share your information. You have to write a thesis on what you're doing.
That's what make it science, though. And that's what make it the degree. That's how you get your doctorate, yo. Like, why would you go away from something that works?
I know that. That's what I'm saying. You're forced to do that.
No, it's not.
You don't have another option.
No, it's not that you're forced to do it. It's that the system actually works. Because
I'm thinking of something I don't want to share with you. If I discover something that I don't want to share it in public, I should be free to do that.
They do that. United States lie all the time about stuff they got. Russia lie all the time. China, Iran, they all lie.
Experts lie all the time, and that's what we're trying to tell you. We don't trust these experts.
It's only a human endeavor today because most people are forced to share the information. That's all. That's all I see.
So why would you figure out something and don't?
Can I just add this really quickly? Can I just add this really quickly when it comes down to getting your PhDs and doctorates and things like that? Like, you can absolutely say that, it's a system that works. Yes, that's true. But historically, it was used to keep people out. So what Hercules is saying isn't wrong when it comes down to what is science and the sharing of information and how you are forced to go through these systematic schooling that was created to keep a certain part of people out. That's why we're having this conversation if Africans had science in ancient Africa. It's a weird conversation to have, but it's coming from that thought process of you have to go through Europe to even be able to be scientific. That's where all of this is stemming from. So to not recognize that part of the conversation is doing Black people a disservice. Two things can be right at the same time. That's it.
No, but Issa, but the point is, you can't keep doing it over and over again. When we give the study, scientific racism, slavery, who put that together in the community but me? I put that together. Nobody in the last 20 years ever even had enough sense to realize that during the scientific racism, it was colonialism. The scientific revolution in part was funded by black gold, which is black slaves. Who said that? I ain't heard none of the teachers say that. Proud of me saying it. I put it all together, bro. So we don't gotta keep saying it because we know it's already in the game. Share my screen, A1. That's not something we hide. We don't have to hide that. Scientific racism. Look, the reason we don't hide it because of this. It's a scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is a pseudo-scientific belief that human species is divided into biological distinct taxa called races. That's why I fight y'all so hard, because y'all practicing scientific racism. Of course we understand
how
racism.
are we practicing scientific racism? Can you explain that though? Because you say that, but you never give an explanation of what that is.
Let me explain it because you keep saying black. You keep saying it.
So just the mention of the word black means that we're racist?
No, you have to mention the word.
What if we're just being descriptive?
No. Once you say black and apply it to people, it's racialized.
It's not really.
That's not true. That's your opinion. But hold on really quick. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
No, I was in the middle of finishing. Man,
go ahead.
I promise you.
I just said go again. I just said go ahead.
I'm saying when you apply black, whenever you say black people, that is racialized. If you're just talking about the color of a person's skin, humans are apes. They see in color. They already can see the different colors. That's not, of course, you can find different people mentioning different skin colors. That's not the point.
Okay, so this is the part that you're missing. Saying something is black is a descriptor. How else do we describe the people that we're talking about if we're only using the term people, especially in a generalized term? If I'm talking about the continent of Africa, or if I'm talking about a deeply pigmented people, I'm going to use the term black. And it doesn't have anything to do with racial science. That's something that you keep equating to it. That has nothing to do with me.
Say it again.
Until you can get yourself out of every time you hear the word black, it triggers you, then we can't move forward in our conversations. Because I don't hear anybody trying to distinguish. See, this is the difference between what you're saying and what we're saying, right? Because when I say, yeah, these black people started metallurgy, right in West Africa, right? When I say that, when that's just to distinguish that it wasn't the pale ones who started it in West Africa. Like that's just a descriptor.
It doesn't matter. You could just describe the people by their culture. You don't gotta describe them by their skin color. Hold on. Let me just say,
you're cutting me off
skin
and
color.
telling me to hold on.
No, I ain't never talked the whole time. I ain't never talked the whole time in quiet.
You're not cutting me off. But
humans,
you cut
people off too. You just don't like it when it happened to you.
Just because you didn't speak for a long time
don't have black
mean that you're not cutting me
humans
off.
Don't have black skin anyway. So it's a fallacy,
at the end of the day that
science. But humans don't have black skin.
Why would you want to cut me off and then talk while I'm talking?
Because you don't know what you're talking about. Humans don't have black skin.
Why would that be logical for you?
Humans don't actually
Why would that be logical for you, though? I get that you have that opinion. I get that.
It's not an opinion.
But that does
humans
not
have brown. Humans have different shades of brown skin. That's a fact.
I get that you have that. I get that you have that opinion.
No, it's
right?
a fact.
But sir,
you got a
I
crazy
get that
echo,
you have
brother.
your opinion.
You gotta mute up when you ain't talking so we can hear the other person.
Right. I get that you have your opinions, but your opinions does not override other people's opinion. When I look at certain people, like the Dinka tribe, I absolutely see dark black skin.
Yeah,
right?
dark brown. That's dark brown.
Why are you again cutting me off? Like, are you incapable? Are you incapable of recognizing that your opinion does not override mine? Are you incapable of understanding that?
It's not my opinion. Your opinion is opinion. I'm stating the scientific fact.
We're saying the same thing.
No, we're not.
That's your opinion, and that's fine.
No, we're not.
That's fine.
We're not doing that.
We're not saying the same thing.
I agree with you saying that because you're not agreeing with what I'm saying.
We're not saying the same thing. We disagree, and in our disagreement, you don't have to cut me off every time you disagree because that's childish.
I haven't been talking the whole time. Every time. This is my first time talking. You just lying. Now you're lying. Now you're lying. I haven't been talking the whole time.
That's neither here nor there. The amount of times that you spoke does not then negate you from being able to cut me off. It does not give you the right to cut me off because you feel as though you've been quiet this whole time. That's what you chose to do.
You cut everybody off too. You cut everybody off too.
I've been quiet this whole time. I just started talking again because I recognized, all right, I went in on Unc as much as I could, right? He can't debunk anything I said. So I went on mute because I was done. Now I'm back, right? Having this conversation, chilling, and not trying to be cut off.
Can we set some rules? I don't want to cut you off. So let's not be super long winded. Let's do that. How about that? Let's have a conversation.
Again, you are very long-winded. So please stop telling people that they are long-winded.
I wasn't long-winded in this. With me and you talking?
Yes, you have been.
No, we're saying right now.
Listen, I don't want to argue about that. How about everybody be patient enough to wait until people are finished speaking?
I'm saying right now. No, I'm saying right now, let's not mean you be long-winded. That's all.
How about you? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is right now, just be patient, and whoever is talking is talking, and your adult ass should be able to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Let's have a conversation.
So this is taking longer than what it has to be. Because I just wanted to finish my sentences. But go ahead, sir. Apparently, information is a problem here.
No, I'd ask you a question. I just tried to ask you, why do you continually think that the only way you can describe human beings is based off the color of their skin? That's racist in the very nature. That's what white people did. You're not running around describing people based off of their skin color. Like, that doesn't make sense.
And again, the problem with what you're saying is historically they have already been doing it. That's the problem with what you're saying. You are taking how you feel about the word black and putting it on everybody else. And that's not fair. Because if it wasn't there, I shouldn't be able to look up black in other cultures and then say the Dinka used to use the word coal. It wouldn't say that it wouldn't say the ancient Hebrews used the word shakor. because people were describing themselves that way. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It already happened.
Yeah,
and that's the part that y'all are missing. You are using your personal opinion and triggers a part of this conversation, and it don't belong here.
The wrong context. So you don't understand the wrong context. You don't understand. It's a possibility you might have the wrong context. You ever thought about that?
Nah.
I'm talking to you, Issa. It's a question. You ever thought about that?
Have you ever looked up the Dinkas, the Dinka culture, and see if they feel the same way as you before you ask me that question?
Yeah, my homeboy Dinka. Kush, what's the dude name? My boy BR over there on Kush Kingdom. He got a podcast too. That's my homeboy. He Dinka. He even said even that that's recent. Like you gotta see when they start saying that.
What language they speak?
They speak Dinka.
All right, so
it's a Nilo-Saharan language. The closest one to it is Noah.
Here's the thing that I would say. First of all, I think that looking at I've been to Africa, and if you go there, you see that the people are very dark. Some of them are very, like, you see my mouse. They the color of this mouse.
Nah, they brown, bro.
No,
they dark. It's just really dark brown.
But here's my point. My point is that the people, I think the same thing that Issa Queen was trying to say is that the people, especially we saw it in Kemet, they identify with the land. They call the land, if they call the land black, then they're calling themselves black as well. Because if this is a black land, and hold up, and I'll give you my source. So again, my source on this is Personal Divinity and Nature by Dr. Kamalu. You know what I'm saying? I've showed this before.
So the people in the red land wasn't
about. I love y'all brothers. Respect A1. Respect to everybody on the panel. Respect to everybody on the panel. Shalom. Respect. Y'all make sure y'all enjoy y'all early morning, and it's much love to everybody, man. I'm tapping out, but I love y'all.
But they call it
show, brother. Shalom, brother.
What about the red land though? That was still part of the same area.
So he says on page 157, in Africa, many people see a transcendental oneness of the earth with the human community. The human community are seen as having an organic and symbolic relationship with the land. So that in various African languages, the same word is used to refer to both land and people, family, and community. And the perfect example of
that's not what that means, yo. You misinterpreted it wrong. Like way off, bro.
He said, okay, so
what about hold on for
language of the same word is used to refer to both land, people, and family. And my example
so the people of the red land was red. So the people of the red land was red.
Let me finish. Let me give you an example. The example of that is in tree. The word for land is
what's the name of the book, yo?
The Personal Divinity and Nature.
Hold on. You gotta put up there so I can take a screenshot of it because they want to see.
Mind is the
who the author of the book?
Put up there closer. You gotta put up there closer, bro.
And OBB is the word for black people, and it's the same thing in Yoruba where Adula War is the name for black land, and Iladula War is the name for people. They're showing you that the word Dudu is the word black, and BB is the word black. And so they're using the same suffix.
Dudu.
People to describe land.
Man, no, Dudu is a little dark. You can't be dark. You ain't right. I agree.
It's not correct, bro.
I know it.
Right. You're describing something dark, and you're not pale. So it's a connection with the land. That's what they did. It wasn't just. It was they identified.
You're not talking about so you basically saying they're not talking about the people
with the land.
So you basically saying they're not talking about the people.
They're talking. If you're talking about the land,
they're fine with the land.
They're talking about the people.
So you actually think that the word that the black soil, right, and Kemet got something to do with the people and not the land. It's the top of them, yo.
In the fertility of the land, told you.
Why would
we
you
told
use
you multiple times on
okay,
multiple platforms.
Okay, can you explain to me why would you use the same suffix or prefix to talk about the people? I don't understand that.
I want to talk about the conspiracy here.
No, I'm trying to understand why would they use the same.
I'd rather talk about the conspiracy because
What's up with
all these
Teddy?
We got all these different
Teddy the Black
dictionaries.
lives.
We got
Pepe
all
the
these
Black
different
lives.
dictionaries, right? We got all the experts, right? Nobody says that. Nobody says that, but African Americans, yo, on
It's
some
too late.
continental wild
It's too late.
Africa,
You
yo.
got Pepe the Black lives and you got Teddy
It's the
the Black
craziest
lives.
thing ever,
Man.
yo.
It's
It's the
too late.
craziest thing ever, yo.
That's a problem for you. That's a problem for you.
No, because it's not based on empirical data. It take you away from who the Nile Valley people are. Y'all actually make Nile Valley people African American. We can't even understand them. We can't understand their religion based off the color of their skin.
We just said earlier.
If that's the case, why didn't call the Nehesi commit Kemetu too? Why didn't call him that?
Earlier that
if that statement is true,
you gotta look back into Africa. That's what Diop said. So if other African cultures are referring to the land as black land, they refer to themselves as black people. They use the same subject
because they're the people of that land. They're not technically because they're the color of the land. That ain't what that mean, bro. Right. Just like the Afar tribe, another Afroasiatic speaking people. They some of them they identify themselves as the red people. Some of them are the white people because they live in the Danikel Depression. We have a lot of salt mines. They don't technically
That's
mean
what it means, man. That's what it means.
No, it ain't, bro.
It means the black people, and it means that they're just referring to themselves.
Then why did they call why did Nehesi? Why they refer to Nehesi that? And they darker than them.
Yeah.
So why they call Tete the Black and Pepe the Black?
What? This is an idionym, yo.
What does it mean?
Right.
What does it mean?
That's too many excuses, man. You making too many excuses.
You don't understand linguistics. That's your problem. You ain't really went to a class in anthropology at all.
Yeah.
You don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's several examples of the people referring to themselves as Kim, using the word Kim.
Yeah, he talk like he the statue.
But I don't understand how is that okay, yeah, whatever, man, whatever.
Wait, hold on. Funny. You use Pepe the Black, right? That's like Tawny the Red. You know what I'm saying? Like, and since we already recognize that there are dark-skinned people in Kemet, right? Since its inception, right? Then if they since they name him Pepe the Black, you know what that's really saying? That's really saying that most people wasn't that complexion because he was so dark that he stood out. And they named him that. Hold on.
That's like another Plan C D argument right there.
Watch this though. The name, we know who did the work. The name itself is not a frequently used name in Kemet anyway. So if you're talking 7,000 years of history, right? 4,000, 3,000 years of written history, and you only got 20 names. How many people, right, lived in Kemet from 3,000 BC to the indigenous people left? Hundreds of thousands. So you only got 20 names. At what point do we realize we have just lost our mind?
We only know the names of elites. When you look at history, you only know the names of elites and certain people who work in industries. You don't know the names of the general population.
You named a particular work, yo.
That don't even make sense what you just said.
No, you named a particular work. You named the name. The guy name is Roths. I can't even think of his name. He wasn't talking about elites, yo. Remember,
you can't even formulate an argument right now.
Okay, so
let somebody else talk, bro.
I'm gonna formulate this for you. I'm saying that the Jewish guy that wrote the book was not writing a book about elites. He was writing a book about names that can like Tawny the Black or the guy you talked about. That's it. So you just lied and said they only got the elite's name. You lied. We got plenty of people that was the elite's name. So I can't formulate a coherent.
You heard what I said. Don't try to change the narrative. I said elites and certain people that work in industries that were important.
You switching now? You switching?
But the funny thing is, you still got the word Kim meaning black all the way up to the Coptic era. So I think, a lot of Diop said that they were black, or Binga said they were black. Hollywood said they were black.
Yeah, I couldn't see that book. That book was blurry, yo.
Yeah, it don't mean the same thing. That's anachronism. You don't know the context of the language, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't gonna be the same as English rules. It could be idiomatic. You know what I'm saying? Like even in Spanish, if I say yo tengo blanco, that don't mean I have white. That mean my pocket's empty. I'm broke. You know what I'm saying? That you got to understand the language and the idioms and slangs. You don't know that in that language like that. You know, y'all not even
studying language. Y'all not even studying language. You're just saying anything. You're just saying anything right now. You hate Kemet so much, you just saying anything right now.
Statue man. Anyway, you got to even study the language that the Egyptian language related to, Afro-Asiatic languages. You know what I'm saying? And
that's anachronistic. Stop saying Egyptian.
They were not related.
Yeah, so says the gargoyle, the talking statue.
Abinga said,
Bobby, why you the only one laughing? That's embarrassing, bro.
He called you the gargoyle, the talking statue, yo, because you do sound like you like a robot. I'm saying.
Abinga said they were not Afro-Asiatic language or related to it. So I don't know where you got.
Y'all gotta stop, man.
I'm just standing on the works of the elders.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Of black people. I don't care what white people say.
I couldn't see the book, yo. What's the title of the book again, yo? I thought the book was. Who wrote it?
As you should, Hercules. You stand on those black ancestors. Don't be mad because these men get triggered by the word black. That ain't got nothing to do with us.
You got hold of
person, divinity, and nature.
Oh, yeah, answers. You don't even relate it to them people. How do you answer?
Yeah, that's crazy as shit.
Which people are we talking about? Because I was just talking about all of Africa. Who are you talking about? And did you do my DNA to know if or who I am related to? Did you do those things? Oh, okay. So again, we standing on the back of our black ancestors because black is a generalized statement talking about black people with my skin tone. I wasn't talking about an individual tribe. And this is a problem that y'all have. Y'all haven't caught up to the language of the black people. Y'all still in Europe. Come on home.
Yeah, I ain't coming home.
Y'all need to update y'all knowledge, man.
It's a fake home.
But you think Africa's like a Smurf land. You discredit the diversity out.
That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense.
Black algae at an all-time high. Crazy.
Oh, yeah, y'all gotta stop hating.
Absolutely. Like, imagine the sickness, mental sickness that you have to hear that people are looking at the history of black people and get upset about it. Imagine that.
You know what?
You don't think that's weird?
Yeah.
You don't think that's weird? And then in the same breath, they will tell us that we have been lied to all our lives. So now we're doing the due diligence to get the truth. And now we're the problem? Because we want to spread the truth to other black people? That's wild to me. It's wild to me.
The white man called you Toby and you accepted it.
Yeah, you accepted that. You went for it. Hook and sinker.
So we're back. Are we back to believing that black was originally said by Europeans? Are we back there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because now I feel like we're going in a circle. And I don't do circle dicks.
Hold on, Issa.
We always have
I think it to be, if you think it's weird, I think it's super weird that a bunch of African Americans would call the Egyptians their ancestors, and then on top of that, give them an African American slave named Black. I think that's wild. Why you thinking it's wild? I think you're wild and lost your mind. Somebody's being.
But you can't listen. You can't correct linguistics in the identity black when you incorrectly and anachronistically talk about
Egypt. Let me say it's not.
So you don't make sense.
we know that when the Persians invaded, most of the people who were in the priests of the class, they fled to the west.
Fled where?
Wow.
Fled where? The West where? The Western Bank. The Western Bank.
Fled to West Africa. And I'm not claiming to be directly linked. I got a bloodline connected to Kemet. I'm not claiming that. Just like the Europeans claim, you know what I'm saying, Greek history and philosophy. They stand on Greek philosophy.
Bro, that's crazy, bro.
The philosophy of Kemet. It is the philosophy of black people of Africa is a accumulation, the zenith. At the point they put together a structure and a philosophy that we can stand on. You know, every people have that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we stand on. And so just like you find out the people from Switzerland, the people from Switzerland, they don't claim to be Greeks, but they still teach their educational system based off the philosophy of the Greeks, based off Aristotelian and Plato philosophy. So I don't understand how we can base our philosophy and
to the world.
And everybody else around the world.
They hating. That's why we can't do it. They hating.
Hey,
you kind of choppy, man. You're not coming.
Who you far? Hey, to who you far? Are you serious, yo?
What kind of question is that? Are you serious? Look at we listening to all the stuff you just said right now, and you gonna project that back onto me.
So
are you serious right now? We asking you. We all been asking you this whole time.
So what do you think is the most important? No, I'm asking. What do you think the most important thing is? That me and you look at indigenous African culture and put our own ideology on it, or is it important to look at the culture through the eyes of the people that live the culture? What do you think?
Come on, man. So you've been doing the opposite. You've been doing the opposite. So again, you projecting. So why would you ask me a question? See, I've been asking you serious questions, but now when it's your turn to ask me a question, you can't be serious at all.
I did. I asked you what's more important, regardless of the answer. Is it more important for us to look at the culture through the eyes of the Egyptians? Yes or no? That's all.
You mean the Committee U?
Ideology.
Nah, they wasn't always called the Committee U. Come on, man. The Remish. I like the Remish. I like the Remish. Come on, don't jump in, Hercules, not unless you gonna answer. The Remish. The people, that's what they was called, the Remish. The Kemet thing come later on. And the Kemet thing is really talking about the black. You know what I'm saying? The people
let me ask you a question real quick, a serious question.
I asked you
how much meta nature do you know? How much meta nature do you know?
I asked you a question, bro. Why are you escaping the question?
Hold on.
I asked you a question, then I'll answer your question. That's fair. That's par for the course.
All right. So I'm gonna answer your question, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. Okay. You asked me what's better. It's through the lens of our ancestors, right? And through that lens, scholars like Czech Antijoke, Obatale Cambone have taught us what our ancestors were saying. So I answered my question right there.
To them people over there now, they made your ancestors.
Yeah, they're not your ancestors, bro. You gotta knock that off. Get that straight first.
All right. So answer my question.
Prove it.
The answer to your question is no. I don't read meta nature, but I know how to use the tools. I know how to get Egyptian dictionaries. I got all the tools, and none of the tools say what you say, and none of the experts say what you say, except for a couple rogue wild black people that's tripping. Wow, true.
But you already conceded though on other shows that you respect the expertise of Obatale Cambone as a master linguist.
He ain't got master language, bro. He don't got no black belt in linguistics. Like, what is that?
Man, that don't even make sense. A black belt in linguistics.
You call him a
brother.
You can call him a master.
The master linguist.
So what do you call people with a master's degree? You're not making sense.
A PhD language.
Okay. Okay, all right.
So
that make a whole lot of sense now. Now we see where you coming from, man.
And
wait, I still don't understand a code or something. Follow people.
I don't understand how Black people from the Western Africa cannot be connected to Eastern Africa.
Why they gotta be though? You ever ask yourself why they gotta be? You always ask the question that people in the middle of racism, white supremacy formulated. Now, how about asking the question why they gotta be? Is it okay?
That's a temper tantrum question. A child will ask a question like that. Like,
no,
why does it hurt so bad? Is it hurting you?
Hercules. I'm talking to Hercules, man. We know you the robot. I ain't mad at you, Tahuti. I know you stuck in time, right? Hercules, why is it important for Nile Valley culture to go to West Africa? Like, can them people have their own agency? Can West African culture be its thing unto itself? I think West and Central African culture to be beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I think that West African culture brought more to the world than ancient Egypt. That's how I feel about it. Right? I think it's a beautiful culture without writing. I think the heights they reached was spectacular without written records. You know what I'm saying? I think the coming up with inoculation and bringing it to Americas was the single most greatest idea in the history of modern medicine. Name one thing that the Egyptians brought the world, right? You know what I'm saying? That would change our knowledge on inoculation. But they don't got it, bro. They don't have it. And y'all claiming they had science, but they don't have it. Did you know during the scientific revolution, it was those West African plants that they cataloged that helped move medicine forward? Not the Egyptian catalogs. Wasn't Egypt, bro. Egypt is a dead civilization. Dead. The religion is dead. It's dead. The language is dead. So when y'all be speaking, y'all speaking because don't nobody know how the hell they sound. Yeah. But all you African Americans fake like it do. So you think it's better for me to lie to my people to tell them the truth. So let me tell people, nobody knows how the ancient Egyptians sound. So whenever a person is talking at you, they scamming. All of them. The 8 to 80, the blind, crippled, the crazy, they're scamming. Right? And when they claim they practice indigenous African Nile Valley religion, they scamming because you have to reconstruct it. Right? That's what you have to do because it's dead, man. All right? Now it's live and kicking amongst African Americans because y'all think that Egypt is the only game in town. And the only reason you think Egypt is the only game in town because you're afraid to be West African, because you're afraid of your culture, because really you're afraid and won't admit that you was enslaved. See, if y'all can just admit that, right? If y'all can admit that y'all was enslaved, man, y'all might have a shot at it, yo. Yeah. See, once you admit something happened to you, then you know how to take care of your business.
Hey, anyway, I just want to let you know that the Chronicles of Timbuktu, the first book is called The History of Sudan.
Pseudo.
And then
who is this
you have the South Civilization.
Y'all know who this is?
Yeah, that's Pseudo Killer right there.
You don't know who that is. I don't know
who he is. My bad, Tahuti. Go ahead, Tahuti. I apologize.
Yeah, they call West Africa the Western Sudan.
And then South Civilization.
Say it again.
What links?
The first book, I want that. What was you saying, brother? That seemed like something good we could get. Go ahead. Say it again. The first book.
The first book.
You said in Timbuktu.
Oh, you talking about the Timbuktu Chronicles?
Yeah.
The History of Sudan.
$10.
And then, yeah. And then you have the South Civilization who was trading with Kemet and Kush and Ouagadougou and the Note Civilization. So that ties...
What?
That ties West Africa to Nile Valley civilizations. Those are
put some money.
Those are only two things out of the many things that you can connect.
I said put some money.
Then you have the Journal of Ancient Egyptian Interconnections. They link West Africa to Nile civilizations all the time. You can access that whenever you get a chance. It just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, wait, before you even go. Now, I'm not as animated as Aunt is, but the truth of the matter is that we as Black people, yes, we know, I know, maybe hopefully most of y'all know, we come from West Africa because of what happened during the European expansion after 1492. So it's not that we're trying to make this claim that we are, people of Kemet. Maybe some people do. I think some people do that. I don't understand why they do that. You know what I'm saying?
You got to go back.
I didn't say that. That's not what I said earlier. That's not what I said.
So why you keep letting him say it?
No, I said that. I did say that my bloodline goes back to Kemet.
Why he keeps saying it?
I don't think Tahuti said his bloodline.
He is his ancestors.
Okay, maybe he do.
He lying, capping,
lying, bro.
Hold up, you can't prove that though. You know what I'm saying? He might have done I don't know. He could have done a DNA or something, but you can't prove that.
What?
Culture. We know that the culture of people in West Africa also connect to East Africa. And
no,
how do we know that?
You're making that up, man.
And it's not that it's not that they can't be, that West Africa can't stand alone. It's that this thing that the culture in Kemet was an ancient culture, and it was the zenith of African thought. And so we're looking at philosophical thought and ancient ways of doing things that people did.
You can't believe this, man. So you can't really believe that.
So the thing is that we can't get the linear concept of the Western linear concept of time out of our head, and we think only as advancement is a straight line. And so it's fine for us to stand on Greek concepts and philosophy of Aristotelian and Plato, philosophical definitions in Western culture, but it's not fine for us to stand on Kemetic philosophical definitions.
You just disrespected West Africa greatness, talking from Egypt, it's the zenith and all that. Like why West Africa have great philosophy? Why they need to use
one thing that you said was that it was a great civilization without writing, and that's not true. We know that Western civilizations had writing.
But you looking at that like that is a Western idea. What you doing right there?
It don't matter anyway because you already said it's all pseudo, so you can't play hot potato. You all think it's pseudo anyway.
It's called Metaphor and Cloth. It's a book called Metaphor and Cloth that talks about their symbolisms and their writing systems. You have brothers that talked about the knot. They use knot symbols. They tie knots and cord and strings and stuff. That was a message of writing, type of writing. So you had writing systems in West Africa before the Europeans came in. So we know that West African people had a deep understanding of knowledge and mathematics and science and the things that they did. I don't neglect that at all. I don't neglect that at all. I study it as well. I'm looking at it as well. But I don't think there's a split. I don't see a split from West and East Africa. I don't understand why there's a split. So for African Americans, because we know our people comes from all over the west part of Africa and some from East. We have an advantage of claiming all of it. No, so don't. I don't understand why we're going to stop. It's like, yo, we only West,
bro. Just making it up doesn't help your case. You have no evidence for it. You're just rambling on about East and West.
What white people did to our ancestors and our great grandparents was to separate us from Africa. So we can't think like them, and the only way we think is the way that Europeans think. None of y'all use African philosophy in your logic. I haven't heard one of y'all use African philosophy in your arguments or your logic. You use Western European logic and
philosophy. You're saying is African. It ain't just African philosophy. Like that's a whole fallacy in itself.
Let Grant go. Go ahead, Grant.
I mean, that was quite a bit of a word salad you put out there. I mean, to try to mix West and East Africa by claiming that they met up and then say, well, the West Africans had writing. I mean, no one's making a claim that they didn't have writing, or
He did say that. He did say that. So if he wasn't on here, if you wasn't on here when he said that, no,
I was on here. Hey, hold on. You had a chance to speak. Calm down. So there's no evidence. So in essence, you can still have a sense of the extraordinary nature of Western African cultures, the one that African Americans that we come from, without sort of making up mythology about them meeting up with ancient Egyptians. And yes, there is evidence that they meet later on, but both these civilizations had already matured and were came to being on their own. They're isolated from each other. And that's what they should be, correct? Given the vast size of the continent, it just makes a lot of sense. I think you're conflating a lot of different things, and I think you do it in such a haphazard way, and that I think what you're trying to get at is getting lost. And I would think is some of the sort of pseudo babble that you tend to roam into. And I think if you just sort of focus in on what you're trying to get to, which is, I'm assuming you're trying to showcase the idea that that the continent of Africa had a lot of things happening before the white man shows up. Yes. And then you can just describe those things. You don't have to craft a whole new mythology around it in order to make you feel better. It just doesn't come off to be.
There was no mythology that I crafted around it, and I gave my evidence.
You just made up a whole series.
Yeah, hold on. We both gave you sources.
Nobody's crafting any mythology at all. So when I was talking, I'm giving the source. I said my source, metaphor and cloth. And then you have the Nsabidi writing that we know existed in Central Africa before the Europeans came along. So anything we have so much. There's so much science and medicine.
So what did the metaphor and cloth say? What was the distinct? What is the
no. Hold up, white boy.
What did the metaphor?
Before you interject,
you already made
make it about race. Don't help nobody. White boy. Nobody call you black boy.
You can help.
Whoa. Don't do that.
I'm gonna finish.
I agree. That man just as black as you. So you saying because his choice of words,
that ain't what I'm
saying. Make him a white boy, yo?
His tone of voice.
You just running around talking about
who he is. I'm not about to let nobody call you black boy. So don't do that.
I don't know who he is.
It doesn't matter. Don't
man.
I got a bunch of white people I work with. I got subscribed. Don't do that over here.
I got you. So I got you. So before you cut me off, I'm not talking about you. They want to talk about him. Before you cut me off,
he didn't cut you off. You was finished. He started talking, and I said, "Let Grant go ahead and talk."
I wasn't finished. He hopped in and asked me about the book of metaphor. Don't tell me what he said, man.
No, Gullah was talking. I asked you. All right, man. All right, bro. You know how long you been talking though?
Whatever. All right, whatever. Yeah.
What you, man? That bed. What you drinking, man?
Hey, real quick. So before you even came on here, I don't know if you heard, but you got to deal with it a lot. You got to deal with the Timbuktu Chronicles. The first book is the history of Sudan.
Can you type it right here for us?
And then you
also
got to deal with the Journal of African the Journal of Ancient Egyptian Interconnections. They link the earthen pyramids in West Africa to ancient Nubia. That's by William Leo Hansberry. That's in the Journal of Ancient Egyptian Interconnections. You have the South Civilization. That is a well-known trading civilization between Nile Valley civilizations and West African civilizations, the Nok and the Ouagadougou. You also have many connections.
Yeah, dude.
I got a question, y'all.
Yeah, you gotta stop, yo.
Yeah,
I've been listening for a minute.
When do we believe that those were written, and at what time frame? And what are you saying?
And just because the book called the History of Sudan, you know they call West Africa Western Sudan too. Don't mean they had a connection to actually what we call Sudan.
So I'm asking, like, when do we think those books were written? Were they written at the time?
So hold on. If they call West Africa Western Sudan,
are you serious right now?
You don't think that's another thing is they have Sudano-Sahelian architecture that starts in Sudan and goes out into the West, which is responsible for the architecture in Mali.
Okay.
So there's way more
when were they built?
Connections that I can make.
Yeah, but when were they built?
So hold on real quick. Connections to what? Like, what's the point in all the sources?
So it can you can't say no, and then when I drop it on you, you say what's the point? So you got architectural connections. You got historical connections.
This is somebody totally different to Hootie. I said I had a question because I've been listening, but I haven't heard the point that people are trying to draw in the relation between these couple sources that y'all going through. I hear a few, I guess, facts according to the sources that y'all bringing out, but I don't see a point. I'm trying to figure out what exactly are y'all trying to say? Because it seems like y'all are trying to say something, but you don't have enough evidence to emphatically say what you believe. So you just keep throwing little small points out there, but they're not relating to one specific point. So if you could just put in a nutshell what you're trying to say, what would you be trying to say with these sources that you're bringing up?
So what I'm trying to say is people of African descent have a connection to Kemet, just like people
Right.
of European and Asiatic descent have a connection to the
Correct.
Greco-Romans.
So
Yeah,
with is when you
So
say Kemet, I just want to be specific. When you say
Kemet,
Kemet, what are you talking about? Like what region of Africa are you talking about? Specifically just Egypt, or are you talking about ancient Kemet where I guess you could say it could have been encompassing a little more of the landmass than the modern Egypt today?
and
Come
then
on, man. Really?
you ignore the macro ethno linguistic cultures. The Nile Valley had Nilo-Saharan, and West Africa had Nilo-Saharan too. Don't mean they was the same Nilo-Saharan group, but their culture they can spell from that particular culture in different
But
directions.
that's what I'm saying. Now you
They
on
don't
playing E argument because even before this whole conversation started,
from that particular culture.
Bobby said the Green Sahara was responsible for certain things that was happening in Kemet. So if the Green Sahara is responsible for things that was happening in Kemet, then you should be understand why West
I'm gonna pull it
Africa
up.
is linked to Kemet.
Are you serious? I got him, girl. I'm gonna pull it up because you know I'm the only one pulling sources at this point. Hercules over there tipping. He tippy. He tippy tip.
Yeah, bro. I think they just don't want to take the costumes off, y'all. They like wearing the costumes, y'all. The Egyptian shit.
Yeah, I gotta take the costumes off, yo. I'm gonna bring a source here.
Okay, but so what you doing when you wearing a sports team jersey? You wearing another man's with another man's name on the back of your you wearing a costume per se.
You at a Halloween
Right.
party, yo. You we still in the party city, yo.
Yeah, and so I want to.
So to Hootie, you saying that people of African descent have a connection to the people of ancient Kemet?
Crazy.
Yeah.
The hell with everybody else.
So all right. So what's the combating argument to people of African descent having a connection to ancient Kemet? Like, what's the immediate argument to that?
Because it's stupid. Africa is a very large. That's like saying all Native American tribes are connected to each other. The hell is going on here? So now human beings can't even have their own thing because African Americans who was enslaved don't know their damn history and they fighting against racism in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s by some wild. Don't even talk to me about white people in the 50s. They was wild. I don't even want to hear it. Gone. Don't talk about none of their work. I don't want to hear it. Gone. Scientific racism. Now we carry that same fighting pattern, right? Listening to white people, right? Because white people was enamored by Nile Valley culture. Indigenous Africans in South Africa, Central Africa, wasn't enamored by no. They didn't even know about the daggone joint. Now you get people just like now you get people in West Africa that swear they come from Mecca. It's what humans do, man. But we supposed to be intelligent enough to understand that's what humans do. Yeah, you right now you got people think they come from ancient Israel. Right now. They probably your family. That don't mean it's true. We gotta knock it off in the scholarly conversation. No,
well, until you can prove the scholars wrong, you can't say
they've already been proved wrong.
To answer your question, what was the connection? Is not that the people of South Africa and Central Africa and West Africa, knew these people from Kemet. It was like, oh yeah, no. The connection is, as the scholars have shown, is that the culture is the same. throughout Africa, Central and South and East Africa. It's the same.
It don't make sense though, yo. Wow, why they gotta have the same thing?
That's the connection.
It's particular cultures, not direct cultures. Just like I said, you got Nilo-Saharan cultures in the Nile. You got Nilo-Saharan cultures in West Africa, and you got some that actually spread in certain parts of Central Africa. You know, so why wasn't it Nilo-Saharan culture that spread it in different directions, or different Afro-Asiatic culture that spread it?
Okay, but now you still admitting that there's a spread.
Like the Asiatic people, they're not Egyptians, but they come from a common ancestor root, so they might share cultures. They're in West Africa. You know what I'm saying? You think whatever that culture existed in certain aspects and traits of that culture already existed in these cultures before they even spread it out. Before it even was an Egypt or Egyptian. Egypt come out of a macro ethno-linguistic group called Afro-Asiatic populations.
That's not what I was saying. I didn't say that they had to have contact. What I said was that they have the same elements in their culture.
No, they don't.
So therefore,
that's what I just said. The element, like one of the elements is now. What I'm saying is, hold on. Like one of the elements, I just gave you a jewel. Like one of the elements is the Nilo-Saharan culture. Like you got Nilo-Saharan culture influence in West Africa, even though they're different Nilo-Saharan groups, they have different branches of it. And you got certain East Sudanic or Eastern Nilo-Saharan groups that influence Egypt, especially the pharaonic kingship culture of sacred kingship. And some of that, like the wavy line pottery, that's a Nilo-Saharan cultural trait. You got that even through Sahel and Sudan. It's just different branches of that macro culture.
So real quick, this brother Emmanuel, my bad hurt because one of the things that I was finna say, I want you to get back to it as soon as I finish saying this. But one of the observations that I've made with being in the audience the past time that I have been, y'all been cutting King Herc off a lot, man. I can't lie. I know sometimes it seems like he may be a little long-winded or it may be dead on to something that you disagree with or don't want to hear at the moment. But y'all be cutting that man off like mid-sentence damn near every time. Like Orlando just did that shit twice back to back. And it ain't no shot towards anybody on the panel. I don't have no favorites. I ain't biased. Me and King Hurt really don't even talk like that. But I'm just I'm just making a true statement according to the observation, man. Just let the brother land for a couple of seconds because he's damn sure zipping his mouth, letting y'all land. Like I'm watching him turn his head like, all right, I'm finna be quiet and let the brother land. So, I mean, everybody gonna disagree with some of the information, but he's about to give the answer to what I've been wanting to hear for a while. I want to hear like what relation between these people are making y'all say these are the same people versus just saying they had things in common. So what was you getting ready to say, King?
I gave him the answer. I don't like go over his head, but I gave him the answer.
What was you finna say though, King Hurt?
I don't know, man. It's like they've shown that especially Diop have shown that when the Persians invaded Kemet in the 600s, that a lot of the priests, you see a lot of people, they left out of Kemet and went back inside of inner Africa.
No,
so that knowledge that they brought with them, it spread. It took hundreds of years. I'm not. So it changed. Different cultures, different things develop. And the book that I showed you guys earlier, in Personal Divinity and Nature, he also shows that the culture is the same. When you're looking at the spiritual systems in the languages and how they operate, you see the same. You see the same things in West Africa, Central and South Africa, and in East Africa. You see exact same elements that they have all throughout the culture. You see the exact same thing. They have different words, different meanings and stuff, but it's the same element. So this is why they say the culture is pretty much the same all throughout Southern Africa with Black people. This is why
ruled an empty empire in Egypt.
What you say?
So the Persians ruled an empty empire when they took over Egypt.
I didn't say everybody. I said some of the people left out. Come on, man. Stop trying to play semantics, man. Come on.
No, that ain't work, bro. I never heard of that migration ever.
Okay. Because you haven't read Diop.
Yeah, it's outdated information.
So there's a lot of books that
but reading
still got to read them.
Yeah, but reading Dr. Seuss doesn't make it true either. I mean, you can keep making those
Oh, now
claims. There has to be. Here's the thing. Part of it is you have to have contemporaneous.
All right.
Right? You pause. So if you wanted to keep speaking, I'll let you speak. Don't.
Every work that I like Dr. Shamarka Kieta work. You ever read their work?
Yeah, y'all gotta let Grant finish though.
Yeah. So I was saying, as part of it is no one is disagreeing that you've read a book by a particular person. So we can all agree that there are a ton of books that are positing different theories. Correct. What you're looking for is evidence that supports those theories. And so what you typically are looking for is sort of what we call contemporaneous evidence or writings, things that would support something that is happening. So we'll actually use the European model, which has come up here, which is often used by people who are attempting to map it onto why there's a shared culture in Africa. Part of the reasons why the Europeans tend to harken back to the Greeks is because of conquering. In essence, when you think about it, the Germanic tribes who were trying to take over Rome did not care about the Greeks, correct? They were just Germanic hordes who the Romans didn't like. But then over time, as conquering happened, these groups began to use the sort of Roman ideology, the Roman way of thinking. Same way that the Anglo-Saxons leave Germany and end up in England. Anglos are not native to England. But in essence, once the Romans get there, they ultimately take on the aesthetics of the Roman Empire. So in essence, why Europe has what appears to be a sort of monochromatic way of thinking is because of that conquering. And to make it even more salient to everyone is that there is contemporaneous writings that we know exactly what is happening, and we can see the history happening in front of our eyes. And the writings are happening from different perspectives, confirming what is happening. What you're saying here, what's happening in the continent of Africa, is that there are these smatterings of writings in which there appears to be none. But then there's later writings that are then supportive of a claim that there are no contemporaneous arguments that are happening at the time. So you would see writings in Kemet or Egypt, and you would see writings in West Africa that would confirm that these two groups are meeting. And so that evidence would just show up. Because you don't see those things, you can at least say on the surface that there does not appear to be any evidence for it. And so what I'm just arguing for you is saying, even if someone's making the claim, you need more than just one book or even several books that support your claim. And it has to be evidentiary. It has to be something in which you can harken back to that is in the logs of the people who were doing it at the time, not people speculating based on little to no evidence. That makes sense.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I said at all. Because what I said was that the people from the West traveled to the East. That's what I said. So it would not be contemporary. It would be something that happened centuries later. And Anthony Browder showed that. He showed that some of the symbols in West Africa were older than what you found in East Africa were older than what you found in West Africa. So that I didn't say that. I don't know who said that. I didn't say that.
What? Said it again. He was wrong. He gave us no evidence. You talking about the symbol that he found?
He did give evidence. If you actually
how you gonna cut me off, yo? Well, how you gonna cut me off? You just had somebody get up here and act like we was cutting you off. That's bull crap.
I'm telling you that
you're cutting everybody off like everybody else. So Anthony Browder did not give us any sources. Anthony Browder doesn't even talk about what he actually does for the last 20 years. He has decided to promote his pseudoscientific information over the broader work that he really does. He's like the first African American to really participate and have control over a dig. Not necessarily control, right? There's another lady that actually run the dig, right? But he got African Americans to invest in that. And he worked there for the last 20 years, I believe. He never talks about that. The thing I heard him talk about is an Adinkra symbol that he claims that he found in that, which is pseudoscientific nonsense. He doesn't give us any evidence on why he would say that. He can't support it. So I don't even appreciate him doing that. He should be talking about the archaeology that he learned over the last 20 years. But you know what? Ain't no money in that for him. The money is to keep fooling y'all. So let me share my screen. To all the plan.
While you share your screen, I'm gonna say you're wrong because obviously you did not. I paid for the lecture where he did take the picture and he showed it. So stop saying he didn't show it. And stop saying
I didn't say he didn't show it. I didn't say he didn't show it. Listen, we can talk.
You said he did not.
I did not say he didn't show it. What I said was, it's called lookership. Okay? When you look at something, say it's that.
Prove that is lookership.
That's what else was it?
Could you prove it?
No, give us the evidence that he. Yes.
Okay.
You had to pay for it. I ain't had to pay for it.
That's fine.
I'm telling you, he looked at it and say, "This looks like the Dinker single." Okay, now what? Now explain how I got there.
That's not what he said, and you know that's not.
It was on a pot. He did. Man, let me share my screen.
He said it was the symbol for Sankofa. That's what he said.
That's a West African symbol, bro.
But he showed you it was in Kemet before it was in West Africa. That was the point.
What? That's nonsense. He didn't show you nothing. He just said it.
All right. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Whatever. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. So first of all, taught all the mischaracterization.
But you still haven't showed him wrong, though. Prove him wrong.
Gullah was right. First of all, let me get you to where Gullah was 100% right. Let's come to an Encyclopedia Britannica. All right. And in this damn encyclopedia, my fault. This is Sudan. So the book that he was talking about, the orange, look, you got the orange, all that is Sudan. Now, the guy came up here acting like the book Timbuktu was talking about the Sudan. It wasn't. It was talking about herbs called anything below the daggone the southern tip, below the Sahara, as Sudan. And since the book was written in Timbuktu, they referred to this as the Sudan. You see it in orange? Now, if you sitting there thinking that's Nile Valley culture, from all the way over here to here, Sudan, Nubian culture, then you're a fraud. Because I'm telling you, that's not the inference. That's not what the encyclopedia is talking about. Gullah was absolutely right. So when we are referring to the work, quote unquote, hold on, Timbuktu, let me tell you exactly what it's saying. Timbuktu. Okay? Now, this says it's confusion, right? Both are Timbuktu Chronicles. Hold on. The history of Sudan, the black people. All right. And it's also the West African Chronicles about Songhai and Timbuktu, right? Not modern Sudan. So that work is not talking about modern Sudan. Once again, El Sudan, El Sudan, right, is the land of black people, the land of the blacks. Now, who is using this term? Outsiders. Outside people, okay, are calling it the land of the blacks. Not the indigenous people are saying that. Once again, you see people apply Beled El Sudan. Simple as that. It means the territory of land of the blacks. And those Arabs were talking about people below the daggone Sahara, man. So why would he get up here and do this? The book was written in 1493. Time for the Chronicles between 1493, my fault, and 1599. All right? Simple as that, bro. It's not talking about the modern Sudan. Why would he do that? The next point, Diops. And all this connection. Diops is actually in the Metropolitan Museum. I went there and I seen it. So don't talk to me unless you went there and saw it and read what they was trying to show. Why would they put Diops in the Met Museum and did not say what y'all saying? Scholars today recognize Africa as the source of common ancestry. But in 1974, the Senegalese scholar and humanist Cheikh Diops shocked and challenged historians by asserting the influence of ancient African civilizations. In his groundbreaking book, Africa, origin of civilization, myth, or reality, this exhibit pays homage to Diop's by presenting masterpieces from the museum's collection from West and Central Africa alongside art from ancient Egypt for the first time in the Met's history. So I know people can't read. I get it. This is simply saying, in homage to Sigand Diop's, they show pieces of art from different places in Africa, right? Alongside ancient Egyptian art. The museum to that point had never done that. If you're sitting there thinking that particular paragraph is saying that means Egypt influenced the whole daggone thing, then you scamming. Now, through 21 paintings of works from different African cultures and eras, see that? This exhibition provides a rare opportunity to appreciate the extraordinary creativity of the continent across 5 millennia, revealing unexpected parallels and contrasts. Although there was no contact between their creators, the work shared deep and unrecognized histories. Simple as that, bro. That's it. Give that man some love. Give the museum that you hate some love. So don't try to twist this and make something that is not. Say what it is. It's okay. Ain't nobody tripping. So there, man, having these conversations, man, is always easy work because ain't nobody ever going to have a damn source. They're going to take their little drink. They're going to do all the hoopla, and they're going to mess up the whole thing. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
So, teacher, I got a question.
I'm listening.
What was the point of Diop's book, Culture, Unity in Africa?
He was talking about the culture. He said there's a cultural unity in Africa. Right? That's okay, bro.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's not an issue. See, y'all got the issue with that man writing the book. And then you disrespect him by saying his conclusions match up with the available data today that they obviously didn't have. And I'm saying it don't. The museum tell you it don't. It said they had no contact. But you see unexpected parallels, right? So like I can take statues from the Americas and show the mother and child. Does that mean that the mother and child came from Egypt? Aset and Haru? Does that mean Jesus Christ, the statue's mother, does that mean it all came from Egypt? Yo, it's hyper diffusionism. It's hyper nonsense. It's hyper tomfoolery. Y'all keep playing with this thing. See, I ain't playing. None of y'all to this point has brought a source. Issa brought a daggone source talking about the medical text and brown skin. It's crazy. You ain't brought a set. You ain't brought a daggone text yet.
One more time. Debunk what I said, sir.
I did.
You see, I'm so tired of these false claims that you like to throw me into, but you haven't debunked anything that I said. All you did was miscomprehend everything that I said. You're not ready for me, sir.
Yeah. A question. Hold on, because I asked him a question and he didn't answer. He just basically repeated the title of the book. You didn't answer the question.
What was the question?
I said, what was the reason? Was the point of his book of Culture, Unity in Africa?
Because he wanted to show there was a connection with all African cultures. Remember, he did the Southern cradle and the Northern cradle.
Yeah,
right.
But have you read any information that like add on to that, like newer information? Like if you read Aaron and Kieta, they go into detail of particular connections. It ain't just like a overall connection, like it's just a bunch of Smurfs, everybody the same. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody says everybody the same. I think what the point is that we're trying to make it, they're more of like a mosaic. It's not just a monolithic, it's more like a mosaic thing, but they all together, it's a connectedness, unity of a singular.
It depends on the migrations of that connection. Like I said, you had like for example, I'm gonna use it again, the Nile Saharians, for example. In the Middle Nile Basin, that's their cultural, you know what I'm saying, uprooting started there, and they spread it in different directions. Even before Egypt was Egypt, you know what I'm saying. Even like they created a culture of creating these headrests around 5,000 BCE.
Who?
That culture spread it north to Egypt among Afro-Asiatic speaking people, eastward, even in certain areas of Sudan with they, Cushitic cousins, Cushitic neighbors, which is another Afro-Asiatic group. And then also the headrest is spread it, west, with the Nilus heritage in those regions, like the Songhai, so they descended in some of the Kanuma groups. And it also spread it into the lake regions. And even the Bantu got this culture from some of the southern Sudanic people, which is another branch of Nilus here. Just because that headrest spread it, that don't mean that came directly from Egypt. Just because you see it in different areas, it might have came from a mega culture that spread it in different directions. Like, and also, it's like, and even in West Africa, you got Chadic speaking people. You even got a tradition in them making these reed boats in the Chad Lake. You know what I'm saying? Which come from the Nile. They don't mean that they got that directly from Egypt. They just got that from a kind of Afro-Asiatic ancestor that created their culture even before Egyptians was even Egyptians, and they made their migration to the west during the Green Sahara period.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I never said that Egypt was the foundation of everything. I never. That's what I would have said. It is the point of origin.
What you saying?
I didn't say Egypt was the point of origin. I never said that. Because I've already said that the people who created Egypt, they came from Central and Southern Africa. I never said that Egypt was the origin of African culture.
The Red Sea Hills. Their ancestors come from the Red Sea Hills, Eastern Africa.
It don't matter. They didn't come. They didn't start in Egypt.
No, they didn't.
They came from the south.
Some of them did. It depends on which part of the ancestors you're talking about. Are you talking about they proto-Afro-Asiatic ancestors or Madic-like ancestors that came from the Red Sea Hill regions? Or you talking about they ancient North African ancestors, which was like the region of Tufa, like the inner region.
I'm talking about the foundation of Kemet when it was founded. You're not going to have no one from the north coming down when Kemet was founded.
No, you had people. You have other different people already there. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no gates. I didn't say people was already there. That's not what I said. I didn't say people was not already there. I said the people who founded Kemet came from the south. Yeah, they came from different directions, yo.
All right.
The base came from the Red Sea Hills, but they spread it out through the Sahara. You know what I'm saying? Even before Egypt became Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Back and forth.
I don't disagree with that.
You know what I'm saying? They came from in a particular region, in a particular time period. You know what I'm saying?
I don't disagree with that. I'm not making an argument that Egypt was the origin of the culture throughout Africa. I ain't making that argument. So we know that people in Southern Africa, Central Africa spread it around. I mean, I'm not arguing against that at all.
What you saying then?
So what's your argument then?
Yeah, what's your argument?
I already said it. The people who founded Egypt came from the south.
You seem to be backtracking away from it now. So what's your argument?
But by the time Egypt, you had several mixing from different people from different directions. By the time Egypt became Egypt during the early Bronze Age. Even the Green Sahara had diversity. It wasn't just one group of people in the Green Sahara. It was different types of people. Even people that came back into Africa outside of Africa. There were different people all through this. Where do you think the goats and the sheep came from? And that trade off.
I don't think you know. Quiet? The cat. I know the cat ain't got your tongue.
No, I said what I said. I mean, there's no need for me to argue it. I said what I said.
What'd you say? They had contact, right? Because the only way they can have cultural continuity is have contact, bro. You ain't just not unless you think there's a ghost over there and made them had to. First of all, man, y'all disrespect the diversity on planet Earth. You disrespect the diversity within the African American community, and you sure as hell disrespect the continent of Africa. Right? Even calling those people Africans disrespectful. You could just ask them what their damn name is. Calling them black people is super disrespectful. Now you saying that they came under the yoke of colonialism. Yeah, y'all can read up on it. Most people that call themselves black came under the yoke of colonialism. That didn't happen to the Nile Valley.
That's not true. That's not true. And it doesn't matter how loud you say it, you still have not debunked the fact that I not only brought up those medical tablets, I also brought out that the Dinka used the word black. I brought up other tribes that you completely looked over to keep this asinine opinion that you have. That's the problem.
It may be asinine, but you're loud and wrong. You're loud.
How am I wrong if the Dinka is using that word? So are you saying the Dinka doesn't have a word for black? Hold on. Are you saying the Dinka doesn't have a word for black?
First of all, I don't speak in absolutes, but I can pretty much.
Did the Dinka have a word for black, sir?
And I don't know what you mean. Of course, they had a name for black. Everybody do. How's that a point?
Did they use it to describe themselves, sir?
Okay, but they didn't put a they didn't put a daggone.
Did they use it to describe themselves, sir?
And I don't know, but what they didn't do is they didn't.
So what you're doing is speaking on information that you don't know about and loud and wrongly.
I know you heard.
Because please, for the people in the back, please recognize that the brother just said that he did not look into this information. He does not know. So in the same breath of not knowing, you're going to tell me I'm wrong. In that same breath.
As long as you heard me, because you loud, I can't yell in my house at 3 o'clock in the morning. So what I do know is they did not
have a word for black doesn't prove that they use.
Did they use the word black and did they identify themselves with that word?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence for that.
So the word, hold on, let me get the word for you again, because I believe the word is stool. I believe the word is stool. So is that not a word?
Spell that.
That's a word. Yes, you agree. I agree.
Okay, what does that word mean, sir?
What does that word mean?
Yes.
So how they say it, that it roughly can mean black, but it does not necessarily mean black in our context.
Correct.
So you have to go.
That's not true.
Sure.
That's not true, and you're literally going.
Let's say the Dinka did confirm.
Okay, so no. Let's not say like that's what they use the word for. So now you're going to concede to the point that that's what they're using the word for to make what point exactly?
No, I'm just going to help you understand how using one group of people to make the assumption that all Africans are using it.
That's not what I'm saying either. Right? So that's not what I'm saying either. I never said that all Africans felt that way about the color black. I'm not saying that all Africans were doing this.
I know you're not
saying that. See, this is a part of the misconception and not comprehending that you guys are doing purposely.
No, that's not what anyone's doing. We're just trying to figure out what you're trying to get at.
So let me tell you what I'm trying to get at. The point of the conversation is if these people were using the skin tone of black to describe themselves. That's my point. And the point would be, the answer to that question would be yes. They absolutely use the terms to describe what they look like. Now, am I saying that they're using it as a political tool? No. I'm also not saying that that's the only way that they identified. I'm not saying that either. That's what y'all are putting onto my words. I'm saying exactly what I'm saying, that these people describe themselves as black and they didn't get it from Europeans. That's my point.
The Dinka did, because the Dinka before the 20th century only identified themselves as the Zang. They start calling themselves identifying as black during the Sudanic wars and all that shit in the 20th century.
Yeah, she hard
headed. That's not true again. That's not true again. So let's look up the history of the word.
Named DR, who have a channel called Push Royalty.
Yeah, but you know what I find it even more interesting that y'all would argue this hard against a word that y'all never heard before. I think that's more interesting. But go ahead.
We're arguing with your. We're arguing with the fact that you use it so haphazardly. That's the problem. Is that
But how can you argue how I'm using it if you never heard the word before? You've never heard the word before. You don't know the context. You don't know the history. You don't know anything about the word. You just know that you're against me in this argument and you're grunting with it. And that's intellectual. That's not intellectual integrity.
Let me help you with
literally
logic.
going against it.
If you walk into an argument and you ask a person, does the word black exist? And the person say, yeah, totally makes sense. And then you leap and go, well, I guess they call themselves black. That's
not what was done.
That's exactly what
so
you just
that
said.
is an over exaggeration of what actually happened. Right? So this is a part of your issue. You're making examples based on over exaggerations because I was very clear in what I said earlier. And the fact that you went right back into the BS of what I didn't say just shows that you're arguing just to argue.
No, you
That's
argue
what it
for
shows about you.
If you can just have some peace within yourself and not sort of overreact, you can and listen, you will find
Why do you feel like I'm overreacting? Because I'm talking to you sternly.
Because
this is my stern voice.
No, that's
you
not a
don't
stern
know
voice.
me
That's
enough
someone
to
who doesn't know what
you
they're
don't
talking
know
about.
me enough to know what my stern voice sounds like. You don't know me enough to know what my loud voice sounds like. You don't know me enough to know what I'm yelling sounds like. You don't know me enough. So now you're literally making assumptions based on my characteristics when you don't know me. Just like you're doing with the word soul. You're doing the same exact thing. And it's sad. That's not how stuff works. And I don't care how many times you say it.
I think I gave a good example earlier, and I think that you guys disagree with
why
it.
don't you just keep talking like that though? Is it like on purpose? Is it something you do? Is it a tactic?
Yeah.
What?
The shit is just outright nerving. You just keep talking like you can't hear nobody else. It's borderline disrespectful.
I know. I heard him, and I just asked. Can I?
You just keep going like she lost her mind or something. Like she dove in the river and came out.
Talking about you, Art.
Oh,
So this is what gaslighting looks like. You can be calm as hell on a panel having a conversation, but because they can't debunk your information, they're going to try to make you seem like some hysterical woman that doesn't know how to conduct themselves. And like that's not what this is. Right as of right now, you are not attacking the information, you're attacking me, and that's another corny move by you, brother. It's corny. So as long as you keep on trying to talk about me and how I am personally, like you know me, I'm going to overtalk you. Talk about the information, brother.
Yeah, share my screen, yo. A whole bunch of nut, just a nut.
And the decadence start
man,
using
share my screen, man. Come on, everyone, share my screen, man.
Yeah, they start using the word code for identity of black until recent times.
Share your screen though. You're not sharing your screen.
Yeah, wow. Here you go. This is a dictionary right here. Code. Black, blue, black, noun, male, name, that means black. To be black. All right? To be black. Become black. About to be dark. Becoming dirty. All right? It has become dark. All right? In my car, right? It says black color. Okay? Black bull. Black male animal. Black cat. What are you talking about? So I got the dictionary. And then you ran your fat lip and you overtalk everybody. Go get a daggone source and say what you're saying. Don't talk me to death, shorty. Now you knocked out.
You love how I said the word SUL and he looked up COL.
Get that.
It's a part of the issue. It's a part of the issue, right? Because I was talking about the Dinkas. But it's okay. It just goes to show that this information is information that you don't know about. That's basically what you're saying. That's basically what you're saying.
2005 draft of the Dinka English Dictionary. What are you talking about?
Look up the word soul. SUL, because that's the word that I've been talking about this whole time.
It ain't
SUL. That's the word I've been talking about this whole time. And yes, I did also use the word coal. And as you can see, coal has different definitions for it. Hold on. You showed your information. Now I'm rebutting your information. This is what you call a rebuttal or a counter argument.
You're not being genuine.
All right. I heard you 4 times. You're not being genuine. Just like right now, okay.
Orlando,
Just
your
like
mic
right now, I
muffled.
told you to look up the word "soul," and you came back at me with "coal" and pretending like those 2 words are the same.
No, sweetheart.
And that's a
This can't be real.
disingenuous
This
way
can't
to
be
go
real.
about this information.
This can't be real.
No, you told me COL.
No, I did. I said multiple words. I said "soul." The last time I was talking, when I was arguing with the other brother, I kept on saying "soul." But the first time when I was talking, I absolutely said "coal." This is why you don't understand, because you're talking with me.
It's SOL,
This is
right?
why you. No, it's not spelled SOL. It's not spelled that way. So no, I'm not going to tell you now, because at the end of the day, you won't let me finish what I'm talking about.
Yeah, anyway,
You too fast. Just say you don't know the information and let me give the information instead of trying to pretend like you already know and teach a class on something you don't know about. That's a part of your problem.
This nigga
The
crazy.
biggest problem that you have,
crazy ass
that
nigga
you
right
are not humble enough to just say, yo, I didn't know that word. You're not humble. That's a problem. You notice when y'all was getting into the comedics. I'm still speaking. You notice when y'all was getting into the comedic information, I was quiet because I don't know that history. So I'm usually quiet when I don't know the
you don't know the
history.
Inca history either.
But at the end, why are we talking over me again? Why are we doing that?
Because the Dinka start identifying
Why
themselves.
are we doing that? Why are we talking over me again? And then you're gonna misunderstand what I'm saying and then try to run with the narrative of what I said when y'all clearly don't be listening. Clearly.
You don't speak gibberish, and we're trying to help you. So if you can,
no, it's not gibberish. I'm speaking complete sentences. I'm speaking English. The problem is that 1, 2, and 3 doesn't know what the F I'm talking about. That's the problem. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about because you are not learned in this situation. You have already admitted that you don't know about what I'm talking about. Unc admitted it. You admitted it. So I'm very confused on why people who don't know what they're talking about has the most to say, besides the fact that you're a part of a peanut gallery. And I don't do peanut gallery, so I'm gonna let you have it.
No, it sounds like you do edibles. It sounds like you do gummies.
Hey, Gullah. Didn't I say?
Okay, Lysis gone. Let's really talk about it, right? Let's really talk about how, at the end of the day, you have no information. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the fact that we spent the last 2 hours having a conversation about how these people weren't identifying as Black, but then you keep on finding people identifying as Black. When are you going to update your information? That's a part of the problem, right? The fact that you cannot update your information. And even when I'm quiet and letting you be dumb and letting you say the things that you're saying, you still got my name in your mouth. But you still don't got a way to debunk what I'm talking about.
We can't debunk nonsense.
Still
waiting. We can't debate nonsense.
Waiting. You could be nonsense all you want. Bring up the sources. Bring the sources out. Bring the sources out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring them out. Bring out the sources, because anything less than that is corny. So you got corny A, B, and C, Tweedle D and Tweedle Dumb, in the background trying to act like they know something, and in all reality, they following behind the corny dude. And you can't be Tweedle D and Tweedle Dumb and be corny all at the same time. Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle. What are we doing here?
You can do it. Just go. You have a new word other than
pick
corny?
A struggle.
You can do it. Come
pick
on.
A struggle.
Give me a better insult.
Pick a struggle, sir. Please. Either you talking about the information or you're not talking at all. This is just a tantrum of a grown man, and I need you to put your big boy's drawers on and find the information that you're talking about. I don't have time for grown men and their tantrums. I don't have time for that.
Is outside. It don't mean Black.
This is so crazy, yo. This is so crazy.
Show me where it doesn't.
You know what, Gullah? Okay, I can't. Hey, Gullah, do you realize when the lady first talked about it, I say, no, I'm not familiar with it. So at no point that I tried to teach her anything. What I did was I found the Dinka dictionary because I know how to get to it, because I'm going to go get that nigga. And I got a Dinka dictionary. And you know what this woman said? I'm not going to tell you now. After we got the dick, we could all learn together.
Oh, is that why I said that? Or did I say that because as I was talking, trying to tell you, you were talking over me? You see what I'm talking about? You got dementia. You don't remember the things that be happening while it's happening in real time. And if you would have shut your mouth while I was talking, I would have gave you the information that you needed. But the problem is you don't shut up long enough. That's the problem.
Now, give it to me now.
That's the problem. That's the problem. So again, go find the information and prove me wrong. Because when I tried to teach you, you ain't want to learn. Prove me wrong. I mean, I did it 2 hours ago. You still ain't do nothing about it. I'm going to do it again and do it again and do it again. Finish it.
Hey, I'm gonna call my Decorum homeboy. We're gonna have him on the channel. Yo.
All right, bet. Let's get
Bring him in here. Bring him in here.
Y'all know Beyond Chris Roy. He had a channel. He do a lot of he interviewed me.
Yep. I seen it. If we're gonna get out the game, you knocked out again. Matter of fact, we're gonna stomp you out now. All right, you
could barely lift up your orthopedic shoes to do anything. So how you gonna do any of those things that you're talking about? You got bad knees, my dude. You gonna talk about stomping me out? Debunk my information.
I got bad knees.
You got bad knees and a bad back and a bald head, and you want to talk about stomping somebody out. You got other things to worry about than worry about what I'm talking about. So again, stop trying to attack my character because I can go back and forth with that. I'm from the hood, my dude. I can do it.
You can actually tell me.
Like, what are we saying? Like, what we gonna do? Your mama jokes next? Like, what's happening? Let me know where we going with this.
No, I would not. I would not get on your mother about that. That's when I don't give a f about you.
Whatever, my guy. You were just talking about somebody mama earlier. So listen, I don't put nothing past nobody to do nothing. All I want you to do is keep to the conversation.
I got you. Nah, I got some jokes to get back because you do got some big feet. You weigh about a 10.5, and you got the blubber underneath your arm.
Stomping with the big dogs. Stomping with the big dogs.
You got big. Matter of fact, you got pig feet.
Stomping with the I got big metaphorical feet. You right? I got big metaphorical feet. Absolutely. Absolutely. Can we get back to the conversation, or we want to talk, or do we want to talk about your orthopedic sketchers? Do you want to get back to the conversation, or do we need to talk about your receding hairline and your orthopedic sketchers?
I ain't got no hair. That's big.
Like, what are we doing? We're not going to act like you didn't run away before you cut it off. We're not going to do that.
One thing I don't like is a woman with big feet.
We're not going to act like that hairline didn't run away before you cut it off. That's what we're not going to do. That's it,
right? So what was the problem, man?
I just want y'all to know whatever I'm doing, you doing it right next to me. Just know that.
You got the Louisiana.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick, y'all.
You got big arms. You need to lift some weights. You got big arms. Big arms, big feet.
Hold on. What was the problem?
When are you going to debunk my information?
That's what I'm trying to ask about right now.
Now that we know that my feet is bigger than yours, that my arms is bigger than yours, that shit, you want to throw in my dick is bigger than yours? All right, great. Now, what about the information, sir?
You got a sew on? You got a sew on?
Well, what are we doing about the information, sir?
So, what was wrong with the word?
What are we doing about the information, sir?
You started the jokes about the D's.
No, I didn't. No, No, I didn't. You don't call me a hood rat tonight. It's up and it's stuck every time I talk to you. I don't know what you thought this was. You keep on calling me Pseudo Issa and all this other stuff. So you're going to be a corny old dude. You're going to be corny. You're going to be orthopedic shoes. You're going to be all of those things. As long as you're calling me names, I'm going to do it back. But you know what the difference between me and you is? I'm not going to cry about it. I'm not going to cry about it. I'm just going to call you a name back. You want to sit here and be a victim of it.
I'm a victim.
And I'm not going to allow you to be a victim, sir.
You're a hood. I know.
I'm not going to allow you to be a victim.
You're a hood rat.
I'm not going to allow you to be a victim, sir. I'm not. A little bit and then start scamming.
I'm
not. That's okay. I'll be all of those things. I will be all of those things. Debunk what I said though.
You don't even know you've been debunked.
Exactly.
Right. Tell you what you don't. Tell you what you don't got. You don't got this dinka dictionary. Is what you don't got. That's what you don't got. All right. It ain't hiding.
Yeah, my dude, 5 minutes ago, you ain't have it either. You ain't even have it enough to read it and go through it and find out that the Dinkas was using that term before the Europeans. You didn't even know it. So what's the point of having a book if you ain't reading it?
They didn't start identifying themselves as that into the 20th century, yo.
What's
You gotta
the
understand their
point?
history. You don't know their history.
Yeah, we got all the words
I
for
don't know the history of what.
You don't understand you don't understand the chronology of the history.
So you telling me about a word that you just heard from me 5 minutes ago?
I didn't just hear that 5 minutes ago. I've been studying the Dinka. You assume that. You assume that. You're not. You ain't got nothing special. You assume that.
You're right, sir.
I got friends. I got homeboys. I got homeboys.
You know what else?
I got homeboys as Dinkas. I knew about Dinkas before I even knew who you is.
You got it. You got it. So a word that you didn't know 5 minutes ago, now you know, and now you got boys that understand the word. I get it.
I did know it. I did know it. I knew the word before. I knew the. Yes, I did. I knew the word before. I knew the word before your edibles kicked in. I knew the word before your edibles kicked in. Yes, I did.
Now you're being disingenuous.
I did.
Because
I'm not being disingenuous. I do this. I study this. You don't know what. You don't know what my. You don't know what my. You don't know what my. You don't know what my research background is.
But you didn't.
I've been studying this.
But you didn't. You didn't know that Unc was wrong 2 hours ago. That's how I know you didn't know the word.
You wrong.
So
you don't know what she's talking about.
I don't know why
they haven't started calling themselves into the 20th, into the 26th.
I'm no longer talking to y'all.
Ain't no captain. I'm a captain too. You don't know who I am.
No. You're that nigga in the box next to me. I'm talking to y'all captain. I'm talking to y'all captain.
I don't got no captain. I am a captain. I don't got no captain.
Okay, sir.
You captain. You captain.
Okay, sir. You okay? You got it. Does that make you feel better?
No, do your edibles make you feel better?
Oh, okay.
Talking so long-winded.
Yeah, and I just want you to know every second I was talking, you was talking too. So you long-winded too. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Catch your breath, shorty. Your feet gonna swell up. Take your time.
Sir, now you know you diabetic. I don't even know why you talking about feet swelling up. You need to cut it the hell out. You need to cut it the hell out. You need to cut it out. It is past your bedtime, sir. Ain't mash on? Ain't mash on?
Huh?
In the heat of the night, nothing is on for you right now?
So that's a little bit. That's past my.
The fuck out of here.
I was.
That's right up your alley, sir.
Not really.
That's right up your alley, sir.
I ain't that old, shorty. Get out of here, yo. Same age as you, yo. You look to be. You ain't a spring chick yourself.
Now you want to age me? Now you want to age me because you old as shit. Get out of my face with this.
But you definitely.
It's all right. You seasoned. It's okay. It's okay to be a seasoned.
You know it's
okay. You in the fall season. It's fine.
I might be in the fall, but goddamn, you right behind me. See?
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm the age of your daughter.
Look it.
Younger.
Age of my
okay, so we're not going to play those games.
The age of your mother? Probably the age of your mother,
I'm the age of your daughter.
And I'm the age of your mother. And I'm the age of your mother. So if I'm old, your mother.
Am I age of a mother? Yes, I am the age to be a mother. Yes, I am the age to be a mother.
I'm the age of your mother, like you said, my daughter. Since we bringing in family members.
I don't understand why whenever we're talking, it has to go down to all of these ad hominems. Like, brother, just look at the information. Like, when is that going to happen?
Now it's an ad hominem?
Can we tighten up?
Can we tighten up? This woman said she the age of my daughter. She ain't the age of my damn daughter. I ain't got no daughters 40 years old, 50 years old. She tripping. The hell wrong with her? Got no 50-year-old daughter.
I'm neither one of those ages.
Neither
one of those ages.
Okay, but I know you ain't.
So why are we like? Why are we perpetuating that?
My daughters is 25
years old. Perpetuating that?
Because you ain't a spring chicken.
Your daughter is.
They is. What you talking about? Well, you don't know what you talking about.
I said I'm the age to be your daughter. I'm the age to be your daughter. Why we acting like, okay, I'm not gonna put your business out there, but we gonna act like we know your daughter, sir. Like, cut it out.
You don't know my daughter.
His daughter.
Right.
How did we get here?
I don't
How did we
know.
get here?
I said he was trying to age me, so I said I'm young enough to be his daughter. And then he said I'm too old to be a daughter. I said, nigga, I know her. Like, what are you talking about? She's older than me. Like, what are we talking about?
Y'all cap, y'all don't know my
So
daughter.
yeah, were you trying to age me at your big age, trying to make it seem like me and him is at the same age level? We're not. He's old.
None of this stuff
We're
matters.
not about to play
I'm
that game.
confused why we're talking about a bunch of
Hold on,
stuff.
A1,
that does
A1.
not
I want to
matter.
dispel the myth.
I've been letting y'all go for a minute, actually, and
Yes, you
A1, I
have.
just want to dispel the myth.
quite
Sister Issa, I get you. Sister Issa, you do not know my daughter. None of y'all niggas know my daughter.
Okay, sir.
The lady,
Okay, sir.
that's my daughter. That's not my daughter. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir.
It's not my daughter. You're not old enough to be my daughter. You too old to be my daughter. Shorty, whatever age you is, you not young as my daughters. Okay? Knock
Okay,
it up.
sir.
On my
Okay,
daughter.
sir.
All right, ask the
Okay,
lady.
sir.
No, me. She just, you know how many people online say they my daughter or they my son. People
One.
just say anything.
One.
I mean, they love me. Everybody
Just
love
the one.
me. Don't hate me.
Just the one.
Daughter.
I've only heard one person say that.
Okay, but that's not my daughter. I'm trying. I already.
We heard one. So like, why are we pretending like it's a whole bunch of like it's a conspiracy out against But like I said, I don't want to get personal with you. And you know what? I want. Hold on. If you slow down, slow the walker down for a second.
I'm not mad though, yo.
I would absolutely apologize for bringing your daughter into the conversation because I was a low blow.
It wasn't that low because I kind of knew where you was coming from.
Take it or leave it. I'm not gonna keep on arguing about that.
No, I'm saying I ain't mad. I just said I'm about as old as your mother. Shoot, we was cool with that.
So if you're as old as my mother, you're old enough to be my father. That was the whole point of my Jesus Christ.
No, you said my daughter. This was on my daughter.
This is what I be saying. Like the comprehension just don't be comprehended.
My daughter. You said my daughter. And they have particular ages. That's why I said that.
I said you were old enough to be my father. I said I'm old enough to be a daughter of yours. So if you are the same age of my mother, wouldn't you be old enough to be a father?
Like what? Still on the daughter thing 4-5 minutes later?
Yeah, we off of it.
Y'all
I tried to apologize.
We off of it. I ain't mad at you though, Issa. You do
for a
got
second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
JJ got that line looking exhausted.
Y'all funny. What are we talking about? If we about to continue what we've been doing, I'm gonna just end this stream because
we got that dictionary though. We got that Dinka dictionary though. We got all the words they use for black though. We got all that though. We definitely got that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, there you go.
You should probably read it.
Yeah, we ain't but look, come on.
Yeah, it's cool. We're gonna have a real good brother on the channel. We'll find out, bro. My homeboy.
Make sure I'm here. I would love to know what day that is because I noticed with the pseudo killers, they like to have conversations with your information without you being there. They love that type of stuff.
It was an open panel.
It's an open panel, yo.
So I don't follow y'all around to know when y'all gonna do a panel that is going to be specifically about me. Because the last time I went to your panel, I literally gave you information, you stole my information, then muted me. So yeah, I have an issue with going to your panel. I don't like it over there. You don't give people equal opportunity to speak. So I stay out of there. So instead, if you would like to do something that has to do with my information, yes, you can critique me all the live long day. But don't pretend like we're having conversations. Don't pretend like you're in a debate or we're exchanging information. Because when I get into that mode with Ankh, this is what I get. I get your feet is big, your arms is big. This is all stuff he said the last time I spoke to him, right? This is not new. This isn't new. Every time I talk to this brother, I give him a tidbit of information and I leave out of here with nothing. Nothing. So at the end of the day, I wish I could be like these other two brothers that could follow their captain and hear all of this great information that he's giving out. I have yet to see it.
No, got no captain,
right?
yo.
So all I want to say is when you're going to talk about my information and you actually want to understand what I'm saying, it would be best to talk to me.
All right, Issa, we can change the course of the big feet and the big arms. We can change that. We can and the lower body. We can change all that. We can just move forward. Let's just move forward. I just want to move forward at this point.
So I don't care what you want to be because you can see my shoulders and my head in a box on an app. You think I give a damn what you feel about me? Like, boy, do you know how fine I am in real life? I don't got time for that.
You fine in real life. So
in
you said
real life. In real life. And I hope every one of you on this panel feel like y'all fine too. Because what you're not about to do is try to get my self-esteem low because of what you're talking about. Yes, when you look in the mirror, I hope every last one of y'all feel beautiful or handsome or whatever it is you want to call it.
Are you crying now?
As you should.
Sound like you crying. Got you crying? I thought I was the one crying.
Oh, now we're gonna lie about this. Like this brother, you gotta do better.
I'm body shaming now, ain't I? But I'm the one with the bad back and the bad knees and all that. You said that first. I just respond to you. I'm having fun like you having fun. You do got a big head though, yo.
You did not just respond to me, brother. We was in a back and forth.
We done.
That's what happened. We were in a back and forth. Like this is why people are saying you're trying to turn yourself into a victim.
It's just learning over with for the rest of the night.
Oh, let me call you A1.
Wait, I don't. Are we done learning for the rest of the night? That's what's going on.
So this is the point that Uncle is running from.
That's what's going on. We
we are.
No, this is the information that Uncle is running from.
We're not about to do this.
All right, we all
move to something else.
All right, we all we all.
I just wanted to tell him the information that we're running from.
All right, what I'm running from. Let's go.
I agree with that. But at the end of the day, I absolutely came out of my box and I said, and he even read some of the information that was talking about all the ways that the word COL meant, different ways to describe the color black, even down to people. So, and this language is not touched by the Indo-European language. It isn't touched by that.
Yes,
it has etymological roots before the colonization of Africa. So, in order for them to prove whatever point that they're trying to prove, they would have to prove that the word why are you talking over me? This is how we keep on arguing.
Because you're pretty lying, yo. They ain't start identifying themselves there to the 20th century.
Did I say that they identified
the word existed? Did I even? The word existed, but they didn't use it as an identity for themselves as black until the 20th century.
Hold on, brother. Did I even use the word identify when I was talking just now?
Here she go with the pseudo judo.
Did I use that word?
That's what you were
No,
referring
if I
to.
didn't even
That's what you
use
was.
that
That's what you
word,
was.
why is that
That's
your
what you was.
point to cut
But
me
that's what
off
you.
to
That's what
talk
you were
about something
referring
that I'm
to,
not
though.
talking about? That's not what I'm talking about. 3 different times. I never even used the word identify. I never said that they were identifying as Black. What I said was they were using the word to describe themselves. I've been
Agitated,
saying
right?
the same exact thing over and over again.
Agitated, right?
Describing yourself as Black is not the same as identifying as Black. I would need to know and go inside the Dinka tribe and actually have these conversations to see how they identify. For me to have that conversation, I'm just talking about descriptors that I've been talking about all night. Y'all keep on making it into an identification issue and a value issue because y'all want to make it about race. Y'all are the racists on the panel. Jeez.
Nah, you the racist because the wife's not. They could call themselves the Jang, yo.
Yeah. Yeah, you the only racist on here, shorty. We don't even you so incoherent, don't nobody even understand you, yo. I'm sitting here with a daggone dictionary. You don't even got to see the SOL in it. You tripping. They got a lot of different ways they spell it, and it ain't what you saying. Yo, you may have been the one that made the mistake, yo. You have to relax
You
yourself.
just read it.
No, I
You just
didn't.
read it. You read 4 different. You read the entire. Go bring it back up.
I didn't read
Bring
no
it back
Black.
up.
I didn't read the word you were saying.
Read it back up. Bring it back up.
I'm gonna bring it back up. Hold on. Bring it up. The name of the word. Where is that? Yeah, it's different. Black, specific colors. Black, man. You want to put the word. What word you want to put in the dictionary? Let me put it up here on the screen. You help us find it. You help us out. Maybe we can work together tonight and end in harmony. Maybe we can
You know
end
what? Look up Ra'an Cole. Look up RAAN space COL. Let's see what it says.
Hold on. Damn. What is it?
RAAN space COL. So what does that mean?
Rancol. Damn. RAANCCOL. That's not even in here. Huh? What you said? What?
Okay. Let me just do it. So the word Ron Cole, RAN Cole, to describe a single individual with dark skin, a speaker would say Ra'an Cole, literally meaning black or person black. To describe a collective group or black race as a whole, the phrase Doorcol, the black community. So they already had these words.
Yeah,
You just said. You just said.
Is
You
an
just. You just said.
etymological root, and
You just
Ra'an is
said it.
also an automatic.
That thing you just said says my identity. You
Yeah.
said you weren't talking about identity, and that whatever you said is talking about identity, and they haven't started doing that
Right, because when I did,
into the 20th century. That's a
Yeah.
20th century endeavor.
Yeah. Good job, Shorty. You just knocked yourself out. You just ran into a brick wall. Good job, yo. Great
so
job.
at the same time, did you not notice that I literally gave him an extra word to change what the word was? Because the original word black, COL, was the word that he's supposed to be looking up. And then I added a word, RAAN Cole, right? To even further push the point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't get what you just said, though? You don't understand what you just said? Like, how
Yeah,
you
the
don't?
RAN it's just a prefix.
Yeah. You don't know that? You playing around. You
Does
playing these.
prefixes change the word?
Don't it? Don't it
Or when
always?
you add a prefix to a word, does the word stay the same?
It can give a world to the
See,
direction.
you know
And
what
hold
this,
on,
y'all
hold
see
on,
this thing where y'all
and
agree
then
with me in a
hold on.
very
But you said
aggressive way. So it
you
sounds like
said
you're not agreeing, but really you're agreeing.
no. But you said you wasn't talking about identity. That statement you said was talking about identity, and they wasn't using that way of form of that identification into the 20th century.
You mean to tell me you don't know the word ram
So
mean person, yo?
again, what I said
The word
was
ram mean
I
person,
started
yo.
with the word cold. I started with the roll call. Can I use your tea?
Cold, yo.
Yeah, cold just mean black anything. It's the color.
Right,
Black cow,
right,
black whatever.
right. I just read
But
all
they
that.
had prefixes. They had certain prefixes of the word to direct it. But that usage that you talking about, that happened until the 20th century. So they started getting involved with political stuff like wars in Sudan, the British, and all that shit. Arabs, all that. The Dinka went through all of that. The Dinka ain't in a damn vacuum.
I didn't say that they were. I was talking about the etymological rule of describing things as cold. Then I went an even step further to give you
But
a
you got to
way
put
where
the
they were
history in
describing
chronology,
themselves
though.
as black.
You can't
So yes,
you just
I
can't.
gave you two different. Hey girl, I gave you two different kind of chronological orders of that
Yes,
word. Yes,
but you're
I
not
will
giving the
agree.
linguistic. You're not giving the linguistic history, though. You're not putting it in chronology. You're just throwing out definitions.
Yeah, Ryan do mean person. Now what? So what
Yep.
you think it mean? You just told us what it meant. What it mean?
Yeah.
He said it mean black person, but you the whole time you claim you never was talking about no race of people. What the hell is a black person?
Right,
See that?
right, because saying somebody is a black person is not necessarily talking about their race
All right,
or
no
their
problem.
ethnicity, because nationality and your skin color are two different things. But because y'all
that
cannot seem to
statement,
make
that
this is
source,
I cannot keep on
the source
describing
you
what
read
I'm
said that
saying to
though.
you. I cannot keep on
But the source you
describing
read,
what I'm
but the source you
actually
said
saying
it.
if
This
at
the
the
source
same
you
time
said
I'm
it was in that
talking,
way,
you
yo.
both want to be talking. Like this is not gonna work. So if A1 would like to keep, decorum on the panel, right? We gotta let each other finish our sentences, especially if you're gonna ask me follow-up questions that lead into my actual answer that I'm giving you for the
This
first
is
question.
crazy, yo. But your source said it was using it in that form.
Yeah,
The
don't read.
source said that you used said it, identity and people as a group. You know what I'm saying? So they're like black people. But that's like a recent endeavor into those people culture, identifying themselves like that because they're in the world politics now too. You got
Right.
you got a
But does
South,
that
you got a
then
South Sudan, you got a South Sudanian government and everything. You know what I'm saying? So they in the world view. So they're gonna call themselves that in more recent 20th century time.
But
in the ancient time, they were the Jang and nothing else.
But is
you're
that a
talking
problem?
about the nation or the tribe name, and I'm talking about descriptors. And then I actually took it a
But
step
your
further
source,
to, oh my
was not
goodness, I
talking about
just
that.
let you
You're talking
finish.
about that.
And at the
You're
end of
talking
the
about
day,
that,
like
but your
you're being
source.
rude on purpose. So when I go
No,
back to being
you're
belligerent,
being
I don't want to hear
disingenuous.
nothing from neither one of y'all niggas. I really
But your
don't. I don't want to
source.
hear nothing from you. I don't want to hear nothing from old man Willie in the box over there. And I damn sure don't want to hear nothing from A1 because I'm trying to be civil in this conversation. And at the end of the day, we're still cutting me off as soon as I start talking because
Not
y'all
me.
have an issue with black
Not
and
me.
I don't.
You keep saying the same stuff. Your source didn't say what you were saying.
Obviously, you keep asking me the same question.
You're
Do you
saying
recognize that you're asking me
you're
the
not
same
even.
question over and over and
No,
over again
I ain't
and
asked
then
you. I didn't
also
ask you
not
a
letting me
question.
to explain?
I didn't
Are
ask
you
you a
also
question. I'm
recognizing
stating that
that?
your
You
source
did
didn't say
ask me a
nothing you're
question. You
saying.
just cut me
That's
off
your
to ask me
statement.
too. What are you talking about? You're not even coherent. And are you drunk?
No,
Are
are
you not
you
even
drunk?
coherent enough to
Or
know
you
that you've been
drunk?
asking me questions in the
Or you
middle of what I was
drunk?
saying?
I wasn't asking you a
Like,
question.
are
I
you
said
dumb?
that
Like,
wasn't
I'm
a.
so
Are you drunk?
confused.
That's
I
not
am
a
so
question.
confused.
Was that a
I am
question?
so confused.
Was that a question when I say her source
So you was just
doesn't
so
say?
so you wasn't asking me a question. So either way, if you
No.
wasn't asking me a question, you do really recognize that you were cutting me off.
Yeah, but your source ain't say what you're saying though.
Oh, okay. So you was being
You
rude.
don't
Either
even
way,
agree.
whether you were
You're not even
saying
agreeing with the source you
whether you was
stated.
asking a question, the whole entire point was stop cutting me off while I'm talking. That's my point.
All right, go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
So basically, all I'm saying is it is a descriptor. That's it. And the fact that y'all keep on throwing it into this bucket of, oh yeah, when it happens in the 20th century, when white people come around, but the word itself has etymological roots to before colonization, and they were using it to describe things. Just because they wasn't saying that we are black people doesn't mean they wasn't saying, yeah, my skin is black. Those are two different conversations to be had. And y'all are stuck on the black people, black community, black race conversation. And I'm beyond that.
But
That's all I'm saying.
But the social use didn't say it like that.
One point. Let me
source did I use?
Come on, man. Hold on 1 sec. So, sis, I'm sitting here and I'm agreeing with you that is a descriptor, right? So I agree. So I'm not even saying you're wrong with the descriptor, right? But who in the hell on planet Earth don't know that the Dinkas don't possess dark skin? That's okay, right? And I agree, it's not racialized, right? So then, how does that help your argument, though? Because what we saying is,
you've already agreed to my argument. My entirety of the argument was that it was a descriptor.
You cut me off.
Rewind the tape.
Let me finish. But I'm trying to show you, right? That's not an oddity. What we say was they didn't call themselves black people, meaning like we do when we say black people. That's the argument. How do you change that? That is the argument. You wouldn't argue with me if you didn't actually think that they was meaning the same thing we meant, because at that point you can't put it together. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's the argument that you're making for me. My entire argument, the entire time I've been up here, is that these people are using their eyes to create descriptions for what they see. And when they saw the color black, they absolutely said, hey, that person over there has black skin. That person over there has brown skin. And let's write it down. Black skin, brown skin. That's all I'm saying. All of this politics that you're putting onto what I'm saying, that's coming from you.
No, but everybody knows
I'm not saying that. And the fact that you're going to keep on arguing with me about what I'm saying instead of actually listening to what I'm saying, we could have not been arguing about this an hour ago, because you already said you agree. You agree.
Yeah. Actually, no, I don't agree with
Argument
you.
over.
I don't agree with you.
No, I just looked it up. Ron code, even before, after the 20th century, it actually just mean like foreigner, people that ain't know. That's what the blackness actually meant. I'm looking at it now, like in context. And then two, it say the word wasn't used until the century of the Arabs in colonialism. So the word is a 20th century use. You gotta follow the history of the word. You're just making up, saying the etymology, this and that. Yeah, they had a word for cold and all that, but the word they use and how you saying it had that definition that you read off as saying it happened in the 20th century.
Man.
So, yes, the Dinka people absolutely use coal to describe people long before the European or Arab colonialism. Its usage predates colonial contact by thousands of years. Its history is entirely native, organic, and tied directly to the Nile Valley's ancient pastoral lifestyle. The foundational ways coal was used to describe people, and mind you, I'm at work. This is not even my information, right? Was used to describe people in the pre-colonial era, show a deeply rooted cultural tradition. Right? And the word that you were talking about, the ancient migratory label Jerkol, from 1000 to 15,000 CE, the most concrete historical proof of pre-colonial usage is found in it was found in the migration history of the Luo people. Between the 10th and 15th century, the Luo people migrated through I'm gonna butcher all of these words. I'm sorry, y'all. Through the region of South Sudan, where they interacted with the Dinka. Because those people were travelers passing through, the Dinka labeled them as Jurkol. In pre-colonial Dinka, Jur meant a stranger or foreigner, and Kol meant black. The phrase meant the black strangers.
Where you get the information from? Because the information I'm saying Cole, like rotten coal itself means either like red foreigner or black foreigner, but it just means foreigner outsiders. Period. That's not something they call it themselves.
Yeah, it said
Right,
black.
but I said Jurchol, Jurchol. It changes because black is a descriptor. So they will talk about their own skin, and they saw some other people and was like, "Damn, look at those black people over there. I don't know them. Those are strangers." It's not that hard.
How does that distinguish if they all black? Then the black skin color. How does that distinguish anybody at that
It
point?
doesn't. It's a descriptor of strangers because we are going to make a distinction between light brown strangers and dark brown strangers and black strangers and yellow strangers because people look different.
So they separating themselves from the people that's dark.
That's what you're saying.
You said that. Wow.
That's what you're saying. What I'm saying is that they use the term the black strangers to identify those people that were strangers. Now, whatever it is you want to add to that sentence, just know that's you adding it. I'm being very clear in what I'm saying.
No, but I think my overall argument is, why would an African American, right, fight to say that human beings who see in color, seeing people that was darker, we all know that. Nobody has never not said that. Nobody never said that. So I'm trying to feel why argue against me when nobody says that. We all know they see in color. We all know they see color.
Hold on.
Color. So why are you using it? What's your point of using it? That we
this
already
is
know
the thing. This is why I keep on calling you a victim. I never argued against you. You made a panel about me and my information. I never was out here like, damn, I hate what Unc just said right now. Let me go do a live and talk about all the things that he said wrong in the live. You did that. So you started the argument between us two. So because when you did that, you invited me to come and speak to you about the things that you said.
Yeah, she don't know.
You invited me.
Wikipedia. It say Jurchol means non-Dinka or foreigner. Period. They ain't talking about themselves at all.
Obviously, they're not talking about themselves if they're talking about strangers.
Even the Jang in their language means people.
So,
brother,
to Unc's point, and again, I think we had this discussion before, man. The book that I gave you, that I referenced, Personal Divinity and Nature, he talks about why, you said why a group of people who are all black would call themselves black. It's about them connecting and seeing a oneness with the universe. Their creator was black. They viewed the creator as being black, no other color. So they want to identify as being black. So it's not just a cultural thing. It was a spiritual thing. And Foucault talks about this in his book as well. The identifying and being recognized, being one with the creator. This is all throughout Africa. So if you see the creator as black, why wouldn't you want to be like the creator? So they want to identify and be the same as the creator. This is just something that they talk about in African philosophy. So that's why they would want to call themselves and see themselves as being black, even though you're around a group of people who are all black. Some of them might be light-skinned. They still call themselves black. We know light-skinned people today still call themselves black, even though they're not.
But why you generalizing Africa? I'm pretty sure all the Africans had that concept of divinity, God, or some black God. That wasn't just something that's all over Africa. Africa don't have this one. Africa don't have this one type of philosophy. You got various different philosophies.
As I pointed out before, as I referenced before, in Personal Divinity and Nature, which in ways Kumi, Dr. Kamalu, he points out that there's a unity in the culture of all of Africa. There's a unifying concept in all of Africa, in all of what they call today Black Africa.
I don't agree with it. I think whatever concept it is, it's probably streaming from a particular culture, and that culture has diffusion amongst other cultures. That's what's going on, because you have multi-cultures in Africa. It ain't just this one big kumbaya thing, and they join together like they join together, plugging in their hair follicles like they avatars.
Nobody's saying that there's not a multi-culture. Not saying that. We know there's different cultures, different cultural systems and practices, but there's still one underlying theme throughout Southern Africa that you can see.
I disagree. You got different things.
But
you got different themes. You might have a same theme amongst, like, you got Nilo-Saharan groups that have a theme. You have Afro-Asiatic groups that have a theme. Niger-Gaddafian or Niger-Congo group that have their thing. Khoisan that have their thing. But then you have overlapping cultural things that happen with particular groups, and those mega groups might overlap with certain particular groups, and those themes get overlapped.
Hercules.
What? Man, it's going on 5 o'clock. God damn. What's up, man? I'm about to go there.
Why would we're in the middle of an argument about Egypt, right? And the argument is, one, that these are black people and they call themselves black people. You don't see that confusion there? And then once you get them, then they switch it up and say, no, we were just saying they had dark skin. Well, the sources already say they range in skin color from dark to light. So you don't got to tell us that. We already know humans can see in color, so we know we can, if they can see in color, then they can identify color. So we already know they can identify color. The argument is that y'all keep saying that they call themselves black people like we call ourselves black people. Then after you get beat on that, then you run to, well, I don't mean black people like that. Then why you keep saying it? Then people do a whole presentation on the connection of the black people. But we ain't talking about what you talking. We ain't talking about race. We're just saying the color black. Well, goddamn, the whole planet, the temperate zones. The majority of the planet are people of color because of the temperate zones. So you see how it makes no damn sense to tell a bunch of black people that everybody is connected through the black. So you basically saying based off the UVA rays to give people the protection from the sun. Is that what you're trying to say? It makes no sense.
No.
It's incoherent.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say. So stop paraphrasing me. At all. And then on top of that, you keep on using our argument that you're having with that brother and then using my words as if I'm saying what he's saying. I wasn't in that conversation between you and him and the Kemetic people and how they identify. Wasn't in that conversation. I was very quiet because I don't know the history of that. So when you're talking about me, talk about what I said. So when I was saying, and the things that I connected the North Africans with the rest of Africa is using haplogroups. I stay out of the culture because you can't deny the fact that they share genetic, they share genetic genomes. So there's that.
What? Yeah, at this point, I gotta say you just do it on purpose, yo.
Yo,
so
before I go,
I'm gonna play your own words. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, yo. I'm gonna play your own words. Here you go, sis. You play your own words. That way we can see what the hell you was talking about, and we don't gotta argue no more, yo.
I think I gave it a pretty good. Now I think the question becomes as well as like, then how come you using a what is it, the word prefix for the same word as black meaning land, and you using the Kemetic too to mean people, but it don't mean black people as in color. And then I gave examples in African languages that they call the land black, and the same prefix, the suffix in the word is also meaning black when they refer to the people. It's just a common thing of what they did.
Because
that's all. It's just what they did.
Because they're the people of the fertile land. They're the people of the black land.
Okay, so
like,
how does it matter?
They don't mean that they talking about their skin color. You going into identity or something like that. That ain't that, yo.
Yeah, man.
They're the people of that land.
Yeah, I mean, all right, okay.
You calling the land? That's the delta, like that area that you talk about. That's like the fertile area. Why you think Osiris was green and black? There's fertility.
It had nothing to do with the people.
It do. It's
To do with
symbolic. It's symbolic, yo. It's symbolic to the land. It's like when they talk about the black cow, because the black cows, what are cows attracted to?
And if you know the cows,
hold on. In pastoralism, the cows are attracted to the fertile lands. That's why they call it, even call it the black bull, the black ram, and all that, because them animals in that land, in that fertile land.
And they refer to themselves with the same color.
No, they did not. They're the people. They're the people that just live there, yo. If you're the people there,
yeah, I'm gonna listen.
You're gonna call yourself the people of the black land. What about the people of the red land? They were still part of the country.
Don't listen to me. Hey, watch my screen, yo. We're gonna get this out the way right now, yo.
They say that they black, so but I'm gonna listen to y'all.
Hey, watch share the screen, bro.
So the people in the desert had red skin?
Yeah, they sure did. Listen to him. Yeah. People of the desert, yeah, people, the red skin people. So they was the white people, the reds people. All right, no problem. A1, where you at? Where you at, A1? A1. Calling A1.
Shit, we all about to go to sleep. It's late.
A1.
He probably knocked out.
He can't be knocked out. Can't be. We're going to play Issa own words and see what she's saying. See if it makes sense.
You keep misinterpreting her words, yo.
I'm not more.
All the time, yeah.
Every day, every single day I do it. It's painful, ain't it? I do it all the time, yo. All the time. Come on, A1.
I'm about to, I'll holler at y'all, man.
Yeah, holler at us. Play her daggone words. See what she's saying. Man, let's see. I can't believe anyone just falls out.
I'm up. What's up? What happened? What I missed?
Share the screen, bro.
Okay.
We're gonna play. We're gonna see what she's saying. That way we ain't gotta keep playing this game, yo. Here we go.
Who is that?
Go. That's Issa.
That's Issa? Okay, Issa.
That's Issa.
Looking good.
There you go.
Peace, everybody. Thank y'all for coming to the Bob Scar Presents Blackology, one of many, hopefully. I appreciate all of y'all from coming through. And we wanted to do this panel for us to give clarity to how we're using the term Black, because I think that there's a big misconception on what we're talking about when we're saying Black and Black people, and how we're also, connecting these Black people to people outside of Africa. The term Black people, and how we're talking about when we're saying Black and Black people, and how we're also, connecting these Black people to people outside of Africa. Connecting these Black people to people outside of Africa. The term Black, how we relate it to our studies, we are trying to get people to understand that dark skin pigmentation was humanity's ancestral condition. Before environmental adaptation, over thousands of years produced the broad spectrum of human pigmentation that we see, right? But at the same time, for this discussion, it's important to distinguish between Black as a modern social political construct and the ancient dark pigmentation and physical traits carried by early humans that we're going to be discussing today. When modern Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa into Asia, into Australia, into parts of Europe, and connecting those islands throughout prehistory, the migrations happened before modern concepts of race was even thought of. So before the colonial census categories, before science attempting to classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics. When you hear us use the term Black, racial classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics.
So, Gullah, you listen. I don't understand that.
That's a false premise to begin with, yo. The world wasn't doing it.
Wasn't doing that. And I don't understand how the color black connects everybody back to Africa or outside of Africa. I don't understand that neither. And I don't understand how you think.
Okay, so since you don't understand, and it's my words.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. I'm going to let you Issa.
Why can't I just speak for myself instead of you trying to create a narrative for my words? I don't play that game.
Let me finish.
Yeah, because instead of looking up the word that we've been talking about for the last 2 hours, you decided to pull this video up, and it's me talking. So in the video, you clearly said, "Hear me say."
Because now you're showing you just really.
In the video, you clearly hear me say the distinguisher between political and a descriptor. I literally just said that, and I've been saying that all night. And if you would have let it continue, it will also talk about pigmentation and the broadness of the nose and the broadness of the lips. That's literally what's just said. Now, if you don't understand English, that's a different conversation.
Cap. You capping. And your man said he was only talking about politics on the show. You ain't know he said that. So y'all better get y'all thing together. Because he said he just talking about politics.
What that got to do with me?
Okay, all right. Make sure
what that got to do with me?
Let me finish playing it.
You looked at my opening and what I'm saying and what my description is. Please don't talk to me about another man when I'm standing here for my own words. You talk to that man about his words. Even thought of happened before throughout prehistory. The migrations happened before modern concepts of race was even thought of. So before the colonial census categories, before science attempted to classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics.
Go ahead, explain that.
It's self-explanatory. I literally just said before Europeans started to classify us in certain ways, Black people already had certain descriptors. And it's the same descriptors that they use to classify us.
Cap, you didn't say that. I'm going to play it again. Because I'm letting you explain your own words. I'll let you cap me out. Just say you misspoke.
Was even thought of. So, before the colonial race was census categories, before science attempted to classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics.
So you just want to change that?
Yeah, they were into separate racial politics. It was called nationality. It's called nations. It's called empire buildings. So are you asking me a question or are you talking over me like a child?
It said racial politics.
Are you asking me to answer you, or are you talking over me as like a child? Because you could talk to yourself and I'll go on mute.
All right, go on mute. Let me talk to myself. Yeah, go on mute, Charlie.
Do your thing, sir.
Good, thank you. Appreciate you. Where you at? You still there, Catalini? You still there? Let me ask you. I know of no racial politics before colonialism. I know of no racial categorizing people before colonialism. Do you, Catalini?
I just said nationality. I just said that. People would classify themselves by tribe. People would classify themselves by clan. People would classify themselves by nation. What are you talking about? That is not a new concept.
All right, here we go.
Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa into Asia, into Australia, into parts of Europe, and connecting those islands throughout prehistory. The migrations happened before modern concepts of race was even thought of. So before the colonial census categories, before science attempted to classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics. But humanity census categories, before science attempted to classify people, humanity was already into separate racial politics.
Oh yeah, you said it was already. You said it was already in the racial politics already.
Just say you misspoke. Fine. Okay, that's why we don't agree with you.
They went by clan. They went by tribe. Right? They went by nation.
Politics,
and
yo.
not everybody, was racially different, right? But you know what? I will concede to that. If the word racial, them being in their own racial politics, bother you, instead, I will change that to they were already nationalists. That makes it better.
No, I'm not buying it because you capping right now.
Oh, then I don't know what to tell you. Then I can't help you.
Just say you misspoke. Don't say because we don't nothing.
No,
You just,
I'm not. No, I'm not about to say I misspoke because you don't understand. I'm not about to do that.
I'm saying you cannot use the word race and politics.
No.
That's how
so the best that you can get out of me, is that they dealt with nationalism. That's the best that you can get out of me.
Totally different.
Change racial to nationalism.
All I want to tell you is, Issa, if you would have said that, it would have made sense, and I would agree with you. I wouldn't have said nothing.
No, please, cut it out.
Issa, cut it out.
I'm not about to do that with you. So can we press play? Because we disagree. We disagree.
All I'm saying is, you're gonna find videos when I misspeak. You're gonna play the videos. I'm saying, you know what, I misspoke, and I'm gonna keep more. I'm not gonna say no slick statement like you did. All right, just for the record, so you can't take
move on, sir.
All right, they're duly noted.
I don't agree with you. That's it. That's all.
So then you capping. Make your mind up.
Because I don't. So that's not how reality works. It doesn't work if you don't agree with Unc. Then it's a cap. That's not how. That's not how life works.
You don't understand that racial politics ain't nationalism.
Yeah, it ain't tribalism either. It's different.
Right. Then how you don't know that? So now you make me think that you just don't care. All right, let me move on, yo.
I just said I will concede to you and give you nationalism. That's all I will give you. That's just what I said.
You ain't said that way if you got slick with it. You saying because I don't agree the way you want.
So what? I don't care if you don't like the way the delivery came. Right. It came. You got it. Like, I don't know why you think you can police my tone, but you can't.
Because it's sneaky pseudo. That's why I don't play. Because you're gonna go back to.
No, you can't police my tone. So, like I said, I conceded to you. Yes, I could have used the word nationalism. Move on, sir. That's it. That's all.
That's the only word you could have used to make it coherent.
Okay, how about that? And I conceded to you. Move on, sir. With your victim blaming self. Go ahead. Because you're a habitual victim.
All right, come on, man. Here we go. Let's see.
Let's use the term black. We are using it differently from the way commonly used in modern racial politics. Colonial labels and things of that nature. We're talking about dark pigmentation. We're talking about bone structure. We're talking about your nose, your eyes, like certain phenotypes and characteristics that happens within the Black diaspora that you see going across regardless of pigmentation. Because if you look into America, like we can see light-skinned people with our phenotypes because it's not just about the pigmentation all the time.
Do you want to explain that? That's incoherent to me.
Yes, I'm dark. You see how I'm dark skinned. You see how Ashe is dark skinned, but you see how God Energy is light skinned. But he has the same nose as other Africans would because he has a black ethnicity within him. Just like you are a reddish brown and I am dark skinned, that doesn't make you less black than what I am because of just your skin pigmentation. Because the conversation is more about not just about your skin tone, but it's also about the broadness of your lips and the broadness of your nose and different and the shape of your eye and your skull. It had more to do with those things too. So you keep on equating the entire conversation to a pigmentation when I clearly am not.
That's incoherent, yo. I don't understand that. I don't understand the nose. So you basically saying what we always thought you were saying. That's not limited to Africa though. The nose you got does not connect you to everybody. The lips you have do not connect you to everybody. There's people that have no relation to you at all. They have the same nose and same lips. They got the
What do
same
you mean
color.
by
You
the
have no
same
connection.
relation? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying there's people
What do you mean by the same relation?
with the same skin color.
So you didn't hear me say that it doesn't always have to do with skin color? Are you not listening to that part?
No, but I don't. It's
That it's like we have like a list of things that all fall underneath. It's not just about skin color. Did you not hear me say that?
no.
And then also, I also talked about how all of these things don't mean African as well, right?
Yeah,
Because I also talked about how when you leave Africa, you start to evolve outside of Africa. After a couple of generations, you are of that place. You're not of Africa. You're not that African person that you first migrated as. So I'm leaving room for all of these things that you're talking about. You're just not hearing it. It's a part of the problem.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's not. I'm gonna keep playing it. It's very confusing. I
Keep
don't
going.
understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to let you know, like nobody in the field was said that way. It's
That's
confusion.
fine.
You get
That's
it like
fine.
I don't like you think, but wait, you can have white skin color and have big lips and big noses. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't make sense. You can be in the Adamese Island, right? And have all the features. That doesn't mean there's a connection there. Your eyes is lying to you. Let me keep going.
So what you're telling me is that there's European people with the same phenotypes as us?
Yep. Yeah. 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 You
Okay.
got Africans with the same phenotypes, and you would think they was white people. That's why it was such confusion when
Oh,
the
I
early
agree with that. I agree with that.
like in
That's a
Northeast
part of
Africa.
what I was talking about. You realize that you're not disagreeing with me.
I don't even know what you're talking about, man. I'm just keep going.
That's the problem. You don't know what I'm talking about
You should be
because
better
you're
than me.
trying not to know, but then
I'm
you're
not.
literally saying
I
the
don't know
same
what.
thing I'm saying.
I'm saying I listen to conversation all the
I
time.
said 4 different times that is not only about skin
Okay.
pigmentation. It's
I got
not
you.
only about the color of the skin.
Yes,
I keep saying that.
no,
And you
no.
keep making the same point. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying that you're talking about phenotypes. Skin is part of your phenotypes. No matter what you say, whether you use the word skin or lips, it's a phenotype. And you think there's some
Absolutely.
connection. So you think there's some connection because people have the same phenotype. And I'm saying no. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying no.
What do you
That is
think I mean by connection?
any connection
Why
you
do you
want
keep
to
on
make.
saying that?
I'm saying it could be, but it don't gotta be no connection at all, is what I'm trying to tell you,
What
man.
are you saying by connection though? Because I'm not saying that these people have the same haplogroup as us.
Didn't say
I'm
that.
saying that these people
Connection.
have the same characteristic as us.
And I'm saying, and
if I was to put them in a category, when you have like if I had a bunch of blocks on the floor and there were different colors, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to put all of the red blocks here and all of the blue blocks there. Wouldn't there be different blue blocks inside? Big ones, small ones, medium ones, but they're all blue and they're all blocks.
All right, let me finish going.
You do recognize how you do categories, right?
I get what you're saying, but you are being vague. You need to say when you say
I
connection.
can't hear you, A1.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Hold on, let me fix.
Yeah, you sounded really low.
I was saying I
There you
get
go.
what I'm saying, but he being vague. When you say connection, say ancestry. That's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
I'm assuming that's what you mean. That just because they have the same phenotypes or same
yeah, don't mean he said the same
they
ancestry.
have the same nose, like she was showing. That doesn't mean that they have any connection.
Right.
They
That's
could look
what
like
I
my
said.
twin on the other side of the globe, and we could be
no connection.
No connection at all.
Yep.
Not even close.
But what are we meaning by connection? Because what I'm meaning by connection is
DNA
these
connection.
people have the same phenotypes as us. That's the connection that I'm making with these people.
When I say connection, I'm talking about a DNA connection. That we're just because
Right. I already said that they don't have that.
Okay. I'm thinking that's
I'm
what
literally only talking about the characteristics and the descriptions of these people and how they connect based on how they look. That's what I was talking about. So if you're trying to, when you incorporate, oh, they don't have the same ancestry. Well, yeah, I know that.
Well, then they don't connect. If they don't have ancestry, they don't connect. There is no connection off of how they look. That's lookership.
Right.
Either
That's all
they
I'm
have
saying.
bloodline connection or they just look alike. It ain't no. Well,
I'm talking about the look alike of it all. That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you were into that. I didn't know that. That's
Yes,
what you were.
that's what I'm
I thought
talking
you were
about.
staying
I'm
away from
talking
that.
about look at these Dravidians that have, the same pigmentation, have the same broad nose, have the same broad lips. Look at these Australians that have the native Australians that have the same broad nose and the same wide lips and the same dark pigmentation. I'm talking about that. Now, are the Australasians and African people and the native European people that were black, do they all share the same genetic code? No, that's not what I'm trying to prove at all.
Crazy work, shorty. Nobody do that but a
I'm
pseudo, bro, yo.
confused. But
like at the end of the day,
are you
all
just
of
trying to
it
prove
is.
that people across different continents have tropical features? Is that what you're? I don't get what the. Maybe I just missed the point. It's okay though.
I ain't missed the point. I ain't missed the point at all. I'm saying is that's wild. Nobody does that. But racist people do that, right? Colonial people did that. Scientific racism did that. You can read the word. They did that. And I'm saying that's why I didn't understand why in 2026 you would teach that like that. Like there is no, just because they share the same nose, same eye features, that don't mean there's no connection at all.
Who is saying the fact that y'all keep on trying to say that I'm saying that there's a connection is weird to me.
But
it's weird. It's starting to be weird. Besides the fact that I'm saying that these people have the same features, that's where it starts and stops at.
But
Look at these black people. They have the same features as us. Look at these black people. They have the same features as us. But it's not saying that they were related. What is really just a testament to is to the out of Africa theory. It's just a testament to the people who are leaving Africa and going to different places.
It's not about.
Let her land her plane so I could try to understand. I'm following along now. I want to make this make sense to me, but I got to hear.
Okay, my bad, bro.
Okay,
my bad, bro.
Okay, go ahead, Issa.
So what it really is a testament to the out of Africa theory that shows, right, that these people left Africa and inhabited different places, but they kept a lot of our original phenotypes, especially if these people stayed closer to the south rather than going to the north. Right. And in these phenotypes, look, you can still see that we still have a lot of those ancestral African phenotypes that developed in Africa in these earlier people. That's why we were talking about I believe it was it was the Dravidians, it was the Australasians that we were talking about, just people that left Africa early and was not inhibited by the Neanderthal population, or if they were inhibited by it, because I believe God Energy even brought up a fact that some of them did admix with the Neanderthals, but they kept their African phenotypes. So we're only talking about phenotypes. We're not talking about how all of these people are cousins and they're all related and we are of those people and I'm descended from all of those people. That's not what I'm talking about.
Talking in circles.
But it's not about it's not about just being African. It's about just being in those equatorial regions. Like you even said, that Neanderthal had range too. Some Neanderthal had because of the virgin evolution, some Neanderthals had wide noses and thick lips in certain regions. It's just it just depending on the area, and they don't necessarily they ain't just an African signature. That's because Africa just so happen to be in a tropical zone. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. People can go light. Just look at the Native Americans. The Native Americans came in through the Siberian Peninsula, Siberian Peninsula, Burgundia. You know what I'm saying? and they spread throughout the Americas in different variants of shades. Some of them was lighter, became darker when they came back into equatorial zones.
Yeah, that was a part of my presentation too. Because I'm not shying away from the fact that people change, and I'm not trying to create a ideology that all of these people are black.
And then too, amongst tropical populations, tropical selected population, equatorial selected human populations, you got diversity even among that. So like our African features ain't the same African features as East African, you know what I'm saying, people or heritage or phenotypes would be. Our features come in through Niger Congo populations. You know what I'm saying? That particular population group. Like even when you look at the Papua New Guineans and the Australian groups, yeah, they dark complected, you know what I'm saying, equatorial selected, but they that way in their own way. You know what I'm saying? They don't look like nobody else. They don't look like no other group in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Even when you look at like certain groups with what they call epic animal iPhone, you know what I'm saying, that most East Asians have. You know what I'm saying? And even the Khoisan had that, but even like when you look at the photo of their eye, it's from different evolutionary, reasons. That's convergent evolution. You know what I'm saying? Even the Nilo-Saharians, they have epic animal iPhones, kind of like, some of them, some like East Asians will have, but it's for a different purpose and a different evolutionary purpose. That's just convergent evolution.
Right, but then you would have to make the claim that these people were doing convergent evolution outside of Africa in that way, right?
No,
because
people didn't stop evolving out of Africa. Not a bubble though. Africa not a bubble. People was evolving all throughout Africa in different zones. Different zones in
Exactly.
Africa.
That's why I stated that. I literally just said that. You jumped out the window to say no, because they were evolving all over Africa. Yes, I know. That's what I just said. They were evolving all around Africa, and then they left Africa with those phenotypes and carried them over to other places. And some people lost those phenotypes because of adapting to the environment that they were in. But some people oh my God.
But you're saying it because it's
Right.
Africa. It's not because it's
like
not
a
because it's
child that got
Africa.
a
It's because they
pee. It's
stayed
like
within a particular zone.
as soon as you hear something that you don't want to hear, it's like you jump
It
up
ain't
and
that I
like
want to
do a
hear.
pee dance. And I need you to just shut up a little bit so I can finish my sentences, and then you could come to me with a complete idea of what I'm actually saying. Like, it's not that hard to just chill the F out.
Yeah, ain't nowhere in the world you don't understand that just because humans move out of they take time when they moving out, yo. Just because they had that has nothing to do with coming out of Africa at all, yo. And you're misunderstanding.
What doesn't have anything to do with coming out of Africa? Complete
I'm telling you,
sentences.
similar phenotypes and all that have nothing to do with retention. Could be, but it doesn't have to be. You're just saying anything at this point, and you're doing it on purpose, man.
So are you telling me that the African phenotypes didn't develop in Africa?
I'm
Is
saying
that what you're saying?
all phenotypes are African. The species
All
itself,
phenotypes are African?
all phenotypes is African.
Yeah, you don't understand evolution. It sounds like you don't understand how evolution works, bro.
I wanted to ask a
What
question
are you
about that when
talking
she
about?
said it.
I'm literally asking him for clarification, and then you're telling me what I don't understand when I just didn't understand what he was trying to say. Can
I
we
could
just
tell you don't. I can even
calm
tell the way you
down?
use haplogroups. Like the haplogroups ain't used in that matter. Like that ain't even the end all be all. The autosomal is really what make you who you are overall, not just the haplogroup.
But just to focus on the question she just asked,
That's
since
not the
nobody
question or
responded.
topic.
Yeah, what she just asked specifically, which I understood because I left it alone because she was using several terms like interchangeably, which really confused me. But I was just it's not my argument. I don't want to argue. But phenotypes, I don't know. It's like it's a bunch of looker shit. And then when Unc West said like every phenotype is African. Blonde hair and blue eyes, that's African. That originated in Africa. Like what isn't African? All this stuff that we trying to give to somebody else, that started in Africa too, even white people.
Yep.
So, question: Did the SLC genes start in Africa? Did the OCA2 genes start in Africa? All right, but at the same time, was it developed there? Because like, there's a difference between something being started in Africa and then it changing an entire population to create an entire new people, right?
It can express
If
itself in
you're
different
saying
ways.
Yeah, it can express itself. The gene is there. The genes lie dormant.
Exactly. So when I'm talking about the SLC genes, right? Especially when I'm talking about the European, those people, those Yamnaya people that comes out of the steppe and then, murders and kills all the black hunter gatherers, right? When I'm talking about those people, did that evolve in Africa?
They didn't murder no black hunters.
The Yamnaya culture that comes out of the steppe. Did that happen in Africa?
But there was a mixed culture too. But yeah, no, it ain't happening in Africa. Why would it? That ain't even a good point.
So when the Yamnayas went through Europe and spread their seed throughout Europe, is now their genetic code the basis of those people? Or is it the SLC that came out of Africa that's the basis of those people?
It wasn't even just the Yemeni people that spread the SLC gene. What about?
I know the corded wear, but I'm speaking
no, I ain't talking about the
specifically
corded
about
wear.
them.
I'm talking about you got the cord wear. You got the early European farmers. That's where it really came from. Even the Yemenis themselves, they got it from the farmers. They mixed with some Middle Eastern farmers that was in their region with the steppe people. That mixture themselves.
Right. So all of this stuff is being done outside of Africa. That's my whole point. So when you say that, all of these things are happening only in Africa, that would be untrue because there is admixture happening outside of Africa. And then that admixture is also flowing through other people, right? That's being that is inhabited in the steppe. It's not in other places that those people are evolving. They're evolving there, and they're spreading that DNA code throughout Europe. That's outside of Africa. That's all I'm saying. Where are these people when they are mutating to the people that we know and see today? So yes, I agree. The SLC, the OCA2, all of those things absolutely happen in Africa. But where did it flourish? Where did it change the people to a point where they don't even look the same as other people? Right? To the point that they are able to change the genetic code of the other people.
Why does it matter? You have people that didn't look like other people.
It does matter because that's what the presentation is on.
No, it don't.
That's
because
what the presentation is about.
You stuck on the skin though. You a skinhead. You got people that look like you
stuck on the skin. We're talking about. Oh my God! Now we're going back to ad hominems.
Let Gullah respond though. Let Gullah
you
respond.
had people that didn't look like other people in Africa, yo. You had different isolations of people that didn't look like other people in Africa.
Obviously.
Yeah, I thought
what's the point? What's the point?
The reason I'm confused is we went from phenotypes to SLC gene. Like what?
She running around the board.
You're all over
because I was making an example. It's called an example. When you're telling me that all of these things are only happening in Africa, because that's what I heard. Like, you could get all of these genes inside of Africa. Okay, that's great. But the SLC4, I think 45A2 or something like that. I'm sorry if I'm messing up on that gene specifically. That gene flourished in the steppe. That's where it flourished. That's where it changed the evolution of the genome of the people over there. And those people were able to spread their DNA throughout Europe, making Europe look the way we see it today. Right. So when I bring up the SLC is just to say, look, there's other admixtures that are not happening inside of Africa in its entirety. There are also admixtures that's coming out of Africa, going to other places, and that thing being the staple of who those people are.
And my point to that is the SLC gene can change a lot, but those people can still have the same phenotypes. So let's go back to phenotypes where you started. You're talking about how people look, not DNA, not ancestry. Now, once we stopped you from doing that, then it kind of switched to the SLC, but then it's still going back to phenotype without you saying it. That's how it seems to me. I'm literally
in all
tracking the
reality,
conversation, trying to understand. I do understand this topic. I have studied this topic, so I know it forward and backwards. That's why I'm trying to figure out, like, how do we get in this circle right here?
because in all reality, they're trying to make it seem like if you rewinded, I talk about genealogy, I talk about skin pigmentation, I talk about, the eyes, the nose, and the broadness of the lips. I also talked about the U shape of the jaw, right? All of these things. So if you're trying to pinpoint me to just pigmentation, you're not getting the entirety of my presentation, because it wasn't just about pigmentation. If you are trying to pinpoint me to just genetics, then you're missing a lot of the conversation, because that's not the entirety of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all of those things coming together for me to say, oh, that's what I would recognize as a Black person, because they have the same nose as me, the same mouth as me, and this, that, and the third. Does that mean that every light brown person or brown person is the same as me? No. Does it mean that every person that I say, hey, that person has the same phenotypes as me? Does that mean that we share the same genetic code? No. I'm talking about it, everything in its entirety.
So basically, you just confused.
I'm more confused.
But you do it all the time on purpose.
First of all, let me just say this. A1, did you watch the presentation?
I didn't see your presentation, so
can we watch the presentation instead of listening to the first 3 minutes of an introduction, so we can get the entirety of the situation? Or are we just going to be stuck here? Because everything that y'all are talking about was addressed in that presentation. Every single thing.
Yeah, I need to check it out.
That's wrong.
You just explained to me, like, you were explaining concepts that I were taught contradict each other in evolution, and I know for a fact do.
Yeah,
and you were bringing up stuff that I was told by professionals don't do that.
Yeah,
so it's like don't do the looker shit, bro. People can look alike, and their ancestry can be completely different. People can look exactly the same, and their ancestry can be completely different. Like, it's just, it could be a white person and with more African ancestry than me.
Yeah, that's like
and abroad, like, so.
But we're not talking about. But I'm talking about ancient people. I'm not talking about people of today, because I recognize that people of today are mixed.
Exactly.
Like, I'm Scottish.
People been mixed. Ancient people mixed.
It was an assumption. I'm talking about people of today.
I would say ancient people. Ancient people mixed.
Wait. Hold on. Were you under the assumption that I'm talking about people of today?
No.
That's the assumption that you're under, that I'm talking about. That's what
okay.
I was saying.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I'm talking about evolution, period. It doesn't, no time period. At all time periods, everything I've said stands.
Yeah.
At all time periods, we should stay away from lookership. At all time periods, we shouldn't try to compare who's African by how they look.
Yeah. This is like,
but I'm not trying to compare who's African. I've never used the word African. I didn't say African. These people were African. Are you equating Black to African?
You call it the phenotypes African. It's like people
because it developed those. I said those phenotypes developed in Africa, and we all agreed to that. But me saying Black does not automatically mean African.
For me, that's a problem, because when it comes to evolution, I'm taught not to use the term Black. I'm taught that is an artificial construct that was created recently that has nothing to do with the people.
And I would disagree.
Years ago.
Yeah, because all them features, in that case, all them features are African features. The Ethiopians in the highlands, they don't have big noses and big lips. They got narrow faces, stuff like that. So all of them features is African.
There are Black people in Africa with blonde hair. That's also.
I said broad.
I'm talking about Black people with blonde hair.
All Black people have broad features.
All
right, and I include those Black people, because there's Black people and Aboriginal.
They have tropical features, is the thing, and you're attributing it to Black people.
Yeah, that's like
feature to have the long limbs, the broad nose, to breathe the air. Those are tropical features. Those are what you find around people around the equator where it's hot at. And these are
that's like
features. These ain't
obviously.
black features.
yeah, that's like Adam and
Okay, so
hold
where
on,
did these
hold on. Let me say
people
this real quick.
around the equator evolve? Where did those
Hold on,
people evolve? Did they
hold
evolve in
on.
Africa or did they evolve in South America?
You answered your question in the question.
Yeah, that's
Where
like
did the people around the equator? Around the equator. That's the answer.
yeah. People don't
Right,
stop
but did
evolving.
they? But is
Evolution.
South America? Hold
It's
on, hold on. You missed the point. Is Did they evolve in South America or Africa?
I mean, mutate,
above.
evolution don't stop.
All of the above.
Yeah, like
So the beginning of those phenotypes started in South America.
No, one sec. So I just want you to be aware of that you can have humans in Africa, right, that are more closely related to a population outside of Africa than the population in Africa. Are you aware of that? I think that's germane to the
I'm
conversation.
sorry, you're gonna have to repeat that. I was working real quick. Say that again.
Okay, I said I want you to be aware of that there are populations inside of Africa that are more closely related to a person outside of Africa than Africa. There are populations in Africa where members of the same group are less related than people outside the group, outside of Africa. Did you get that? Does that make sense?
Right, but that has nothing to do with my topic, but I do understand that.
yeah, but it's like
the same group though, in the same group, right? Two people. Those individuals can be less related than one of those people to a person outside the continent.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
So then evolution. So then, if you agree with that, then we can't put it together the way you're trying to put it together. Then, because this confusion doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's
all right,
like
just because it's confusing to you doesn't mean just like there's a difference between being confused and not agreeing and
No, 'cause you're not being
just
clear.
like not understanding where I'm coming from. And the reason why I asked the question about South America is because y'all are using the equator as if human beings evolved all over the equator. No, they evolved in Africa by the equator.
But where's Africa?
Specifically, right?
Africa,
So oh my goodness gracious.
Africa is in the equator, yo. But then too, like that's like it's like a person.
Obviously, I
Hold
just
on,
said that.
stop cutting me off,
You
yo.
cut
Hold on.
me off. You're cutting me off to tell me the exact
you
same thing
haven't.
that I just
You
said.
just keep. No, I didn't. You keep
Yes,
rambling.
you're cutting me
You keep
off. I
rambling.
just started
No, I'm not.
speaking.
You
Yes,
stopped.
you are.
You stopped. You just want to be this.
Yeah, now you gotta get the truth and Jalen.
She keeps stopping and going, yo.
I know, Gullah. It's. But what are you gonna do? Argue her down?
No, it's like
No, go ahead. I'm
Somebody got to
working. Go
yield.
ahead. I'm working.
Somebody
Go ahead.
has
I'm
to
working.
yield. Like that's all. Somebody got to yield. Or we just gonna crash out.
It's like a
We don't do
person.
that at a red light. Somebody got to yield. You don't just say, "F it." We gonna call the insurance companies.
But it's like a person. It's like a person from the Solomon Islands making a presentation about people with blonde hair and saying, "Oh, this blindology." You know what I'm saying? We all got blonde hair, even though it's from a different gene, yo. Cause same phenotype. They connecting all the people with the blonde heads just because they got similar phenotypes. It's ridiculous, yo.
No, I'm not connecting all the people because I didn't add all of the dark-skinned Asians. I didn't add them. There was a whole bunch of people. Like I said, if you would have just if you would just listen to the presentation before you make all of these judgments on them, we could have a better conversation.
I mean, coming from a person who went to school
my God. Like, how many times am I going to get cut off by this guy before we recognize that I keep on getting cut off? And then we argue.
I could tell you didn't have any real
We're going to
schooling.
argue, and then you're going to act like it's the both of us, A1. I just want you to know that.
But I could just tell you didn't have no actual schooling in anthropology like I did. I can tell.
You should look
I'm happy
this up.
for you.
I didn't see your presentation, so I don't know what your presentation is on. I'm literally just responding. I don't even want to talk no more. Y'all got it. I'll take this off.
No, it's just an impossible dream, yo. It's an impossible dream, yo. Like,
what's happening is that I'm literally having an argument with
I
3
just
different
started
people,
talking.
right?
I
And
just started
as I'm
talking.
trying
Yo, what
to,
the hell is this? Man, this is crazy, yo.
my bad, I didn't hear you.
I'm just doing the best I can to try to give you the right information. You got it real mixed up, and it's very incoherent in terms of understanding evolutionary biology and the natural phenomenon that forces organisms to evolve, right, or die over time. Valuable offspring we talked about. All this is based off of trying to get to the point of having valuable offspring. That's all I'm saying. And the way you're saying it, nobody says it that way. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you didn't even know you shared this video several years ago. I just took it down. It was Soy Yaya, uh, the multicultural origins of ancient Egypt. And he just, in that video, he breaks down a lot. He breaks down the terminologies they use and that evolutionary biologists don't use, which like Issa Queen was using today. That's why I was like, I don't know, I'm confused because evolutionary biologists don't use the term black. They don't talk like this. So it was throwing me off, and I just couldn't track the conversation or follow along based on the terminology that's outdated and that nobody's using anymore. I didn't see her presentation prior to have an understanding. I was trying to get one here, but yeah, I don't know. I feel discouraged now. So yeah, Shomar Yaya
I
Omar.
mean, you can. Sorry.
That was his name. It was a presentation I watched like 6 years ago. But yeah, he was just going over how his tropical features.
Wait, can I finally respond? Because I conceded to both Unc and A1. So can I finally respond?
Yeah, in the video,
so
though,
here's the thing.
Over, I wasn't finished either. But in the video, he was going over how they don't use the term black, how these are tropical features, dark skin, big nose. These are tropical features. You can attribute them to black people. That's what ends up happening. Your skin darkens around the equator to protect you. So if you want to call them black, I mean, it's a misnomer because everybody who had dark skin, they don't even identify as black, but you gonna go and call them black because it makes you feel good. But I don't know though. Each their own though. But I'm just talking evolutionary biology, and these terms aren't used. They understand that the SLC gene is going to be more prevalent outside of Africa. It's still there inside of Africa, but the further away from the equator you get, the more mutations you get. So I just didn't understand the point. Like you were saying, like you were slam dunking it, like it was supposed to be there, but it's not. It's supposed to be where it is, but we understand how things evolve. I'm just I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out what you actually think because it seems like it's just all over. And in trying to figure it out, you're lashing out instead of like explaining it to me.
Well, first of all, A1, like, stop gaslighting me. It's hard to say that I'm lashing out when
Why would I do that instead of be honest?
Okay, I'm trying to explain to you. It's a gaslight because you hear every time I'm trying to speak, the brother next to me is over talking me and I never get to finish a sentence. So I'm constantly trying to start what I'm saying, but now I'm hearing what they're saying and I'm responding and doing this, that, and the third, having 3 different people have a conversation with me at one time. So for you to act like that's not happening is weird to me.
I haven't. Now let me
respond. Yeah, we can absolutely have a conversation about what I mean, about the things that I'm saying.
It's you too, Issa Queen. It is
I
not
didn't say
just
it
them.
wasn't. I didn't say that it wasn't, but you were literally.
You're not doing the same thing that everybody's doing.
Right. But what I'm saying is you are constantly saying that I'm confusing you and you're not understanding what I'm saying. But then at the same time, you're also not recognizing that it's a clusterfuck of a conversation. That was the point. So yes, I absolutely cut. Oh God.
You made it personal.
I absolutely
got here. It's been a clusterfuck of your personal vendetta against these people. It hasn't been about the information.
These people or just Ankh? These people are just Ankh because Ankh made a panel about me.
Man,
and you asked me, "Oh, Issa, what did you hear? What did you want to respond to?" And I wanted to respond to the fact that he was beating up on people. I mean, let me know when I can respond to you.
I thought the conversation been good. I ain't said nothing. I thought we've been good lately. Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know, Issa. You go super hard. I didn't make a panel about you. Anyway, I made a panel about bad information and misinformation. One about you. You just happened to be one of the people that talked about it. I got a chance to talk to you other brothers. Yeah, everybody ain't wild out like you wilding out. Wilding out.
Oh, by myself?
Yeah, nobody. It's not 3 against 1. We just having a conversation, you know.
It wasn't a conversation. It didn't feel that way, right? And that's why I said something about it. And at the end of the day, like even just now, like as I was talking, responding to what A1 is saying, he's over talking me and telling me all of this stuff. And I'm already saying the things that I was doing. If you would have allowed me to finish, I already said that I was over talking you. I even apologized to Unc earlier when I stepped out of line. So all of this, Issa's just crashing out. Nah, I'm matching energy. This is the energy I'm receiving from y'all. So y'all getting it right back. But I also know how to pull myself back and go on mute and let y'all live. The type of things that I was not receiving back from you. So
you don't gotta let me kill me. Yeah, kill me with my.
So when I came up here and A1 asked me, right? He could have absolutely said, "You know what, Issa, that's not about that right now." He could have said that, and I would have conceded. Because we don't have issues like that. And the fact that he's acting like he couldn't have done that is weird to me. Right? But you let the conversation go on. You let it persist. It turned into all types of conversation, went into comment. We came back, right? And at the end of the day, you pulled up my presentation. So yes, I'm going to stand by my work. And if y'all have a problem with me standing by my work, then what's the point of critiquing me? If you have a problem with me trying to stand by it and explain to you what confuses you because you're so confused by the word black.
I just think I get confused when you ask somebody to look over the information you're putting out and they look over it, then you come up here and get mad because I went over it. I let y'all do y'all thing that day. So not to get into the back and forth, I want you just to get it all out. That's why I said I told you, I said I'm gonna deal with it later. And I did, and you get mad. I wasn't being mean. I wasn't being disingenuous. When I did that, go ahead.
No, I do feel like you were being disingenuous because that's what the after show was for. And yeah, you can absolutely critique my work, right? But when I ask you about it, we can't act like I can't approach you about what you said about my work.
No, I don't mind. I ain't tripping off that.
Right. And so that's what I did. I said I found that it was corny, that you had the perfect opportunity. And not only did you have the perfect opportunity to say that you didn't agree with me, you literally said on that panel, I don't got no issues with Issa. It's them other two. And then the next thing I know, I'm front page in your panel. So yes, I was caught a little off guard by you.
No,
absolutely.
I played
and that's why I came to you. That's why I came to you, because I would hope that in reverse, like you would come to me. If I was that, like, if I have an issue with something that you were saying on a panel, I'm not going to make a panel about it. I'm going to say, hey, what you mean by that? How many times have I not understood what you were saying in a conversation and it wasn't a debate? It was just a question. What do you mean by connections? What do you mean by ancestry? Because that's not what I'm talking about.
Issa,
when I was talking, and my last thing, when I was talking about phenotypes and when I was talking about that stuff, that was specific to the out of Africa portion that we were talking about. When we got into genealogy, that was specific to the Green Sahara portion that we were talking about. But if you actually paid attention or watched the actual, presentation, you wouldn't be as confused. But it's like, it's weird that people will have this much opinions over something that they didn't see.
I think you do this on purpose. I'm not sure what the disconnect is, but like I said on the panel, I don't have an issue with you today. We talk crazy about each other, a little fun, jostling, and it's all good. But you got to stop. You talking about me playing the victim? You probably got to stop playing the victim. You don't got to go as hard as you go with me. We cordialed out. You overcompensate sometimes for no reason. Like, come on, yo. You actually think. First of all, the fact that you think you got work is wild. You don't have work. You're looking at information like everybody else. You're trying to put it together as best you can, like everybody else. So if you think that's your work, then there's a bigger problem here. I'm just simply saying that we supposed to critique each other. And I'm saying the information that you put out so far is out of bounds of what science would say. That's all I'm saying. And that's okay. I've definitely been doing it longer, so I know my out of bounds moments. Right? You'll learn your out of bounds moments. So I mean, I don't know. So it's interesting. So I ain't tripping. I ain't mad at you. Somebody got their screen up.
Yeah, I just feel like the only thing that we are disagreeing on is by usage of the word black.
No, that's not. You shouldn't see it that way.
So what else is it?
No, it's your misusage of the word. It's the way you frame it. You frame it like a person that, like a blackologist, like I said, where everything is black and everything is connected. We all one culture. And I know
that's not what I was saying at all.
I know,
and I don't know how many times I got to say that that's not what I'm saying before you stop describing what I'm doing as that.
You cut me off.
And that's a part of the thing that makes me a little, I did cut you off and I apologize for that, but you keep on saying the same thing that I'm not saying.
I want to explain why I keep saying it. I am telling you, you are in a community that connects everything to brown skin, let's just say to phenotype. And they think because the same phenotypes, right, go around planet Earth, that there's a connection. There is no connection like that, except that we're a Homo sapiens sapiens, African species, right? And the fact is you keep saying it and don't understand the community you're in, you're saying the same thing that the other people have been saying. So how is it not confusion? That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't say the same thing a different way and think it ain't the same thing. There's many ways to do it. You just found another way to do it. You say, I'm saying phenotype to knows it. A phenotype is I don't make no separations. Phenotypes are phenotypes. And it's based off of the species trying to reach the age of reproduction. That's what it's based off of. It's based off the radiation. It's based off the environment. It's not based off of none of the things you're saying. That's my point. That's why I keep saying it. Because you keep saying it. You just say it a different way. So and shoot, I'll just put the dag on Yeah, if you up, A1, just share my screen, yo, so I can just get the source to the conversation, yo. A1. A1.
Yeah, it's been a wild night with y'all brothers, man.
Man, I try not to be, yo. Then I got a person threatening me, giving you super chats, the whole 9 yards. It's crazy, bro. I told you, yo.
I just blocked them too. I don't care if
It's
they
the same.
donate
It's the
and they
same.
get
It's the
blocked.
same.
And
It's the
I can't
same
be
person.
bought. I can't be bought. I blocked the super chat person who was talking shit about you.
No, the super chat is the game they play. See, that's what they do for real. They try to go into your personal life and make video. That's what they do. You get it?
I'm next. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's
I don't
crazy, yo.
like.
Yeah, and then I supposed to be cordial with a person that routinely threatens me on that. That's crazy, bro. How in this episode I ain't forget what you said in the last one? That is the most. It's sick, bro.
I appreciate you trying to be cordial and giving him a chance to hang himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he did it. Threat my family. I'm exposed. He gonna do a whole show on. That's what he do. He go into people's background. They call it docs and they do all that. Like, bro,
Last time he'll ever be able to speak to me because I just don't. I'm
horrible,
not
yo.
about to tolerate it. Like that's
It's horrible, bro. Like, who does that? Who does that?
I'm tired of defending myself on my own channel about
Didn't have
running
to.
my channel. Like
Shouldn't have
everybody
to,
come
bro.
up here like they can negotiate with me about how they about to act, and it's mind blowing to me.
Yeah, you got to rule. Everybody calm down. Yo, you give us a little break, right? You try to spread the break around. If you don't give me no extra break, you try to spread around evenly. Yo, if I get too far out of pocket, yo, you reel me in. Yo, you do everybody like that. See, I can respect that.
And
Yeah, I can definitely respect that, yo.
And
Yep.
Issa Queen is tripping about everybody cutting her off, but she's cutting y'all off. And then when I say something, I can't say nothing to nobody. Everybody want to just argue with me. Like it's two wrongs make a right tonight, and I'm supposed to not say nothing to nobody.
No, you said something to everybody. You ain't me. You put me in the back. You put everybody in the back. You don't want to put nobody in the back, yo.
I hate feeling like the censor, man.
You're not, bro. You're just saying we trying to get the channel to grow, not based off of people saying mean things about each other, family, and all that. Like, come on, bro. Like that ain't come on, yo. So right here, it says, however, we know that the Khoisan split from other human populations quite early. Evolution, 100,000, 150,000. It says each of the populations simply inherited the same gene from a common ancestor lived 100,000 years ago. It say we would have observed the identical genetic background surrounding the gene in two populations. They would have long since been broken up, okay, by recombination. What else could explain the extensive similarities? Right? Biologists hypothesized that the relatively recent migrants to South Africa brought the light version of SLC24A5 and its adjacent genetic baggage with them. Inbreeding would then have introduced the gene to the Khoisan. All right? So look at that. I told you that SLC 4A5 gene, right, is in Africa early. All right, it's talking about like 100,000 years ago. Y'all can read this. All right, this is a good paper right here. All right, so there you go. Here you go. It say lighter skin tones, Europeans left, Khoisan middle, are explained by the same gene. I'm gonna say this again, yo. Light skin tones of Europeans left and Khoisan middle are explained by the same gene. Other African populations that lack that light version of this gene, like the Masi, typically have more darker skin, man. Same gene, bro. All right, it expresses itself in the Khoisan, right? It expresses itself in Europe. So you can't run around throwing DNA around, throwing all that around. It's not going to make sense. And when I say something's not coherent, I'm simply saying I need to sit down and talk to some authenticator, talk to them regularly, talk to evolutionary biologists, evolutionary regularly, and they never said that way. Now, I'm not expecting us, to get it all right and say, I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting that at all. Right? What I'm saying is, I know what I'm hearing. I know what I'm listening for. And a lot of times we can be incoherent. I can be incoherent at times. Right? And here's that book though. Remember I was looking for it? I talked about Diop's. It's called Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs, right here. Cambridge Press, Cambridge Elements. Here you go. Remember I talked about it earlier. I couldn't find it. Here you go. That be it right here. Yep. There you go. Simple as that. So, look, man. Appreciate, I like to come on and do my thing, man. Issa, you can go ahead and finish your final word, sis. It ain't, we ain't tripping. Yeah, man. You just gotta, hell, go find some of my videos and catch my mistakes. Do it all the time. That's you right there. We can see the screen. Melanin.
Oh, my bad. I'm over here muted. I'm thinking you can hear me. Yeah, this was me who shared this. Do evolutionary biologists use the term black to identify people with dark skin? Yes or no? And why or why not? Short answer is no, not as a primary biological classification term. Why? Black is mainly a social and historical label, not a biological category. Evolutionary biology studies human populations, ancestry, genetics, adaptation, and traits like skin pigmentation. Scientists generally use terms such as population ancestry, geographic origin, melanin pigmentation, West African ancestry, sub-Saharan African populations, etc. They don't use black. Dark skin equates to one single biological group. Dark skin evolved in multiple populations living in regions with strong UV exposure, which is why I said these are tropical features. Everybody who has dark skin isn't connected. They're connected. They have something in common. They have tropical features, but other than that, we have to see what the DNA says before we can say that there's a connection between these people. Which is why the only reason I spoke up, she was talking about phenotypes and saying that there's a connection because of phenotypes. That's when I was like, well, hold on, I'm confused a little bit. Like, wait, just make it make sense for me. And then like that turned into a real shit show for me.
Crazy.
Dark skin evolved in multiple populations living in regions with strong UV exposure. People with dark skin are found in parts of Africa, Australia, Asia, Melanesian populations in the Pacific. And she kind of stated all of that. So I don't understand why. Like she stated there are dark skinned people in Australia. I don't think she's under the impression that all these people like are connected. But that's just why I wanted her to clarify it. Because that's how it sounded when we're talking phenotypes and big noses and big lips. Like that means we're all one family.
Right, man.
That is confusing, and that's just I don't know. I knew well enough to ask a question when I heard it. These groups are not all closely related simply because of skin color, ChatGPT says. Historically, some older scientists and anthropologists did use color terms like black and white and yellow, especially in the 18th and 20th centuries. Racial typology classified humans by visible traits. Modern evolutionary biology largely moved away from this because those categories oversimplified human genetic diversity. So I was just looking for some clarification and trying to get the right terminology to be used so that way I can track and follow the conversation because it's very confusing. And I don't know. I think black people really need to know that evolutionary biologists don't use this word. They don't use the term, and I really think they need to know why. I think it would help race relations today.
That's an absolute good point right there, yo. It's a great point right there. Yeah, to get the why. There's a reason for it. It's confusion. It's not valid. Humans don't fit in nice tight categories like that. There's no boundaries there that you can find genetically. And yeah, it just doesn't make sense, man. It don't. It's crazy. So that's why they don't do it. So when I heard it, is you ever heard the book Return of Race Science?
No, I'm not familiar.
And here you go. Superior, The Return of Race Science.
Am I
Yep.
not allowed to speak yet? Or?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So again, so what I hear, so I hear that, y'all have a problem with me using the term black because science says that it's not usable. I don't go by that, right? Because I recognize that people have been using black as a descriptor for a very long time. And that was a part of the argument that I was having with Unc, that people have been describing themselves as such for a very long time. Now, I get that y'all are saying that these are tropical features, but humans have only evolved from Africa. So when I say that these are African features, that's what I'm talking about. The fact that these people are evolving from Africa and creating these new and getting these features. Because if humans, evolved in South America and in Africa, I wouldn't be able to say those things because now we would have to make a distinction between if they were evolving in South America or Africa, leaving a real big opener for how we classify people. But that's not the case. The case is that these people evolved in Africa. So all of these phenotypes are evolved in Africa. So yes, you can call it a tropical phenotypes. I just call them black, right? And I'm cool with that. It's not disrespectful, right? I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm just saying that these ones that we're talking about were being done in Africa. And they took they took this and migrated out into the world. And when they migrated out into the world, they also adapted to that environment. Like we're saying the same exact thing, but the problem that y'all are having, at least that's what I'm hearing, is that I'm using the term black instead of tropical. And I get that for y'all. I do. I just don't think that the way y'all think should be, pushed onto me. And that was the whole point of me making this presentation and also being able to connect the different ways that Black has been described throughout history before the Europeans and their eugenics got their hands on these words. That's all I'm doing. So I agree with you. None of these things means that Black is one complete culture. None of these things mean that, Black is of one ancestry. And most definitely, when I say Black, it does not mean African. Even though when I talk about it, it originates there.
So the reason we're saying the use of it because it is confusion. We can't tell the difference between racism, misinformation, and there's no coherency with it. That's why they don't use it. That's the same reason. That's why they don't use it. So to try to come back and say you don't want to think like we thinking, I'm saying is, well, if you don't want to think like we thinking, then you want to think like a racist because the racists used it. Scientific racism used it. Pseudoscientific people, they used it. So I'm not trying to make you think anyway. You can think the way you want to think. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm just trying to show you how to think. How do we think about these things in terms of science, in terms of evolutionary biology, in terms of human evolution? That's the point I'm at. So yeah, don't fight it because you don't want to think like I didn't come up with that. Charles Darwin came up with that. convergent evolution process. Didn't say Charles Darwin came up with convergent evolution. I'm just saying it's convergent evolution. Read the page on Wikipedia. So yeah, you can use the black, and that's why thus the word blackologist, because the use of the word that mix everybody up and having a whole different understanding of what you think you're saying. People be all over the place with that. So that's all. I mean, it's all good. I ain't tripping. All right, keep
Right,
saying.
but if I'm being clear of how I'm using the term, like for example, there's people out there that call God, by different names, but they all mean God. And if I go up to a person that's never heard of Islam, and I say, oh yeah, because Allah does da 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 da, and they say, Allah, what does that mean? Oh, that means God. Oh, that means God. And then you continue with the conversation, right? Because that's giving clarity when you're confused about something. But I don't think that's what is happening right here. What's happening is that you don't care about how I feel about the term black. You don't care about how I use it. You know how it's been used and you don't want nothing to do with that. And in turn, you are trying to block me from using it the way that I want to use it. And I don't think that's fair when it's all it takes is a quick conversation about, hey, what do you mean by that?
I'm trying. So in your mind, you think I'm attacking you, I'm blocking you. I don't want you to use it because no, I'm black and I'm proud. The proper usage of the word is important. And I'm saying the things that you say around it and the way you employ it and the way you use it is just incorrect. So I'm not mad at the fact that you're using the word black like you keep saying. I don't know why you keep saying it. I guess you say it because that's the way you got to fight. I'm going to say it again. I'm not mad at you because you use the word black. I'm mad at the misusage of the word black. That's all. That's what I'm saying. You're using it wrong. That's the point. The way you use it is the way a pseudoscientist would use it. You're using it in a manner which is very confusing, and now you want to make up your own way of using it. Like, really? The word is the word. Words have definitions. You can't change the definition of a word. That's all we're saying. Well, that's all I'm saying. I'm
Right,
just
but
speaking.
the definition of black, the etymology of black meant glistening. It didn't mean these European terms that y'all putting on it, right? And especially since most definitely, we both agreed that the term black was used as a descriptor. We agreed on that. So if we can agree that you can use the term black as a descriptor, and then when I use it as a descriptor, why is there a problem?
No, but you're not using it as a descriptor. That's the point.
No, you keep on saying that I'm using it as a culture. That's not what I'm doing. I didn't
No,
say nowhere in my presentation said that these cultures are the same. Nowhere in my presentation said that these people, spoke the same languages or even had the same genetic background. Nowhere in my presentation said that. So why are you keep on equating it to that if I didn't say that?
Okay, so what are you trying to say about the phenotypes that you find all over the world? What are you trying to say? You got your chance now. In the clearest
I've
way
said
you
it
can.
so many times. I've said it so many times. And why are you pinpointing it? I don't know, man. Listen,
Dad said
I've
it
said it
several
ad
times, and every
nauseum.
single time it was confusing because she conflated terms that evolutionary biologists don't use. I'm not blocking. I'm not hating. She can't say none of the stuff that she said to me. I was asking for clarity. I don't have a track record of trying to block her, and she know that. So, but we had the same discrepancy, me and Unc. So it's not the fact that he's trying to block. He's just trying to get clarity for the people listening because we
Well, do you
know
have
the correct
clarity
term.
now?
I don't feel like there's any clarity as long as you're continuing to use terms that muddy the waters.
And the term that muddies the water is black for you, right?
When in reference to evolutionary biology, yes.
When did I reference it to okay, so When I say that these people, hold on. Okay, that's why I was rephrasing what I was saying. So the point that I was making about, human evolution happening inside of Africa and not nowhere else, and equating all of those phenotypes to, the African diaspora, at least the origin of that. Would you agree or disagree?
Okay, for clarity, you're saying when you connected the phenotypes, big noses and big lips of
No,
black.
that's not what I just said.
Okay.
I said in evolutionary biology, when people were evolving into human beings and they were developing these phenotypes, were they developed in Africa?
Yes, for 350,000 years. They were stuck in Africa. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So when I say that these phenotypes are of the African diaspora, that's what I meant. And when I see African people, I do equate them to black, but I do not say that they are all the same culturally, because I'm using black as a diaspora, as in there's black people over there, there's black people in Asia, there's black people in America. There's all types of black people, just like there's the Dinka, there's the Maasai, there's all types, right? And when they left Africa, they were still those people until they got to where they went and they started to, mutate or evolve, right? And in that evolution that happened outside of
I don't
Africa.
agree with the right, and I don't think Unc does either. But we're gonna let you go so you don't say we cutting you off.
Okay, what don't you agree with?
No, go ahead.
What don't you agree with?
Cut you off. Go ahead.
You said that
I'm literally speaking to you. So can we not? I'm trying to have a different attitude, but it's hard when y'all keep bringing me back to the old one.
No, I mean,
I'm trying to have a different attitude because apparently, what I was doing was too strong, right? So I'm switching it up. But if you're going to continue to give me the same energy, it's going to come back. So that's what I'm saying.
Man,
Sure.
I'm giving you energy
So
now.
again, what part did you disagree with what I said?
I disagree with you thinking that humans stopped evolving when they left Africa. They did not.
I didn't say that.
So then, if you didn't say that, why do you keep saying humans evolved in Africa? Yes, they did. Now, what does that mean, though? It simply means that they never stopped evolving as they walked out of Africa. And it's obvious. So they continue. So if you understand that they never stop evolving and they never stop mixing, then you understand how incoherent your whole presentation was then.
Okay, so let me give it to you one more time, right? What I actually said is that I recognize that people evolved in Africa, but then I also recognize that people evolved outside of Africa. And once they start evolving outside of Africa, it no longer makes them a part of that diaspora. They're creating their own. Right. So this is where you get the people from the steppe, because they're, admixing, they're adapting to their environment, they're doing all of those same type of things. So are they genetically same as the people that are in Africa? Not necessarily, right? No, they're not the same as when they first got there, because they've been there for thousands of years. So all I'm saying is that when they start to evolve outside of Africa, right? That's a completely different evolutionary journey. And sometimes these people did not keep the same phenotypes as when they first got there. That's all I'm saying. We're saying the same exact thing. I'm never saying that they stopped evolving in Africa or they stopped evolving in Asia or Europe. That would be a ridiculous statement. So the fact that you keep on trying to push that is weird to me, because I didn't say that.
All right, so what's your point when you stopped at a point? You said humans evolved in Africa.
And
You
then
said
you
you
made
never.
the distinction like they were different once they left outside of Africa.
Yeah,
That was the
they're
point
not
that we
different.
disagreed on. They're still the
Yeah,
same.
I've been,
9%,
Still the
well,
same
I've
people.
been, what do you
It
mean
don't
by
matter if
different?
the phenotypes change. If we go to the ancestry, it's gonna show that we're gonna be able to see that. We're not doing the lookership, and that's the whole thing. It don't matter if they phenotypes change. What does their blood say to us? What does their
Right,
DNA
but
say to
at
us?
the
That's
same
what we're looking
time,
at.
right, but at the same time, that would be disingenuous to act like people aren't different. Because we have, sunscreen to show that people are
99%.
different. There's certain medical procedures that show that people are different, right? We do have differences between us people, even though we are all Homo sapiens, right? So that's the only thing that I'm talking about, the differences between people. Like we would like there's differences between bears. Like there's a polar bear, a grizzly bear, a black bear. They're all still bears, right?
They're
So I'm
different
not
species,
saying
yeah.
that
They're
because
different
they
species.
evolved outside of Africa that how somehow they're different. That's not what's being said.
Well, maybe I should rewind it to give you your quote unquote. You were saying, well, once they evolved and left out of Africa, they weren't the same people. And that was quote
Yeah, they
unquote what
weren't
you
the
said.
same people as the
Okay.
people who first left
And
Africa.
because
The
they're
people the very first people that left out of Africa started to inhabit these places. Are you saying that they're the exact same people 1,000 years later, 5,000 years later? Is that what you're saying?
now you put a 5,000-year timeline. That
Yeah,
wasn't
you
your
said
initial
that.
statement. Your initial
Yeah.
statement was once they left out of
Well, I
Africa
wasn't
and
talking about
evolved.
a week.
But you did say that. Um, I tried to explain to you that you can have a person from the same tribe that are genetically distinct, and one of them is more closely related to a person outside of Africa. And when I made this statement, I thought that would help you out, but it didn't. You threw the statement away. And so if you understand the context in that statement and how evolution works in that statement, then you would then realize just because people walked out of Africa and mutated to their environment, maybe, right? And you all of a sudden say, I'm going to connect through phenotypes without mentioning the word skin, but skin is a phenotype. And I'm saying that's the ball of confusion because all humans, no matter where they walk to on the globe, are 99.99 the same. Your eyes
Okay.
are lying to you. I'm saying your eyes are lying.
Right.
That's what I'm
Right,
saying.
but just because human beings are 99.9 the same, we still look different with that 0.01. We still look different. Just like we are 97 to 98% connected to chimpanzees. Would we say that we look the same as them? No. So I'm not saying the things that y'all are trying to put on me. Those are not what I'm saying. What I
No,
am saying is like because you're making it seem like I'm saying once those first hunter gatherers, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about hunter gatherers. When they first migrated out of Africa, they still were hunter-gatherer Homo sapiens when they made it to Spain. They were still hunter-gatherer Homo sapiens when they made it to Britain, when they made it to France, and when they made it to the steppe. But when they got to the places that they were, right, you start to see genetic changes to fit the environment that they're in. Those are differences between those groups of people. And then, right, you also have this group of people from the steppe that looks completely different because they evolved differently where they were. They come into, lowland Europe and they kill a whole bunch of different people, right? And that genetic marker becomes the marker of Europe, along with a couple of other tribes. So I'm talking about a time period that is very far back. And I'm talking about a time span of thousands of years. But what I'm hearing is the fact that I am equating these tropical features to black, that's an issue. And then also I'm hearing that when I'm talking about migrating out, y'all not necessarily. I'm not fully, you know, getting y'all to understand that I'm talking about thousands of years. I'm not lost on the evolutionary topic. I'm not lost there. It's literally what I talk about. I did a whole panel on this here. So the fact that we're trying to act like I don't know what I'm talking about just because I'm talking in a way that disagrees with y'all is a little funny to me.
All right, got a question. Do you consider Native Americans black people? The brown ones? See, this will get you in the game.
The brown one?
The
Do
ones
I
that are brown.
consider Native Americans black people? Not necessarily, no.
No. Just give me a clear
Maybe you'll have not really because they go through all through I guess the Yamasee maybe they had like no, not even then because certain features are kind of off. Like I don't necessarily believe that the indigenous Native Americans were black people. No, I'm not one of those people.
So then, see how confused
maybe the Southern American people, South American people, the ones that came through, you know, the southern route through the islands that's coming out of Melanesia. I would consider some of that. Yeah, them.
On the continent of America. How about in Mesoamerica? They real brown skinned people.
I just explained to you what I talked about South America.
No, I said Mesoamerica. I didn't say South America. I said Mesoamerica.
I mean, if those people, I don't know the migration patterns of the Melanesian people when they got to South America. So if I'm considering the Melanesian people black, and if they made it to Mesoamerica, then yeah, there would be some black people there. But I don't know that history to give you a complete answer like that.
See, that's how you out the game. How about the Almacs? See they features, see they phenotypes, big nose, big lips.
Right. I also feel like the Olmecs were one of those people that came out of Melanesia, but then I don't have the information right now to
Right. All right. So that's the point, Queen. That's the point, Queen. That's why you wrong. That's why I'm gonna stay on you. Because that is incoherency. So see how you right back to what the community always was saying, that the Almacs is black, that the people in the Adam and Eve's Island is black. That you right back there saying that. Come on, yo. That's all right. I'm glad we got.
How am I right back there saying it when I just said what I actually said was I don't know that history, but if I was taking a guess. I just said that. So being intellectually honest in this conversation does nothing. I can't even say that I haven't looked up that information to give you a complete answer on that. And that's the thing that you want to hold me to, even though that wasn't in the presentation.
The North High indigenous
That's
North.
weird. This is what I'm talking about. It's a weird way y'all go about the conversation.
You capping. You back to capping again. You off the square. Straight pseudo, you capping. You know what I said.
And now if I start going into the old jokes, and now we're gonna have people saying that I'm being a bully, I'm being mean, I'm being outrageous because I'm doing all of this. But it's okay for you to do it, right?
Because I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna call you on your bullshit. I'm gonna call you on your bullshit.
What bullshit are you calling me on? You asked me a question, I gave you an honest answer. You also asked me a question that wasn't a part of my presentation.
You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you a question. See what you ask. Since you talk this, you ain't saying it, but you just said it, and then say, "Well, I don't know," but you just said
what? What did I say?
Yeah, you're not sure if they connected to some people coming through the Pacific Islands or some mumble jumble. Did you probably
say? You don't even know what I said. You don't even know what I said. But then you're gonna sit here and act like you did.
I know what you said. I know the people you talking about.
No. That's not what I said. I said what I said was. So are you gonna allow me to say what I said, or are you gonna just keep on going with what you talking about?
Go ahead.
So what I said was, I don't know. Go ahead, brother. Tell me what I said.
No, go ahead. That was your background. It wasn't me. Go ahead. I was quiet.
My whole
What I
thing.
said was, is
Go ahead.
that go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna fill in the dead air. I'd rather y'all get it in. I want to mind my business for real.
Yeah, what I said was is that I don't know the history. I can't give you an actual intellectual answer on the history of the Olmecs when I can be intellectually honest enough to say I don't know that history. So you asking me a question that I don't know the history on does not do anything for my presentation. Why not asking me about questions on what I actually said? Why not do that?
Because you wouldn't have to know the history of the damn Almax if you understood evolution like you claim you do. That's the point we making here. The fact that you don't understand that the Almax wouldn't be considered anything remotely close to black because of their phenotypes means that you do not understand evolution. A person that understands evolution would outright said it no.
How
That's
can
why
they
I
outright say no if they don't know the history of those people?
you
If I
don't need
don't know the phenotypes of those people, only
Can
thing
I
I know
answer
is
that?
the skull,
Yeah, go ahead.
right?
Go ahead, A1.
Oh,
Yeah, they're going to say no because black is a human trait that affects all people groups. You're using black as if it's a people group, and that's why there's a problem. That is the problem. That was my whole
I'm
problem.
not using black as a
Keep using black.
people group.
Are they black? That's you're talking about it like it's a people group. When black is a
No,
human trait that
he was
affects
talking
people
about
groups,
that was
whether
his question. Are the Olmecs black? That was his question. He's talking about them like they're a
yeah, it
people
was a
group.
setup. It
What
was a
I
setup.
said was
Yeah,
black.
it was like I said,
It was a setup.
Jesus, y'all love putting words in my mouth.
I
I didn't put
definitely set
anything
you
in
up
your
and put
mouth.
you in the cage,
Not
my
go there.
fault.
You don't have to do that with me. Now you who's gaslighting.
I definitely set you up, Issa. My fault. Put you in the cage and locked it. If you said,
You didn't set me up. What happened was, well, you know what? I would absolutely give it to you because giving intellectually honest answers is not safe here. Right? You can't say that, oh, I've never studied the history or the genome or any of those things of those people. But what I can say is that whatever phenotypes they did have, right? I couldn't. They didn't originate in South America. I could tell you that much.
right, that's how wrong you is, and then you double down on being wrong. I tell you that much. You just double down. Thank you. You double triple. You not only I locked the door on you. You reached your arm through the other side of the cage and put another lock on it. Thank you, sis. So now
Well,
I
let me
feel
ask you a
good
question.
about talking to you about that.
Let me ask you a question then.
Yeah,
So,
ask me
can
a
you
question.
show me the historical? Can you show me the history of the Olmecs that shows the genealogy and where they migrated from? Can you show me that?
They migrate. The Olmecs come by way of leaving Africa before they called Olmecs. Human beings leave Africa and they walk to the Americas. So they get there by way of either the land bridge, right? Or some types of canoes. That's how they get there. And they migrate all the way down the coastline, all the way to Mesoamerica. That's how they got there. The same populations you was talking about. Some go to the
Okay.
island. Right, the same thing. That's
Perfect.
all I'm trying to tell you.
So you do agree with me that they evolved in Africa and then they walked out of Africa. So my question would be, did their phenotypes change on the way there and then they reimbursed themselves when they got to South America? Is that what happened?
There's a funny thing about phenotypes. One, the skin color you are now, right? Guarantee your ancestors didn't have that skin color, right? Phenotypes can change, right? Specifically, skin color can change within 25 to 50 generations. So I'm gonna say it again. Everybody on this show, everybody listening, you looking at yourself, your ancestors didn't have that skin color. See, that's evolution. It's an evolutionary conversation. So if you understand the history of evolution and how humans migrate, then my question, right, shouldn't have been a trick question, but it's a trick question to you because you didn't understand it. It's okay. You
No, it's
will
not that I
understand.
didn't understand it. It's that I
Right.
haven't looked up the migration patterns of the Olmecs specifically to be able to give you an intellectually honest answer. So because I didn't look into it, I'm not going to sit here and entertain that, right? I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah,
But Did you? I'm sorry, I kind of stepped away for a second and I didn't hear if you answered my question. So, are you saying that the Olmec people, that migration line, their phenotypes originated in Africa, they left Africa, and on their way to South America, did they lose said phenotypes and did they gain them again because they were living in a tropical area in South America? Is that what happened?
I said, "Hey, I'm gonna show you." But I thought you was I thought your conversations was. I thought you talked about hologroup maps. I thought you understand DNA hologroups. You talk about hologroups. So let me show you this. Let me show you why you being disingenuous right now, or you just don't understand and don't know. Share my map. A1 for me, please. Right here. Right here on the screen. You don't need to know the history of the Olmecs. If a person like you is talking about hologroups, right?
Right. But did they go across the Bering Strait or did they go the southern route? Which way did they go?
First of all, the southern route ain't even actually been confirmed. You basically talking about down here, did they hop islands? Maybe the water level was lower and things were closer. Maybe it could have went that way. All right, maybe. But this is a general quote unquote hologroup map right here. All right. They all came this way. Right. So yeah, the southern route thing is still quote unquote disputed, but it wouldn't matter at that point. The point is, if you understand haplogroups and human migration, you don't need to know the history of nobody. You just need to understand the history of hologroups, which you claim to know.
That's all. Well, which haplogroup is the Olmecs a part of?
What other options are there? Like out of Mexico? You know what else was there?
Ain't no other options. That's the point.
Right, but so you're not catching the sarcasm in my question because I think these are real questions.
Oh,
so the sarcasm in my question is the way that y'all are talking about it, especially when it comes down to South. Sorry, give me a second.
That's interesting, A1. So she was being sarcastic. I didn't know that. Sarcasm.
Because she was just acting like we were being sarcastic and that it was okay for her just to be like, I don't know. But like we were saying, what other options were there? The out of Mexico theory?
Out of the water, dove out the...
I don't know if they're Africans. Maybe they came out of Mexico. I don't know. Because if you asked if the Olmecs were black, I don't know. It was a trick question from the gate, though. I understood it. And I don't even do this. I don't even do this for real.
Right. And I understood that it was a trick question as well.
I
understood that it was a trick question as well. But the issue that is missing, right, is which haplogroup. I asked which haplogroup the Olmecs were, because in order to trace how they migrated, you need to know like at least what haplogroup they're a part of. And I don't know that. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do, like some people I know, right? Then also, I asked about the phenotypes. If their phenotypes started in Africa and they lost them on the way through the Bering Strait, and then they regained them in South America, because that will prove the point that y'all are making, that these traits are happening, all over the world. It's all by the equator. You don't have to come out of Africa to have those, features. Fine. Okay. Well, then show me where in the history of the Olmecs, where they went from, looking phenotypically black or tropical, however you want to put it, right, with the broad lips and the broad nose and the dark pigment skin. They lost it on the migration path and then they regained it in South America, because that's what y'all are saying, at least when it comes to the Olmecs. So that's why I'm asking, how are we going about this conversation? Because in its entirety, you're still saying that the origins of these features are still happening in Africa. You're saying it without saying it.
What?
Oh, that's not what we're saying.
Suppose it didn't happen. Suppose what you just said about them, quote unquote, leaving Africa, right? And never change their phenotypes, right? You saying that's what we saying? Suppose the phenotypes did change, then what? Both things could be true in this situation for sure. And I hate saying both things can be true, but based off of evolution, you know what I'm saying? What we do know is the genes mutated. And you know how we know that? Because we can actually start in North America, use molecular clock, right? And the mutation rate is constant. And so we can follow it all the way back to Africa. So we know the mutations occurred, right? But you never mix, you're never matching haplogroups with phenotypes. That's pseudoscience all the way. So suppose they stayed in the southern route, tropical, and they features never changed, but their haplogroups changed. There you go again. Got you again. What you saying? Because it's the outer Africa population, no matter what you say, right? And it's called African and non-African. And non-African don't mean they not African. It simply identifies the population that mutated outside of Africa. So regardless, they're all non-African populations. And so you're continuing to name non-African populations black is confusing. But then you say, well, I don't mean race. I mean the skin color. Well, hell, all you had to do was pull up a skin map and end the whole conversation. Skin map ends the whole, you wouldn't even have to do a whole conversation around that. You would just say, ladies and gentlemen, it's a skin map, right? And there you have it. Explain the skin map and close it down. That's it. Easy work. Not hard. Why go through it? Why go through the turmoil? Why get up on something at the TV and do the whole back and forth thing? Why do all that? Why? Well, you could just put up the skin.
Because I'm not like you, and I'm not talking about a skin theory.
Debate league.
I
had to get a cheap plug. Titans debate league. Back to y'all.
Oh.
Right, because here at the Titans debate league, where we're having this conversation, that's just how I study. That's what I want to talk about. Like, I don't knock nobody for how they do their scholarship, how they're going about their information, and the lack of being experimental with their information. I don't knock y'all. If y'all want to just like read it out and do the things and, watch it out, fine. But I go outside of those things, right? So when other people hear black and they hear eugenics and they hear European race theory, I don't hear that. I hear my ancient ancestors that was already using that terminology. That's what I hear. And I go back to that terminology. I don't let Europeans tell me how to use certain words. So that's just where I'm at. And everybody don't have to be there. But it would be nice if we could have a conversation in, understanding. So as we can see, when I'm talking about, and I'm going to speak y'all language, when I'm talking about black, right? And I'm talking about different phenotypes. I'm talking about those phenotypes that evolved in Africa and then was then taken out of Africa and taken to other places. That's what I'm talking about. And then I'm also adding the fact that I recognize that people evolve when they get to where they're going. They mutate when they get to where they're going. Sorry, give me a second.
Yeah, and that's the issue with pseudos. Pseudos always make up their own definition. That's why they pseudos. Pseudos always go outside of the established scientific methods and scientific nomenclatures and scientific data. They disrespect that completely. So you can say it any kind of way you want. Just don't get mad when I call you a damn pseudo. Don't get mad, because that's exactly you're the splitting example of what pseudos do. The refusal to adhere to scientific rules and regulations, the refusal to promote literacy in said subjects. It's crazy to have a field that spends millions of dollars yearly for a person who don't spend a dime on it to go against established knowledge, that make up their own definitions and then expect us to all of a sudden we got to turn pseudo to understand what you're saying. That's incoherency, that's out of order, and I'm glad, you know what, A1, I appreciate something told me to get on this damn panel tonight, bro. Now I'm no longer confused about nothing she says out of her mouth. I can just say, yo, she's wrong. With her chest out. Wrong. The way she said is pseudoscientific. Sounds like science, looks like science, but it's not science. The very fact that she says she want to say it her way. She does not have the right to say it her way when we talking science, because now it's a scam. It's just, you claim that you promote scientific ideas, but yet make up your own ideas. That's the scam.
What idea that I made up besides the fact that I'm using tropical features interchangeably with black? What did I make up?
So you wasn't trying to give us a presentation based off of biology?
What did I make up besides the fact that I use tropical features interchangeable with black? Because that's what you're saying.
The fact is you use the words phenotypes, tropical this, that's geography, which is also scientifically based. The fact that you use all these things, but yet make up your own thing, you don't have the right to do that. You can do what you want to do.
What did I make up besides saying that tropical features and black? What did I make up besides that?
You got me, shorty. You got me.
What did I make up? Why you can't be specific? See, when A1 barely even saw the presentation, and he was very specific with me what he had a problem with.
I'm very specific. I told you I have a problem with you using scientific terms, using Hubble groups, talking about Hubble groups in the same vein of using a politically charged word. Yeah, I'm saying to explain people.
Right, but you do recognize that that's your opinion about the politically charged word.
That's not my opinion. It points to a social construct which is pseudoscientific and does not fit the ancient people of that time.
So the ancient people of that time didn't describe themselves as black? Because I'm pretty sure we went through this conversation.
You just found some damn Dinka and got the Dinka, and I pulled up the Dinka dictionary and we fought on that for an hour. And the way they were saying it ain't had nothing to do with the way we think. The way we think and the way we saying it. And so my point is, if you want to say the Dinka got dark skin and as a human being, they can see dark skin, hell, we all know that. We apes, we see in color. So that could not be your argument that people did not see color. They seen green, they seen red, they seen black, they seen all the colors. They seen light and darker. So why you even think
Let me jump in the middle of this after he finished, Lisa, before you get in. Because
go ahead.
With what you just said, like you said, do we have a problem with you using the term black? Not necessarily, but when you say it, I hear it the way that most black people who've never studied evolutionary biology are going to hear it. They're going to think the way I thought before, when I was still ignorant on the subject, that it's a people group, that it's not a human trait that affects all people groups. So they're going to hear, it's just very confusing the way you're using it. And it would bring so much clarity to the conversation if you didn't use it in reference to evolutionary biology. But I see why Unk's saying it's like a blackity black thing. There's no reason to use this term right now. And the way that they used black back then, they weren't saying it was a whole people group.
But that's not what I'm saying. Oh my God.
When you say it today in 2026, that's how people hear it. No.
Right, but that doesn't make it okay, right? It doesn't make it my all the way my issue because that's the way you hear it. When in the conversation of what you just said, you're recognizing that black has been used as a descriptor for thousands of years. So because you're equating it to the political European standpoint, and I'm not, somehow I'm wrong and you're right. And it's like, I'll be wrong, but okay, go ahead,
What
sir.
are you equating it to? What are you're not making any sense. Now you're going in circles. You can't get me like that. What are you equating it to then in reference to evolutionary biology?
Said phenotypes. And you say phenotypes, you right back into evolution again.
I don't know. I don't know why y'all thought I was always in evolution. I was just using different terms. So when you would say tropical features, I said black features. That's the only thing that we're arguing about.
No, we're
literally.
Not. And then you
like,
don't.
literally.
But then here's where the waters get muddy. Here's where the waters get
like
muddy. Issa, let me
the
show you
only
where the
time
waters
I'm
get muddy.
using the term
That
black
was
is
the
when
first
I'm
way you were using it, Issa. And here's where the waters get muddy. Then you were trying to use it to say that they identified as this term as a whole at that period. Those are two different
I was saying that in terms. I was say now you got to put what I'm saying into context. Context is important. I said I'm using the word interchangeably with tropical, tropical features, right? That's what I said. And then Unc said that no, you can't use it like that because it's a political construct. And I said, well, I don't agree with that because they were using that term as a descriptor before the politics even started. Before the Europeans even came to colonize, they were already using that term. So no, the way you're mushing my words together is a little disingenuous from how I actually meant it. Because again, I'm talking to 2 to 3 different people at the same time. So you have to use context. So when I say black, I'm talking about the tropical features of Africa that we have both said, yes, they absolutely originated in Africa. And then when I started talking about how different cultures use the term black as a descriptor, it was to stand on my point that black is not exclusive to just European use. I'm making 2 separate points based on the conversation.
Yeah, I call Cap too. I wanted to call it because first she said that she was using it as a descriptor. Then she's saying that they use it to describe themselves. And then the context that she showed them describing themselves was the sickness. Am I correct, Unc?
Yep.
Like if you got a
Absolutely.
black eye. They weren't calling themselves. She didn't show people identifying as black people. She showed them using it to describe a wound, things like that. That's not. But if that's what you want,
what I used it to describe was
3 different times. You gave 3 different ways that you used it, and you don't see why anybody's confused. But go ahead, you got it. If you can use
I don't see why anybody is
Yeah,
confused. A lot of the reason why the confusion is happening is because it sounds like there's a blockage between the term black, right? At least that's what I'm getting out of it. Just like y'all are getting something out of this conversation, I am as well, right? And what I'm getting out of it is that you're not. I'm talking, and if you would stop talking, you would hear me. What are you missing?
What you say we got? You getting something out of it? You feel like you're getting something? You use the word. That's why I said a what? Trying to figure out what you're saying. You keep saying it over, like you keep saying. I keep saying it. You keep saying that. Then nobody say you can't use the word black. Nobody mad at you using the word black. I said I'm mad.
So did you hear what I said or not? Are you just cutting me off or what?
You didn't say anything.
I was literally talking. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. I was talking, and you was like, "What? What?" So I stopped to hear what you wanted to say.
No, I was asking, what did you say? You said you hear us saying something. And that something is you keep saying that we don't like the fact you use the word black. And I say you keep saying it. That's you capping now. I don't have a problem with the usage of the word black. The problem is the misuses of the word. I've said it 1,000 times.
Can I finish speaking to what I was talking about? Thank you. Before you show this white lady.
Yes.
What I was saying was,
oh, she white? I didn't know she was white.
is that when I was talking about the medical tablets don't just talk about how these ailments, they talk about what skin tone the person was, how whatever ailment they had, and then after they cured them, they also talked about the skin tone that they were in after the curation. So you have to actually read the tablets that I'm talking about, right? And also, that was just one example. And then I gave you another example when I was talking about the Dinka. So like, to act as if like these examples, like there's not multiple examples happening of people using these descriptors to basically to communicate with each other is weird to me. That's why I'm not understanding like what part aren't y'all getting, because you're absolutely agreeing that the people are using the term black, but then when I use it, y'all want to go to Europe. It's weird.
Okay, let me show you how weird you sound. Here you go. I'm gonna show you the difference between an expert and your mumble jumble. Right? The white lady.
To live in the extremities of the environment on the Earth's surface. Skin color has tremendous numbers of implications, tremendous for our health and social well-being. We pay attention to color. Color is important for us. We can't help but see color. That's one of the beauties of being an old world higher primate, is that we have trichromatic color vision. But the fact that we see it doesn't mean that we judge it. The bald assessment of color is completely neutral and free of any judgment. We only affix a value to color through behavior, through acculturation, through exposure to people who have views about color. I like, and this is one of the illustrations from my kids' book, I like to talk about the conditions that existed for much of the time in ancient Egypt, as people lived along the extent of the Nile, from areas right on the Mediterranean here with moderate levels of UV to areas here in the tip of the Red Sea, close to the tip of the Red Sea in northern Sudan, with very, very high levels of ultraviolet radiation. So along the upper and the lower Nile, we see this tremendous gradient of UV radiation and this tremendous gradient of skin color among the various peoples and pharaohs of dynastic and pre-dynastic Egypt. People living along the Nile traded with one another regularly. They saw the difference in skin color. They depicted it in art in sarcophaguses and in other murals along the Nile. But color did not distinguish one group from another in terms of anything but the bare color. There was no value associated with color. For us living in the United States right now, it's almost unfathomable to think that there was a time in human history, and in fact, most of human history, when we affixed no value to skin color. For us living in the United States right now, it's almost unfathomable to think that there was a time in human history, and in fact, most of human history, when we affixed no value to skin color. There were no connotations of skin color. But in fact, that is the case. Humans are very, very good at discriminating according to language and dress and, perceived barbarity. But for most of human history, those boundaries were not drawn on the basis of skin color. So here, I like to quote, to look at the Persian Empire.
Yeah, if you ain't sound like that, you capping and you scamming. when you talking about skin color.
I absolutely sound like that. I actually agree with the lady. We say the same thing. Maybe I'm just not saying it as eloquent as her. Maybe I'm not saying it as eloquent as her or as scientifically sound as her. But yes, she's saying the same thing I was saying.
You know, that lady is
Yes, I don't feel as if, you know, I'm putting value into black. I'm not saying that black is God's. I'm not saying that black is the by all end all. I'm not even saying that black is the evolutionary, you know, superiority. I didn't say any of those things. I'm just being descriptive. Right. And can I just read this really quickly?
Yeah,
Can I just read this real quickly?
I don't agree.
So I'm just asking Google like everybody else, right? Just asking Google.
All right, what it say?
Can I use the term black as a description like the early ancient civilizations to talk about early civilizations and the early migrations, like the first people to move out of Africa were black? Yes, you can absolutely use the term black to describe the highly melanated skin tones of early migrating humans. However, using it accurately requires clear understanding of scientific difference between phenotype, like appearance and skin and color, and modern sociological race. Because in my introduction, I said that we need to make a difference between phenotype and modern sociological race. Let's continue. The scientific fact, they had dark skin. The phrase "the first people to move out of Africa were dark-skinned black" is a factual, correct statement of physical phenotype. The biology, our earliest Homo sapiens ancestors evolved in the equatorial Africa, sometime around 1 to 2 million years ago. As they shed their body hair, they evolved highly elevated. Well, we know all of this stuff. Basically, even Google is saying that you could use that term, but you know, whatever.
So you ain't understand what you read? Let me find out you can't read. You can say all the words clear, but your comprehension ain't there. Did you understand what you just read? Because you actually was unable to do what you read said you had to do. You had to be able to make clear distinctions, and you've never been able to do that since you've been on here. Arrogant and scamming at the same time.
Clear distinctions of what? Complete the sentence. Clear distinctions of what?
Distinctions of making color value judgments on skin color and trying to explain human beings. You
Okay,
said
so
that.
let me read it again for you. Hold on. Let me read it again for you.
Let me make the point.
Because that's not what we said.
Hold on. You claim the lady that you just listened to, you agreed with her. But that means you didn't understand what she was saying, because she said, don't do what you've been doing on your last videos and for the last 6 hours here. You're doing exactly what she said not to do. And then she finished you off with, it's unthinkable that people living in the United States, you know what I'm saying, could see that that's not how humans been doing it for the majority of human history. That's exactly what she said as far as making judgments on skin color. You're making a value judgment on skin color, miss, and you don't even know it.
Okay, but I'm not. So don't put that on me. So I never gave value to the skin color. Never said that they were superior. Never said that they were godlike. Never said that they were just because they're original beings. Everything outside of their original beings is wrong or off. That's putting value.
You said original being has a value.
I didn't do that.
Original.
I didn't do that. That's a factual statement to say that the people coming out of Africa were dark skinned, but whatever. So again, listen to my words. This is Google. Yes, you can absolutely use the term black to describe the highly melanated skin tones of early migrating humans. However, using it accurately requires a clear understanding of scientific differences between phenotypes and modern sociological race. And I said that plenty of times. Nowhere in here was talking about value systems in skin tone. That's not what it said. And I agree with her because at the end of the day, I'm not one of those people who feels like, my melanated skin makes me better than you. No, I recognize that, herding, horse riding, carriages all come out of the steppe. I recognize that. I recognize the ancient contributions of these people, regardless of the fact if they look like me or not, because I like history in its entirety. Right? So when I said I stepped out of the social political ideology or the sociological race theory, when I said I'm not adhering to that, that's what I mean. I'm not adhering to that. And I made that very clear in my introduction. So even Google is telling you that, yes, you can use the term to talk about these early civilizations. Now, if I was talking about something that was happening in the 1700s, I wouldn't talk like that because I recognize that now these social these social hierarchies is absolutely prevalent in the conversation because we're living in a time of European colonization. So yes, I can make distinctions between time periods and people and colors, right? I can do those things. And I can chew gum and walk.
Let me see. Interesting. Let me see.
That's me on the screen. What it's talking about? Evolutionary. This is for RBKWW, whatever his name was, talking about black is problematic. Then he said, I want to be a Caucasian or something so bad.
Yeah, hater. That's
Black is problematic when talking about evolutionary biology. Do evolutionary biologists use the term black to identify people with dark skin? Yes or no, and why or why not? Short answer is no, not as a primary biological classification term. Why? Black is mainly a social and historical label, not a biological category. Like I already went over this earlier, but now because I understand this, I want to be Caucasian so bad. You see how dumbass people insult you when they don't agree? And that shows me that y'all are bitch made. I don't have to insult you because I don't agree with you. I don't have to attack you and do weird shit like that. That shit is so weird to me. You could have just brought your information. We already know evolutionary biologists don't do this, but the fact that I recognize it, now I want to be a Caucasian, according to this.
I said that you wanted to be a Caucasian?
Oh, it's the queen, not you.
Oh, I thought that was towards me. My bad. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I'm saying you said.
I'll show the screen on the. I'll show the comment on the screen right now. Where did he say it at? Some people want to check that.
Oh, I'm like, whoa, I was about to get very emotional. Like, whoa, hold on, sir.
First, I was telling him it's problematic.
I'm going on mute.
And because he doesn't understand why, he accused me of wanting to check a Caucasian box because he's slow and stupid. I guess I don't know. No emotional regulation. Probably needs some therapy. Well, you definitely don't want to be black. I guess whatever, bro. Do I have a choice? Shut the fuck up. I'm about to block him. He out of here.
Oh man, got the Black Street on him.
You out of here, buddy.
Banned him early in the morning.
I'm on that shit today because I'm really like nobody play with me ever. Nowhere I go. I come on here.
Can I just make this disclaimer?
People on here play with me. I gotta work my patience. In real life, nobody plays with me. But people on here be playing with me, and I don't like it. I don't like having to exert patience that I don't even have to do in real life because people are smart enough to know who to fuck with. But on here, we got an internet connection and fiber optics, and people is gangsters, I guess. Shit is crazy, man. I treat everybody with the utmost respect because I know how crazy I act when I don't get mine. Y'all haven't seen me disrespect nobody first. Because I'm a goddamn nut in real life. Ain't nobody gonna disrespect me. And that's why I lead with respect. Because I know I'm gonna run into somebody like me one day. I know better. My mama taught me right. You can't go down here smacking niggas, and when they pull a gun out and shoot you, you say they overreacting. Y'all need to lead with respect, man. Everybody. I'm not talking about nobody specifically. This is just in general. Like y'all, this has been a hell of a night. My patience is really worn thin. The fun is being taken out of this tonight.
Now you finally get it. Now you see what we all go through. Share my screen, please. I would like to respond to Issa Babel. Hit that link for me.
Down and share yours. There we go.
My good friend. What you just did was, we call it psychobabble. It's a term for language that uses psychological jargon and buzzwords in a manner that may lack accuracy, genuine meaning, or relevance. That's where we at right now. You can move away from it. Right now, for the last 7 hours, you've been promoting psychobabble. There we have it. I just wanted to put that out there. And A1, man, I appreciate that whole thing about.
I just want to say, for the last 6 hours, Unc has been giving us a masterclass in how not to comprehend sentences. And I appreciate the conversation. I'm glad we at least got some understanding, at least to the very minimal of I'm using Black interchangeable with tropical features. So we don't have to have that issue again because you know what I'm talking about. As far as or you don't, whatever. And that's another testament to like the comprehension issue. As far as what scientists
are, I'm glad you a little better, sis. I'm glad you are. Appreciate you. That's good. You doing better.
As far as what scientists are using, I agree that scientists aren't using these terms. I've never disagreed with you. Because there is a political background to it, and they could literally be sued. But in all reality, it doesn't change what I said or the fact that the Google itself is telling you that yes, you can use these terms, but you have to be scientific. You have to have a clear understanding in the difference between the phenotypes and the modern sociological race. And because I am being aware of those things, even to the point of nauseum, because I know that this is where the conversation and the pushback is coming from. I know that. So that's why I'm giving this so much effort, because I know that I'm using a term that is hard to hear for a lot of people. So I'm gonna give y'all the space to say what y'all need to say, right? But at the end of the day, you can absolutely use these terms.
You just found another way to say that we're trying to say that you can't use the term Black and we have an issue. You just said we literally have an issue with using the word Black. No, once again, Issa, that's not our issue. My issue is that you misuse the term Black to define populations of people that has like phenotypes, which moves you into a quote unquote biological conversation, which moves you into a pseudoscientific understanding of said phenotypes. Take you back to the 1700s when Europeans came and enslaved people and based the enslavement off their phenotype. That's That's what you doing. So, no, I'm black and I'm proud. I've been black and I'm proud since I was 6, that I can remember saying it. 6 years old, held a fist up, me and my cousin, I'm black and I'm proud. Right. And understood exactly what it meant and never thought that the color of my skin made me any different than anybody else since 6. I'm telling you now.
Can you tell me when I said that? Because you keep pushing that. Where did I say that your skin tone made you different from different from any other Homo sapien? When did I say that?
The minute you start talking about they left out with their phenotypes.
Yeah, the point is you're using characteristics of a people group and using that term to describe a whole people group, and it don't work like that. It's like you got the genus and the species mixed up. You got the whole hierarchy upside down. That's what's really going on. Black is
I don't agree, and neither does Google.
It's and exactly what he said. We have no problem with you using black. We only have a problem when you misuse it.
Right, but according to the Google, again, so let me keep on reading because apparently I didn't make the point. Apparently I didn't make the point because be clear, when you Googled it, you said, do scientists use these terms? I'm not a scientist, I'm a regular ass person.
Evolutionary biologists use
right. Are they not scientists?
And I'll put it back on the
right,
screen.
but are they not scientists?
Evolutionary.
Right. Yes. Now we're playing semantics.
I paused because that was rhetorical. It had to be. This is even more specific.
Right. So when I said scientists, why are we arguing?
Because in certain areas of science, you can get away with it, but not when we're talking evolutionary biology. No. If you
but that's literally what the Google says, because that's not. Can you? Okay, so that's not what the Google said. That's why we Google 2 different things, right? Because in my Google, right, I asked specifically, can I use the term black as a description like the early ancient civilizations to talk about early ancient civilization and early migrations, like the first people to move out of Africa were black. And that is very specific. Right? Because I'm not a biologist, right? So I'm being specific to what I'm talking about. And in the answer, I told you the first part where you have to be, you have to have a clear understanding between phenotypes and modern sociological race, right? And then it also says the scientific fact that they had dark skin. The phrase, the first people to move out of Africa were dark skinned black, is a factual, correct statement of physical phenotype. Our earliest Homo sapiens ancestors evolved in equatorial Africa, sometimes around 1.2 million years ago. We know this part. Breakthrough genomic studies, such as those led by evolutionary geneticist Dr. Sarah Tishkoff, proved that when early waves of modern humans migrated out of Africa, they carried these exact dark pigmentations and alleles. And then it says the ancient way, objective physical description. Using black as a literal descriptor mimics the exact approach of ancient civilizations like the Sumerians, Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans. To them, color was objective physical observation. This person has highly melanated skin or charcoal or a Nubian, or it was tied to a geographic regions. These people are from the South, or the hair color, the black-headed people. They did not view color through a lens of biological hierarchies. In antiquity, a person with dark skin could be a pharaoh or a general or a slave or a merchant. Their skin tone didn't dictate their human value. So and last thing I'm going to say, phenotype versus modern race. While it is correct to say the first migrants were black skin, it is historical anachronism to say that they belong to the modern black race. I never said that they belong to the modern black race. Why? The concept of unified black race and the corresponding white, Asian, or indigenous races is a modern invention created in the 17th and 18th century. And I also said that if I was talking about the 1700s or or the 1800s, I would absolutely adhere to what y'all are talking about because that is the time period where it is there. But centuries, legal justification, colonization, transatlantic slavery. Those first migrants leaving Africa 60,000 years ago were the ancestors of all humanity. They carried the genetic blueprint that would eventually branch out into Europeans, Native Americans, Asians, and Pacific Islanders. Like even the even these people are talking about, and then it gives me examples. The first humans to migrate out of Africa had highly melanated dark brown or black skin, which was an evolutionary necessity to survive equatorial UV rays. Like, I have been talking about this stuff, and then I also talk about how they mutated when they left and they adapted to their new environments. I'm literally talking about the same things you're talking about. Like, I'm just using black interchangeably with tropical phenotypes. And guess what? They said that I could. It's y'all who have the issue. And I'm only using the word issue is because we've been arguing about it, not because like I really feel like what I'm saying is stopping your day.
Yeah, you're misusing black, but whatever. Again, like I typed in the same thing over here, and it says the same thing that I said. I don't know what you were reading. I didn't get it when I typed it in on Google. That didn't come up, and I typed exactly what you typed in.
What you type in? Let me see.
Can we use the term black to describe the people who first migrated out of Africa? That's what you said.
You have to add, because the AI is off of sociological, political, ideologies. You have to add as if like the ancient people use the term. You have to put that, or it will continue to give you the same answer because the AI is done by people who also feel like you do. You literally have to put all of that. That's why all of that was in my thing, because it is important to the question.
I feel like what you put in there is a way to try to get a certain response. It's a biased response, honestly. I feel like it's just biased.
Wow.
And again, when I put this in, it tells me the same thing. And it gives you the reason why people don't do it, because it creates confusion.
Okay.
It explains it here.
But it doesn't say that it's wrong.
First migrated out of Africa. It says it depends on what you mean by black. If you mean dark skin, yes, probably the first populations of Homo sapiens that migrated out of Africa are generally thought to have had dark skin based on what scientists understand about early human pigmentation and UV adaptation. We all agree on that. If you mean black as a modern racial category, which is the only way that people know it who don't study evolutionary biology. So 95% of people, it's like, why are we even using the term? It just creates
confusion. But you do recognize that you're not telling me that I'm wrong. You're telling me that I'm creating confusion.
I'm going to finish, though. Usually no scientists are cautious about that wording. Usually I'm distracted. It's weird getting cut off. I know how you feel when they do it to you. Yeah, it says usually no scientists. It says usually no. Scientists are cautious about that wording. Why? Black today is often social, historical, or racial identity with meaning shaped by culture or history. So when we're saying were they black people, people are applying it to this the whole Afrocentric movement. Like, yeah, they was black, but what does that mean? They're not looking at it the same way you are. And if you don't add the context, then I guess it is safe to say you are purposely being disingenuous because you read both definitions, and I know you know both. But even though that you still understand it creates confusion based on the connotation, and you're still using it, I can't defend you from any of this stuff that they're saying at that point.
Well, at the end of the day, you're not, and nothing that you said that I was wrong for using it. It just said that I'm creating confusion while using it. Those are two different statements, right?
There's different context.
Right. Right. And that's why I was literally talking about the different context that I was using the entire time. I was talking about it the whole time. All of the context to use this word.
And we heard you say that. And then what we said was forget all of that, clearing up context. Don't use it because it creates confusion. So it's like, okay, you want to use it. I know. And that's what Unc was saying. It's the blackity black thing. We black. So you want to use the word black, even though it creates confusion, you'll just drop the context. But you're going to use it because you identify with it because of what it means today in this connotation. Even though it means something totally different when we're using it in evolutionary biology, you're still going to force it into the dialogue, knowing it creates confusion with people who haven't studied it. So at that point, there is no point in defending you. You're doing it on purpose now. And you've read that you understand it. So yeah, that's just what it is. I'm glad we figured that out though. Because you can have the same conversation without sliding that in as a reference, but then it doesn't do the Afrocentric thing that you wanted to do, which I see what Unc West is talking. I didn't see it at first, what Unc West was saying. Like you're trying to make it all blackity black. I didn't really get that. I just thought you were genuinely confused. Now I get it.
Why do I have to be confused? Though?
And you said that you so I know you get it now, and you still inserting it in. Cool, go ahead. But now I get it. Now I can put a pin in that and say, okay, information updated, and I can just treat people accordingly now. Like before, I genuinely thought you were confused, and now I realize there is no point in me saying anything else on this subject to you. You guys got the floor.
Yeah, I just feel like at the end of the day, y'all gonna feel however you want to feel about this word, and that is your prerogative. And y'all could turn it into some Afrocentric, anything that y'all want to turn it into. But at the end of the day, I said what I said, and when I said it, the AI backed me up, and you could call it a biased decision, all that you want to, but at the end of the day, if you're not telling your AI that you're using the term as an ancient term, it's going to use the term as a modern term. That's just what it's going to do. So unfortunately, for y'all, is that I just think differently from you, and that's fine. But like y'all trying to categorize me and label me and all this other stuff because I am blackity black. But you can also say that about the first migrants up out of Africa because they were absolutely black, and and you can absolutely say that they were black. The AI says that they were black. You even read that they were black. I could show you right here where you read that nothing in here. Hold on. It depends on what you mean by black. If you mean dark skin, yes, probably. It doesn't say no, my good brother. Why are you talking over me?
Because you cut me off. I was next and you just start talking. So I just
I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Of course you didn't hear me. Of course you didn't. Share my screen. Pseudo shuffle, boy. Share my screen.
Yes,
A1, please.
Sorry about that. I don't see your screen. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the great John Henry Clark talk. I'm gonna let the great ancestor talk. This is a lecture from 1974. Right there. Y'all said my fault, 1973. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna let him say it. Yeah, because we blacked out around here for no reason. Here we go.
Rogers has alleged some very startling things, and we're using that word because I think in the context of having had only white history, anything black is startling. And so I'm saying it in a positive way. That some of his information has said that there were a number of American presidents who actually were black, that there were a number of prominent Americans that history has treated as whites, who by his criterion or criteria of who was black and white, according to society's definition, were black.
Oh, no, not according to Rogers' definition now. Understand, and this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people has been. I mean, they have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here, because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself. Now, According to the laws that's still on the statute book of the United States and some other parts of the world, one drop of us makes you a whole. Now, this ridiculous law and stipulation and measurement has given black people a lot of white people according to that law. Now, it has given us Beethoven, who was called a dark Moor. Now, he was probably one of the many olive-complected Europeans that you see in the millions throughout Europe. But in the States, in the United States, they say that if you have one drop of blood of a black person, you're a whole black person. Now, by this stupid law, we have a whole lot of white people. There's a whole lot of people that think they're white that belong to us. We might claim all of South America because the Spaniards were mulattoes when they got there, having been mixed with the Moors for nearly 800 years. And they were even before the Moorish conquest. Mediterranean Europe was highly mixed with Africans. Nobody thought anything of it because they were a mixture of power and influence and trade, and they got along fairly well together for hundreds of years before they turned on each other. And I don't say it did the Europeans any harm because the handsomest people in Europe are the olive-complected people who mix with the Africans.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented and developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. The whole race is a man-made thing. You know.
Well, how did people get to be French and English?
Well, different climatic conditions and migrations and amalgams of different people and migrations of people into your country, migrations of people out. All right. Now, this is an ethnic grouping as against what we call race. If you go back and you look at an old dictionary, you won't even find a definition for a race. Race grew out of the pseudo-scientific development of Europe. And this is what Rogers was addressing himself to and saying that according to your rule, which is ridiculous, a lot of you belong to us.
Well, in another context, if race is arbitrary, then could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture. It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history. And I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Because black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. Sometimes it's between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors and they can be patriarchs. They can be a whole lot of, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoons. We're a complete people. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
All right. So
yeah. Yeah, he was talking to you. He was talking to you, Issa. He knew Back in 1973, you was gonna pop up in 2026, start that nonsense. So that was for you. Now that's the one right there. That's the wise old elder right there. That's the one. So I get the word pseudoscience from him. I got that from him. Yeah, he the best. He the top notch, yo. He right there. Yeah, put him and Diops. Right? It's like this for me. I'm gonna lean more to him, right? Because he ain't had no formal training, right? Diops had formal training, but shit, the stuff Diops was talking about, he ain't had no formal training in it, right? And Clark, right? Man, serious dude. And there you go. So we ain't gotta fight that. Whatever you keep doing your thing, sis. Keep blackity black, blackity black. I'm not talking about black, but it's black. I'm not talking about that. It's not the race is black. I'm not talking about that. I agree. I don't agree. I agree. Yeah, keep going, yo. One day you're gonna look back on some of your tapes and say, damn, that shit wasn't clear. Dang, it ain't no damn sense. Yeah, because
You see how I keep on saying I'm not talking about race, and you keep on going right back to race because that's not what I'm talking about, and you just gonna keep on making the same point over and over and over again. I hope you don't get dizzy on that circle that you're in.
You're not talking about the skin color. You're not talking about the phenotypes. You're talking
What are you
politics.
talking about? I literally said I was always talking about pigmentation. I said that I'm not making it one collective people. That's what I said. I said I'm not making black a culture. That's what I said.
You're
And
making
the
a
fact
mega
that you
people.
don't understand that and you keep on showing me videos about race from people that I'm not talking about is very weird to me. It's giving comprehension issues. And it's giving like I really just have an issue with the word black, and that's not my issue. That's not my hill to die on.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna say this again. At no point am I saying I have an issue with black. I'm black. I'm proud. I have an issue with pseudos misusing the term black and then acting like they're not pseudos and acting like they talking science, but yet use the racial construct and hide and act like they ain't talking about the racial construct and then get stuck and say, I'm just talking about their skin color. Well, if you just talking about their damn skin color, then everybody knows we can see in color. So that ain't the issue. I played the white lady saying it. She said exactly that. And then you act like you agree with it. And now you make this response as if you didn't understand what the hell she was saying. Let me slow it down. You listen to a whole video of a lady who tried to explain to you no value on it. She said that. She said for the whole of human history, for the majority of the time, they didn't do that. You repeatedly continue to talk about people carrying their phenotypes with them like they was headed in a bag and walked out and carried it with them wherever they went. And where they settled, they put their phenotype back on. Big lips, big nose. If you keep talking about big nose and big lips, you're the one feeding into the racial construct, not me. Big noses and big lips. There you go. The big noses and the big lips.
I use the word term broad nose and full lips because a broad nose is talking about the nostrils and how it flares out, and full lips is talking about the fullness of the lips, not necessarily how big they are. So again, you have a comprehension issue.
Share my screen. I ain't got no comprehension. Share my screen, A1. Since we up here.
With that being said, my shift is over, so I really appreciate y'all for staying with me for my entirety of my shift, but I'm definitely about to get up out of here.
See you later. Let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. You on this right here. Racist black supremacist right there. I can see it. That bottom left register. That's who you've been explaining the whole time. You think he walked out of there with his phenotype in a bag and spread it around the world. Misinformation. Completely. And by the way, that one in the right-hand corner, right? No relation to the one in the bottom left-hand corner. This is racism at an all-time high. Simple as that. Appreciate you. I'm glad you got through that. She talking about the lips, so she ain't talking about the lips. I'm talking about the lips, but I ain't talking about the lips. But she talking about the lips, but she ain't talking about the lips. Interesting. Man. Well, there you go. All right, man. Hey, one man, we had a good one today. We put in some work there for you, there, bro. Had fun, man.
Yeah, I'm about to play this. Who is this again?
Who? Wait, which one?
Let me add it to the stage.
Oh, that's the man right there. That's a
Yeah.
moderator.
I'm about to play his Q&A from this video because he goes over all of this. While he's just as upset as we were when they try to force the terms black into the conversation with him.
Frustrated.
He doesn't accept it. He doesn't acknowledge it, and he shuts that shit down the same way we were. Because it doesn't have any place in this conversation.
Shut it down.
At first, they were trying to be slick. They was asking them when did the Mediterranean people get the Kemet? They were trying to ask what the white folks got tricked. So what do you mean by that? Like he broke it down. I'm about to play this. Let's get into it. Just the Q&A. This video is
it's a good one.
Yeah, it's a 50-minute video. We're starting at 38 minutes in. So if you want to go back and check out his full presentation, I suggest you do that.
Is the best evidence that we have for modern people being anatomically what we call anatomically modern people in any part of Europe is at the outside 40,000 years. Okay. And when you talk about Mediterranean people, we need to talk about that later on because as I have said and tried to say, Africans don't all look alike. So some of what you're calling Mediterranean people are just some more Africans. Okay. Now you have to get your arms around that. And that's what that last slide was about with the PN2 transition, because most of the people there who have that PN2 transition, that particular gene, that genealogy in its derived form is M35. For example, Berbers are M35, M81. Those people don't look like Congolese, but I'm trying to have you understand that they are carrying genealogically, in terms of their male ancestry at least, they're carrying something that ties them to the rest of the continent and does not tie them to Europe, even though physically, externally, you may say, well, gee, they look like Europeans. You understand what I'm saying? So when you ask me, when did X, we don't use those concepts of Mediterranean race, Alpine race, Nordic, all that, that's from another era. You know, it's descriptive. And in actual fact, you will find, you can find individuals all over the world who might conform to one of those sort of categories. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
that's the same thing they say about being Arab. Arab is a culture, not a race. It means traveling person.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand what are you asking me here?
Well,
you asked me very specifically. You asked me, when did Mediterranean people get to Egypt? I don't know what you mean by Mediterranean, but let me repeat myself.
African.
No, well, there's more than one way to be African. There's more than one way to look African. There's more than one way to look Asian. There's more than one way to be Asian.
I want to pause it right there. He just said there's more than one way to be African. There's more than one way to look African. There's more than one way to be Asian. There's more than one way to look Asian. Let me let him finish his thought, though, so that way y'all can really see what he means by that.
That is what you have to, from my perspective as an evolutionary biologist, that's what you have to get your arms around. The people in southern India are just as Asian as the people in northern China, who are just as Asian as the people from the Eurasian steppes. You know, they don't look alike. And you measure them, they don't look alike. Yeah.
Let me put another way. For example,
that's why it's problematic when she uses these character terms, these human characteristic terms like black. It gets really messy and it really starts conflating. It's not the proper way to do it.
It's not clear. No clarity to it.
There's no clarity exactly. And then when everybody's confused, you know, we got this queen up here acting innocent, as if she doesn't understand why everybody's confused.
Right.
Like, you guys are just mad because I'm using the word black. Like, no,
not true.
We want you to be accurate. We understand good communicators don't pick words that purposely create confusion. So if you know this has this connotation and you still choose to use it, I can't give you the title as a good communicator. I'm going to have to update my information and, you know, see you for who you are. A person who uses words that easily confuse people because they have different definitions. When you're smart enough to find a better word that brings clarity, the same way that this scientist does. Let's get into it, though. I don't want to overtalk him. Let me let him teach.
Well, you have Elizabeth Taylor playing Cleopatra.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
When did that sort of look into Egypt?
The thing is that number one, who was Cleopatra?
I'm asking you.
Well, what I'm saying, Cleopatra was probably a Macedonian. Well, she was a Macedonian.
From near Greece.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When the people that look like that go into Egypt.
Well, I don't know about Elizabeth Taylor specifically, and very specifically, but I would dare to say that within the Nile Valley, within the Nile Quarter, within super-Saharan Africa, there have always been people who were lighter skinned and straighter haired from 60,000 years ago. Always. They're not new. That's my whole point. In fact, I could make the argument that those kinds of characteristics actually originated in Africa. Yeah, that they didn't come from someplace else. Yeah. They're part of modern humanity, or they're part of humanity. And there's no reason to believe that they could not have originated in Africa. Incidentally, skin color can flip back and forth from an evolutionary point of view. We now know every 15,000 or so years. It's not the sort of thing that, it takes 100,000 years, million years to live in one place. And skin color itself is not always an accurate index, even in current situations like in Brazil and Venezuela. It doesn't necessarily give you a proportionate amount of ancestry. You can have people with very fair skin, but actually have more, quote unquote, black ancestors than some people who are actually darker. So you have to be very careful about what you think you can quantify from that. Again, based.
And exactly, like you have to be very careful what you think you can quantify from skin color is what he's saying. Unc West is lighter than me. He can have more African ancestry than me, though, even though I'm dark. We keep doing this lookership. This is what we were trying to keep Issa Queen from inserting into the conversation with certain terminology she was using. That's all. We were just trying to be academically accurate. We ain't trying to bash nobody, and we definitely don't got nothing against the term black. We're just trying to use it correctly.
I mean, I play rough in the sandbox, 8 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy. I mean, Issa play rough in the sandbox. That's how we do it. It's all good, man. This has been a real good week, though, man. And I know it's going to be tough talking to her, though, right? We had a better go at it with Ashe and with God Energy, right? God Energy admitted that, yeah, man, I was using politically when I was saying it. She claims she wasn't. I'm confused. So if you're not talking about it politically, then you use it as a descriptor. You're describing human beings, right? And when you start to describe human beings, you put the value on a dark skin. Because you said melanated, heavy melanated people leaving Africa, and they went here, and they went there, and we start to see the picture that you paint. You talking about a group of people. And it's going to be confusion at that point. So no, we never understand it. But what I do know is we got those conversations in with the bomb squad, everybody, and she's just going to be the toughest one though at the end of the day, because she did admit to me and you on 2 items. I had to fight on that, which is fine, right?
And I think she switched it. I don't think that's what she originally meant, but once we brought out what the terms and defined them, then she was like, well, yeah, that's how I was using it. Like, no, yeah, she wasn't for real, but we gonna...
No, I'm not going to give her no break.
We gonna let her have it.
No, I'm not going to let her have it, because that's why I stood there and fought with her for another 20 minutes, and she was like, all right, yeah, okay. All right, then, just say you just was wrong. I'd rather... She should have lied and said she just misspoke. Right? Would have been easier. Yeah, but it's all good, man. People can get my videos and see how I make mistakes and play them, and we'll go over them, and we'll have a conversation, man. But what I'm never doing is I'm never sitting playing in nobody's face, man. Not gonna play like that, man. I'm not gonna do that, man. But I appreciate though, A1. It was wild. It was a wild show today. Real wild, bro. And people, they play with you. And I'm not talking about the sister. Now, other people, they just play too much, man. Then it's just hard when people are real mean, yo. Right? Real mean, man. And I appreciate the donations. Appreciate you, Ladisha. Right? That's love, man. You know that. And appreciate you, Ghost. Right? Appreciate you, man. That's real right there. Appreciate that, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channels, man. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Coliseum, man. You know, he do it. He give me an opportunity to get up here and do my thing and have access to people who may be afraid to get on the platform. East and the Bomb Squad, y'all always welcome to get on my panel. Right? I see this where y'all all they be all hiding over here. I can't always.
They about to be mad at me after today. They about to be mad at me after this one because I wasn't letting that one slide, man. It was just too much confusion, too much old. Like, hold on. I'm like, when I got to speak up. It was just a lot going on. I don't know. I didn't like how the conversation was going. I didn't like what was being represented up here.
I can handle it, man.
Information, and it's like, today it had me gritting my teeth. Usually I'm good.
You know what's funny though? From the outside looking in, right? If you follow us, you catch me on something, catch me here, you be like, man, come on, man. It ain't really like that, is it, man? People ain't really on you like that. I be like, yeah, yo, people lose conversation, they go right for me, right? And I respond with a lot of vigor, right? Right? Sometimes I started, right? See, people don't realize there's a lot of episodes to this thing. So you might see me coming to person, right? Because I already know where they at. You didn't already threaten me. You didn't already threaten me, right? With exposing me to something that happened 40 years ago. Right? You know, already threatened I was the first person that got docked on YouTube with my record. That was the young Pseudo, aka Buzz Lightyears, and Sarah Stupid Sadie. Yeah, they put my record up. They did that. They the first, so we can put my record up again. That's what he gonna do. He gonna put my record up, gonna lie on some people. They gonna do that again. He already threatened me. But after you didn't threaten me with doing it, yo, I ain't never check this out, man. I ain't never been a nigga that you threaten me and then come back and have a cordial conversation. Nigga, do the threat. Get it out the way, nigga.
Next. And that's how I feel about disrespect. Like you can't start talking crazy and then be like, okay, well, let's chill now and let's have a discussion. Like you already disrespected me. All that is over with. You disrespected me and I let it go. Don't ever trust me. If you disrespect me and you think I let it go, no, I'm just biding my time. Don't look. It's over with. And I don't like that stuff either. He had got my people from Cleveland calling me, trying to be like, hey, yo, what's going on? What's the name? Want your number? Like, man, I ain't answering. I'm like, you can give it to him. I ain't answering. Like, he doing too much. You tracking mud in my house about an old beef. I don't want that. And I already told him. And he keep doing it. Ain't nothing to talk about, man. We could do business or you can come in and talk about the information. He could have.
Appreciate that.
But I feel like now he keep playing me like I'm sweet. And I don't go around the internet playing with people, testing their boundaries, seeing how much I can get off. So when people do it to me, it's like I'm just cutting you off. I don't care what you got. I don't care about your Maybach, your Ferrari. My friends got Ferraris. My friends got Maybachs. I don't need to kick it with you. I don't need validation from nobody online. I don't need no friends. I built this stuff by myself alone in the dark. So I don't care who don't come. There was nobody here when I started, bro.
True.
I didn't kiss ass to get here, and I'm not about to kiss ass to keep people. So
true. You play rough in the sandbox when you want to.
Sometimes I'll be trying not to, man. Because
you ain't listening to nobody. Yeah. Why don't you get them skills? I'm not doing it. I'm not taking those. I'm like, God, get mad at you.
You was like the first people that was trying to test me. Like, well, you were not like that in a bad way.
I wasn't trying to
see what I would do. And I'm like, man, I ain't got no pics, I ain't biased, I ain't doing nothing just for you, you know.
Tried.
Stuff like keeping him off. Like, hey, I'm not about to not let Celebrity Shield on here because you don't like him. I'm gonna give him a chance to let him mess up on his own.
See that right there, yo. Right there. I was like, man, it's an issue with this guy, man. I don't even. He was like, yeah, yo, but I gotta be, and I can respect that, yo. You get it? That's your platform. That's how you run your platform, yo. So I understand this. See this. You make it a safe space, right? So you can be beefing over here, beefing over there, right? And you supposed to be able to come into the environment and have that conversation that y'all might not have. And so I got that. I ain't tripping, right? So I don't even like being on the panel with Suge because I know he done already did that. He done already threatened me, bro. I'm not going.
I feel you.
I'm not going. So
I hope you just hurry up and get it out the way. Just hurry up, Suge.
Yeah,
Dox me this week. Let's just go and get it out the way.
Yeah.
I got 3 numbers. I'll give you my information. Nothing that I did in life is a secret. Like, I don't got no secrets. I don't live like that, man. I love who I am. I love being here. I don't regret nothing I did. You can't use nothing to make me feel bad about myself. And I'm not seeking no validation from not a soul on this earth, man. So as long as my dad like my podcast and my daughter loves who I am, that's all that matters to me. I wouldn't care who else does it. My dad watches my show. He expects me to keep a certain decorum on here from you gentlemen. And I'm not gonna let him down. It's not about what nobody else feels or like. It really ain't. They be thinking it matter when they run it to me. Like, bro, like I got my father in my life. You niggas can never manipulate me into thinking that I'm not cool enough or none of that. Like, that stuff don't work with me, man.
That's fact, yo. Yeah, some people just ain't right.
Day one, I thought you was a real one. I don't give a fuck what you thought. Think I'm seeking your validation? Like they be used to, I don't know who they be used to dealing with.
It's crazy, yo.
You was a real one, Suge. But you came on here and played in my face like I'm a lame. You showed me you weren't real, man. Real people lead with respect. They don't disrespect people unless disrespected first. Unc ain't I didn't hear. He said you did something first. You probably did because you like to get them first.
Yeah, I went first. No, I did. I went first.
You do get yours off first but you already know what's coming.
No, because
like, let me just get mine off first because I already know what you gonna
man,
do.
You know how long he been holding it over my head. I'm a dox you. I'm gonna get your information. I'm gonna put it out about this wife, that wife. I'm gonna do all this. Dude, how many? Yo, you only gotta say that one time to me, yo. Yo. Just like a nigga threatening to rob me, yo. You only gotta say it once. You can't even apologize that way because you just go ahead and rob me.
Niggas with that much time to worry about another person's life.
It's crazy, bro.
He's doing too well in life to be sitting here focused on you.
I can't get it.
I don't. That's why I don't believe channel to channel. What is going on?
Nigga called me 100 times on my phone, yo. 100 times. He called me about 30 times tonight, trying to get me to talk.
Bro,
I don't think so dudes like that.
That's an obsession. He's obsessed.
Yeah.
It's obsession.
Sorry, yo.
I'm worried for you, brother. I hope you're doing okay out there, because these people are definitely stalking you. And I know I'm next on the list for Darren speak up about it. Darren called it out, and Darren kicked them off the channel, even though they ruined it for themselves. They're gonna be mad at me. They're gonna say I was unfair. I'm biased. I ain't a real one.
To who? To
me. That's what they're gonna say about me. I don't care.
How? The nigga sent you a super chat, yo. What my name is up when they threaten me, yo. How is that respectful, yo?
And he thinks I'm just supposed to let it happen, or I'm not a real one. Why ain't you letting me come up here and call out his 40-year-old past about my old like what?
40 years ago, yo.
Man, he need to go on here. He blocked and banned. I'm not unblocking him either, man.
Oh yeah, he blocked
them
all.
Man.
Yeah, that's bad. He the first one you.
And then and then I got RBW, whatever.
That's him, see?
Saying that weird Caucasian stuff. Like, I just feel like, hey, I want to bump your head up against a brick wall? Cool. I don't always gotta be nice. I don't always have to be passive. Like, people expect that from me because I did it for so long. Like, it's of course it's easy to crash out and do all of that. But I feel like the people who do that are the weakest link in the room. I wouldn't take them nowhere with me and wouldn't take them on no missions. Wouldn't put them in a position of power in any of my businesses.
Yeah, crack, mess it up.
But they're crack. Yeah, they're gonna crack. First sign of resistance, they're gonna crash out. No emotional regulation, no thinking ahead. And they be thinking they tough though. They be thinking like they're showing that they can. No, like I'm looking at this as like you're the person I don't want around me. I don't want in my circle. I can't trust with anything of value because you can't control yourself and your emotions. You never look cool and you never look tough when you come up here crashing out.
Yeah, man. I've been going through it for years with people, bro. And I'd rather just talk about the information because I know that's my advantage, yo. But everybody sliver, cheat, steal, duck, dodge, halfway. It's a lot, bro. So I try to be cool.
What did you do to Suge, man?
What? Oh, he said
Where did
I
this
ain't
beef come from? I need to know now.
That's what I wanted to ask.
Going on.
That's what I wanted to ask. What? Like I see the well. Now that I sit through a night, I see what is it?
I can tell you what it is. Nigga mad at me because I ain't get away from Sarnetta.
Oh, okay.
Literally.
I see him being mad at Sai. That makes sense.
Yeah, but I don't switch.
I just don't get.
But I don't switch up on. I don't switch up on my friends. And then he said something slick, right, out his mouth about my daughter or something, and I said something about his mother. He can't take it. I gotta take it though. He threatened me. As soon as you threaten me, I'm gonna say your mother and all that because I want you to come get me. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't scared. I know what it feel like. I know what it feel like to be gunned down in the middle of the street. I know what it feel like, yo. It is what it is, bro. So don't threaten me. I ain't threatening nobody on the internet. I ain't threatening to do no harm to nobody. I'm gonna beat them up with the damn book. Show I'm an intellectual gunfighter, man. Come on, man. This is YouTube. This what we get it in at. We talking. My disadvantage is to cuss you out, because then you can get out of it by cussing me out. We can't even talk about it. If I'm cool and calm and it's clear, everybody start looking real crazy because they're going against the field. Right. If you listen real close to Issa, she went against the field. She feel like she shouldn't have to read experts and go along with what they say. You don't got to go along with what they say. But what you can do is get up here and tell us something, right? And tell the people something as if you got something that's brand new. Or you got a way of saying it that's clear for them because you want to hold on to the black. Yeah, Suge, man, he's a nut, man. He takes me around the board, yo. Yeah, I'm starting to think. And then he always got to show his cars and his houses. I come from a spot where the more niggas show you his car and his house, it ain't his. Yeah, that's why I come from. The nigga with the cars ain't got the money. That's the block I come off of, yo. I drove a hoopty. Regular, you know what I mean? Your life be on the line flashing. Now, I come from there. You ain't looking at me, know what I got. And the niggas that was flashing, they always come get to work. Yo, you know what I mean? Yeah, I ain't trying. Why you always? And I said it, yo. We was sitting here. We watched the nigga on YouTube get belittled with a man. All he had to do, right, was tell the dude, look, man, look, I'm working, right? I said I apologize. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit here while you belittle me and just walk off. Right? That's it. He gonna stand there and take it. You ain't see that?
I don't be catching
Kenyon Martin.
Drama,
man, Kenyon Martin.
None of that stuff on my timeline because I don't
you
even
ain't
like
seen
drama.
Kenyon Martin treat him like he was a kid on Gilbert's Arena show.
No, I didn't see it.
What?
I knew they had an issue, but I didn't catch up on none of it because I genuinely don't care about beef. That shit don't edify my mind. I didn't learn nothing from it.
You know what's deep? This the first time I even said something about it, yo. Even with all him threatening me with all that, yo, I ain't even speak about it, yo. That was a chance to catch a good 2,000 views because it was the topic was brought. I didn't do it.
Yeah,
I didn't because in that moment, yo, I know how that man felt. You know what I'm saying? He got a job, he working, he don't want to lose his job. He around all them rich dudes, them athletes, right? And they was talking crazy. But then I know how Suge do people. Make videos, hey, your dead mother, talking out the cat, all kind of crazy shit he do, yo. He do real hateful, wild stuff, yo. That's his thing.
I seen his page. I was a member. I just unsubscribed for the shit he did tonight, man. I ain't like that. You know, he be coming at some people I feel like for good reason, but I don't feel like there's no reason to be coming at you, especially in this area.
Man, I ain't came with that man like, come on, man. That man said something crazy out of his mouth. I said something crazy back and he can't take it. Get out of here, man. I don't like a nigga that act like he got it or claim to got it and then make everybody feel bad if they don't got it. Like, you ain't never supposed to show off like that. Yo, every time you got to be in the car, got to put it on. That's what I got. I ain't never seen a nigga like that. Yo, I ain't never liked a nigga like that. Yo, why you, yo, is you giving me that? And then to give you $2.
Oh man. Anytime he come on here, he just create drama. He don't come to he come to chase you and say the same thing every time. He ain't never came with no information.
He don't know what I did.
And then get mad at me like I'm supposed to let him do it. He not helping me. He not thinking about me until you pop up. Should stop the games, man.
Stop the cat.
You think about me. You don't want to help me. You don't care about me. Stop capping. You don't care about this channel. You don't even care about the conscious community. I already know you don't. You just said it. You just said the conscious community dead. The shit's trash. You just said all of that. You are literally over here to be a troll, and you not about to manipulate me into letting you stick around to do it, bro.
Yeah,
none of that. I thought it was real. None of that, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. How many real niggas?
Yeah, you see, I ain't
trying to be real to another nigga in jail or dead. I'm not trying to be real to none of you niggas.
And it's crazy, man. I just want to say real quick, I'm new to the conscious community, even though I'm old in age, where I'm from, and the things that I've done in my life up to now. Like, I'm new to the conscious community. So when I see like people acting like that and hear about the different stories and the things that be going on, I'm like I'm here for the information and to share my information and the things that I've compiled and observed within what we call life and existence, and compare them to other people's. It's opinions and stuff. But it's always going to be just that, because I've looked and I've studied and I understand that there's people who have opinions. There's opinions that are consensus. There's a lot of things that's scientifically traceable to point to things that are facts. But a lot of things are just opinions. And so if I have a dialogue with somebody and our opinions are different, then that's just what it is. Our opinions just different. We disagree, we'll go back, we'll try to change it and come back with another argument if that's what we're supposed to be doing in the conscious community, to find answers. But some of the things I've seen, like going back, because now I have to go back and watch things from here backwards. I got to catch up on things and just seeing. And then Suge last night, because the one show that I did watch with Suge, I was impressed on how he was trying to make somebody in the conscious community take a look at themselves and say, oh yeah, I am acting in a way that isn't adequate to the situation. And I liked that. Last night when he first started, I didn't even know that was him. And like, so this just crazy, some of the things that I've been seeing when this is supposed to be a conscious community about information. Somebody, you know what? Me, they just don't agree. I'm sorry, and I'll land right there. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, you know, it's the craziest thing, yo. It all swirls around me being an atheist. Craziest thing ever, bro. Cause I'm the guy that had enough heart to stand up and say, well, y'all left Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or you Africanized Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, and you say there's a whole nother way of looking at the thing. Black man is God, black woman is goddess, right? We don't think like we don't believe. I don't believe in all that. And then I just come right out and say, I don't believe in none of that. I became the immediate enemy. And I was thinking, well, wouldn't we have to change the way we seen it if we wanted to get it? If we felt like white people had cheated us out of something, right? Then shouldn't we get the best tools so we can catch them cheating?
Mm-hmm.
You know, why would we turn around and do the same thing that they was doing with our history? How is that helping us get the very thing that we claim we were cheated out of? How is looking at Africa and making them African Americans and place that mindset that we got on them? How's that helping us understand the people? Because the mandate in the conscious community supposedly was to get our history back. Remember what they didn't teach you in school, which I realize is a pseudo judo calling card. But that the conscious community was supposed to be a place where you figured out who the hell you was, find out what your connection was to the cosmos, who the gods and goddesses was, the force, the energy. We said all that. We was trying to figure it out, and I came to the conclusion. I say, damn, it's about food, clothing, and shelter and protection to that. That's what it's about. It's about understanding the world you in, because you do that the best when you understand the world you in. We study the past, right? Because it helps us dissect our future. We study the natural world because we are natural people. That's what they told me, the conscious community, to a man, to a woman, say, we natural people. They say, we natural people. We want everything natural. And then when I give them the thing that study the natural, they all booed me, threw tomatoes at me. Science is what studies the natural world, bro. It studies the phenomenon, the natural phenomenon that man don't got nothing to do with. Well, there's no authority. The religion is not the authority. The best speakers on the mic ain't the authority. The top-notch pseudos ain't the authority. The top-notch scientists ain't the authority. It's the quote-unquote phenomenon, the natural things that occur around us. Boy, I tell you, I had no idea they was going to throw that at me. Yeah, get in. We definitely live. We've been live for a while. Mess with 8-1, got me on for 8. And I probably was on here for 8-1-4. Anyway, I gotta get off here, man. I think I want to go to sleep today. Yeah, I think I missed that day. Yeah, I'm ready to sleep.
Well, I sure thank you for stopping through. I set up and I kept coming in and falling asleep, but I got a lot of information. Yeah, that's what I be coming for. Like I said, I'm fresh. I have my own view that I put together. It don't disagree with any modern day science for sure. But
you say your information don't?
Yeah. But I do have some ideas and proposals that I put forward like any other thinker does. And like I say, these are my opinions. These is what I propose. I don't claim that my proposals are truths or anything. There's something for people to look into. And I have just like a philosophical argument. Like you said, you're an atheist. I'm an onlyist. So if we wanted to debate atheism against onlyism, we could do that because I have enough compelled. And that's because that's what I thought the conscious community was about. I didn't know people would be getting mad and upset if you lose. They're supposed to put your information up there and see what you got.
The onlyist. What the hell is the onlyist? Omnius?
Quantum onlyism. No. You wouldn't know what it was. I have all the information. But let me see. I can put.
You made it up. You made it up.
No, I didn't make it up. I created it. I went and studied and formed a philosophy.
You made it up.
I have a philosophy. No,
I didn't. Yeah, you made it up. You took different things together and made it and put a system together, right?
No. I actually went to try to find out if this is the this is the what I call the beauty of my system, of my philosophy, of my view. The only thing I tried to do was find out if the biblical devil really could get in people and make them do things. Because if that biblical devil, or the idea that people had of a supernatural evil, could get in people and really manipulate them, then we have a problem. And so something was done to me when I was younger. And I was told just to blow it off, the devil get in people. That's just the devil. Let it go. And I couldn't live with that question. And so I set out trying to find that. And when I in my conclusions, I have a philosophy that, like I said, speaks on existence. So you can say I made it up, but I didn't make it up. I went through life trying to find an answer
And
to a question.
so the philosophy for you do that. Your philosophy you created. I can hear you.
Yeah,
So you just make sure when you having conversation, you let them know that's your philosophy, yo.
Oh yeah, I do. I make sure I let everybody know, and then I make sure that because I think a lot of people don't understand that everybody's philosophy is just their opinion. They created it. They sit through things. They go through trials. They hear other people's thoughts. They put their own thoughts to them. And so, from the beginning of the question, what are we and why do we exist? Everybody has done the same thing. Some people write it down. Some people don't. I'm glad I took the time to actually put mine together. And when I finished it, I found out, damn, I got an actual philosophy system that I can argue against any other ism in existence.
Yeah, that's a philosophical question. That's a philosophical question. Only philosophy can answer that, though. Why?
Yeah, but what's going to be the end though, and that's why I say people don't understand the correlation of that. Like the philosophical questions are found and answered with scientific methodology and all other kind of observations and experimentation within existence. But after you find something out in science that we say, oh yeah, this is what this is, it's going to be answering a philosophical question.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't debating you, yo. I ain't gonna be able to debate that one. You beat me up on that. Yeah, I like to debate things that are objective, right? I like to do that, right?
Yeah.
Things that have scientific answers to it, because that I already know I'm not gonna lose. I just need to be able to say it right and transmit those ideas properly, yo. And the mistakes that are made are the mistakes that are made by me, not getting the idea out right, not transmitting the proper scientific conclusion to it. Right. So I'll make a mistake. That's what it is. We make mistakes and we learn. So yeah, that's why it's easy for me.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm gonna be here putting it down. I've been trying to put it down, you know what I'm saying? My philosophy is I found out that a lot of people don't even know what philosophy is.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
That'd be crazy.
We do. I seen you jumped on our show the other day, Argan.
I wasn't even trying to argue. I was just telling them that while I agree that in my findings, consciousness seems to be emergent, and I didn't be specific about where I believe it emerges from. But when we talk about scientific findings, we have had scientific experimentation and things that shows correlation and dependency between the mind and the brain, which we all understand that, but it hasn't proven to me philosophically the question that is supposed to be asked. And in fact, science, it has a consensus in people, but you can go on right now and find scientists who disagree with it. And that's what they were saying, like Hoffman, they was calling him pseudo. But to me, it's just a scientist who has an idea and he ain't just going to go with the consensus. And that's what it's always been. A lot of people don't go with the consensus. And in the end, you find out that the consensus was wrong. We've seen that time and again. And they're going to be arguments. So to act like the question is closed because we have a few scientific experiments that point to what we actually propose, it isn't, the question isn't closed. And that's all I was saying.
Oh, Hoffman? No. You know why people debate so much over consciousness, yo? Because science doesn't have a whole. What they don't know, they don't have they know a little bit. You get it? So there's room for the pseudos to play in between and all that, and people to ease their philosophy in it like that.
Well, don't call it philosophy because they don't even know they're doing philosophy. Those are views, and their views be from other people's views. I haven't met nobody who has their own ism everybody I meet always have somebody else's view. So they compile their views on what they've already heard or what they've learned without actually going to look at things. Now they'll go and do research about people that they agree with, but they don't go and find people who disagree with those so they can see why those people disagree and stuff. Because that's what you need to do when you have information. You need to be able to give your information. You need to be able to be falsified, and then you just give your information, they give theirs, and whether you agree.
So do you think it makes sense to get bad information? You know what I'm saying? Like to understand evolution, right? You wanna hear there's only one side to it.
Got you.
It's a scientific theory. The scientific theory has been developed. And so yes, scientists will debate over the different mechanisms and the roles of the mechanisms, right? But there's no debate over whether evolution occurs or not. And so when a person comes in and say, well, maybe you should study the side that says evolution ain't real or evolution doesn't work or this doesn't happen, then in actuality, right, they capping. In actuality, they promote pseudoscience because there is not another side to it. You get it? Right. I would never study all the people that claim to have debunked evolution. That's a waste of time.
No, I agree with you. What I did though, when somebody give me an idea, I go look until I find incoherence, and as soon as I find incoherence, I stop. That's all I need to do with that idea. I don't have to be calling them stupid or no nothing. I just disagree with you because right here I found this incoherent to my view and what I would call an answer, and that's all that is.
Well, I hope you find it. I'm gonna find somebody for you to be. Cedric could debate you from the Pseudo Killas.
Debate me about what? What is he? He an atheist?
Yeah,
he want to debate atheism against onlyism?
He's a stark atheist.
I'll beat it up.
How you gonna beat atheism up, yo?
Well, that's what I told you. I have a whole philosophical argument that's above all because I believe atheism stops short just because they proved that the ideal of a creator God isn't coherent. Okay. Doesn't mean we don't have to stop and find out exactly what people was looking for. Now, when people look for the word God, they would we understand. Well, I ain't gonna say we understand. I understand that before they said God was the answer, they asked that question we was talking about. What am I? Why am I here? And they started coming up with things like I am, I think, therefore I am. All of these things. And they came up with, the reason for existence is God. So this is what, at first it was many gods. Well, everybody had their own God. We see that today in our own beliefs. People don't understand why it was a person who would make gods for people. You come tell me about your God. I'm the Smith or whatever. I make you God. You come buy your God. This is why there's so many gods. And then people started seeing a power structure. So they started using these gods for power. They started using that word God for power. Religion became the first government. People believing in gods and saying that God is telling them to do this for the betterment of themselves is cool. Like I said, my perception of existence is cool. But if somebody's come and tell me that God talked to them and I need to do what they're saying because they talk to God and God gives them this, and I just can't understand how people don't see that right there is the first struggle for power. Is the first power thing to make people say, I'm going with him because he talked to God and God tell him stuff. And if I don't believe him, he say God gonna strike me down. But when I do something that God supposedly don't like, it's gonna be a man come strike me down. It ain't gonna be God come do it. So I understand the power struggle of the power systems that was put in place by those as religion. People start asking questions about that. That's where philosophy and stuff came from, because people wanted to know, is people telling me the truth? Are people telling me the truth when they say that they talk to God?
No, they're scamming.
They're scamming. You scamming. And it's been a scam that's been going on. I'm talking about lives have been lost. It's done got us to certain places, but we could be in these same places and probably even better without those same beliefs and atrocities that has been occurred and still occurring. It's crazy. It's still going on right now. But it's like I said, science, philosophical questions was asked through philosophy, methodological science was formed. People start saying, "Oh yeah, we need to start running experimentation to make this better, to make our our answers to the questions, like you said, repeatable. I can show you why this is what not only do we believe, but is what is going on." And that's what it always been. And I'm talking about, and so the questions, you know how old the questions are. They philosophical, they turn into science. Science tries to answer them. Once science answers them, it goes back to answering a philosophical question.
I ain't never heard that before. Got me on that.
Yeah, you won't, but you got to just look deep. It took me some critical thinking to see it.
You said, let me get this straight. Questions are never fully answered in science, though. Like it's always approximate. But go ahead. Yeah, I've been talking. Go ahead, Cedric.
No, some things.
What it do?
What's up, bro? How you doing, too?
I gotta tell you, getting into these. Good job. Good job. So
yeah, we figured it out, didn't we? We figured it all out for hours, didn't we? We got it now, don't we?
Yeah, she flim flamming. She can.
Yeah.
Put that aside. So here we are now, and it's quite interesting that as a pseudo killers, we went through the history of science, and I knew I needed to pivot to the philosophy of science. And now I'm dealing with the philosophy of mind. And why I'm not doing it, I realized because if you go back in my presentation, most of what I'm talking about is grounded in philosophy.
Yes.
But because you on the floor, brother? You on the floor?
Go ahead.
Okay. So philosophy in its modern context, right, has been divided. You have natural philosophy, right, which Sean Carroll, Roger Penrose, and these individuals still engaging. What is that? Modern natural philosophy is taking our modern established physics, established work, and remodeling it and doing mathematical and statistical analysis, which are not necessarily evidence-based. This stimulates science to see if they can find the solutions or make experiments to quantify those philosophical concepts. Next to that, you have metaphysics, metaphysical ideas, panpsychism, idealism, etc. These is ideas that are not grounded in anything empirical. So you can have these conversations over and over. Vitalism, what is alive? Is an ant alive? Is a bug alive? Now, we in that development, we went through the history of the scientific method, and it comes out of a branch of philosophy, empiricism. So a lot of these concepts go back and forth. You heard him mentioning Descartes, and we understand how Descartes is used within the philosophy of science. Empiricism grounds us in reality. So based on the Vienna triangle, the Vienna circle, sorry, all philosophy must be grounded in empiricism, right? But what we got in these neck of the woods is individuals assume, because they hear philosophical jargon coming up from me, for example, that they can slipping their metaphysical assertions into the conversation. Every assertion you make, philosophical, is going to be tested and passed to a methodological naturalism rubric. And as soon as it doesn't quantify and qualify within that rubric, it is dismissed. I don't care how logic your syllogism is. I don't care how sound your proposal is. I don't care how concise your philosophical concept is. It's going to get ran through the rubric of methodological naturalism. That is the only philosophical framework that provides validation and substance and quantification for any claim. And as soon as it doesn't fit within that rubric, it is dismissed hard. I'm a physicalist. I'm a methodological naturalist, and that is what grounds us in reality. So when we talk about consciousness, Daniel Dennett, it's an emergent property of the brain, right? That interface that you assume is something different is that computer screen. That's an internal screen. An internal screen. And you assume that in that internal screen is something else. Why? You look at a third party and you see a holistic being. You don't see Ankh separate from his soul, quote unquote, separate from his mind, quote unquote. You see him as a complete entity. Yet when you observe yourself, you have the perception that you have a body. Where is this you? Read Susan Blackwell, Blackamore. Read, go study Sunset Anil. And then you will get grounded in understanding that that interface, what you assume is another, is your brain. So that emergence is what it is. That brain activity is what is mind. Mind isn't something else. That is mind. It is not a correlation. It is not a projection. It is not a connection. What that brain activity now demonstrates via neuroscience is what mind is. You assume that interface, that so-called I that you experience, is other. And if it is, you would need to demonstrate. And you simply can't.
I can demonstrate it. Yeah, and that's why I have a philosophy. That's why I say that's why y'all. That's why you.
No.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Listen,
no,
I have a philosophy.
Let him land his plane, Oli.
I have a philosophy. We know. I just alluded to them: idealism, panpsychism, and a couple more. However, that doesn't give you something we call demonstrative value. We have neuroscience, clinical psychology, and these are within the field branch of philosophy called philosophy of science, which produces methodological naturalism. What you have is a philosophical, metaphysical assertion, which you cannot ground in anything empirical. So you're going to just talk in a circle. I know that. Go ahead.
Absolutely not. I have a book called Divine Mechanics, which actually demonstrates it. See, that's where y'all fall short. That's why I tell you, this is where all of you guys going to fall short because you never formed your own ideas. You're a natural methodologicalist because you've heard the idea and it sounds great to you. You've never even tried to put it up against anything to see if anything makes sense. And there's nothing wrong with that, Sid. There's nothing wrong with that. What I'm telling you is that you put methodological naturalism up against quantum onlyism. Let's debate them to see which one is more viable. And you'll see the compilement of information I have and why I understand that your thoughts are good, like you go good, but you don't answer any questions. The question, not the questions that we're trying to answer. In fact, you fall short by trying to say that it's all just natural. You haven't put it together yet because you stopped because the person who you follow stopped. So if you want to debate naturalism, methodological naturalism, because I've ran it through Bayesian analysis plenty times along with quantum onlyism, and I can prove through science that my metaphysical framework is more viable than yours.
So that was a demonstration in incoherence. Methodological naturalism is science. So you're going to use science to prove that methodological naturalism, which is science, is not valid when and then you're going to use science to prove
I
a
didn't say it wasn't
metaphysical
valid.
assertion.
I didn't say it wasn't. See,
When you
that's what
even don't understand the nomenclature that is appropriate within the subject, that you've already lost. So now, methodological naturalism is science. You're going to use science to disprove methodological naturalism.
Nope.
You're going to use a framework which grounded in empiricism to prove your metaphysical assertion. You already lost.
No, you
There's
already
no
lost.
point. Like, what debate? There is no debate.
I know
Like
you don't want to debate
you
because
just
like
lost.
you just lost because you don't
You
even
just-
understand that naturalism.
You really don't have a clue of what you're saying.
Methodological naturalism uses science. It isn't
No,
science.
it is
uses
the framework of science.
No,
It is the
isn't.
frame. No,
Exactly. You're right. It's the frame.
Methodological
Which is the
naturalism
philosophy.
is the
Which is a
framework.
philosophy.
Yes,
Which is a
and that
philosophy.
philosophy
Okay, so let's.
produces an empirical
Okay, so
system.
don't try. Well, stop. That don't say I lost. If you
You
just
just
that's what I'm
lost,
saying.
bro.
You want to
You
debate it?
just lost.
You want to
The
debate it? Then I just
philosophical
proved to you that I
framework
didn't lost. You
which
said that it was
produces
science, and it's
science,
not science.
the,
It's
the,
the
the
framework that
philosophical
produces science. My
framework.
framework
What is it?
produces
It
science too.
excludes
My framework
supernatural
uses
agents.
science too.
It
Y'all
My
talking over
excludes.
each other. I'm trying to
So,
understand y'all, man.
my
so
framework
stop
uses
cutting me
science too.
off, bro. Stop cutting me off.
You stop
Right?
cutting me off. My
One mic,
framework uses
Methodological
science.
so we can
naturalism.
You stop
understand.
talking and then you let me go and then you keep trying to interrupt me when I'm trying to finish.
Go,
When I
bro. Go,
say I
go, go.
landed my
Go ahead. Go ahead.
plane,
So I let you land your plane,
when
and
I
then I
land over here in
proved
this plane,
how wrong you was. And now I'm demonstrating why there is no debate. You keep
and I
cutting
thought
me
this
off.
is so rude. I hate when I
Again,
get on here with
you
you.
landed
That's
your
so
plane.
rude. That's
I
so
was
rude.
explaining.
I didn't
Okay,
land
go
no
ahead. Go
plane.
ahead.
You
Go
never
ahead.
heard
Go
me
ahead.
say landed. When I land, I'm gonna land on your. No, let me quit. I ain't gonna even
Tighten up. Only tighten up. You ain't got to cut him
listen.
off.
Man. I wasn't cutting him up. He ain't got to cut me off either. Listen.
Okay. Good point.
Said.
You got the.
I agree with you that methodological naturalism produces scientific questions and science is used. Quantum onlyism does the same thing. I don't go against any modern physics or anything, and in fact, use modern physics with mine. So you don't have anything that I don't have. I show you where you fell short at. I never said that nothing was wrong with science. I said that your methodological naturalism as a philosophy, because that's what that is. You can't try to switch between them. When you try to switch between them, you're being disingenuous. I understand you use science to validate and justify your view of methodological naturalism. You can't get that past me. So stop saying you won something, and we have to debate it because I use those same things. What you don't know is anything about I know everything about not just you, but methodological naturalism. So let's debate it and we'll see.
So again, I'm going to take my
And I'll
time
land right over here on
and
your
illustrate how wrong you are. Methodological naturalism is not even a philosophical position. It comes out of natural philosophy. It is a branch of natural philosophy under empiricism. What is empiricism?
Did you hear what you just said?
Okay.
Cut him off,
So
bro.
now
Let him
you keep
finish.
cutting me off. So methodological naturalism are the laws, the framework in which we investigate reality. It has certain frameworks. No metaphysical assertions. You're already out. No supernatural assertions. There must be an actuality. There must be a there. That's the framework. Now, this framework produces the scientific method. So when you have a particular proposition, whatever philosophical hypothesis you propose, what am I going to do? I am going to filter it through methodological naturalism. You propose a metaphysical aspect to your philosophy. That puts it outside of empiricism right there. You already lost. The rule of methodological naturalism says no metaphysical assertions. That's the framework. So now anything that you are going to apply, I'm going to take it and run it through that rubric. You, by your own assertion, by your own admission, you just said my metaphysical assertions or my metaphysical position within my one thingy, within that one thingy, puts it squarely in a philosophical framework. It puts it up there with panpsychism, with idealism, with those stuff. You excluded it from the framework of methodological naturalism by injecting metaphysical assertions within your proposed philosophical framework. You already lost the conversation. Now, because you are scientific illiterate, literally, by the things you're saying, you speak those words, but the way you put them together, I already know. Okay, good. Because you would have known the first thing is no metaphysical, no supernatural. So within the framework of science, the idea of speaking of a thing called God is moot. It is redundant. It is a backwards E on your calculator. Doesn't compute. Not interjectable. So by definition, the conversation is over. Why? I am philosophically grounded. So I look at you and go, okay, brother, by your own account, I'll listen to you and put you right there with panpsychism, put you right there with vitalism, put you right there with idealism. And we know how to categorize these things. You're going to give me a theorem, a mathematical theorem that's not grounded in anything empirical and say it's proven. Science deals with evidence. Don't care about your mathematical proof. Don't care how logical your syllogism is. What's the evidence? And can I make it falsifiable? Is it quantifiable? Hume said, if it is not measurable, testable, or experienceable, burn that book. Now you assume people over here aren't philosophically grounded. It is because I am philosophically grounded, like for real philosophically grounded, that the flim flam doesn't work. And I land my plane.
What's up, Unc? What's up, Sad?
What they do, Savior? Unc needed to go to bed. He was busy since late earlier.
Oh, yeah, Unc gone, ain't he? My fault. What's up, A1? So I just wanted to say something. I just wanted to do something real quick because he act like this quantum onlyism is new to folks, and it's something I looked into when I first seen it. So before he interrupts me and curses me out, I want to do this. Yes, when the term quantum onlyism is used to claim that reality is strictly or exclusively defined by consciousness, energy fields, or that our thoughts physically manipulate the universe, it is classified as pseudoscience or quantum mysticism. While actual quantum mechanics is a highly validated mathematical pillar of modern physics, it is frequently hijacked to prop up pseudoscientific beliefs such as the law of attraction or quantum healing for a few key reasons. Misinterpretation of observation. These theories often distort the quantum observer effect, the fact that measuring a system alters its state. To incorrectly claim that human consciousness physically manifests or changes reality. Vague jargon. Pseudoscientific claims rely on exploiting the public's unfamiliarity with the complex, counterintuitive nature of quantum physics, using terms like energy, vibrations, or entanglement to sell books or unproven alternative health products. Lack of empirical evidence. There is no credible scientific data showing that quantum phenomena like superposition scale up to the macroscopic level of the human brain or body. To explore the differences between verified scientific frameworks and metaphysical misinterpretations, you, quantum onlyism man, can learn more about the scientific method via the American Physical Society or read about the hallmarks of pseudoscience on the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry. Take that shit elsewhere, bruh.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, he's done.
Good.
Definitely done.
That shit is undercooked. You don't know anything about quantum onlyism, and neither does that that bot or that chat that you used to look up quantum onlyism doesn't have anything to do that you just spoke about. Share my screen. Could you share my screen, A1? This is why I say y'all stupid. You let a chat just make up something for you to listen to, and it ain't talking about anything that I'm talking about. I know this because that chat doesn't have quantum onlyism in it. I know this for a fact because my book hasn't came back from the Library of Congress yet to be copywritten, so nobody has it. So when you put the word quantum and onlyism in there, that bot did what any LLM machine computer does, LLM, which is a learning language model of an AI, and got those words and ran something by you. Could you share my screen, A1?
You gotta share it first. Unless you share it, I can share it.
Watch my prediction come true. Watch. I predicted everything.
When I
like
Google quantum onlyism, the only thing that comes up is like stuff that you actually put up. You got something on Philosophy Archive, Philosophy Bear.
That's what I'm saying.
It all came back with your name on it. I was gonna say, yeah.
They look in the wrong places. They're looking in the wrong places for the information because the information is mine and mine alone.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, Philosophy Archive, Philosophy Bear. I don't see anything else saying talking about quantum.
Quantum onlyism is not established empirical science. It is a speculative philosophical framework. Whether it is considered pseudoscience depends on how it is framed.
That link so we can share it on the screen.
Science,
you don't know what
pseudoscience. Does it tell you hard physical science? It is considered pseudoscience. When treated strictly as a metaphysical theory of ontology, it remains outside empirical verification. So you're not the only one that knows about quantum onlyism. You're the only one that speaks on it.
Show us that, and I'll show you that it ain't talking about. Does it have my name in it? If it doesn't have my name in it, it isn't my quantum onlyism. And it's just what you're using and what it's been.
Look it up. I don't see that anywhere else. But I want to see what he's seeing. But is he not going to share the link with us?
Hell no, he ain't going to share the link because that link is something that he made
up. The same back chat is Sabio.
He got it from his bot. I'm telling you, he put it in his bot, and his bot is a LLM, which is a lane language model of an AI. And it's listen, A1, listen.
All you got to do is share the link so we can share it on the screen.
A1, I got to
read a whole bunch of stuff that you don't want nobody to be able to see. I'm confused.
Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put it in the back.
Say something real quick.
Thank you. I'm about to share it for you. Post the link, and I'm gonna share it on the screen. Hold on, Quantum.
No, I gotta make my runs real quick. I gotta make my morning runs real quick. A1, I'll be back. Can they stay here, or do we got to redo this over? Because I gotta make my
go ahead, do your thing. I'm about to pull up his source and read it. I'm gonna read Asabio's source so that we can see where it came from.
Watch it be his chat.
Of course,
before you leave, brother, can I say something to you? This is Suntan. Before you leave, can I say something to you?
Go ahead, Suntan. You got the floor.
Oh, I just wanted to, and put it real quick and just in reality. Onlyism just is another form of belief, man, and it could be studied however you want to study in your own paradigm, but just another form of belief. No attacks against nobody. That's just my diagnosis of it, man. It's just another form of belief. I read up on it and everything. It secludes itself and puts you in a dogmatic situation where you exclude other beliefs besides your own. You put yours ahead of everybody else's. So if that's what a person want to do, that's what they do. It's not really up for debate because it's your own belief. It's your own, thoughts and process and ideals. So at that point, once you get there, then and you put out all your information, it's up to somebody to choose if they want to ride with you on it or not, right? So that's my thought on that situation. Onlyism. That's what I think about it. It's exclusive,
Sir Gould said is correct. Like quantum made up this philosophy, so it's like to look it up and get a whole whatever Asabio got on it. How are you getting that on something that he created? Like that's why I want to see your source. I'm still waiting on the link. I'm in the back chat in here.
I sent it to you.
Here it go. Finally dropped it. Quantum oleism pseudoscience. Google. Let's go to it though. Let's see what it's referring to. Is it pulling up? Oh, okay. So it is. It actually referenced your article though. So yeah, let's go to this.
I made shit up, yo. Yeah.
It's definitely something he came up with himself, like all the other philosophers that we follow today.
Yes.
So like saying he made it up isn't slanderous. Like that's
No.
actually
Right.
where we're supposed to be starting.
Right. It's just another form of belief.
Try to
That's
use
all.
that as a bad thing. I think we need to stop doing that.
In a modern context, right? When you are proposing a philosophical position, then you need to illustrate. Listen, I am proposing a metaphysical position, right, within the realm of panpsychism, within the realm of idealism, and it would be taken as such. You are claiming to have a metaphysical position that you want to put up against methodological naturalism. Like you're not grounded and you really are not fundamental. What is methodological naturalism? It produces a scientific method. So in our modern framework, in our modern epistemic regime, how do we quantify knowledge? Do we quantify it by philosophical position, where the authority was to the man back in the day, Socrates, Thales, Aristotle, Plato? Is that the age we are in, where an individual can propose a philosophical position and because of his rhetorical mastery or his logical syllogisms, it is accepted as fact? Is this the empirical system that we are in? No, we are in the age of the scientific method. All knowledge, what we quantify as knowledge, must fit within the rubric of methodological naturalism. The Vienna Convention, the Vienna Circle, they produced a modern position with regards to philosophy. That's why individuals like Sean Carroll, Roger Penrose, and these group of natural philosophers are allowed to make it up. Why? They operate under strict rules. All of our theorems, mathematical theorems, must be built on actual science. So the actual physics that they have, they can redo that as much as possible, come up with string theory, multiverse. They can come up with all of these things that are not testable yet because they are natural philosophers. What my boy is doing, he is doing metaphysical philosophy or theological philosophy that is not grounded in anything empirical. You can argue to the moon and back whether Jesus walked on water or not. Irrelevant. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Hold on, let me go before
over
anybody
there.
else.
Do it all you want over there. However, the moment you yourself admit that there is a metaphysical aspect to your position, it falls outside of the realm of empiricism. It falls outside of our modern framework in which we classify and quantify what is knowledge. This is simply his opinion. He is entitled to it, but it has no value in the arena of debate, and especially within the realm of methodological naturalism. What you're going to get automatically from every system around us, it's going to be ran through that rubric, and the conclusions will always remain as they are, because that is our modern empirical system, methodological naturalism.
That's right. I agree with
that. That makes sense what you said. To mix the metaphysical and the science doesn't work. I don't know if that's what he's done here, but I don't know. I was going to comment on the way Asabio, what you said made sense. Said what Asabio did, like you were reading some shit like there's a whole bunch of study on quantum onlyism when there ain't. Like there ain't. I don't know what you was reading. And
I'm reading. So
that's what you was reading.
Yeah. So the first one I read. Yeah, I read some. So actually, I got two things on it that pulled. But yeah, this is another one that I pulled up that I had. Actually, I just don't, because when he first brought it up a while ago, I was like, "Who is this dude? Let me check into this shit." So I just put him in my archive. It was just little simple Google searches. Nothing, because there's really nothing else out there.
Exactly, because it's his stuff. Only the first one pertains to him, and it doesn't even really say what you
But do you
said.
see?
And then
But you
everything
see
else down here. Let me finish.
read the first
I'm
one.
gonna
Read
let
the
you get the
quantum
floor in
onlyism.
about one
Quantum
sentence.
onlyism is not established
Okay,
empirical
I'll
science.
let you steal the
It
one
is a
sentence and go
speculative.
on your paragraph. Go ahead.
It is a speculative philosophical framework. Whether it is considered pseudoscience depends on how it is framed. If presented as hard physical science, it is considered pseudoscience. When treated strictly as a metaphor, where'd you go?
I didn't go anywhere.
You scrolled down. I can't see what you was reading.
Hold on.
I was still in the first paragraph.
I'm still on the first paragraph too, bro. What screen are you looking at?
When treated strictly as a metaphysical theory of ontology, it remains outside empirical verification. What is quantum onlyism? Core premise: it is a philosophical framework
That seeks to define minimal conditions required for intelligible existence, operating on the principle that nothing exists outside existence. That's not what you was reading before. You was reading a bunch of other BS, like bashing it. And I was trying to figure out where that list was.
Oh, so you want the first one? Okay, I'll send you the first one.
So you want the first one. Man, if you don't go ahead.
This saying the same shit. What the fuck?
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's not saying the same stuff.
Bro, I guarantee you it is.
I already read all of it, but I'll go down because nothing down here, once we get past this, is talking about his stuff. All this Professor Dave ain't talking about quantum onlyism and Oli. I don't like, what are you talking about? Professor Dave, Professor the Chopper Well. These people ain't talking about Oli and his philosophy that he created. He wished Professor Dave was talking about his ass. So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about quantum onlyism.
Okay. Just make it make sense to me, bro. That's all. I just want you to make it make sense. I was trying to get the first thing you was reading. That's what we asked for. This wasn't it. That makes it seem like flim flam, which is a word I stole from Sid today. Is that what flim flam means? That seemed like flim flam right there.
So,
actually, it's
let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Because A1, you're making a valid point. Wait.
I don't need you to defend me. I don't need you to defend me. It's talking about quantum onlyism. It's talking about quantum onlyism. He's trying to make an argument up because he hasn't read through it. Because the first line is telling him straight out that it's pseudoscientific. Now, what is core premise? It is
that's not what it says. But okay, go ahead though. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry, but that ain't what the first line says. Go ahead, say it with your chest.
Maybe ask another one.
Say it with your chest again. You keep saying it with your chest, but that's not what it's saying.
I think your crybaby asked the first one. Crybaby,
crybaby, huh?
Yeah, because you wanna make up an argument for the dude, because you want the dude shit to be to have some grounding. It doesn't.
So what I wanted to say is what that illustrates is that although the pig has on new lipstick, it is the same old pig, right? Reframing and redoing Deepak Chopra and the other quantum pushers and giving it a new name doesn't mean that you're actually producing something new, right? You use concepts that are within the realm of knowledge already, right? Use the word quantum, for example. Without modern science, there is no talk of quantum. And yes, when you read his work, he's going to misappropriate and misuse quantum entanglement, the observer effect. Like it's a standard package that they reframe over and over, right? When you ask modern questions of, well, we know the brain produces the mind, but what is the mind? Like that picture, the quality of that picture. What is that? Well, those questions is vitalism all over again, repackaged, right? There are categories that within we operate, right? These have already been broken down. That's why I'm doing the philosophy of mind. And when you analyze people's perspective, you can fit them within these frameworks, right? Whether how they use poetic language around it, when you strip it away, you're going to get to the core of what they're talking about. Most of these quantum and consciousness pushers are engaging in panpsychism, where they're putting a biological agent that we are aware of because of biology, they are putting it outside of biology, right? They're putting it in a metaphysical realm. Why it becomes metaphysical? Because there is no way to ground these assertions. These are assertions. And you're allowed to have your assertions. You're allowed to have your metaphysics, bro. We can sit and philosophize from here to Tokyo. Like, I like to do that, especially when it comes to space time and moving at the speed of light, what that implies. And, it's fun to play with those ideas. However, we will never be able to physically move at the speed of light, right? Because if you understand the formula, you will understand what's going to happen. But it's fun to have these discussions. But to come up here and claim that you're going to oppose it to methodological naturalism, that you are going to ground your metaphysical assertion in science, you have already lost the plot.
Yeah, now
Simple. You lost the plot.
those statements, I agree with you on that one, based on what you said. But based on, I'm strictly focused on Sabio trying to call the philosophy pseudoscience.
It is
like
pseudoscience. It's not scientific. There's nothing back.
Only if he's trying to apply it as a science, but I thought it was a philosophy. I don't know. Maybe I'm confused then. Because even in the first sentence, it says, it doesn't say it's pseudoscience. It says it's outside of empirical science. It's a speculative philosophy, philosophical framework.
What is outside of empirical science? Pseudoscience, right? You can't test it, right? Is there any way to test his quantum onlyism other than just philosophizing about it? Yes or no?
If it's a philosophy, it's not science. Those are two different things.
So that's what makes it pseudoscience, because he's trying to apply it in the scientific world using scientific jargon and words to make it a scientific plausibility.
Hey, well, you got to do more than the AI overview to show it's pseudo. You got to actually read it. That's the only thing.
It became pseudoscience the moment he asserted that he was going to oppose it to methodological naturalism, which is the framework of science, and assert that he can demonstrate his metaphysical claim scientifically. That's what made it pseudoscience. Yeah.
Now, the methodological naturalism is just a rule inside of science, a philosophical rule, correct?
Yeah, it's a framework. You cannot make any metaphysical assertions. That's a rule. So he starts by stating that he is going to prove his metaphysics with science. Like, bingo. You already lost, bro. You pseudoscience. Done. Like, okay.
Yeah, those are two different arguments. What Sabio was explaining ain't the same thing he was trying to beef with you about. Sabio was giving an AI overview that was some bullshit. That's why and then asked, "Oh, you want the first one I was reading? I want the one that we cut you off and said, where's that source? That's the one I wanted. Why would you give me anything else?" But, what you said, I already knew that. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do that. Put quantum onlyism up against methodological naturalism, which is a rule inside of science. I don't see that happening. I think he misspoke. I want him to get back up here and explain it, because I want to see this debate happen, not on that topic, but on something intelligible, obviously.
And that's the problem. He's not grounded philosophically, right? He has a boom, bam, bam, I'll put something together and come up with my own thing. Like, those days are in antiquity. right? I wish we were in the metaphysical days when I can just by fiat make my position, right? Because I can flim flam with the best of them. I can boom bam bam with the best of them. I'll get up there and polite them like the best of them. It would not produce anything. It would not add anything to our knowledge, our understanding of reality, or help us grow. But I would be able to do that. Now, because of that system falling apart, because those so-called scholastics, the Platos and the Thales and the Aristotles simply were full of shit. Excuse my French, but they were full of shit. Again, let's sail across the ocean, right, with his heart in his mouth, because according to those people, if you reach to the other side, you would be upside down, right? Because it was preposterous to think that there could be anything on the other side. Only these three continents exist. The ignorant sailor that can't read or write comes back 6 months later with some medicine that cures malaria, right? With a cure for scabies and more knowledge than the whole aristocracy. He's looking at all these motherfuckers and saying, y'all dumb, ignorant, and don't know it. So the time of making it up died around 1493. That's when making it up died. We are in 2026. You cannot make it up for 1,200 plus years. That's it. Many have tried.
There's going to be
and they keep trying. They will never stop trying though. And they will always end up wanting. And if you go the route of I create my own philosophy, my own thing, I'm going to lead Black people. What has history shown us? Let's go through it. Where did all of these cult leaders end up? In jail or dead? In recent history, they all end up in jail.
So are you saying that we've essentially intellectually plateaued as the human race, and we shouldn't even attempt to push the limits of what we think we know? You said it ain't no sense in trying to come up with nothing else. It died in what year?
No, and making nonsense up, just philosophize. Now we have natural philosophers, right? We still have natural philosophers. Sean Carroll, Roger Penrose, a whole bunch of them that are engaged in pushing our knowledge forward, like our actual knowledge, understanding of the world. That's why you get a James Webb, for example. That's why you have neuroscience, for example, now exploring how the actual mechanisms of the brain work. These outdated ideas of the frontal lobe does this and this part does that. Outdated. The brain works holistically. And we're now starting to figure that out. Science operates on the frontier. Like what we are talking about is the information that science has figured out, discovered, and put into the general public so that communicators and platforms like this can have these discussions in bringing what science already figured out to the general public. Science is operating on the unknown. If you speak to scientists today, his experiment may come out in next 15 years. He can tell you, well, I got a little piece of this, which is promising information. And 5 years from now, he say, well, serendipitously, we were going down this path and we discovered this, which led us down this path. And what happens when they get answers? They give us those answers, but that gave them another 15,000, 5 million questions. Science continues to operate in the frontier, in the unknown. That's where science operates. What we are doing is science communication. This is the information they already know. From the moment I can say neuroscience, brain mapping, that's what they know. The next step is what triggers, how those electron triggers. Now, this visualization that is produced by this mechanism. And that's what science is figuring out. In the meantime, you got two groups. Those that are scientifically literate say, this is what we know. This is what they're trying to figure out. This is what we don't know. And then you got the pseudos that say, this is my opportunity to jump in that space and do the God of the gap thing. And not necessarily God. It can be God, most of the time it is. And then the other time, it's somebody trying to create a cult with the secret hidden knowledge and the white man didn't want you to know. And I got my own particular flavor spin. And you can't look it up anywhere. It's not verified anywhere. It's my thing. You just got to believe me. You just got to trust me. Because I got the secret sauce. No, Cedric done study 6 years, bioanalytical chemistry, done work in thousands of, in 100 hours, I'm exaggerating, multiple industries, grounded in natural philosophy, grounded in methodological naturalism, grounded in philosophy in general, who is going to pull from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy because we have grounding for these concepts where we can verify, testify, and test and verify, falsify. We understand these processes. So anything that Cedric says, you can go back and check it, fact check it piece by piece by piece. My presentations, I don't need to put a lot of sources. They're pulled from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. The words come straight out of there. I don't make nothing up. I understand these concepts. I synthesize them and I break them down so that they're not spooky stuff on a shelf somewhere over there. Stanford, oh my God. Cedric's going to talk about Hume as if he's my buddy to make that a household name, to get us grounded so that we could head off nonsense like this without even engaging. Man, he said metaphysics in his position. Now you want to put it up against methodological naturalism? Whoa, you're philosophically not grounded. You have no academic rigor and you're scientifically ignorant. You do not understand the epistemic regime that you're in. Any claim that you make is going to be put through that rubric automatically. That's the framework we live under. What does the science say? Can I verify that? Can you test that? Do you have a source? Oh, you made it up. Oh, so it's got to go through the peer review process? Oh, not if it's philosophical. Oh, if it's philosophical, then you can have your philosophy, bro. It's okay. I believe I can fly. I honestly do. I'm an 80s baby. You go back to the 80s. We grew up with a flying nun. The boy would fly. He got E.T. So we are a generation of kids that believe we could fly. Argue with me. Ain't one of my lying? So when you posit these arbitrary positions without being able to ground them, then there is no debate. You are trying to verify and establish your philosophical framework by our modern method of verification, which is methodological naturalism, which produces a scientific method, and in the same moment want to put your philosophical framework opposed to the system in which we verify claims in 2026. Make it make sense. It doesn't. It is philosophically not grounded. I'm up there.
The team of I have the answers to help everybody understand life. That should be a red flag. If you're the only person in the world that has the answers to all the questions that science is answering or asking, you should check yourself. You should be like, how did I come up with this? If you don't, then that means you're flamming. You have a grift that you trying to pull over on the people. Don't get mad because people look into the things that people put out. Like, make sure your shit is verifiable.
I don't think you looked into it.
Oh, I have. Trust me.
I don't think you looked into it.
A1, I don't care what you think. You listen to Pseudos all day. You don't think at all, nigga. Don't play with me.
I listen to Pseudos. I give everybody a chance to talk.
Yeah, I
listen to a lot of non-Pseudos too.
You listen to Pseudos.
I listen to Pseudos all damn day, and I listen to
PhDs all day. What the fuck are you? What does that mean? When I walk out the door, I listen to pseudos. You go to work and listen to pseudos. Shut the hell up. Sounds stupid.
Cool. Get out your feelings, because I was talking about
get out your feelings.
I was talking about the nonsense that we was talking about, the quantum onlyism.
Pseudos all day.
Quantum onlyism. All right. So
you've only been here a few minutes.
If you have
in the pseudos all day.
Trust me. Cool. If you have, as I was saying, if you have the magical framework and you just, and it hasn't passed the smell test of no one but you because it sounds good to you, you need to check yourself, because it may not sound good outside of your world and your frame. So cool. He got something that sounds good and works for him. A lot of people have those frameworks and ideals. There's a lot of people walking around. What's the word? Functionally illiterate. That's cool. That don't mean you bring your functional illiterate talking points to the rest of the world. Keep them to you.
Y'all don't need to fight.
Right.
A1 is doing his job as moderator, and Sabio, you're doing your job attacking. What A1 was doing was trying to slow the conversation down. And and I understand it. When we attack the brother's philosophy like that, we need to quantify why. And it's easy to quantify why. When you, like I said, you can go to, when you understand that he's repackaging outdated stuff, go to Professor Dave. He takes care of Deepak Chopra and all the quantum mysticism and the quantum move, right? When you hear quantum one-ism, it is a repackaging, reframing of quantum mysticism. There's been many episodes I've dealt with it before. That's the point Sabio was making. However, Sabio, to A1's point as host of a show, you I know where you was. A1 may probably know where you was, but you came in there and like, so he was just trying to slow it down. Now, you should have said, listen, this might not directly relate to his particular framework. However, this is a repackaging of and would have been clear. Like, I understood exactly where he was, and it's just clarity. So we need to slow it down, and we can beat them up, Sabio. We the A side, bro. We just got like calm and cool and just laugh at them. Like, nigga, I got you.
You actually bringing information, said. That's not what Asabio's doing. Like, so like,
you
explain it in your own words, because you can think.
One time again. Oh,
Sabio had to go to a chat bot about some shit that don't nobody even know nothing about. Like, so it was like, what are you doing? Like, how are you Googling something that he created to try to say that it's this? Now, what you used your own brain and your own intellect to come to your own conclusions that made sense. That's why I was like, hey, you know what? You said you actually got it, and you made it make sense, and you was cooking. Him, he just was reading off a bunch of BS. It was like somebody's been studying this for 30 years, and AI got the answers to tell us, oh no, don't trust that. It's pseudoscience. We've looked at it. All these PhDs are saying it. Ain't nobody to look at his stuff. Like, that's why I was like, where are you going to get this Google AI overview about his philosophy? Like, that was bogus from the beginning. Then he shared like a different link. It was all weird, everything Asabio was doing. But it's just because he wanted to come slander.
Quantum onlyism or quantum mysticism. Watch this. Okay. Yes, quantum onlyism or quantum mysticism.
What did you say? I'm going to finish,
though. Considered
I'm going to finish, though. Go ahead, man.
So, as Ted said, it is a repackaging of quantum mysticism and all those other ideas from Deepak Chopra and a couple other people. There's a whole article on Medium about this shit. Like this shit ain't like. There's a whole article on Medium.
Yeah, but to your point, Sabio, you have heard of him before. I never met him until he jumped up on a panel the other day, right? So I didn't know what he was talking about to begin with, right? So again, mind, because I understand the stuff So I was right there with you. But in all honesty, I never heard him actually state his positions, right? So when I heard a quantum oneness, I'm like, what is he talking about? And then you hit that breakdown. Oh, he's part of the quantum mysticism group. Okay. And psychism all over again. I got him. Like, but again, you need to have that philosophical grounding to understand that. Otherwise, you have to slow that down because most folks ain't there. That's why I'm doing the philosophy of
Go to
science.
article.
The
Go to
philosophy
article.
the philosophy of mind.
From
What's good?
2020.
What's good with it, y'all?
Article from Medium I just sent to your back chat. An article from Medium from 2003 I sent to your back chat.
I got you. A brief overview of quantum quackery.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for.
That's
I just want to make sure I'm sharing the right thing for you, bro.
Yes, this is it.
Share this tab instead.
What's good? It's a shameless plug. If you haven't checked out the Chimp Wars over on the Pseudo Killas with the color, please go check that out. That is an Emmy award for YouTube productions of the year. Y'all gotta go check that out on the Pseudo Killas channel. Shameless plug for my brother Color. Color, what it do?
So what up, Gullah?
What's good with it, bro? I see we changed it. I see we changed the shift. Pseudo Killer changed the shifts on her on beat downs. You know what I'm saying? A1 joined us last night. We had a brutal beat down last night. One of the bomb squads.
Shout out Gullah, man. Yeah, shift change. Said came in and took over. And they still beating up the pseudos. This article Asabio shared ain't got nothing to do with quantum onlyism, but I'll let him. It's all up to you, baby. Go ahead.
Oh wow, this lets me know that you don't understand where. So when he first posted it, when he first joined the back chat, however long ago it was, he posted this shit about quantum onlyism. I'm like, what is this? And I went and I started reading up on the things that made me post these articles about it being pseudoscience, because there's nothing empirical to test it. It's a philosophical idea that stems from these different realms. Like if you go down to
you
quantum
eating something because you smacking at the end of your
mind
sentence.
over matter. It's the idea that quantum phenomena can explain or enable the healing of physical or mental illnesses without any empirical evidence or biological mechanism. Some proponents of quantum healing are Deepak Chopra, who claims that quantum mechanics can explain the mind-body connection and the power of consciousness, and Lynn McTaggart, who claims that quantum fields can be manipulated by intention and thought to affect AFFECT reality. Talking about consciousness, there's this hypothesis that says our brains are quantum computers and consciousness is a quantum process. Intriguing? Absolutely. Scientifically proven? Not so much. It's like saying your thoughts can quantum leap, but without Scott Bakula to guide them.
This has nothing to do with his philosophy, though. His philosophy doesn't talk about any of this. So his philosophy talks just about there being nothing outside of time, outside of existence.
And so you want to go into the time part because it talks about man. This shit is shit. This shit is crazy.
You talking about quantum entanglement, particles? Like his thing don't talk about that.
This shit is insane.
What's insane? The fact that you just took the word quantum and made an assumption about what his philosophy means instead of actually reading the philosophy?
I read it. You don't think I read up on his shit? You really? At this point,
because all you're bringing is Google AI overviews, and you know why I don't think you read up on his shit? Let me answer your question, and then I'll let you go. The reason I don't think that you read up on his shit is because you're not bringing up his shit. You bringing up everything but his shit. You bringing up a Medium article, bro. Why don't you bring up his shit and show me where it's wrong at the end, since you read up on his shit? You see how Said don't got to do all this beating around the bush? He gonna go straight to show you what's wrong. He don't got to do AI overviews. He can use his own intellect. I need you to get on that level, Asabio. Go ahead, Asabio.
And you know what's crazy? And everything that I've shown agrees with what Said has been saying. everything. So somehow the sources that I read, the things that I presented, are saying the same thing said is saying. You just don't like that I'm reading them because you can't catch the nuances that are entangled in these like quantum pseudoscience. That quantum human thoughts can physically shape reality. He thinks that. I've
Pull
talked
up
to him.
his stuff and show me where it's wrong.
I'm not
This is not
now,
showing a
yeah, I
media
can't.
article that's not written
I'm
about
taking
his
a break.
stuff. Ain't showing me nothing right now. You're not showing me.
A1,
Yeah, I
you got.
can't. Yeah,
I
I
want to
can't.
hear it for loud.
Yeah,
I want to hear it now. Now you
Okay.
got me. You got me. Oh, read it. You got it. Read it. Let's read it. I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
hear it now. Now
Where's
you got.
Odie? I
Now
want
you
Odie
got
to
me.
go through.
You dragged me down the rabbit hole. A1.
Yes,
You
yes,
shouldn't
I
have done
got
it.
you,
You
said.
shouldn't have done it. Yeah.
We
I
at
want
least
to
got
hear
to
it.
check it out, right? Let's go page by page through his stuff and say
shit.
where it's wrong and messed up at. You bringing up a bunch of stuff that people wrote that ain't even about his stuff.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
This shit is crazy.
Who's the pseudo today? You, nigga.
You are, nigga.
No, you shouldn't have a platform to speak on. Like you always tell me, A1, you giving these pseudos a platform to speak on. Today it's you. You want to censor everybody who don't agree with you. How does it feel? Yeah, that's why I don't play that censoring people game. Just because we don't agree. I'm gonna let you back up here. But remember, that's the world you want to live in. Not me.
Thank you for trying to show me how you like letting everybody get their bullshit out, even if it's bullshit. And this is the reason why there's so much misinformation, disinformation, and lack of scientific rigor and acceptance of science in our communities because of people like you. Because of people like you that want pseudoscientific ideas, things that cannot be tested, can only be philosophized about, to be brought into intelligent and polite conversations where they shouldn't be brought into. These things should be left in the world where him and his homeboys talk about shit like that. These things should not be brought into the world of science and the world where we're supposed to be hoping and attempting, where we are attempting to affect a positive change and in the thinking of our people. But you want to talk about pseudoscientific bullshit and pass it off as if it's scientific, as if it should be given a platform because you the platformer of the pseudos. Cool, that's you. I got a little breakdown of his bullshit. It says right here.
Just a second before we move on to that. Right, I want to wrap this up.
Bullshit.
I want to wrap this up because I vehemently disagree with Xavier on this particular point, and I'm going to explain why. The pseudo killers are very clear in what our platform is. Right there, we have two platforms within this community that are very strict. That is not an environment where your ideas have value, right? And we're up there, and it seems that we're pushing our ideas, right? And it's unfair, right? You get to push your ideas, we don't get to talk. We are not pushing ideas, but that is the perception. We are teaching and bringing scientific literacy to the community. With that, right? And if I do my job well, like I think I'm doing, and have been doing, then everybody is allowed to speak. This is the time in the day we're in. I do not hold a platform, especially a debate platform, accountable for what the individual is saying. Now, A1 may have had his pseudoisms or may have certain pseudoisms. We all do. I just said I believe I can fly, and I fucking mean it. Excuse my friend. But when it comes to impartiality, right? He is rather impartial, and he holds everybody to the same measure. Now you need to source up. Where did we find that? I heard him with Easter Queen at a certain point when your logic ain't logicking. As a host, he steps in. But it's a debate platform. We need to become a little bit more out of our feelings and do our job, right? And like you said, we'll be taking shifts now because we are allowed on the platform. We're given equal space and even a superior voice. I'm a cheat and say because we are the science side. So the platform allows for that engagement. I won't attack A1. I won't attack Sonetta. I won't attack any platform that is in the realm of fairness. But now you see Black Magic, for example, shout out to Rich. He platforms the pseudos. He is a pseudo and don't provide an environment for pushback within his space. That's the danger. Those are the platforms the pseudo killers attack. Then I will attack the whole platform because the platform is representative of the position of the host. King's Monologue, I'll attack him directly. Tammyverse, I'll attack him directly. The platform is an individual that has a particular narrative that platforms and pushes a narrative. And a debate arena where everyone is welcome to have their say and everyone is held to the same standard. Again, I don't disagree with nothing you presented, Sabio. I'm right there with you. At the same time, I can appreciate A1's pushback. Now, you two are fighting, that's y'all thing, but his pushback is warranted. It created a space for us to illustrate, look, this stuff, although he framed it that way, it's generic. It's going to entail these and these and these things. Now, that is the hypothesis that we put forward, right? At this point, bring it on. Let's go page for page through that.
What are we saying? What are we saying right here? Are we saying
article? I posted this whole thing in your back chat too, A1. Jermaine, Nugent Jermaine, Quantum Onlyism from Field Archive.
So let me know.
I just had to find it. I just didn't know where I had it, what phone it was in, or none of that. But I found it.
What are we saying? What are we saying? The quantum activity has conscious? Is it what we're saying right now?
Yeah,
no, that's what I'm saying. Nobody knows because Asabio, nobody's laid it out. They just keep bashing it without actually going through it.
There it is. There it is. There it is.
Let me finish.
Go down. Let's go.
Like me,
bashing it without actually bringing it up, which is like what, like y'all are giving a summary bashing. Like I don't appreciate that as somebody who wants to know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, no,
let me not curse. Let me get myself together.
I'm
shout out,
asking
I'm gonna give you the floor next. I was gonna say shout out Sid for saying that because I've been telling the Sabio that since I started 8 months ago that you need the pseudos. The pseudos are what make you the better man. Without them, they're, you know what I'm saying? Why are you mad that you get to come on here and beat them up? If their information isn't superior, you'll reign supreme every time. You should have 100 wins under your belt.
So this is just to back A1 up because what the brother did, he tried to go to Deepak Chopra, but he pulled up Medium. That's not Deepak Chopra work. So what I'm looking at here is the Chopra Foundation. This is Deepak Chopra actual work. I'm gonna put the link in the chat to actually pull up. You got to go to the Chopra Foundation. This is Deepak Chopra actual work. But I don't have a dog in a fight. I'm going to throw it in the chat so you can actually pull up the Chopra Foundation. This is Deepak Chopra, actual research paper from him. And it's not from that corny site that other brother pulled up, which was called Medium. It's not from Medium. This is from Deepak Chopra himself. I'm going to put it in the chat. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'm going to put it in there so y'all brothers can pull it up.
See, now he's about to do what I want, though. What I want him to do is go through the information and show it's where it's faulty. I don't want an AI overview. I don't want that. I don't want an AI overview talking about what Professor Dave says when Professor Dave hasn't looked at his shit. Like, I felt like that was disingenuous, and I felt like if you're going to tell me not to listen to him, you got to at least show me why. And now he's actually pulled it up. So let's get into it. You got the floor. My bad. Hold on. Before you go, Asabio, I had cut Gullah off. Gullah, you were saying something?
No, all I was saying was I don't know who on what side though, but like for me, I'm grounded in like realism. So like for me, like consciousness doesn't emerge unless you have a biological nervous system, body, a brain. That's the evidence we have. We could evidence we can look with, you know, to have, you know what I'm saying? And anything outside of that, you know what I'm saying? It's like you leaving the door open for the spooky. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily all the time. You know what I'm saying? You got levels to it, but it's kind of like a gateway to creating the supernatural. You know what I'm saying? So like me, like, you know, so I look at it as consciousness is an evolutionary phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? Starting with the sentient organisms, when you get into more, and then going into more complex organisms, like organisms with vertebrates. That's when that's when you actually, you know what I'm saying, get into you know what I'm saying, the encapsulation or the casing of consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Because really consciousness is really simple in biology. It just means to be alive. You know what I'm saying? Or have or react or process data from your environment. And they can even be genetic, you know what I'm saying, passed down too. But it's just me, you know what I'm saying, for my research. I know I got other theories and other things like that, but I'm on the side of the actually more grounded science.
I think that I agree with you too. I think that Quantum or Oli agrees with you too. I don't think he thinks the universe is a conscious mind or anything like that. As far as I knew, like, I'm not here to defend quantum onlyism, but as far as I knew, it only gave like an explanation for existence, with removing the devil and a god. So I don't know if it was just saying that there ain't nothing outside of existence and you need time and nature for existence to exist. Like, that's
Exactly.
all I know about it. And I think we can all agree on that shit. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And then too, like when you get into a lot of the philosophy stuff, a lot of the stuff is like real human centric, real like you know what I'm saying, human exceptionalism, because we forget other animals have different levels of consciousness too. That could be, you know, need to be understood. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be just exclusively human consciousness. You know what I'm saying? A snake or a bat might have a different level of consciousness of their own. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's like that, because you got different, you know, different brain activity and all, you know, things like that. Even like when you get into orca whales and dolphins, they have a bigger cerebral cortex even than ours. You know what I'm saying? The biggest brains, and they're very intelligent. So their consciousness, you know what I'm saying, or their reality is different. But you know what I'm saying, you don't have to have a cell phone or internet. You know what I'm saying, email address. You know what I'm saying, to measure what actual consciousness is. You know what I'm saying, in my opinion.
Can you all hear me? Is my mic open?
Yes, sir. Your mic's working.
Okay, so I'm gonna go right here. From this starting point, the framework analyzes the features present in any intelligible account of reality. Human-centric. When we have an intelligible account of reality, we're identifying or interfacing with reality. Our interface is limited to tricolor spectrum within the visible light spectrum, right? We don't see infrared, we don't have night vision, we don't see X-ray, we don't see gamma ray. So we have a very limited perception of reality. Nature produced us not to observe reality as it is, but for us to survive, reproduce, gather nutrition, etc. We have an interface with reality. So right there, again, any intelligible account of reality. So now the fact that we can communicate and articulate our perceptions doesn't make reality dependent on our existence. That's the first. Shots fired. The first. Right.
Oh yeah.
Namely structure and change. And ask what conditions must be present for these features to be obtained. Which features? What features? You're referring to intelligibility. You're referring again to reality. So now you're saying reality comprises of two components. My ability for it to be intelligible. That's a question mark. Okay, let's continue. The argument proceeds by identifying structure with nature, form, constraints, and identity, and change with time, order, sequence, transformation, progression. So again, a very human-centric way of assuming what reality is. Reality is there, and we have an interface with it, and our interface is produced by the object and the sequence in time. Very human-centric again, like Agala is stating. And here, the bait and switch. Stay with me now. It is then shown that intelligible existence requires both conditions and that their conjuncture is sufficient to account for the basic features of reality. Panpsychism 101. Reality, idealism 2.0. So within his framework, he is using established philosophical frameworks that are purely metaphysical and outside of empiricism, as I stated. Right?
Isn't that beautiful?
At this point, I really don't need to go any further. We do not produce reality. We interface with it.
Never said we produce reality.
Exactly.
I'm back, guys. I'm back. That never says that. Let me read it for y'all in the way that you're supposed to read it. Because what he's reading it from is somebody else's view.
He finna put a spell on us, y'all. He finna put a spell on us.
There you go, y'all. I'm not magic. Don't believe any of that. Y'all see my account of existence. I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. I believe that everybody actually knows this. These things that he's saying that seem to be human centric or somebody else's type. It's just that I've been able to go over all of those views and put them all together into an intelligible account. When I say intelligible account, do y'all understand what that means? That means when you have a question, you should be able to answer it. All this calls for is accountability within existence, especially if you read the title books. Now, I'm not going to pull up the entire paper because this is just a summation of quantum onlyism from Field Archives. Now, y'all can go to Field Archives yourself and click on the link on the page and see the totality of it. But let's read what Field Archives summation says. And this is what I'm saying. I don't understand why y'all upset because I have my own ideas about existence. I never said I don't understand anything about what y'all talking about, pseudo or any of that. These are compiled ideas and opinions, just like everybody in existence has the right to do. Now, what you guys do is just find somebody's that y'all like and y'all agree with them. That's fine. You stop yourself from critical thinking and you just stop there. I did.
No, I don't.
Now,
I don't
let me
do
read
that.
that. Let me read that. Yeah. Oh, fine. That's good. Let me
too easy.
I just stick with reality. I just know the reality ain't only just human. Ain't human.
That's all
no
you
reality.
got. If you stick to reality, you're gonna get it. Now, quantum onlyism is a philosophical framework that identifies the minimal conditions required for intelligible existence. So, in the realm of philosophy, they keep on trying to jump to science. Saying pseudoscience, guys.
I just want to know if my dog is my dog intelligent.
Go ahead.
Is my dog intelligent?
That's uninteresting to my point of view. That's uninteresting to my point of view. You need to find that out yourself.
But you're only talking about humans. You're only talking about humans. At this point,
you don't know what I'm talking about. You haven't even read it. Go grab the entire philosophical framework. I have books that you guys can buy. Book 1, Quantum Onlyism.
If you don't want to talk about all life on this planet, like my dog, or the worm at the bottom, or the snail at the bottom of the ocean. If you don't want to talk about the snail at the bottom of the ocean,
he's actually here to explain it. Can you not attack him and just slow down?
Man, that guy right there is mad because he don't have his.
We got him here. We got him here. We got him.
Now, if you
we got him.
y'all can talk.
We got him. So you watch. He's gonna crash out. Right?
I appreciate you, Said.
Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. It was with your philosophy. Now, we agreed, first of all, no one disagreed with your philosophy, and you have the right to make it
You
up.
better not. You bet not.
And
You
but
bet
in
not.
but
Matter of fact, I ain't gonna explain nothing. I'm through with these guys because do any of you guys want to debate this? You have where you can find it. You go look it up and you come back and try to refute this with your own ism. Bring whoever you want to, anybody's name, all of your sources. I'll bring all of my philosophy and we can debate points of view just to see who's more intelligible. Because I argue from a point of intelligibility when talking about existence. You guys don't. I don't even want to talk to y'all because you guys don't have your own thoughts and ideas. You can't even think critically. You mad, you give ad hominems, which show from the first place that you upset about it. And then my man said, just agreed. You see, I heard his lip. He said, I don't dispute your philosophy. That knocks Sabio and Orlando out the box. Your own boss says he's scared to debate it. Y'all can keep being mad and having feelings.
I don't got no feelings.
About
you
what
got the feelings.
You can have
you
opinions. Just like I got an opinion. What
I don't
you need
expect
to do is form an argument and bring it to the
crash
Titans
out.
Debate League where I reside, and we can debate it. And I guarantee you,
I mean,
by the end of the day, by the end of the debate, you either gonna be a quantum onlyist or you gonna go home crying with ad hominems saying, you guys don't have anything. You don't have anything but somebody else's ideas in your head. You
no, not really. It's my
idea. It's debated.
Yeah, so you making it up on your own. Like I don't expect you to get it. You gotta. I mean, obviously you must have an owl brain. You use the owl as your symbol, which is a very small conscious viewpoint anyway.
You don't even know what owl
your eyes
is in my
your eyes. Yeah, but you use that dumb animal. You use that dumb animal. Your eyes is bigger than your brain.
What the problem is that you mad and you upset because you don't know
Another
that.
pseudo crashing out. Another
The Wolverine has shredded his shit. The Wolverine has shredded your shit. The Wolverine has shredded your shit.
All right. There you go. Let him crash out by himself.
Can't jump this high, Wolverine. I'm bird dropping.
Do you even know? Hold on, Ali. Do you even know why humans? Do you even know why humans see color anyway? Like, you even know why we even see color? Like just start on there. Like, what's the evolution? What's the evolutionary purpose of humans needing color? It is. It's part of our reality. It's part of our reality.
That's an interesting to my philosophy.
Yeah, well, your philosophy creates gods. Your philosophy creates cults and supernatural talking trees.
Do you want to debate that? Because I've proven my philosophy where we go totally against that. Bring a debate.
I'm not going to debate an owl, yo. I ain't going to debate no owl with a peanut brain.
Yeah, you bet not. Like I said.
Well, you crazy, bro.
So if you have
he doesn't do gods or religion.
Yeah, if you have
there's nowhere to send a check to.
Only logical explanation of existence.
I never said
no the ledge.
Philosophy.
That's you, Oli.
I'm messing around.
So nobody seeing this is why he don't want to continue breaking his stuff down, because he understands again that I'm
debate you. We can break it down into debate. We can break it down into debate.
Let's not turn this into a cat fight or an owl fight, whatever.
So
one person at a time,
yeah.
Oli.
So,
let's say it could.
So like I told you, he just give him enough room, say he's gonna crash out. Because once we start to apply the analysis and we understand the rubric, we understand the pseudoisms we're dealing with. First of all, if you have a metaphysical, philosophical position, bro, it's metaphysical. It's metaphysical. We understand that you are very human-centric, and you're certain that the interface that you are experiencing is the production of reality. That's a flow between panpsychism and idealism, and maybe sprinkled with a little bit of your own sauce, but that's pretty much what it is. What is there to debate? There is no debate. What is going to happen is your philosophical position is going to get ran through the rubric of methodological naturalism. And it stalls at the entry of the door. Your assertions are simply that, assertions. Right? And we understand that this is your philosophical position. Okay. Debate what? We are going to apply the rubric of methodological naturalism, and it's going to just go, don't compute.
Yeah, like if you don't understand, if you don't even understand why humans see in color, you know what I'm saying, it's an evolutionary process, which is part of reality. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know what we're going to talk about. Like we know that humans only even see in color because of, so we can process food, see the fruit ripe. You know what I'm saying? And that evolved even more complex into survival.
Yeah, you're illustrating a very human-centric, and you're describing the interface. All right. Our perception of reality is causal. We see shapes, and the perception is within the fourth dimension, which is time. We understand that. There's nothing deep there. There's nothing heavy there. And it is our interface with reality. If you understand human evolution, you would understand that modern Homo sapiens sapien exists for about 360,000 years. Whereas reality, space-time, is 14 point something billion years old. So yes, we developed within reality to interface with reality. Our interface is unique to humans. Dogs, they have their own interface, right? And then you interject words like divine, which automatically puts your assertions outside of the realm of the scientific method. What debate is there, bro? Have your philosophy. Okay, I believe I can fly. Who cares?
Yep.
It's not grounded in anything empirical. It's not moving the goalpost. It's nothing new. It's repackaging of old philosophical, outdated ideas. From the moment we engage in empiricism, panpsychism, the idealism, all those dualism, they have been resorted to isms, bro. Nobody interjects or entertains those ideas who are grounded in actuality, right? And even philosophy must be to be in the conversation. Natural philosophy, those who make it up, must be in line with the scientific method. So we know exactly where to categorize and place your ideology. It's exactly that, an ideology. Has no bearing in reality. There's nothing to debate. And now that we've established that, I'll sit back and listen to how deep your mind is. Because it's just your thinking, bro. You can have that.
It's your brain tricking yourself. Is you seeing Abraham Lincoln in a potato chip?
Hey, I apologize for cutting y'all build off. I just wanted to ask A1. I sent him the Deepak Chopra's actual, but I think that in the back I sent to A1. If he want to check that, but I apologize for cutting y'all build off, brother said, and the other said. And you know what? Yo, leave my brother Oli alone, because that's my guy. Leave my brother alone. But A1, I just want to make sure if I sent it correctly in the back chat.
Yeah, but I want to say even.
Yo, I'm gonna mute out. I apologize, brothers. My bad. Sorry.
I want to say even the African gray parrot has been witnessed, you know what I'm saying, or reported of showing selflessness. You know what I'm saying? Giving away its food, you know what I'm saying, knowing it's not going to receive it, nothing itself in return. You know what I'm saying? Just out of certain empathy or, you know what I'm saying, or a certain emotion. But some of this stuff not exclusively to humans, yo. We just sitting up here wondering and mesmerized on natural phenomenon, giving it characters and giving it damn consciousness without a damn brain. It's ridiculous. You have to have an organism called a brain, or you know what I'm saying, to even have that type of activity or neural activity. You know what I'm saying? Like consciousness. You know what I'm saying? If you actually, the real study of consciousness is not in philosophy. Is mostly grounded in neuroscience and biology, yo. You know what I'm saying? Because the only consciousness that we ever seen or ever witnessed came out of biological organism, yo. Period. I'm not gonna go for open the door for the talking trees and the talking stars and shit, yo. It's ridiculous. It's like us humans seeing Abraham Lincoln's face in a potato chip, or seeing the damn lion in the clouds and shit, tricking yourself.
Y'all done?
Hey, yo, Oli. Just real quick. Who's doing the screen share right now?
That's me. I'm about to read this so they can understand that they just have to read my books to even know what I'm talking about. They also they ain't even in left field. They just in the dugout, just talking, spitting sunflower seeds. Don't even know what they talking about. None of them, because they don't have their own ideas. They keep on assuming that they're going to know what I'm talking about, but they won't, and they never will unless they read it. And once they read it, they'll see exactly what
you came up with these hypotheses. You got your own ideas. You got your own theories, theorems, and theories out here.
Do you have your own ideas?
He's an author.
Why would I?
Do you have why would you have your own ideas?
It's because he's an author don't mean it's because he's an author don't mean he has a sound scientific hypothesis.
Wait, hold on. For your defense only. Let me help you real quick, because to your defense, I was just gonna say, even if I don't respect, I respect you. Even if I don't agree with the work you put out in your book, at least you got a book. You know what I'm saying?
That don't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything. Wait. It means a lot in our field that we're talking, because if we're supposed to be scholars, this is what scholars do. Scholars puts out books of work that people can peer review. Hold on, brother. You're not a scholar. Clearly, he is if he has a peer review book.
He's not. He's not a scholar, yo.
He's a scholar.
No, he's not.
Brother, real quick. Your book went through a peer review process, correct?
I could write a book.
Do it then.
Yeah, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You have it because you don't form your own ideas, and this is just my point.
Scholars previewed it. What renowned scientists previewed your damn work, yo?
You trolling right now?
Ain't nobody trolling. You up? I don't know. You fanboying out or something.
They not what he's doing is he understands that people have their own ideas. You understand it, but you don't have your own ideas. You read somebody else's idea.
But outside the consensus.
All the philosophical ideas and tried to combine them in your shit.
I didn't do none of that. What I did was
y'all can join his coat. Y'all can read his book and join his coat if y'all want to.
Nothing is wrong with that, though. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take data and come to your own conclusions.
Yeah,
what do you think?
What the pseudoism and what he's doing? I feel like King J. I've been feeling like this all morning, though. I've been feeling like this all week.
Man, they don't have their
I'm just happy he not trying to give us another God and another religion. I can just appreciate that. That's like, even if this ain't perfected yet.
Yeah, but giving us some a little spooky.
Because at least he ain't coming with Allah and Jesus talking about it's gonna be fire and brimstone.
Consciousness is God.
He's trying to sneak it in.
He doesn't believe that, bro. You just making stuff up because you ain't read it all.
They ain't even read the book.
He said that yesterday on the Pseudo Killas channel that he does not think that the universe is conscious. He said, I agree with you said on that. I was there. I was awake for that part. He agreed that he does not think the universe is conscious.
Are ups. They strictly right now, they're reacting off of their feelings and feelings alone. They ain't sitting down thinking about anything, guys. And this is what I'm talking about when I say if this is a conscious community, the people that's representing, even the Pseudo Killas, that's fine that they want to be and find pseudo, but the way that the people that they have representing it is trash. Like, this don't make no sense at all.
Sound like you and your emotions.
And I should be. You guys are. I'm talking to chickens, trying to help them fly.
No, not really, bro.
Absolutely.
My fault. I just look at the world. I just look at the world in reality.
You talk about a book. The dogmatic lock. Metaphysical hijacking and the linguistic fabrication.
There's no metaphysical hijacking. I did what I'm supposed to do. You grab information, you find information, and you form your own thoughts.
I'm illustrating my book. You talk about a book? Yes, my book is ready. So people have a methodology to deconstruct the nonsense you guys be putting out.
That's what I said. Let's debate it.
No, stop. So now I'm just dealing with your empty assertion. So now this doesn't make me a scholar, right? I produce some literary work. Now, because of applying methodological naturalism, because I operate within the scientific rubric. My work has been sent to several academic sources for review before it comes out, and I hope to get an academic forward in my book. Doesn't make me an academic, doesn't make me a scholar. A scholar is someone that is in the academic arena producing new information. What I'm doing is synthesizing a rubric in which we address a metaphysical claims. I am applying methodological naturalism in a structural and methodological way. I do it on the Pseudo Killas platform. This is what I do within Set Talks. Now, I've written a book. I've written my first book. The second one is on the way. I'm compiling it based on the series I'm doing. So it's going to take a couple more months before that's even ready for transcript. But it doesn't make me a scholar. However, my work falls within the framework in which we, in our modern context, analyze and assume and associate information. What you're doing, which was said you're allowed to do.
You don't even know. You don't know. Let me read. I was about to read
in metaphysics, bro. Go right ahead, bro. You're engaging in metaphysics. You're busy redefining and making stuff up. Go right ahead. It is not going to quantify or qualify within our modern system of acquiring information, which is methodological naturalism.
Talking. Just wait a second, Oli.
So you're not.
You definitely can read. You can read on this channel.
You have your metaphysical position, which is fine. You're entitled to it, right? And it is not going to come within the arena of empiricism. It simply isn't. There is no empiricism there. So it's your metaphysical assertion, which you are entitled to. Go ahead, have at it. But you're not producing nothing new. You're not bringing anything quantitative to our understanding. You're repackaging outdated metaphysical claims. Whether you understand that or not, it's because you're ungrounded in philosophy of mind. You're not grounded in philosophy of science. You're making something up, which is fine. You're allowed to do that. But from the moment you do that, it's going to be ran through a rubric, bro. And it has already been done by your own assertion. So now I'm interested, but
divine mechanics. Divine mechanics.
There you go. It's
divine mechanics. Divine mechanics. There go the natural right there.
Just like A1 said, I'll give it to him. He might not have a guide or religion and all this in his writings, but he leaving the door open for that spooky shit, yo. You know what I'm saying? He's leaving the doorway to the mystical fantasy and all that shit.
I couldn't find it. That's what I was looking for, though. I was just looking for that when I sent you a message, said, "Hold on, brother." If I couldn't find that section on divine mechanics and shit, he got a whole in his book. He got whole sections on divine mechanics. I didn't read the shit because I knew it was stupid when I looked into it.
Or you just couldn't understand it. Can I read now?
Divine mechanics. Go read about. Come on.
But let's not beat up a brother who's actually an author, who's actually putting out, who's trying. Listen, and I'm big on this. Listen. Let's promote the brother's book instead of trying to tear it down. Ain't nobody on this panel an author but him. And
they want you smoking black and mild, watching Pokemon, and then they wouldn't have nothing to say about you, Oli.
Exactly.
The fact that you dared touch philosophy, how dare you even attempt?
Oh, it's
come up with
more
your
than
own
that.
ideas.
How dare you?
And you shouldn't have you don't deserve the internet, my nigga. They should take your internet. This is the energy that y'all coming with, and King J is calling it out, and I lightweight agree with him. Because if you was smoking black and miles, watching Pokemon, sipping a 40 like a baby bottle.
So we should
acting like I don't see that Shed's lips is burnt up.
Hey, don't do that up here, bro.
We should promote.
You representing me. Don't
bad thinking. We should promote bad thinking. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't care if you're a brother or not. That don't mean nothing. Like that brother man, my brother. He ain't my brother. I don't know that nigga.
Y'all so like, hey, do y'all brothers mind if I read this Deepak Chopra? Because what the other brother did, he pulled up the other Deepak Chopra paper, but it was from that it was like from some pseudo site, but I sent it to you, A1. This is this
best site you can use to get information from. You
I'm
better
gonna
look
read.
into it.
So, listen. Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just finna read. I'm finna read. This is from the Deepak Chopra Foundation. This is his actual. Thank you. There you go. There you go. That's the article that I pulled up right there. So scroll down. So this is the thing. What we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the conclusion. To the conclusion. Like I said, I'm not on nobody's side. Hey, Shalom, King J. Much respect, King J. I'm not on nobody's side, but I heard the brother bring up Deepak Chopra. I've looked at some of his articles in his paper. That's why I knew I went right to the Chopra Foundation, not that other pseudo site. So now, if you blow it up, we can go to the conclusion.
I can't believe we bedazzled. I can't believe we bedazzled by just a book.
We're gonna go down. We're gonna go down to the paragraph where it starts out. The dual aspect.
What the conclusion is of Deepak Chopra. That's not falsification. I want to know if the people that evaluated his work, going to what he says, he's going to teach you with the dualism and the mind has influence on the observer. And because of consciousness, we know the Deepak Chopra spill, bro. Like reading us the conclusion of something we already know is a waste of the time.
I'm not agreeing, Cedric. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with everybody. With anybody.
Again, hear what I'm saying.
All I did was just throw an alley hoop.
Opposition to his position.
This is for y'all brothers. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm gonna mute out. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Exactly.
This is between y'all.
So you need to listen, bro, because you're engaging fallaciously. We know what Deepak Chopra's conclusion is. When we oppose his conclusion, bringing us to his conclusion again,
hold on.
help the argument.
Cedric, please, before you continue, respectfully, Cedric. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with any of y'all brothers. I heard the brother pull up Deepak Chopra, and then A1 specifically said, don't pull up the BS site. Go strictly to Deepak Chopra's work. So all I did was pull
Oli's work, that we shouldn't be looking at anybody else's work. What Oli? Because they're talking about Deepak trying to debunk Oli through him when I don't think they read Oli's work. They just assuming it's his. Like
this ain't my fight. This ain't my fight. All I did was help. All Brother Omar did was throw the hoop and put Deepak Chopra's actual work, because A1, what did you say? When the other dude pulled up that other source, you specifically said, A1, pull up the work. So like I said, I'm gonna mute out.
Do you understand why what you did doesn't make any sense?
Oh my
I know what you did and why you did it. Do you understand
why it don't make any sense? Y'all out.
So now, do you understand why it doesn't help? Why it doesn't make any sense? That's the whole thing. Why you did it? I hear you. Do you get?
Cedric, I need you to question real quick.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm gonna let you, brother.
I asked you a question. Do you understand why what you did don't make any sense? Because I explained that. Do you understand that? Did you understand what I was saying?
A1 asked for it.
No, I didn't ask for that.
I asked you a question.
But it's
if
okay.
You understand what you didn't make any sense.
This stuff is not my speed. You already know. I'm an Israelite brother. I deal with biblical scripture. I just put this up in there for y'all brothers to either dissect it, to agree or disagree with it. But I remember y'all asked specifically for Deepak Chopra's work. I just threw it in there. Cedric, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
And you misheard me though.
I put it in there for y'all brothers to have a good dialogue and break it down. I'm gonna mute out.
Yeah.
I have no dog in this fight.
And I ain't supporting nobody book. I ain't supporting nobody book just by the color of their skin. That's ridiculous.
Fucking sense. Because telling me you put it there for us to break it down, you don't understand it. It didn't make any fucking sense, man. I don't want to crash out.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, bro.
Deep breaths on this panel are today.
I'm gonna jump off at this point.
You misheard me. I was telling Atabio that we didn't. He's reading everything but Oli's work.
What his right.
That's what I was telling him. I'm saying you're reading Medium, you're reading this, you're reading that, you're reading everything but Oli's stuff, showing me why Oli's stuff is wrong. This can't tell me why Oli's stuff is wrong. This AI overview can't tell me why Oli's stuff is wrong. AI Google don't know Oli. That's what I was
Are
telling
you talking to me?
No.
Are you talking to me or somebody else?
I'm talking about
because okay. Listen. This is for the record. I deal with biblical things. I just threw it in there for y'all brothers to break it down. So I don't know why Cedric started using cuss words at me. And all I did, remember what I said. I don't have a dog in a fight. I just wanted to put that up there. So
but did you hear? You still don't understand what's going on because you're still explaining the same thing.
I'll mute out.
Go ahead. I don't even want to try to explain it to you. We be fighting. Go ahead, man.
Listen. You know what? Nope. I don't got it. This is y'all area. So Oli, King J, and A1 can speak. I was just trying to throw a brother an alley hoop. Like I said, this ain't my speed talking to. Well, I do know a little bit about quantum physics because I destroyed Hercules on quantum physics. But this is y'all speed. I'll mute out and let y'all brothers dialogue. My apologies, and Cedric, my apologies if I offended you, brother. Salaki.
Yeah, you misheard me. I didn't ask for Depop chocolate. I actually told him he's bringing up everything but what I want him to bring up, which was Oli's work, and him just to go directly to the source and show me what was wrong with his stuff. So you did exactly what he did, bring up more stuff that wasn't Oli's work. That's why what's the name was so frustrated, and you wouldn't let him explain it to you. So he's just like, man, I'm about to go. This is 5 minutes of him telling me why he bringing this up for me, and he not realizing that he's way off.
Yeah.
So Said end up leaving. But it's
that was kind of what happened.
I don't care. I just like to have the conversation. I'm mad I have to take this many deep breaths. I'm mad that I'm not mad. It's just disappointing. I'm disappointed that we got so many grown men on here. And there's no self-reflection, no self-awareness of how we act or treat each other. It's just weak as hell, man.
And me personally, I'm trying to get like Oli in part on like the author side of things. So whatever field we into, we need to start trying to publish our works or get some, our thesis submitted for, So I'm even if I don't agree with the brother's work, I'm gonna support the brother's work. You feel me? If that makes sense.
And I don't like how they did him because somebody tried to do me like that. Oli helped me publish my book, right? I got a self-help book. And a nigga just saw the word agnostic and deconstruction and tried to debunk what I'm talking about. Like, bro, this is a self-help book. It's not.
You haven't even read the book yet.
It's not. Yeah, you ain't even read the book. You already want to debunk me. Let me play my commercial, man. It's crazy.
What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book. And it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal law shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
It's called The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. As soon as people hear agnostic, they want to try to debunk me. Try to, like, it's not even that type of book. It's a self-help book for people who may not believe anymore. Like, I don't have to try to force them to convert to believe. I can help them in their journey of not believing. Like, and I don't have to ask religion to do it. I actually tied everything I talk to my favorite scriptures. So what y'all gonna do with that? But you know, unless you read it, you wouldn't know. Like,
and you said the brother only helped you in order the process of making it, of publishing it.
Yep, he helped me get my publish. He helped me get it up and publish faster. He helped me format my covers and all that stuff. I had did one before years ago, but it was like it was foreign to me because I forgot it all. So I was like, I don't feel like going through this and having to read all this. Like, can you like hold my hand and walk me through the process, bro? I hold your hand through all these processes.
Exactly.
Graphics and the debates.
So we need to start trying to get with the brother, and maybe he could show us all how to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what he do. Yeah. So hit him up. Definitely hit Oli up. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get his publishing stuff started to help other people self-publish, no matter what you talk about.
Anybody
and you know, just to try to debunk my book without reading it, to try to do an AI overview of my book, Asabio.
It's crazy.
You're gonna do an AI overview of my book and then try to debunk it. If you don't go read the book first, like,
buy the book. Buy the book first. And then, you know what I'm saying? Even if you want to buy it just to debunk it, buy it. You know what I'm saying? Support.
They wanted to debunk the Oli as soon as they heard the name quantum onlyism. They're like, up onlyism, up it's bogus, up it's pseudo. They hadn't looked into nothing from on his face, bro. They ain't gave him a fair shot at nothing. Like, we're not expecting it now. So, which is cool. You know, Asabio don't even think no religious person should be online talking about their religion. He thinks they're all pseudo and they should have no space to speak.
That's
so,
crazy.
like, you can't take him serious at all.
That's crazy.
Like, he really genuinely feels like that. He called me a pseudo enabler. He said he's just teasing, but he's serious as hell. He's been saying this to me for over 8 months. Why am I letting these religious people get on here and spew their stuff that they can't prove and da 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 da? Like, what? Because so I'm the bad guy by making sure that everybody gets a voice to be wrong with. I'm gonna let you speak up. If you're wrong, you're wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I don't decide that.
Exactly.
I don't know. This shit is crazy. Like, they really want me to work. Like, I gotta decide who's right and wrong too. On top of dealing, gotta moderate, do the graphics. Damn, it's a hard job.
Man, after you already constructed a debate league, and if somebody get information and somebody don't like it, you can just be like, "Oh, let's go over here and talk this out real quick."
Yeah, let's debate the information.
That's what it is. That's why I say. That's why I put together. That's why I was just trying to. Man, I don't know. Like I said, if I thought this was a conscious community and everybody wanted to hear points of view, you know what I'm saying? To see if the things they got, because evidently people want questions.
You know why I brought you over here? The number one complaint from everybody, I took notes before I started my league. The number one complaint was, it's the same arguments, the same debates, the same perspectives. We need new perspectives, new talking points, and new topics.
Yeah.
Well, damn it, I got some people. And all they doing is hating. They're not gonna entertain it. They want to bash you, shut you down, because it don't coincide with what they already talking about. I don't know.
And I ain't gonna lie, when I was sharing my screen right now, I think they read that part that was up there. And I think that's really why Said ran. Said didn't run because he got mad at Omar. Said read because he got mad at that information I put up there that showed that he was wrong about any of his assumptions that he made about quantum onlyism. And that's why I was trying to read it, and they didn't want me to read it. I'm going to go now. Yeah, you better.
Hey, save it for tonight. You could do a show later on it. Do it.
Yeah.
Say that for tonight. Replay all of this and break it down because you wasn't even here for half of this. They lightweight was trying to make me defend your stuff. I don't know your stuff like that.
Right.
I know a few of the basics, but I haven't read your complete work.
Yeah.
I know that you are trying to give an explanation for existence without God. And to me, you are, as soon as y'all heard that, I'm like, hey, you know what? I like it already. I like it already. I don't care if it's perfected. I don't care. The fact that he ain't forcing some shit that he can't prove and this mythological stuff in another dimension on me, like I'm gonna give you an ear now. Because you're not spooky stuff, bro. You're not coming with the walked on, man. I don't even want to be disrespectful to nobody's stuff, but you're not coming with the other. You're not coming with that. So I can appreciate what you're doing.
And I feel that because that's
get it right. I got your back, and I'm supporting you.
Thank you for holding them off till I got back, man. I was going fast. I don't know. It was a lot of traffic on a Sunday. I couldn't believe it was that many. Caught every red light, but I just like that's all I was saying. Like I know that when I was forming this, I was really trying to answer a question. I didn't even understand what I was building, trying to answer this one question. When I finished it, I observed that damn. I had to walk through all of this stuff to get that. And it's actually, in the end, it calls for accountability. That's what I say. It's 2 books. They talk about one book, and they don't know nothing about the first book, which is the philosophy. He said, I don't know anything about the philosophies. If you read my first book, which is Quantum Onlyism, The History of Philosophy, it tells you how I started my walk, why I started it. And then it goes through each and every part of philosophy that I didn't even know I was going through, but the questions that I was asking was there. And so I correlated it. If you have a philosophy about how existence is supposed to work, then you should also have not just a metaphysical argument, but you should have some physics. That's why I don't go against any science that they have today. It's just that it correlates with it so well that when people read it, or unless they read the entire thing, and like I say, that's why I've given it to a couple of people. I gave both my books to a couple of people to read. I probably wasn't supposed to because I had to send it to the Library of Congress first just to make sure that this philosophical framework stays my philosophical framework. Because I've seen people go and try to change it and stuff. It's so intimate what I did that they can't put it together the way I did, which is fine. I think everybody should form their own views, or if you have a view that that you have agree with, that's fine too. Yeah, that's fine too. I don't see nothing wrong with that. If that's making you, I needed to find accountability because somebody did something to me that I didn't like, and I had to answer for a supernatural metaphysical question about this is people making their own choices or not. And that was the simple way it started, King J. And it came to this. So I didn't do it trying to outsmart people and say, oh, this is it, and you're ignorant about the no. I did something. And then when I found out, I said, I wonder if anybody else see this, because in my books, when you read, you'll see that I actually say that I don't think that anything that I've come to the conclusion about is something that everybody else don't see. For some reason, they just haven't looked at it the way I do. And that's
they ain't read your book. That's why they bashed it, bro. They tried to compare you to every other quantum. That's why we ended up at Deepak Chopra. You know, no disrespect to Omar. Omar was doing what he was, because the way he came in the middle of that conversation, they were saying like, oh, he's just trying to cherry pick from here, and like he was taking a little bit from everywhere, from all these conscious gurus, and trying to put it in your own thing. That's what they was trying to say you was trying to do. That's why Omar was trying to pull up the Deepak Chopra thing, because they had referenced him, and it was like, he's not.
I don't even know his name.
But I don't have a problem with being a revisionist, right? I mean, like,
and that's not bad either. But it's just not what he did, though. Like I knew
okay,
that.
Okay.
Hey, his book
You know what I'm saying? Of course, I ain't read his book. I wouldn't want to read his book because even the subject of his book is quantum unrealism is a pseudo-scientific subject anyway. It's pseudo-mythicism. It's pseudo-mythicism. If I go to the bookstore, I know if I go to the New Age section, I know those books are going to be pseudo. So I'm not going to read those books. Just because somebody wrote a book, I don't got to support it. I don't got to act like somebody my brother and all this brother man crap. That ain't real to me. I don't know that man. I don't got to support somebody I don't know. I'm not gonna be glazing either.
But we always do though support people that we don't know unwillingly though. But I would only real quick. Are you
Orlando's point? It really he
ahead,
has
brother.
to read the book before he could debunk the book. That's the whole thing. You can't.
I'm just saying. I'm not like
philosophy. The philosophy's in the book. Therefore, all of the stuff that y'all was doing only show. Like I would never try to debunk somebody's stuff without reading it. I can't. I saw 3 people do it this morning though.
Man, I ain't saying about debunking nobody's book or nothing, but it's the subject matter. It's a whole subject matter called quantum onlyism. Why would his be any different?
It's not a subject matter called quantum onlyism.
It is. He didn't come up with that.
Created that.
No, I didn't.
Quantum onlyism.
No, he did not. He didn't come up with that.
Yes, I did. Online, nobody comes up but him.
Right.
That's why the AI overview that what's the name was reading. We're like, nigga, what are you reading?
Yeah.
Nigga, I Googled it. So I know what's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
I literally did it when Sabio was there. I'm like, the only
I googled it, and a whole lot of other people came up too. It says it's called quantum mysticism and quantum woo.
Quantum mysticism and quantum who is not quantum onlyism.
Right.
Nobody come up but him. He's the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Quantum mysticism and quantum woo is two different. That ain't
call you a liar. I'm gonna
onlyism.
just say you didn't look it up though.
He didn't study for.
I did. I literally I'm looking at it right now.
Real quick. Only this real quick. So you wouldn't
look at it together.
You wouldn't say that you're a quantum mystic, would you? Only
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
That's why I say they don't. He's like he said. He see the title. And he don't even know what the title means. You got to
familiarize yourself with your opponent.
They silly, man.
Disingenuous.
I eat them up in a debate.
They assuming a whole lot, and that's what's crazy. Stop assuming. Like I never assume.
That's when you assume.
I never assume, and I never argue about something I haven't read thoroughly. Like these were the rules when I first got online and the nigga slammed me on my shit intellectually. I said, "Oh, I'll never make that mistake again." Here you guys are making that mistake today, but I know you guys are well seasoned enough to know better.
To know better than that.
You haven't read thoroughly, but here you go.
I'm just saying I don't gotta read the book.
And I know you be cooking on a bunch of topics. I've seen you slaughter shit, so I don't understand why you would set yourself up for failure like this. It probably is.
I don't think I don't gotta read it. I don't gotta read the book.
You won't know because you haven't looked at it. You're going to try to debunk it off of the title and what some overviews say that ain't even talking about his stuff. That's crazy work. Quantum onlyism. Learn complex concepts with AI mode. Not interested. Nothing comes up but his stuff. This field archive, that's him. This field archive, that's him. This field archive is him. Quantum onlyism, that's his name, Jermaine Nugent. You don't see quantum onlyism on nothing else. Under them 3 things that have his name.
I looked up.
It goes to quantum physics after that. It goes to a bunch of quantum other stuff. Nothing says quantum onlyism anymore. Quantum existentialism.
So he's referencing himself in the whole book,
bro.
Read it.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I ain't reading. I ain't wasting my time. I'm not wasting my time on it.
But it will answer your questions that you have.
Just don't talk about it. And when he comes up, you should be quiet because you haven't read the stuff. So if you did, don't waste your time on it then. That's cool. If you don't want to waste your time on it, you don't get to debunk them now.
I wouldn't have came back.
I mean, you don't got to read the book. You don't have to read the whole book. Like that whole premise. That whole premise.
Something about
at least read the brother's abstract.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I can read that, but I ain't gonna read the whole book. I can read the abstract and see what it's on. It's like I ain't fucking with it.
We just caught you up swearing up and down that you knew everything about this and you know nothing about it. So that's
I didn't say I knew everything about it. I said I googled. I said when I googled it, it said it was pseudo. It said it was quantum mysticism.
I got my phone right here. Let me rewind it.
It's crazy,
and see exactly what he said because he was swearing that he knew about this. He googled it. He looked it up. It's on there.
He googled the wrong thing.
I said when I googled it. I said when I googled it, it said it was pseudo. It said it was pseudo when I googled it.
Bro.
You googled the wrong thing though.
I ain't never said I knew everything about it. Nah, y'all capping. I never said I knew it. I said I Googled it. I said I Googled it too. That's when you said, oh, when I Googled it, say something different.
But you Googled the wrong thing, though, Gideon. I mean, I'm sorry, not Gideon. I'm sorry. Not disrespect.
No, I just Googled. No, I just Googled. Honestly, I just Googled if it's quantum onalism pseudo. That's what I Googled.
Hey, and now do you see how crazy it is? Y'all are trying to Google something that's not even on Google. The only two articles that are on Google
it came up though. It said it came up. It said it was pseudo
out through Google AI, but y'all, that's why when the Sabio read that long ass thing, I'm like, nigga, what the fuck is you reading? This shit ain't online for it to be telling you if it's pseudo or not. Like, and then even in the thing that he was reading, it said only if it's applied in a certain way, like the way he's not even using it. That's why I was like,
yeah, but even by what he said though earlier, it was based in,
and then tell us the book is bogus off the.
Yeah, but I ain't
doing.
Yeah, I don't really.
Not listen to y'all or take y'all serious because y'all can't show us what's wrong with the work because you haven't read it.
Don't want to debate it or nothing.
What I heard this dude talk though, I'm pretty sure it's human exceptionalism all over.
You was pretty sure you knew what the fuck I was talking about.
I'm pretty sure it's some pseudo shit in there too. But guess what? If you never read it, you'll never find it.
You never know.
Speak about it.
Yo, peace. Good morning.
Gullah. I never thought you would have did nothing like that, Gullah. I had you on a pedestal where I'm like, nope.
But no, I'm finna read.
I was tripping.
But he ain't no damn PhD though. I don't gotta read this nigga book.
You don't have
no damn scholar.
Sit up here and try to debunk it either. You trying to?
I ain't trying to. I wasn't trying to debunk nothing. I ain't trying to debunk nothing. I ain't even finna glance at the book.
Out of pocket. You ain't no PhD.
Yeah, I don't think the book is a problem.
From what I'm hearing, trying to debunk it for an hour.
I ain't say I was trying to debunk it. When I ever said I was trying to debunk anything,
you don't know his philosophy.
I don't give a damn about his philosophy. That's pseudo.
You do. Anyway, you were just trying to tell us how it was wrong.
So philosophy is pseudo to me anyway.
You cared. I know you care because you Googled it.
Exactly.
Stop capping,
I said I don't care. I don't care about philosophy. Period. I can Google. When I Google, I ask me pseudo.
Man, I'm not gonna let y'all get up here and be fake and disingenuous, and then I catch y'all in real time, and y'all gonna triple down and say, who cares? No, I care. That's fake.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. To me, my whole premise.
Your shit.
My whole premise. My whole
I wouldn't let nobody do it to you.
Philosophy is pseudo anyway.
I wouldn't let nobody do it to you, Gullah. Trying to debunk Gullah stuff, but ain't read Gullah stuff. Get out of here. I wouldn't let nobody do it to you. But you up here trying to do it to other people. Get out of here, man.
I wasn't trying to debunk his work, yo. All right, you'll find out later on. You'll see if you how to do pseudo. All right, you just don't realize it now. That's cool.
What am I gonna find out? You show me everything I need to know today. Trying to debunk a nigga shit you ain't even read. You show me everything I need to know. It ain't nothing else to find out about you, Gullah.
I don't need to read it, yo. I gotta read his book.
How do you know what you debunking then? You don't. The AI overview. That's what you was trusting.
Bro, I've been on the panel with this dude before. I heard him on the other channel. You be saying a lot of pseudo shit.
You got it, man.
Yo. Can I ask one question and then I'm out of here?
Yes, sir.
Just one question.
How you doing today? How you feeling?
Your volume sounds a bit low, so I'm not hearing you. But yo, to the guy who wrote the book, peace to you, bro. And nice book, well put together.
Thank you so much.
My one question is, why use the term or the word quantum if you know that it's a philosophical book? And if you're using the word quantum and you're not using it in its scientific context, why not state that so everyone gets it clear from the get-go that you're not using the word in its scientific meaning and you're using it basically as a metaphor and in a philosophical context. That way it will make sense and everyone could accept it as what it is.
It's in the book. It's right there in the book. It's right there in the book. Both of the books.
Okay.
I say exactly that in the books.
Because that would be the only problem with I would have with it. Like if you're using the word quantum, which is a scientific word, which a lot of people do, like with the electromagnetism, the frequency, people use scientific terms, but they're not using it in a scientific context. And a lot of time people purposely do that because they know like the public is drawn to science. They're drawn to scientific knowledge. And people, even those that seem to speak against it, still have a very high degree of respect for scientific accuracy. Hence, when they're coming up with their own theory and stuff, they interject scientific words. You know, it's like a clickbait. But if you're being responsible, you're supposed to always remind people that, look, I'm using the word quantum, but it has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with the quantum theory or the quantum field. I'm using it as a metaphor to relate to time, relate to matter, time, and our existence in a philosophical sense. Then everyone would get it and there would be no issue.
Yes,
but a lot of the debate is like, is it scientific? Is it mysticism? What is it? What is it really?
Yeah, that's why I wrote the books. So I didn't just have to talk about it and they wouldn't understand. It actually says what I use the word quantum for. When I use the word quantum, it was to actually show that I don't go against any quantum mechanics, so people could understand that with my explanation. They would understand that the quantum parts of existence that I'm talking about are the conditions that are necessary and constitutive to existence. And you got to read the book to understand that, and also be able, like I said, you have to form your, because you understood exactly what I was saying, and I understand your question is valid, but it does answer that within the book.
Can you familiarize us with
attempt debunking your book or whatever? I would definitely have to read the book. So I'm not even going to attempt that. I'm just, stating the obvious problem that I'm seeing. But I agree. I do get
could you familiarize us with your stance in regards to quantum onlyism? Because a lot of us aren't familiar, and it'll just clear up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like I said, my in the book, I explained, like, I had a question when I was young. I was 15. A faith event occurred in my life when I was a Christian, that at the end of this little debacle, I was in the right to be compensated for my hardships. But as I started the process, I came across people who was telling me different reasons why I was found not guilty. Like, oh, well, you're a black person in an all-white county. And I'm thinking to myself, no, I was found not guilty because I didn't do it. Now I go home to my hometown and ask people, namely church, and they just be like, well, Jermaine, like, sometimes the devil just makes people do stuff. You got to just forgive them. The devil made you do it. You know what I'm saying? And it just started running through my head time and again. Like, this is what people has always done to get away with stuff when they put hard times on a person knowingly and unexpectedly without the person's consent. And you just put this problem in this person, and the devil is making, a supernatural devil is making you do this. And so I set about trying first to see if the devil is actually making people do stuff. First reference I had was myself. I referenced myself, and the devil never made me do stuff. And then I just started, observing existence and how things going down, reading the news, like just any other 15, 16-year-old do. And I started finding out things like, man, people making these own choices. There ain't no devil making people do that. So if I found out that was incoherent to me, then I had to go back to God. And then I had to find out what the word God was. And then I had to go all the way back to, the first question is, I am why? What is the reason for existence? And that's the question that people was asking. When they first answered the question, they put it in the form of what we say now as God or goddesses or gods and goddesses, a lot of them, which shows me that people had their own perceptions. That's why it was so many gods. Everybody had their own way of viewing existence and saying, this is the reason for and what's sustaining existence right now. And then it got down to the idea that there was one God. Then it got all the way down to how humans was comfortable enough to understand that we can start doing methods of proving things and getting questions out of the way in order to answer other questions. And so this is what I did unknowingly at first. After I finished, I found out that I believe that if everybody has time and they are they consist of what we call nature, structure, form, and individual. And if I take either of those away, I wouldn't have an intelligible way to explain existence. And this is why all of those other philosophical views I felt was falling away, because they wasn't trying to be intelligible with their answers. Because if we're within existence, we should be able to explain the questions that we have. And if we're not, then we're either using our imagination, which is an imaginative possibility, and you at the same time using what we observe and experience. And those answers that they come up with begin to say creator, this God favors this person more than it favors this person, and the little kid. And you know what I'm saying? Just the incoherence of the questions that had to be answered. And so I understood that the supernatural realm was where part of the problem was at. That wasn't the reason for existence. And that's why I came up with it, basically. That's how I came up with it. You know what I'm saying? I understood that we make our own choices. And if we keep letting people blame something on the devil, that takes away accountability. And I wanted accountability because I saw that I was accountable for all the things I did. And the only way to not be accountable is to say that it's a God or something like that making you do something, or this is the reason you got to do that, and you in shambles because God is against you and stuff. I don't like that. I'm not here because I'm cursed or no, none of that. People have made choices previously that led to me where I'm at. Once I was able to make choices, I made choices that led to where I'm at right now and are still doing those things. That's the accountability that I see. And that's my whole, the basics of my whole philosophy. But the way that I deducted to all of that was just, like I said, a philosophical walk of trial and error and observing.
Do you believe in superpositions?
And superpositions in what?
As far as particles existence.
Yeah, like I said, I don't dispute any of the modern physics or science.
Well, that's not physics. I mean, that's quantum. So, like, science does not.
I mean, quantum physics. Yeah. I don't disagree with any of the quantum either.
Okay, so it's a difference in between science and as far as objects having definite positions, and opposed to the quantum where superparticles, superpositions exist where everything all things are possible. The cat is both dead and alive in the box, right?
Yeah, it is in your mind. You don't know until you shake that up.
Do we understand that when we say quantum, there is nothing supernatural involved in quantum? It's strictly physics. It's strictly physical actions that's taking place. It's just on a
so according to the equation, right? Quantum physics, the cat, whoever just said that, the cat is both dead and alive. Is that you subscribe to that equation?
Yeah, the Schrodinger's cat equation in the box. Yeah, there is a series of events that leads to the cat being dead or alive. If these events occur, the cat is dead. If these events did not occur, the cat is alive.
The only thing that makes the cat dead is you looking at it, right?
Not you looking at it. That's a misinterpretation of Schrodinger's experiment to fit mysticism. There is nothing illogical or supernatural about Schrodinger's cat. There's a series of events. For instance, your head is under the guillotine. If the guillotine drops, you're dead. If the guillotine doesn't drop, you're alive. You're in a box and your head is under a guillotine. That's the equation. That's not the equation. That's similar to what Schrodinger's cat is. He's in a box with a poison and a radioactive clock. If the radioactive clock goes off, it will release the poison. The poison kills the cat. It's a series of logical events that.
Well, you didn't say that. You didn't say that right, because even if
the observer phenomena is that in science, the observer is scientific instrument. The observer is never you and your five senses. You and your five senses.
The observation is
the scientific observation. The observer is a computer or a calibrated scientific instrument. On the quantum in the quantum field, why is it difficult to make a prediction? Why it comes down to only probabilities? In the quantum field, everything like heat electromagnetic wave, moisture, vibration, anything outside of the quantum field can affect your result. That is why observing quantum phenomena is very difficult. It's not that something supernatural is going on. The only thing that's going on is that's limit us is speed. We're not able, even our instruments sometimes are not able to operate at such fast speed, and size. Our instruments are not able to interact with such minute fundamental particles. And when it does, it changes the properties of the particle instantly. Hence, your result will never be
Observation changes the particles?
Yes. For instance, you're observing something with an electronic microscope, because when you're observing tiny subatomic particles, you're using electronic microscope. It's emitting high frequency radiation. If those radiation hits a quantum field, it changes the property instantly. If you don't use a high electronic radioactive microscope, there is no way for you to observe the phenomena. So you have to use the microscope over and over and over, hitting the field and analyzing the changes in result. From there, you make your probability. It's nothing supernatural. It's all physical. Hence, when we're using the word quantum and we're not using it in its proper scientific context, we are making it purposefully.
You're talking about the way. You're talking about the wave function, and all you basically said was upon observation, the wave function collapsed. That's all you said.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Pretty much, and observation is not done by humans, physical human senses. It's done by calibrated instruments.
Hey, A1. Hey, I read a board abstract. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, I apologize for now. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I read it, and I ain't say I knew everything when I came here. I said I Googled it. I said I Googled it. You know what I'm saying? I looked it up to even see if it's a field or even a subject matter. You don't his name pop up. So it's not even a field yet or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't even know if it possibly can be. But I read his abstract. It don't seem too pseudo, you know what I'm saying? It don't seem, pseudo from what I read, you know what I'm saying, the idea is. But I just question, you know what I'm saying, are you basing your reality just based off human or just, sentient, you know what I'm saying, biological organisms, you know what I'm saying, which you know what I'm saying, which reality is cased in. That's just my thing, you know what I'm saying? Because my knowledge, even when I came here, like I said, my knowledge is more into neuroscience and incorporation of biology and animal consciousness, you know what I'm saying, human consciousness from a biological standpoint. So that's where the phenomenon starts. But from what I read, abstract, you know what I'm saying, don't seem too extreme, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you for at least reading the abstract. That's all I was telling people.
Hey, Oli, my apologies, brother. It's Omar. I just want to have a 1 minute dialogue with A1. Just 1 minute. So A1. Remember when Sabio pulled up the article? It was Medium. Y'all was talking about Deepak Chakra. I found it. I just want y'all to listen in. A1, you owe me an apology, nigga.
I apologize for A1.
Listen, just listen. Real quick, Oli.
The fact that you just took the word quantum and made an assumption about what his philosophy means instead of actually reading the philosophy. I read it. You don't think I read up on this shit? You really? At this point, because all you're bringing is Google AI overviews and all. You know why I don't think you read.
Listen.
Let me answer your question. The reason I don't think that you read up on his shit is because you're not bringing up his shit. You bringing up everything but his shit. You bringing up a Medium article, bro. Why don't you?
Yo, A1. That's the reason I pulled up the Deepak Chopra article. Did you just not hear what you said?
Bro, Omar, your comprehension is crazy.
No.
You did the same thing he did. You brought everything up but Oli's shit. That's my problem. Everybody's bringing up everything but Oli stuff.
Deepak Chopra article. No, this was a Deepak Chopra article.
Article. We needed Oli's article. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You were still wrong because you didn't.
You was talking to Sabio. You was talking to Sabio. Sabio pulled up the Medium article. So this is somebody
else. What was my response to him?
You're pulling up everything else besides his shit, which was the Deepak Chopra article.
No, I said, everything else but Oli's shit. He's pulling up, and then you went and pulled up somebody else's shit. Deepak Chopra, we don't want that. We want Oli's shit. He's pulling up everybody's going everywhere else but to Oli's book. Do you get it now? That's why Orlando just came back and apologized. Like, hey, you know what? You was right. My bad. And I just read the abstract. And you know what? It don't sound that pseudo, actually. That's what Orlando just said.
A1. I misunderstood you. I stand corrected. I misunderstood you. I stand corrected. I thought when you said this, you was talking about the article, but you meant Oli shit.
Yeah.
So I stand corrected. I'm gonna mute out and give y'all brothers a thing. I was absolutely wrong.
I appreciate both of y'all for admitting when y'all wrong, because I'm the first person to say I'm wrong when I'm wrong.
Absolutely wrong. Yo,
so I can be right.
I apologize, man. Guess what?
Bro, no worries.
I got cut up. I got cut. I got cut. My bad. I'm gonna mute out. My bad.
It wasn't a gotcha moment though, so you ain't get cut.
I got cut.
Trying to slam
you cut me. Yeah. I just misunderstood. But I'm gonna let y'all brothers deal with this, and I'm just gonna listen in. My bad. I got cut.
I just want everybody to actually debunk Oli and not some idea of what they have of Oli in their head. You see what I'm saying?
Because what he basically saying is, the equation of time and nature equals reality. That's basically what science is kind of saying anyway. You know what I'm saying? Nature is beyond the cosmos. It is the cosmos. You know what I'm saying? Natural phenomenon, not God or none of that shit. So basically his idea was, even though, you know what I'm saying, he might not be in the circles of academia yet, but his ideas is not too far from, you know what I'm saying, what you know what I'm saying, especially people that's grounded in neuroscience about it. I don't know if he go into neuroscience in his book or nothing, but it's not too far from like when Lawrence Krauss wrote the book From Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like when you read the book, he ain't actually saying the universe comes from nothing.
So we've established that the brother has established his own philosophy, right? We couldn't look it up. We couldn't Google it, right? You had to actually encounter the brother to get his stance, or actually read the book to actually know what the brother's actual.
I wouldn't say technically like it's totally his own philosophy, because this idea is not like something new. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he put his own spin on it or what. I got I actually read the book.
Okay.
But from what it seems like, see, like any scholar, no scholar is in the vacuum. You know what I'm saying? Nobody coming up with their own ideas that's out the blue. It might branch off from another. Always, most of the branch off from other ideas. You know what I'm saying? Like data and all that, and add it on to. So
built upon the next part, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I just question, you know what I'm saying, the brother, if his book is based on human exceptionalism and from mostly a human perspective, because we should know that, consciousness is not limited to just human.
Well, it is, because that's what the brother, remember, he gave his breakdown of how he actually came into the understanding. It was through his own personal human experiences.
Yeah. But they're just human experiences. You know what I'm saying? We know in study, consciousness is biological and evolutionary phenomenon. So it's not just human centric. You know what I'm saying? Chimpanzees, other primates, even dolphins, they have aspects of consciousness. It might not be human consciousness, but it's conscious. You know what I'm saying? Even sentient, even when you get to sentient organisms like plants and fungus, stuff like that. That's like the archaic consciousness. And even that evolved in its own complexes, just based off of being sentient alone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really disagree with the book, except for the title. That's the only part that kind of is a bit misleading. But the book itself is well put together.
Okay. Oh, you've actually read the book, Revolutionist?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
scanning
for sure.
through it, I should
For
say.
sure. I haven't had the opportunity to read it yet.
Yeah, but like, you know, so he said, based on his own experience. So, you know what I'm saying, he might have even considered, you know what I'm saying, the animal kingdom as a whole. You know what I'm saying, he might even considered that. Because I'm looking at it from my, you know, my background and my study from anthropology and biology, you know what I'm saying, primatology.
Yeah, it seems more like he was answering a question about consciousness.
Well, in my book, I really shouldn't be showing this to y'all because, like I said, I have to wait till they get back from the Library of Congress. But I talk about the emergence of complexity and simple feedback systems all the way up to consciousness. So if you read the book, it'll explain all of those things you're looking for. I do take the point of views of animals and everything within existence to come up with the conclusion for existence. I didn't miss none of that. But you just gotta get them books to figure it out, man. I'm telling you, I'm not fit to be giving too much because people try to take your ideas. I've had
I feel you. You gotta get your get your bread. Yeah,
I've had actual scientists not even get my bread. I don't want it to be a philosophy like you was just talking about, Orlando, where somebody tries to take it and put their own spin on it. If you think about L. Ron Hubbard and his book Dianetics and how it was commercialized and incorporated and made a corporate idea all the way into Scientology just so people can get money off of a simple idea of Dianetics. And a lot of people don't understand that because they haven't, like I said, done research. And I don't want that to happen to my stuff. That's why I sent it to the Library of Congress first. I put my abstract out, and that's just a simple abstract. That's not the total only argument. I have more white papers and everything. What make people upset is that I came up with this simply from the idea, like I said, it was myself coming up with the questions to answer. And once I understood that that's what philosophy does, I said, why don't everybody do this? And then I started looking. In fact, everybody do philosophy. Even when they come up with an ideal and say, I'm going to believe this, that's their philosophical view on how to walk through life. Even when you go through scientific testing and you make a scientific claim and that scientific claim comes out to be testable and presentable and repeatable, then it goes back to the philosophical question of what you was answering. And that's what it's always going to be. That's what I understand. And that's what I think people don't understand when they think about philosophy, theology, physics. You know what I'm saying? They really don't compartmentalize them like they should be, because this is the first thing that we have to do is start having our own thoughts. And even if you agree with somebody else, like I said, I came up with this and then I traced back through total philosophy. And the reason that you see that it matches things, it wasn't on purpose. It just does because I was trying to find the answers. And so I came up with some of the conclusions that other people did. There's nothing wrong with it.
But what I'm saying, I ain't saying like people piggybacking off of your stuff, coming up their own stuff. But if you want your stuff to be in the scientific community, it got to be a human endeavor. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get your credit. You get your credit where it's due. You know what I'm saying? And you know, people represent you as having this idea, but when you start getting referenced by other scientists, you know, science is a self-correcting system. Mm-hmm. So like, you know what I'm saying, people can add to your work without like adding nonsense out of it, but it be empirical data. You know what I'm saying? If they find any holes or anything that need to be added, you know what I'm saying, especially like those scientists today, that's how science works. They bounce ideas off each other.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm trying to do, just bounce my ideas. Like I said, I'm trying to make sure I get it where can't nobody take it and try to capitalize off of it and make it something that it's not, because it has different things. Like I said, I wrote, once I came up with my view, I had to write about it if I was going to be able to try to exclaim it or claim it, because like I said, I lost a lot of friends and stuff before I formed this total thing, just trying to find answers and stuff, which like I said, I ain't mad about anybody else who has an ism or what they understand. I just have I understand we all have our own perception and we should all form our own opinions. And even if they agree with somebody else, I ain't fit to just start telling somebody that they crazy and pseudo just because they agree with somebody else, if that's what's getting them through life. And I actually just see that philosophical thinking is probably where we need to be, as opposed to theological thinking and trying to answer these questions, because we ain't gonna never get nowhere except to the wars that we see still going on, the fights that we see within our communities and things. And I thought this was the conscious community, so I brought another way for people to view life, to answer for accountability. And when you read my books, you'll see that the only thing that this does is take away supernatural anything and ask for accountability within existence.
Yeah, but even within philosophy, you know, there is multiple path, and in the conscious community, as we see now, the two path we choose is the path of logic. That's where the scientific minded persons or people, individuals kind of reside. And then you have the path of metaphysics, you know, and that's the guys who want to answer more complex questions about reality and about truth. And they don't really rely on scientific evidence or empirical evidence, empirical data. They rely more on traditional knowledge, values, and
Logical
self experience for the most part, you know.
Yeah,
anecdotal data. So the community is going two different directions. So when you're coming with a philosophical concept, you got to make it clear: are you on the path of logic, or are you on the path of metaphysics? And
metaphysical.
Being metaphysics doesn't automatically mean pseudo.
When you read,
automatically mean pseudo. You could have a proper philosophical concept, but it's metaphysical.
And that's why I say, that's why I put together both these books, Evolutionists, because like I said, I knew that it was going to jump to somewhere else once you put one thing together. That's why I tried to put it together totally and form a total philosophical argument, and then justifications of why it is, like I said. And this isn't any different than any other philosopher has done or does do, even in the scholarly realm. And just because I put it together myself without having to be there, if it still stands up in scholarly environments and things, and people can talk about it, then we all need to take a true look at just what I'm saying. And I don't knock nobody from trying to falsify it, and that's what it is made for. In effect, once you get into my books, you'll see that this philosophy is actually an audit tool, not just for itself, but for other philosophies. And that's why I be trying to pit it against other philosophies, just to show the sheer brilliance. And I hate to say it like that because people think just the sheer brilliance of my philosophical view.
So you think it stands the test of logic?
That's what it was built on. That's exactly
really?
like most of my proofs are logical proofs.
So I think they're mostly subjective, because you're speaking about in the quantum world, right? So you're talking about talking about human consciousness in the quantum realm, correct?
That's my divine mechanic.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
That wouldn't be scientific, though.
Yeah, I have a problem with that. That's the pseudoism. That's the pseudoism when you're talking about human consciousness in the quantum realm. That's very subjective.
No. Oh, go ahead, King J. I'll let you finish.
That's it.
No.
I think it doesn't stand the test of logic in regards to objective hierarchy, right?
Okay, well, like I said in the book, but that ain't what it does either. These are proposals. But when you get to my divine mechanic, these are proposals of scientific methodological scientific experiments that could find what we're looking for. I don't propose that this is what consciousness is, and that's none of that. When I get to consciousness and stuff, I make proposals on what to look for. So my sections on consciousness is totally different than other people making claims about consciousness. I make no claims.
I'm gonna have to read your book to check up on that.
I got you. Shoot me your email, man. I told you that before when we was talking. You be arguing with so many people.
You definitely did. You definitely did. So
you be arguing.
I'm gonna back at you.
Yep. I got you. And like I said, even if people don't disagree, that's fine. Even if people disagree, that's fine with me. I don't knock them. Like I said, if they got their own view, I just want everybody to know I came up with my own view.
So quantum onlyism is about existence and not about consciousness.
Correct.
Okay.
They try to bring it into a whole bunch of fields that it don't step into. I try to talk to them about it, but like I said, until it gets out there and people can actually see the totality of what I got, and then arguments against it be looking foolish to me.
Is it anonymous supreme? Metaphysics doesn't automatically mean pseudo. It only means pseudo when people try to pass it off as science. But metaphysics, being in the realm of metaphysics, it's not pseudo. It's just a philosophical idea. But if you try to pass it off as science, that's why it was good when King J asked if his theory would stand the test of logic. Because if he's going to pass it off as science, then it's going to have to go through the scrutiny of the scientific rigors. And I doubt a lot of it would stand. But if it's just a philosophical idea, there ain't nothing wrong with that. You could have your philosophical idea. It's much better than saying existence was created by some unknown deity or some unknown supernatural figure. He has a more coherent concept than a lot of other metaphysical ideas.
That's why I say I argue from intelligibility.
Pass it off as science. Hence why I said using the term quantum was being used as a metaphor, because it's not being used in its proper scientific context.
Right.
And that's why I say when I use the word quantum, it was for my own reasons, and I stated in the book why, and people will see that, oh, that ain't what he, like you said, they'll see he ain't talking about the scientific quantum in the actual title of his book. And that's the only place you see it. Once you get into the book and the books, and then I got a book 3.2 that's called Possible Worlds. That's another one of my philosophical things. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I just formed me some ideas and philosophies to answer questions, and those questions to me were more logical than any other explanation that I had been hearing, namely the creator position of existence. So yeah, I agree with you, evolutionist.
Yeah, for real. Peace, Bias. I saw you. Peace, bro. Long time. Yeah. Yo, A1, I'll be on your channel more time, but I don't even know what platform you use. You know, I don't know if, like, I hardly see your links on YouTube. So I think you're on TikTok or one of those platforms.
Yeah, he got it. I don't know if he there or not, but I know now he got it on YouTube. You can look at Titans Debate League or the Coliseum of Arguments if you're looking it up on YouTube. Now he do got the TikTok as well as a Discord that he got going on. And
okay, all right, yeah, I'll be in the chat sometime, more time. So
please do, and if you see me up,
link, you know, because we know Righteous from way back then.
Yes, it's falsifiable, Blue. The cake actually, it's not. That's what I just said. But evolutionists, thank you. If you see me if I'm on doing any of my little presentations, because that's how I know I'm gonna have to keep doing it.
Yeah, I do see you a lot over there, but I didn't even know you had a book. I thought it was just a title.
Oh yeah. Keep on coming up, man. Like I said, if y'all like the book, shoot me a email. I'll shoot you back something, and we can make it happen. Because whether you believe it, agree with it or not, I believe that it's a view that if you listen to any other philosophies or ideas, something that you might can grab hold to. And ideas, when people make them when they are alive in existence, it usually happens after somebody's gone. And this will stand the test of time, like y'all was talking about. It'll stand. There's gonna be people that dispute it and all that, but it's gonna still stand up because of the way I put it together. Oh
yeah. I'll definitely support, man. I'll definitely do that.
Definitely support. Oli, what's going? Where your buddy Dwayne at? Y'all ain't doing
morning coffee.
Yeah.
I don't. He haven't talked to me, man. I got my coffee too right now. I have my
You feel me?
morning every day, man. Shoot, I might have to jump on there if you ain't doing nothing at the time, King J. We need to take over that spot, man, because I believe that if our community is gonna get good, we need to connect and know what's going on in different places. You know what morning coffee was? It was, you know what I'm saying, news and all of that. Shoot, if
I'm in the Midwest, so I can give you what's going on in the news, with current affairs in in my area. That's all.
yeah,
Let me know. I'll be up
definitely.
early.
Shoot, got you, man. Shit, I'm just throw you in there. Like I said, shoot me your email and stuff, man. I think I already sent you a friend request where I could get in touch with you and stuff. But we can get something together because if this the conscious community, we need to get more conscious as opposed to just trying to tear people down all the time when they have their own ideas.
Yeah, like I don't care what your ideas is. I know what I come here for is to debate, but you as a person, we can always network on whatever you got going on business wise. If I got a product you need, let me know. If you want some tattoos, let me know. If I, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna use this platform to network and entrepreneurs. So
Yeah, that's what a community does. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? That's what I thought. And like I said, I'm kind of glad that I came into the conscious community just within the last months. Like I knew of people talking, but I never did anything because as you see, I was on my own little road. But once I came to it, I thought it was, oh yeah, this is a bunch of people with different ideas and stuff. We can get in there and try to find the real answer to it. Shit, I got on here and just heard, you know what I'm saying? I be hearing people having good debates and stuff, them is good and stuff. But once we start getting to the conscious talk about what's going on, it was just always a bunch of people calling other people dumb and stupid. And then you say, why you believe that? And they'll tell you that somebody else. And you say, oh, you don't have your own thoughts about that?
Exactly. They tell you your idea is dumb because you're able to formulate and articulate your own opinion, but they're regurgitating somebody.
That's what I say. That'd be the crazy thing. And it ain't nothing wrong with it. Like I tell them, that's cool. But I eat it up, especially with the findings that I came through in my walk.
Yo, and that's exactly why Oli is my brother, and Oli is my brother because the thing is, Oli is super respectful. Oli is the kind of brother that'd be like, okay, you made your point, I make my point. But the thing is, Oli ain't gonna cuss you out. Oli ain't gonna beat you. Oli ain't gonna beat you down. You know, Oli is gonna be like, cool. And that's when I always come on. When I see my bruv Oli, I always give my bruv Oli a shout out. And you know what? King J? You're not so shabby either, man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you, family, for sure.
Respect, man.
Yeah, but yeah, bro, we can always agree to disagree and still be brothers. You feel me? So.
I thought that's what it was all about. Like, I got an opinion, you got an opinion. You disagree, I disagree. If we want to debate, we debate it. You see who wins and stuff. And then if it changes my mind, it changes my mind. If I change your mind, I change your mind. If I don't, then that's the end of it. Like, you ain't supposed to keep on coming on here and that, look, you're stupid because it's pseudo, because all of that old shit, you're wasting time for nothing, especially if it's a conscious community and we're trying to find answers to questions to better our community. In the end.
No, and that's always a good thing, Oli. And the reason why I respect you, Oli, and I respect King J, and I got love for both of y'all brothers. Y'all, I can tell y'all articulate, well spoken, and shit like that. But the thing is, a brother like me, I am rough around the edges. Do I have perfect grammar? No. But the thing is, I stand on my square, and can't nobody move me from it. But yo, King J, I was trying to look some things up using that TLA. I know you real good using that TLA, man. And I was typing things in, and every time I typed something in, it kept saying, when I typed something up in the TLA, it kept saying no search found. But I know there's multiple parts to where you can type it in. And I remember I was watching a dialogue that you had when you was in the TLA, and you was kind of giving it. Go ahead, King J.
Yeah, we talking about when I was on there with Humble and I was showing it.
Exactly. Yeah, when you and Humble was going at it. So I love to have like actually not even a dialogue to where you can teach me and show
How to
me
use it. Mm-hmm.
how to use that TLA.
It's easy.
You know
I'm on it right now. So look, when you get,
do you remember that dialogue that you had with
yes,
Humble?
yes.
I saw what you pulled up in that TLA, and it did
Mm-hmm.
not say what Humble was saying. It
Exactly.
basically it verified everything that you were saying.
Mm-hmm. That's why we go.
So
That's why you can't. I mean, you can't. It's hard to go to use Google in regards to things like this. You want to go to the TLA and things like that. But like I'm on it right now. So look, just if you have any questions, just go. When you go there, it'll say translation. When you see translation, say you want to know the word for elephant. You go to translation. You type in elephant, and then you go to where it says search for lemma. It'll say search for LEMMA. That's where you put it, and then it'll pop up. It's not that hard. But a lot of times you might get confused because it says transliteration in one part, and then at the bottom it says translation. You want to use the one that says translation. So
okay, so I'm on a TLA, the Thesaurus Lingua Adjectivi. I'm on a TLA. I see search for lemma, search for sentences, search for lemma co-occurrence with defined distance. I see lemma 1, enter ID 1. I don't know what that is. So I see multiple areas that I can type in.
Go
So
down
that's
to where it says translation at. It'll say German, English, French, Arabic, but it'll say translation. It'll probably be in between bibliography.
Okay.
Not transliteration, but translation.
No, I don't see it. So
You don't see it?
So I see lemma 1 ID, max position difference, lemma 2. Hold on. Let me go back.
You see it? My screen?
Yo, I'm gonna go, but Oli, thanks for answering those questions. Respect, bro.
You're very welcome. Thanks for the
respect,
question.
have a great morning.
Thank you so much, evolutionists. You have a great morning too. Thanks for the questions.
You see where it says translation? Come on.
Hey, evolutionist. Hey, yo, enjoy your Sunday and take care, brother, and shalom. I
You
see
right here?
look up TLA ID, search
see this
for
right-
text witness, search for objects, artifacts, groups of work, search for lemma co. Oh, okay. Show me where to go. I'm on the same thing that you on.
Okay. So go down to translation.
You
see it?
Oh,
You see where it say translation at?
hold on, I'm finna have my wife help me out.
Yeah. Hey, you know they got that. So they got a Hebrew one too. So just like we doing this for the Egypt, there's a TLA
Yeah,
Hebrew TLA.
They got a Hebrew one too.
Mm-hmm.
So do hold on. Search for okay, I see it. Transliteration. I see
So
it.
no, that's transliteration. Go down to translation.
Oh, okay, let me scroll
See
down.
this transliteration right here. Go down to translation.
Okay. I got you. Let me
You
scroll
see
down.
it? Okay.
Translation, I see it.
Yep. So what word do you want to know?
German, English, French, and Arabic.
Yes. So let's just say type in dark.
See, that's what I was looking up.
Type in dark right there.
Let's do that. Dark.
Yeah. And once you do that,
Oh my God.
go all the way back to the top and
Yo,
then hit
look
search.
at how, hey, yo, loads of shit. Okay, I see the first one. So is this meta-netia, hieratic, or cyratic? Like that's where I kind of
It'll give you all. It'll give you all. So if it's if it's in MetaNetter, it'll give it to you in MetaNetter. If it's in hieratic, it'll show you it in hieratic. Most scripts are gonna be in hieratic. To be quite honest.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But no,
So
keep talking. I'm listening.
yeah, I mean, so this is basically it. I just go. So this I'll type it in myself. So dark. That's what I typed in for. We're gonna give you all the instances of where it occurs at.
No, the reason I was trying to go to the TLA because last night they was having a conversation talking about did the Kemetic people have a word for black, and as far as what I looked up, they did. So is it so I see the first one with the glyph up there, the JHY with the with the with the glyph one, and then the two same glyph, and then the thing that kind of looked like maybe like a upside down hammer or something like that, which is the verb switch verduken. This is from Von Stern to darken.
Yeah.
And
So
then
a star. So look, most of them is going to be in German. So make sure when you can go to the top and click translation, and it'll translate the whole page to English for you instead of the German. But right there, what you're looking at, it says ihi, because the J is really an I, so it would be pronounced as ihi or iha, aha, ahi. And so you see that thing that you say looked like an upside down hammer. So that's the determinative for sky, basically.
that last glyph.
That's the determinative. So you don't pronounce that. So that's alluding to a sky probably. So that's why it says stars to darken. So like a dark night probably. You know what I'm saying? A dark sky. Darken doesn't necessarily mean black. Dark doesn't necessarily dark does not necessarily mean black, so to speak. Is what I'm trying to say. You could be a dark anything. You know what I'm saying? A dark brown. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't.
What about this other one, the SNK, with the glyph that's going to the side that looked like an upside down boat, a squiggly sign, and then a straight line with a circle in the middle, verb 3 RAD, to be dark.
Let
the
me see.
SNK one.
Hold on real quick. The SNK
it's like
one at the bottom.
SNK. Yeah, it's like a glyph that looked like a
the verb
upside
3.
down boat. Yeah, there you go. That one. There you
I'm
go.
looking.
That one.
I'm looking right at it with you. This one.
Yeah, and they got the glyph with the squiggly sign, and then the straight line with like a small little circle in the middle.
So you can go to where it says occurrences, right? Where it says occurrences, it says Sanek here. Wait, let me get to it. Sanek, and then you go over to be dark, and then it says 9.
Yeah.
So then click on the 9, hit the 9, hit the 9.
Hit what?
Hit the 9, the number occurrences that it has, and then it gives you the instances that we're talking about. So
I see it now. Okay, nonsense. Okay, it's loading.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go.
Then you go and put it in English. Yeah.
Hey, what's good with it, y'all? I'm back. Hey, I had a question for Ali. You know what I'm saying? It ain't too like my only pushback with the abstract I read. It ain't too much pushback because it ain't what you saying ain't really too far off what science is saying anyway. But it's your equation. You say time. You say time in nature, but when you look at the, you know what I'm saying, like the scientific consensus or whatever, they use the term space time. So it's like it's kind of like basically kind of like it's basically the same thing. But even when you say time nature, time is nature, is an aspect of nature itself. Like that's why in science they say space time, because space is the aspect of nature, part of nature, and time is a part of nature anyway. But even what you're saying, like it ain't too far off, you know what I'm saying, what science is saying anyway, so it ain't too crazy.
Yeah, like I said, I made sure that I wasn't gonna be pseudo with what I said. And that's fair pushback is the naming space time. And like I said, when I put my philosophical view up and I present my argument, I argue from a standpoint of intelligibility. And so that's why space time is in my view is just like you said, but the book explains it. So yeah, you're right.
Okay.
None of it is just what I identify as time and nature, and what they identify as space time. It's the same concept. You'll see it.
It's like it's pretty much you saying the same thing, but just like you just saying it in with your own term, or own front. Yeah.
That's the only way it could be understandable when I'm answering the questions, intelligible, should I say, with coherence. And that's why I put it like that. Because like I said, I want answers. So it has to be an intelligible answer to me, as well as coherent, to be valid and sound. But thank you for looking. That lifts me up, Orlando. At least you're looking at. Like I said, I don't care if people disagree. Even if they give it a chance and they talk about it and show disagreement, that's fine.
Yeah, I read. I really read books. Like when you look at my book, people be saying they read books, but I really read, yo. Like if you look at my books toe up. I read them. You know what I'm saying? People be having showing off their shiny new books. Book look like they ain't turned the page in it, bro. My pages is it got my books got wings, yo. Motherfucker pages lifted up.
Yep. So like I said, man, shit. Hit that private chat and let me get that email. Like I said, if you like to read, I got something that's nice and interesting to read if that's what you like. I don't care if you agree or not. Cause like I said, I don't care if nobody agree with me or like, because this is for me. If anybody catches hold to it and can find accountability in it and understand what I did, that's fine with me too.
And I think the more the rest of the pseudo killers actually look at his work instead of trying to compare him to who they think he is and debunk him off of other people's work, that shit was crazy. You even had Omar trying to pull up Depop chocolate. That's how deep, because he was listening to the pseudo killers. Leave me alone, nigga. And you see the incoherence in what they were doing, trying to call him incoherent. And Omar, that wasn't a shot at you. Like, you were genuinely misled because of the shit that they were spewing. And if they would have actually addressed Oli's arguments and his claims instead of trying to put a brand label on him and then just deal with him as the label sees fit. I hate when people do me like that. They call me an atheist when I'm not an atheist. But then they try to deal with me under an atheistic label, make all these assumptions, and never even talk to me about what the hell I think. That shit is so disrespectful. They did it to you. They did it to Oli all morning. I'm glad that at least, I already have respect for Gullah because I seen him kick this information on a high level. So I was just confused when he did that, but I'm glad that he looked it up. And it's like,
I ain't gonna lie. I was on savage mode, yo, from last night. You know how it is. You know what I'm saying? I was still in war mode. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Where you from, nigga? Like,
I'm still in war mode. I'm trying to calm down.
No, but it's just like you said, A1.
My shit does not go against any of today's science. So you should have nothing to disagree with as far as the science. Because it agrees with everything science already says, he said. But nobody heard that. I swear it seems like I heard that shit loud and clear. And then I read the few abstracts and a couple paragraphs. I'm like, nothing he said in here sounds crazy at all. And you know what? I get on him about the same thing. Me and him go back and forth. Like, Oli, you know what? Yo, concepts are great. It's the terminology that's throwing people off. They already have ideas in their head, and certain words create certain emotions in people. Oli, isn't this what I tell you all the time? Mm-hmm. I get what he's saying. I get people that they're all, because they already know this word to mean a certain thing, connotation, and it throws them off. I'm like, Oli, if we work on your verbiage in delivering the message, like, nigga, it'll be a hit. I
get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Like I can't disagree with him if he's saying nothing exists outside of nature. I can't disagree with that. You know what I'm saying?
He has to use that verbiage though. So my thing is the logic though. So I just only as a real quick. Would you say that if something is true of the part, it has to be true of the whole?
If it's part of the whole, then it is true about the whole because it's part of the whole. That part of it is true.
So is water wet?
Is water wet? What we describe as wet?
Is water wet?
In my perception, yeah, water wet.
Is the particle wet?
The wetness.
Is H2O wet?
Wetness is a description of the physical effect that water has on us.
So it doesn't become water until all of it. So wait, hold on one second. I got in the kitchen cooking.
And then when it's gas, that's what
So it doesn't. So the molecule. So hold on, real quick.
The particle is not wet. The particle,
hold on,
the particle is not wet until what King J is finna say. Until H2O and all these other components come together, then it's wet.
Exactly.
But go ahead,
So
King
it's
J. I just want to philosophize right quick.
Mm-hmm. So it's not. So what's true of the part is not true. It's not. So what is true of the particle is not true of the whole.
Oh, you said what's true of the particle?
Yeah.
I misheard. I'm sorry. I thought you said part. I thought you was talking about a part of a system. My bad. You said what's true of the particle is not true of the whole. The effects that the particle have on things. No,
according to your logic, what is true of the particle must be true of the whole. I disagree.
Yeah. No, what's true of the particle is true of the whole, not the whole thing, because the whole, the particle is only a small part of the whole. So while the particle is true in itself, on the totality of existence, you will find some correlations with that particle, but it won't be the whole thing. It'll just be that part.
So doesn't that debunk your whole logic? Because you're assuming that the whole is. You're assuming that because the particle is part of the whole, that the whole is the particle.
Well, no, that's existence. See, that's why I say I argue from each other. Existence, those things exist within existence, not the other way around.
Well, what? So water doesn't exist until what?
Until the
so H2O, the single molecule of water, right? The molecule is not water, correct?
The molecule, what? Hydrogen alone or oxygen alone?
Mm-hmm. They're not wet.
No. Hydrogen alone is hydrogen. Oxygen
It's not water until they become H2. Right. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So, but those are all individual particles of the whole, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Hey, can I plug myself in real quick, yo? Since we talking about consciousness, you know what I'm saying, if y'all brothers, you know what I'm saying, curious, just want to learn some new stuff from like animal conscious, other animals, like humans are animals, with other animal consciousness. Check out my show, my Pseudo Killas, the Gobi Chimp Wars, you know what I'm saying, 1974 to 1978, which covers Jane Goodall's work and working science, period. You know what I'm saying? But that work, why that work was even done, you know what I'm saying, for the early study of human behavior, you know what I'm saying, and add it on to, you know what I'm saying, what is human consciousness and animal consciousness. But I go in on the 4-year war with the chimpanzees, you know what I'm saying, which was not just instinctive, it was strategic, thought out, you know what I'm saying. So check that out, my presentation on Pseudo Killas show. Check the Golden Chimp War.
I got you. I'm gonna check that out too. Y'all was talking about that the other night. I was going to look for it, but I was doing some other stuff. I'm gonna check that out for sure.
Come over and do a recap for us, man. You know.
We will do a recap. What, like a review?
Hey. Anytime you want the stage, yo, it's yours. All you gotta do is let me know.
I bet I can do that. We can do that.
Yeah, it's an open panel for everybody. Anybody in the community can just hit me up and get on here for real. So yeah, just
A1, you know what my rib just told me?
Yes, sir.
She said, if water is frozen, is it wet?
It depends on what state it's in. H2O
it's a different
is H2O.
property, right? Mm-hmm.
It depends on what state. Is it a gas? Is it a solid? Is it liquid?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's liquid if it's wet. It's wet if it's liquid.
Hey, for those people that say the Israelite brother don't learn from his wife, I'm a perfect example.
I was gonna say she sound like she on her shit.
Hey, as many interactions that I have with you, Omar.
Hey, King J, Oli, the whole time y'all been dialoguing when I was muted out, he was dropping jewels, giving it to me. and I was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I just be like, my wife has so much wisdom But the thing is, I want to protect her from, you know, if she jump on a panel, because if somebody disagree with her, I don't want. I know brothers like A1, Oli, and King J. Won't disrespect, but it's other people out there that would do that. So, you know, she absolutely has a voice. She damn near more articulate than me.
Yes.
Well,
say A1 that was exactly what happened. Off went and started talking to what's, and he got disrespectful with her. That's why I will not be on a panel with men.
Right.
It needs to be an all women's panel. I'm not doing that because you're not going to disrespect me.
It was Juju.
What,
it was
A1?
Juju. It was Juju and Issa Queen. And then it got very disrespectful. But that wasn't my speed. I was just listening, and then my red was like, "Yo." But she told A1, well, she asked A1 before if he can do a thing to where it's kind of like an all women's panel thing. You know what I'm saying? But
he be doing that.
Yeah, no, my rib jumped on the panel one time, and twice. She had a whole 50-minute conversation with Juju. It was just her and Juju, and guess what? They didn't call each other bitches, hoes, or you wrong, or you stupid. They actually had a solid dialogue. Now, the other night with Issa and Juju, I ain't gonna front. I like shit like that, but man, it got real disrespectful. Boy.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
Issa argue with you like your chick will argue with you. That's what I'm gonna be like. Why you arguing with me like that? Like you making stuff that don't make sense, and you talking in circles. That's like you know what I'm saying? Like you argue like my ex-wife. Y'all like you tripping.
That's the thing, and that's the black stereotype.
Issa Queen, like one of my favorite female debaters on the stage. I let her get a lot off last night. I was just listening. I'm a fan, so she was going in, cut people off for like the first hour. I was just letting her go because
I think
them two, and they can handle their own. I felt like, and I don't know, I felt like they both legends, so I just sat back and let them do them.
I feel like,
but it did escalate, and I should have stopped it from the beginning with the name calling. So because then when I tried to jump in, it was too late. They was like, "Well, he did this and that," and like I could never get control back because I didn't stop it from the beginning.
I feel like Issa Queen is probably her and the pod, probably like the top female debaters right now. She's the up and coming female debater, I would say. You know what I'm saying?
She's definitely better than the pod.
She got potential. She got a lot of potential. You know what I'm saying? It's just when she weave out the blackology and all that, she really on point.
If she get rid of that, she'd be a go for herself, probably. But that's her lane. So.
King J was absolutely correct. You know what I'm saying? Sister Issa Queen got a lot of potential. You know what I'm saying? Listen.
Study etymology.
My thing is, she's an outspoken sister. You know, if I could put words to it. But you know what? I don't think that's a bad thing or a good thing. That is her personality.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can agree with this sister. You can disagree
she don't back down. She don't back down. But yeah, she don't. Go ahead, brother. She don't back down. Like that's the one thing you have to learn. Like you know what I'm saying. Like holy. Like I read this stuff. You know what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with saying, all right, I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying. It ain't nothing wrong with it. Like when she was kept going on and on about the Nilo-Saharian, you know what I'm saying, or the Dinka language, was saying, oh, it's black. But like, okay, but when did they start using it in that fashion? Even your source who used it was saying they was using it as identified as themselves the people. But that happened in the 20th century. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like they started identifying themselves when they started getting into world politics and all that shit, you know what I'm saying, throughout the 20th century. You know what I'm saying? Because they wasn't in the vacuum. But like you go to ancient time, they would only call themselves the Jang, yo. You know what I'm saying? Somebody used certain code and shit for identifiers and shit like that, but it wasn't an identity thing yet. You know know what I'm saying? I even got like my homeboy, Bayor. You know what I'm saying? He got a channel, Kush Royalty. That's my homeboy. You know what I'm saying? He can even vouch for me. He's a Dinka person. You know what I'm saying? So he know the history of his people very well. Like when you especially dealing with languages, you got to look into the chronology of that language because some of that stuff, you know what I'm saying, could be, so they have it in their language, but it be used a certain way at a particular time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
No,
wasn't
So
in a social manner that we use it in
King
now.
J.
Please.
No. Salaki, go ahead. I go after you. My bad.
Oh
King
no, I
J.
was just saying, like, and that's the problem that I see with them is they'll use the word in a social, ethnic term and manner, and then try to apply it in sort of biology type of a way.
Exactly.
I've never known of a black or white genome or DNA
Exactly.
strand. You know.
Exactly.
So
It's just like you got to understand like idiomatics and all that. Like just when you're dealing with colors, you got to get with the idiomatics of the language. Like just saying you a color doesn't mean that's they talking about your identifier. Just like in Spanish, you know, if in Spanish, if I say estoy tengo blanca, you know what I'm saying? This means I'm broke. You know what I mean? I'm literally white. You know what I'm saying? Or if you say Princesa Azul, you know what I'm saying? It's Princess Charming, you know what I'm saying? They don't literally mean it's blue princess. Or we call somebody green, even in, you know what I'm saying, Spanish or English, verde. Or we just call somebody green. It doesn't mean that somebody's new to the thing. And, you know what I'm saying? Different groups kind of did that too. Like even with the land, it don't mean like that was their actual the way that they look. When they were talking about, you know what I'm saying, the black land, all that, that's talking about the fertility of their region. You know what I'm saying? The black cows, the black bull, those are the animals that came into those fertile lands. Even with pastoralism and agriculture, the animals of the ungulates tell you, you know what I'm saying, where's the fertile area is in the fertile land. That's why Osiris was the ram. He was colored black and green because of fertility, and that fertility became a term of endearment in their everyday language. You know what I'm saying? Or we the people of Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Even like the Deseret, that's still part of the country. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that all people are red skinned. Or even when you deal with like other like people just look at Egypt. You got to look at the languages that saying the Egyptian languages is related to. Look at other Afro-Asiatic languages, how they carry their grammar. You know what I'm saying? Amharic, Afar, you know what I'm saying? Somali, you know what I'm saying? They do certain things like that too. Like if you look at the Afar, they have identifiers where they call the people the Afar that live in like the desert areas. They call them the Red Afar, or the Red people, or the people that live near down the Cal de Present, which is like white, you know what I'm saying, white areas. We got a lot of salt minded present in old dried up lakes. They call them the white people or the white Afar. That don't mean that they're white. Yeah.
So Gullah, what about this? Even within the Europeans, they like to say amongst themselves, someone may be swarthy, right? It doesn't mean that they're literally black. It just means that they're a dark complexion amongst their own. But yeah, Hebrews like to do that a lot of times and say King James is black because he used to describe us being swarthy.
Exactly.
Blackology at its finest. Everybody is black. And that's the thing. Like, it's good to have black power, but like everything just can't be black. It's like I just don't get it. That.
Yeah, even like you had, you know, European with conqueror like Ivan the Black and shit like that. You know, I mean, he was a brother. You know,
doesn't mean that he's black because that was you're right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They tried to make that one stone. They tried to make the one stone in Mexico. Remember the
King
El
James
Negro?
was definitely a nigga.
Oh yeah, El Negro. Yeah, El Negro.
King James was definitely a nigga.
Oh my God! Here you go.
Oh man, he was a steward. He was a steward, bro. That dude was a steward, bro. Ain't no way he was a nigga, bro.
I just had to do it, man.
We was doing good.
I saw A1's presentation, breaking it down or whatever. I'm still trying to put together my retort to A1 thing because A1 said that King James wasn't a nigga. He also said that King James was
All of that.
I don't want. I don't want to fully say that word.
I was gonna say.
Y'all know what I'm talking about. And then A1 also said that he had secret chambers leading to his boyfriend's quarters.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. If King James is brother, he Tyler Perry, yo.
So I got a question for y'all.
Wait, you ain't gonna let me respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Yes, sir. A1, go ahead, brother.
I really wanted to bring that up to you for the past week. Like, nigga, what's up? Nigga, I thought you was coming back. Because I brought nothing but hold up.
Put together my dog, nigga.
I let you finish. But in the effort of not wanting to be a bully, because I'm like, you know what? I really overly cooked y'all. I brought nothing but peer-reviewed sources from the beginning. I brought nothing but peer-reviewed sources from the beginning to the end of my presentation. I brought sources on top of sources that said the same thing just to show you how vast it was. Like, I really don't think there's no coming back from the King James is gay. I didn't do a podcast on him being black yet, but I can do one on that.
Listen, A1, I'm gonna show you where you made a couple of errors at. So
I really just want you to bring your refutation. I want you to just address specifically the source material I brought, because I didn't bring an opinion.
I'm gonna address two things that you said in that presentation. So
okay, I'm
the
gonna
first thing. So no. This is a dialogue. You can interrupt me anytime. This your shit, nigga.
No, because I get too hyped, man, and I don't wanna, be rude, because I'll get into.
Hey, well, you a Virgo, Nick? You a Virgo?
Yeah, and I've been up all night too, so I'm
So this is one of the first errors that you made. You talked about King James having secret chambers to his boyfriend's bedroom. Anybody that knows about that time dealing with castles and stuff like that, every castle had hidden compartments, tunnels, rooms leading to rooms. So you can't necessarily say because King James had a chamber in his room that led to other multiple rooms. You can't say he used it to creep inside some other dude's room and have sexual intercourse with a dude. You can't say that. That's number one. Number two, when King James orchestrated that book of demonology, the thing is, if you actually read that book all the way through, King James, listen, everybody say, what about when King James did the thing about demonology? Listen, if you read the book all the way through, anybody that has a high school diploma can articulate to say, listen, King James wasn't agreeing with it. He wrote the book because he disagreed with it. Number three, and I'm going to land my plane. Number three, when King James wrote his will to his son, what did King James tell his son? Do not be a homosexual. He told his son that. If King James was a homo and had all these boyfriends, why in the hell would you tell your son, listen, King James specifically told his son, follow me and listen, get a wife and don't commit in a homosexual activity. I'm gonna get these sources in a second. So that's 3A1. I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out to let y'all brothers respond.
Here's my problem with your three, though. I'm gonna respond and then I'll give the floor up. My problem with your three things is you didn't address anything I addressed. I didn't talk about that stuff. And I don't care what he told his son. He's kissing men in public and we have other men documenting it. So what does that have to do with what he told his son?
That doesn't negate the fact he's publicly kissing men. If he's kissing men in public, what is he doing in private? We have confirmation and sources on that too. We have love letters. You're not addressing the source material I brought, and that's why it's going to get scary if you show up to do that. I would let you do it, and I probably wouldn't even say nothing because all I'm gonna do is argue with you. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're making your own argument. Hold on. When I finish, I'm gonna let you go. If I'm taking the affirmative and I'm the one making the claim, it's up to you to rebuttal the claims. You can't leave all my stuff on the table and just create your own affirmative argument about how he's not gay. That's not how a debate works. And you're not addressing anything that I've brought up at all. The only thing that you did touch on that I did say something about was the chambers, but I had a source on that and I'm reading from the source. So if you have something to dispute the peer-reviewed source that says that, then you bring that. If not, it's just hearsay in your opinion and how you feel. But at least let's go scholar for scholar and then debate about which scholar we believe. But let's not rely on our own opinions. I had enough integrity. I had enough integrity on the subject because it is such a sensitive topic to make sure that I did not talk about it without a source every step of the way. I didn't get up there and just bash that man and call that man gay without a source. So you shouldn't be defending it without a source.
Omar, before you respond, let me just say, hold on, let me say, I got to jump off real quick. I just want to say in 30 seconds because I fact checked A1. So what it said was this: although King James was married to Anne of Denmark and father of several children, he spent his adult life in a deeply passionate, romantic, and highly relationship with two famous men, Robert Carr, the Earl of Somerset, and George Villiers, the Duke of Buckingham. He had secret palace. He actually had people who he hired called gentlemen of the bedchamber, where they would guard the actual doors of his lovers. So I don't know, Omar, do you want to really go up this road?
Bro, he already saw my sources.
Listen, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond to A1, and then I'm gonna respond to King J. So, A1, I'm gonna tell you where you made another crucial error. The people that said that they saw King James kissing men in public. I got a question for you. Those people who said that, was they his friends or his enemies? I'm gonna ask you the question. Hold on. I'm gonna ask you. Be careful. Be very careful. Be very careful. The people that said that they saw him kissing other men in public, was those his friends or his enemies?
Some of them were family. That wasn't an option, but I think that we should put that one on the table as the third option. Because the first question. No, I'm answering your question.
His enemies.
The family members.
Was any of them his enemies, though?
I don't think his family who documented his relationship with his cousin, the first person who I actually think molested him, who I won't call it a relationship, he was being molested, that person, they weren't his enemies.
Crazy work. Now I'm gonna respond to King James. What did you say? Because A1, you made a crucial error. All those
crucial error. The nigga's gay, man.
All those people that put slander on King James, 98% of them was his enemies. They hated him. And guess what? They hated him because he was a swarthy nigga. Now let's address King J.
Why put out gay rumors when why put out gay rumors about him?
No.
Can you prove that they're rumors, though? Can you prove that they were written in malice?
Your point is cooked.
It'd be different if you were saying forgery or something. You're not even going there. You just like, hey, they liars, the scholars liars. It's a conspiracy.
A lot of those people, A1, that said that they saw King James kissing another man in public was his enemies. This is fact.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't, bro. It wasn't his enemies that was saying that. It wasn't just his enemies, bro.
Listen.
People that were
Omar,
disrespectful behind him. Just because of that don't make him an enemy.
Omar, we
Everybody
actually
gotta
have
get out. Some people.
No. I want to address what you said. What did you say again?
I said we actually have the letters from between the lovers. We
I
have
brought the
actual
letters and read them, bro. He don't care. I really went to the source material.
Hold
I went to the sources.
on.
Look, I
Go
started on
look it
Wikipedia.
up. The letters was a forgery.
Then I went to the books and got the PDF and read them shit.
Hold on. Yo, King J,
Screenshotted them, brought them up.
Those letters was a forgery. Was a forgery by other kings that slandered because they hated King J.
They're in the British Museum, bro. They're not a forgery. That's not what the British Museum is saying about the world.
Was the seal not broke?
Bro.
Was the seal not broke?
Oh my God, man.
Listen, was the seal
You haven't.
not
You're
broke?
look. We don't have to argue.
Man,
You
listen,
can just bring your sources.
I'm a King James expert. This
No,
you
you
see how y'all niggas been talking about all that science and all
You're
that other stuff.
Tacos and scraps and darts,
is my
nigga.
expertise.
I'll give you them two things.
This is my specific expertise.
I'm gonna mute up.
It was slander. A lot of those letters was forgeries because the seal was broke. The seal was broke. You know how a king has a seal, and when he writes a letter, he puts his insignia on it and he stamps it. When the letter got to where it got to go, the seal was broke. This is fact. Yo, respectfully, listen, if y'all want to talk about quantum physics and comedic science and all that, guess what? Y'all may have an uppity on me. This is my specialty. This is absolutely my specialty. Respectfully. King James was not a homosexual. Anybody that knows about any castle, all castles have secret rooms leading to other rooms. So you can't say, oh, just because King James had access to secret chambers is to his lovers. No, number two, all those letters, the seal was broken. They're forgeries. Number three, everybody that said they saw King James kiss another man, guess what? 99% of them niggas was his enemies. So of course, if you got an enemy, what is your enemy gonna do? He's gonna tear you down and he's gonna slander you. Listen. This
I done shot at niggas. I done did a lot. Ain't nobody ever called me gay though.
Here's my forte.
I got enemies, nigga. Ain't nobody ever called me gay. I don't know what you talking about. But okay, this has got to be the biggest. My bad, I cut you off. I'm sorry. Let me mute out. Go ahead.
No. This is a dialogue. You could cut me off. Go ahead, A1. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just want to take it. How many people does it take for conspiracy? Because we got way more than enough. Then all these people involved in what 1,000-year, 1,500-year conspiracy to make this man seem gay. That's how long this conspiracy has been going on. I didn't even know they had gay slander back in them times. I didn't know that's what they was doing. I thought they did the bathhouses and all of that. I thought it was, I don't know though. But actually, the one dude wrote that if King James ever needed, well, King James would need a pardon if he ever went to jail for what he was sentencing people to whatever for death or whatever. I can't remember the quote verbatim. It was something to that effect though. But again, I brought sources, bro. I don't want to argue with you about your opinion. I don't hold on. I don't. Nigga, you're King James. What did you say? King James scholar? Is that what he said?
No. I didn't say I was a scholar. I said this is my specialty.
Your specialty? I doubt it. I said I'll say you the man at cricket on the dartboard. I say that. I know that.
I love darts and cricket is my game. But hold on. I got a question. In 1611, even if you was a king and you got accused of heresy or homosexual, what was the punishment?
Yeah, I think they was whacking people out. That's why dude said it would be King James who needs a pardon.
So I got a question. If you're saying what you're saying, and they had, like you said, they got all this evidence, secret chambers, letters, other people verifying that King James was kissing dudes in public. Listen, what was the punishment? Say it again.
You heard it. And you heard what they was writing about him, that it will be King James who needs the pardon. If he wasn't the one in power right now.
This is my question.
Like that.
This is my question. Like you said, A1, if there was secret love letters, hidden chambers, and other people saying that they saw King James kissing another man in public, even if you was the king committed of heresy or homosexual acts, did King James get put to death?
Man, this is just like this is a weak argument that because he didn't get killed, he must not be dead because he will be dead. Hold on, let me ask you a question. I just want clarity. No, can I get clarity? You asked me a question before I answer. Can I get some clarity on the question? So I just want to make sure you're saying because he didn't get killed.
Listen. This is a fact. This is fact. It don't matter if you was a peasant, king, or any higher hierarchy or status. The thing is, listen, if they put heresy, witchcraft, or homosexual on you, but I'm going off of what you said. You said that there's love letters, there's secret chambers, and then you said that people said that they saw King James kissing another man in public. So the thing is, no matter if you was king or not, if you got committed to those atrocities, what is the punishment?
Death.
Listen, you got put to death.
Go ahead.
Did King James get put to death?
No.
He died a natural. He died.
But wasn't he a king?
Natural causes. Yo, listen. Hold on. This is my
shout
point.
out Holy Conscious.
Do you know how many kings at that time got put to death for homosexuality?
Okay, well, let me ask you this, brother.
Treason. Hold on. Treason, witchcraft, and I'm gonna tell you where you dropped the ball. Where you dropped the ball, A1. So the thing is, I could consider a secret love letter. I could consider a so-called hidden chamber with secret walls and secret rooms. But the thing where you dropped the ball at, you said King James was known for kissing other men in public.
I didn't say that. Okay. Yeah, I didn't say no. I said that there was documentation that somebody saw him kissing another man in public. I didn't say known for.
Listen.
But go ahead, continue though.
Continue. Hold on, and then I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna let King J go. So this is my point.
Like I'm known for making gold.
Listen.
That's what I do. I don't know if you're known for that. If
there is literature, like I said, I'm gonna be easy on the other 2 points that you made. You know, we're gonna throw that out the window. But the major thing that you said that there's documentation of King James kissing other men in public. When we know it don't matter. It doesn't matter if you are a king or not.
Can we debate it, Omar, please?
Listen. If what you said is real,
where you want to go.
Listen, if what you said is real, and there's documentation of King James kissing another man in public, the people would have overrun his castle and put that nigga to death.
No, I don't think so.
No,
I
no,
don't think so.
Hey, I want to clarify something though, real quick.
Let's let Haru Conscious get in here, Omar. Let's let Haru get in here.
A1, you got cooked, brother.
Hey,
I want you to come back and do your reputation however you want to, Omar. Whether you want somebody else to host it, you know I got a multiple host.
I don't have
If
to
we
give a
want to debate it,
presentation.
I really want to debate you on this because I haven't had a debate, and I'm like, wait, thirsty.
There is no
So
debate.
if you want to debate it, I'll put a presentation together, and we can go anywhere. If you don't think this is be neutral, but we can get whoever you want to judge it and have them come here. Yeah, let's do that. And let's let him get in real quick though, because we've been going back and forth. And he doesn't really hit my panel that much. I got one more
question for you. I got one more question for you before I give you and King J the floor. So this is my thing. During that time, do you know how many kings got put to death for those claims?
Your claim is fallacious, but it's okay. We'll deal with it and we'll let it go. Even though your argument is fallacious and you do not realize how, it's okay.
Yo, A1, respectfully, it's okay to say, you know what? I don't know how many kings got put to death for those same claims. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, get in there. We'll get in there, man. Go ahead.
Man, look, man, bro.
Yo, that's nasty work.
Bro, come on, man.
Nasty work. Hold on.
Omar, come on, man. I've been patient.
I don't want to have YouTube. Just take a breath.
I understand, Heru. I can look at your name, Heru consciousness. Seth put his own penis in his goddamn mouth, in his butthole, and copulated.
Hey, let me go ahead and kill this guy right now. Go ahead and mute him real quick. And let me go ahead and kill him right now.
I'm 365 off the walls of Pepe. Seth grasped Horus' testicles. He rasped because of it, and he violated Seth Hinderparts.
Let me go ahead and destroy this guy real quick.
Do you want more? Do you want more?
Listen. Let me go. Let me go. Are you done? All right, good. Go on mute so you can listen with both ears and then you can respond once with your mouth after I'm done. All right, so here we go. If he wants to bring up the contentions of Heru and Set, right now we have a chronology error or a chronology issue. What he did is he immediately ran to the Middle and New Kingdom for their information. What he just described, you cannot find in the pyramid texts, which are the oldest texts of Kemet, the original, or what you would call the primary source. So brother, I appreciate the fact that you tried to give us the Greek narrative of Horus and Seth and their Greek salad, but that's not the original African thought. Please sit your ass down. Now let's get to the next portion of what I was just trying to say. When we dealing with King James, it wasn't the fact that he was homosexual. He was bisexual. He was actually married to a woman, but you cannot get over the letters that he sent to what's his name, George Villiers. So they had a lot of sexual content and a lot of good things, spicy things in those letters between those two. So at the end of the day, brother, at the end of the day, while you defending King James, which was not a black man, by the way, we know that his DNA traces back to the Stewart's line, right? So he definitely was not a black man. Secondly, he was not just wasn't just homosexual. He was bisexual. He was married to a woman, but was courting a lot of different men. So that's things that are recorded in history. You're going to have a problem with the fact that modern scholars actually acknowledge this and modern historical institutions actually acknowledge this. There's peer review behind this. So, brother, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you need to sit down and chill out for a minute and just listen.
Yo, Heru, I got a question for you. And answer this. This is ancient Kemetic coffin text recitation, spells 635 from
coffin
the east walls of
Middle Kingdom.
Middle
Kingdom. Coffin text or Middle Kingdom.
I muted out. No, answer this.
Coffin text or Middle Kingdom.
Nope. From the east walls of Pepi, Ray
It's the
has no
Middle
power.
Kingdom.
Ray has no power
It's not the
over
Old
me.
Kingdom, bro.
No.
It's
Answer
not the
this.
Old Kingdom.
No, don't cut me off.
It's not the Old Kingdom.
It hurts.
It
It
doesn't
hurts.
hurt. It's the
Ray
Middle
has
Kingdom. What
no
you're
power
describing is the
over
Middle
me.
Kingdom.
It
When
is
you said the
I who
coffin
taketh
text, bro,
away his
coffin
breath,
texts are
and
the
I
Middle
violated
Kingdom.
his tender parts.
Coffin
Hold on.
texts are the Middle
Do you want
Kingdom.
another one?
It's
Do you
not
want
in the
365?
primary source, which is the pyramid text.
Anti-chamber east wall recitation spell
For analogy is going to kill you.
396.
Hey, would you like to set up this debate? A1, I will debate this man on your channel on this one.
We don't debate though.
I will beat the brakes off
That's the
him on
homie.
this one.
That's my Hebrew homie, man. He cool though.
I will beat the brakes off of him with this one.
Yeah. Don't crash out on him. That's the homie for real. That's
Yeah,
the
I ain't gonna
homie.
crash out.
Yo,
I ain't gonna crash out. The funny
That's the
thing
homie
is
for real.
he
That's not a
doesn't
He don't debate though,
realize
but
his
he
ignorance.
felt hella love. He be over here all the time. I fuck with him.
Listen, this dude that ran 700 years ahead in time. From the primary source, he ran 700 years
I want Heru to address
ahead
what
in
I just
time.
He mad right now. He mad, but that's still the homie. It's all love, bro.
Hey, that dude is mad. Look, he mad right
It's all
now.
love, bro.
He mad. Hey, he's so mad he ran 700 years ahead of the
It's not
primary
that King
source
James love though, but it's all love, bro.
to the Middle Kingdom to try
Not
to
like
attack
King
good
James.
old Heru.
King J and Oli. King J and
No
Oli. This is
KJV.
how you
You know
make.
what I'm
This is
saying?
how
Like
you make
no
your point.
Diddy, no
Yo, Oli,
KJV.
yo, Oli and King J. This is how you make your point. You notice what I said. Heru conscious will not address what I just said. Address it. Address what I just said. What does that mean, Heru? What does that
This is the
mean?
Middle Kingdom, bro. That's the Middle Kingdom. That's not the primary source. That's what I keep telling you. So you choose the later version. You choose the later version to follow when I'm going by the primary source.
Listen, I got a question, Heru.
I'm gonna stay there. I'm gonna stay at the primary source and not the later versions.
Did Brother Omar write this garbage?
Write what garbage?
Who wrote it? Listen, who
Write
wrote
what
it,
garbage,
Heru?
bro? That's the Middle Kingdom.
Heru,
I'm not dismissing it. That's the Middle
answer my
Kingdom.
question. Who
They're
wrote
not the
this?
same people
Who
from
wrote
the
it?
Omar, just slow it
original.
down though, Omar.
Slow down, Omar.
Please,
You're not
bro.
listening to what I'm telling you.
Yeah, just
You
slow it
see
down
that,
a little bit,
Oli?
Omar.
You see
I
that,
don't want you
Oli?
to be.
Omar,
Listen,
I don't
stop,
want your
man.
blood pressure up, Omar. We care about you, bro.
and tear him down.
Stop for a minute.
Heru. I just got to, Heru, who
You
wrote
keep
this?
asking the question. I'm answering your question. You're going to the Middle Kingdom, sir. You're not coming to me with from the Old
Who wrote
Kingdom, the
it, man?
pyramid text. So you're
Who
giving
wrote
me
it?
later versions from different cultures of people
Who
that
wrote
didn't
it?
even share the
Who wrote this?
same thought as the original founding fathers of Kemet.
Yo,
That's not what you're coming with. You're not
say it
coming with
again.
the original thought. You're
Who
not
wrote
coming with
this?
the
Yo,
original thought from the founding
Heru
fathers of
conscious.
Kemet. You're not.
Heru
And I can
conscious.
prove it
Who
right
wrote this?
now. I can prove,
Wrote it.
man. Let me jump
Who
on my
wrote
computer
this?
right now. I will go. I
Oh
will
my
load
God.
up the
Who wrote
screen
this?
and I will embarrass you. I will show
Heru,
you.
Heru.
You
Have
don't
some
even. You still
integrity,
don't.
brother. Have
You
some
don't have
integrity.
no integrity. You're not even listening.
Guess what?
You're coming to
Who
me with
wrote
something
this?
from the Middle Kingdom
Who wrote
that's
this?
not even the primary
Yeah, it
source.
hurts. Yo,
That's the coffin text, bro. It's from the Middle Kingdom.
I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out, and I need
Please
to
do.
know who
Please
wrote
do.
this.
Because he sounds silly. He sounds very silly. Do realize that Egypt was
I
not
didn't
all
make this
one
up.
people, man? You had different dynasties,
Hold on.
different. Come on,
Can
man.
we at least have
Come on,
integrity to
man.
say, Brother Omar, did I write this? Did I make this up?
Who said that you made anything up? Bro,
Okay,
that's not even an
my next
argument. You're not
question
even
is,
giving me
who
you're
wrote
not
it?
giving me a coherent
Who wrote
argument right
this?
now.
Brother,
You're not giving me a coherent.
brother, respectfully,
And I can tell
who wrote it?
who wrote it? The people of the Middle Kingdom. That's who wrote it.
No.
That's what I've been
Who
saying
wrote
the
it.
whole time. It's not the people of the Old Kingdom.
What people?
Let's go to the Anu people. Let's go to the Anu people. What was their story? What was their story about? I said Asar and Haru. That's the original founders. Come on, you can't evade that. You cannot evade that. You cannot evade that. Let's go to the original story.
Hold on.
Where can you find that?
Omar, come on, man. Omar, let's have some decorum, Omar.
You know what?
I'm not trying to just pick on you, though. I'm trying not to say nothing.
Tahuti. I got respect
about to
for
get beat up.
Tahuti.
About to get beat up, bro.
I got respect for Tahuti Afar. He said Kemet. That nigga Heru did not want to answer it, but guess who
I
answered my
just said
question?
the people of the Middle Kingdom. Who else we talking about?
You said Middle
I
Kingdom.
said the people of the
No
I
fake
said the
in it.
people of the Middle Kingdom. That's where the
You know
coffin
what?
text come from.
I got respect for Tahuti
That's where the
Afar
coffin
and
text come from. The people of the Middle Kingdom.
Omar, let me jump in there real quick because he's saying a lot of stuff that he don't even know what he's talking about. You say wait. The coffin text come from where?
The coffin texts come about in the Middle Kingdom, bro. They were not. You didn't have the coffin text in the Old Kingdom. The primary source of the Old Kingdom was the pyramid text.
Wait, hold on. Why are they called the coffin texts?
Because they're funerary actual passages.
We know what they
They're
are.
funerary. They're funerary. These were placed in the coffins with the deceased. So listen. This is the Middle Kingdom, though.
We don't need a long diatribe. Listen, brother. Listen.
I'm not giving you nothing long. I'm telling you, this is the Middle Kingdom. This is not. It's not the Old Kingdom.
Brother, listen. You're trying to convince yourself.
I'm not trying to convince myself of shit.
Let me rock, brother, without cutting me off. Yes, you are.
Well, man, go ahead.
Let me tell you why. Quit cutting me off so I can actually tell you why you're wrong. Okay?
How am I wrong? What am I wrong about?
So the only reason why they're placed in coffins is because of the geographical locations, right? They're nothing different than the pyramid text. Okay, they are called coffin texts because they are.
That's a damn lie.
They are placed in the coffins.
That's a damn lie.
Hold on, brother, because they are placed in the coffins opposed to written in the actual pyramid walls. Because when they moved into the location into Waset, they don't have pyramids in Waset,
bro. You just got up here and lied, and I'm about to show you.
Hold on, I'm not lying about nothing. Also,
and when I get on my computer, you in trouble. So don't leave. Don't leave. I hope you plan on sticking around for a while.
Let me finish. Also, during this time period, these things are being sold to the public, right? Because now we are in the New Kingdom, and everybody is a little bit more literate and has access to these pyramid texts. They're no different. The only thing they're doing, all of the scripts are the same. The only thing they're doing is interjecting your name at this point. That means that me, A1, Omar, and yourself can buy a script, and instead of saying Inpool or whoever you want to say, it is just we can interject our name. And now we can go to the Duat, and now we can do all the things that the Nasut used to be able to do in the Old Kingdom, right? I have a problem with you referring to Kemet in the Old Kingdom as well. There is no Kemet in the Old Kingdom. We don't get the 049 determinative until 11th and 12th dynasty. So you're misusing the word Kemet. You keep saying Egypt. That word didn't exist either. Your name is Heru, so I would challenge you to tell me the indigenous word for the land, because it wasn't Kemet or Egypt. So we can debate that, because I don't think you faking this Egypt shit. Heru.
Are you done?
Was not the name King J? Was not the name like Tom Mary or something like that?
It wasn't even that.
What was it then? What was it?
That means the beloved land. So when I'm asking the brother, what is the name for, let's say, the Nile Delta? What's the name for what's the name of the country of Waset?
You know what, King J?
Any of the first 20
King J.
spots, huh?
King J. I know you're not necessarily agreeing with me, but the thing is,
I ain't agreeing with him at all, huh?
No, Heru needs to stand corrected, because he think he knows something about the Kemetic people, but guess what? Go ahead and teach, King J.
Nah, he gonna get
Go ahead and teach Heru.
I want him to respond.
Hey, how does show mute out? I sure can't hear y'all again.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Haru? Can you hear me, Haru?
Can you hear me, Haru? Haru, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Haru? That's a nice avatar.
He must can't hear nobody again.
Yeah, that's why I put him on a big screen. So
He went
hopefully,
deaf on purpose.
hopefully he look. You funny, yo. You was put
Every time
BTA.
they
Yeah.
respond, he can't hear nothing now.
I forgot you be on the Kemet, all the Kemet stuff.
I'm gonna bust his ass. I ain't gonna lie, no.
That's you showing comments, Oli?
Oh, damn! I was trying to find where he at. Yep, that's me. My bad.
You was doing all type of stuff earlier too. I was about to get mad at you. I'm like, what is he doing?
My bad, man. I be trying to change my computer using my thumb, and it be clicking on stuff. I was just talking to him in the back chat. Oh, there you go, right there. Let me tell you.
You was doing it while you was arguing with somebody though, so I thought you was trying to do some other stuff.
No, I was trying to on everything. I was trying to move my head, and it was
start playing the music on him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, why
I
are
was
you
trying to cut
doing
it
this?
down. I couldn't cut it down. And none of that.
Okay.
Let me see.
He backstage. I'm just making sure. Yeah, I usually give people a second to cut their camera off.
Bring him back up here.
Can you hear now?
He gonna be my punching bag today.
Oh no, he need a debate over here.
So hold on. I see brother feel real big for his britches over here. And as soon as I get in this house, I'm about to get on my computer and I'm gonna show y'all light work real quick.
Why you gotta jump
Listen,
on
hold on, so I can show my
He got
sources. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, he got sources. Haru
But
got
you can
sources.
reference him.
Listen, Haru don't just talk. Haru don't just talk, bro. Haru just don't talk. I'm about to show you where you just messed up.
Brother,
Because you're talking about a time difference between anywhere from 500 to 700 year difference from different people with different political agendas and everything else. So when you have to know the difference between the pyramid text and the coffin text. So hold on, slow down. I'll let you rock, and you got big chested. So before you beat your little chest, I'm gonna get on my computer and I'm gonna show you where you messing up. And by the way, my name is Avery Pontus. I am the pseudo hunter.
Brother, you're acting as if the indigenous population changed. They didn't.
It did. It did. The people. Listen, the people that founded ancient Kemet from that time, from the pyramid texts when those were written and chiseled, right? Are totally different people from where the coffin texts come in. Totally different culture.
Well,
You don't even realize how many kings had passed through that time period. You had an intermediate period and everything else. So hold on. You can't not sit here and argue that these were all the same people. Let's stop it. Slow down. Slow down. What you thought they just handed it over rulership? Like here, shook a hand each time? No, man. It was wars that went on. Slow down, bro.
It's wars that went on?
You damn right it did.
Wars between who?
How do you think people came into rule into ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt, whatever you want to call it?
You have different names, but the dynasty, most of the dynasty was all related groups of the same culture. Like you know what I'm saying?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because when you got into the coffin text, you're dealing with like the Persians, the Greeks. You're starting to get into that layer. And from that you get into the new kingdom and come on, man.
How are they changing?
They changed a lot of the literature.
But the new kingdom is the 18th dynasty though. That ain't the Persians and none of that during that time.
I know that.
He's messing it up.
But I'm still telling you that the people of that time did not hold the same original thought. If you look at the pyramid text, you cannot find those versions of the story. That's my whole point. You don't find that shit to almost 700 years later.
Just because you got
so my thing is, hold on, this is my whole point. Hold on, this is my whole point in this discussion. Why this man quickly ran to that story because he didn't want to hear what I had to say about King James. He had to jump 700 years ahead from 700 years past the actual original story to come find this later version of a story to try to attack good old Heru. Job well done, sir. You must feel like a genius. Now tell me I'm wrong.
No, all I was saying was
We was talking about King James. It had nothing to do with Heru, the coffin text, the pyramid text, none of that. All I'm telling you is you got a chronological error here going on. If you want to attack Heru, you don't come to me with nothing from the Middle Kingdom. Come to me with something from the actual primary source. The original source, like from the founders of Kemet, the original school of thought. Don't come to me with some later ass versions. And expect me to say, well, oh, I just accept that. I accepted that the Middle Kingdom wrote it.
But let me.
I accept that. That's fine. That's not what I represent. I don't even consider myself Kemetic.
But clearly because what you're saying is a lot of fallacies, right? So
It's not a lot of fallacies, bro.
So let me.
No,
Can
it's not. No, it's not. You're just not listening.
A diatribe, brother, and I'm trying to stop you before you go further. When you're suggesting that the coffin texts are called the coffin text because there's a difference of ethnicity of the people, that's the issue that I'm having.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. So right now you're attacking the straw.
Wait. I told you why they're
so you're committing a fallacy.
Brother,
you do realize that, right?
Are you finished talking, brother?
I mean, are you done committing fallacies? Because I'm not. Listen, if you want to attack straw mans, you can do that, but just don't include. Don't include.
So I suggested the reason why they were called the pyramid texts because they were actually carved on the actual walls of the pyramids, right? When they left during the transition to the Middle Kingdom, the pharaohs are no longer have that ability. So now they're putting these texts directly inside of the coffins. That's only the reason difference of the name is basically just geography. It's not because there's a tradition. Now, so if you're asking me, so let's talk about it, right? Because I will always suggest that the early Old Kingdom were basically Nehesi groups that came from the south, right? Conquering, I like to call them the Madi Butu culture, right? We see them on the Norman palette in the land of Temehu. So you haven't used any, when you talking about Egypt, so now Delta, we're going to call it Temehu. The south we can call Tasheme. If you prefer, we can call it the land of the reeds, right? So
okay, if we want to use the Kemetic languages, come on. I don't think that's
name is
important.
Haru, so I think you should be familiar. So when they're
coming, I understand. I understand all the terminology, bro. I was just speaking. I was just speaking in words that people can relate to and they understand. So
different ethnicities in different kingdoms, and I'm telling you that
I didn't say nothing about ethnicities. I just said that these were different groups of people over different periods of time.
You mean different groups? When you say groups, what do you mean?
They weren't all the same fucking people, bro.
So you're saying different ethnicities.
There's different ethnic groups.
not just ethnic groups, bro. They listen. Here's the point. Here's the point I'm making. Kemet has always been known as a melting pot.
They're calling it Kemet.
Right?
Because it's not Kemet until
bro. I don't care about the. Look, we're not going to play the semantics of what it's called. We're making a point about the coffin text and the pyramid text. Why it's called the coffin text? That's actually a newer word. The people of that time didn't even call it the coffin text. If you want to get technical, you want to play games. You still want to play that game? All I'm saying to you is you ran to a version that came anywhere from 500 to 700 years later to try to attack me. You didn't come from the primary source, which is the pyramid text, and you cannot show that because it doesn't exist within it. So at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, you're still reading. Hold on. At the end of the day, you're still reading the symbolic writing completely wrong, and that's on you. You can hold on to the homoerotic narratives because that's the way your mind is wired. That's fine. That's not the way the ancients saw it, and I'm not here to defend shit.
No, that's Omar.
Not when it comes to that. So, hey, it is what it is, bro. You open that door for yourself.
But we gotta get. We can't say on our idea that older is always better.
No. But you completely abandoned the goddamn topic at hand, which was King James.
No, and that's the fact of the matter here. You know what I'm saying? You try to immediately attack me because I have the username of Heru Conscious. You didn't even ask me why I have that name. And so at the end of the day, you just went off my name, and that's how we got at this discussion right now.
What you said. So now
no, no. You avoided. You avoided the conversation that y'all were actually having, and that's what I was trying to tap in on Mr. Bisexual King James.
We don't want to go back to that. We want to stay right here on your
No. Of course you don't want to go back to that because the heat was on your ass. And so you immediately attacked my name thinking I thought I was comedic. I'm not comedic. I'm actually an atheist. And I don't act. And listen, bro, at the end of the day, I'm not going to play these games.
You're assuming I'm comedic. I'm not comedic.
I didn't say you were comedic. I didn't say you were comedic at all.
Okay.
I just thought that you were trying to attack me on Kemet on the strength of just seeing my name, Heru Conscious.
Based off what you said, not your name.
No, but what I said had nothing to do with Kemet. I was talking about King James.
You were talking about the reason why the coffin text.
Bro, when I first got on and A1 let me start speaking, I was talking about King James. This was what our conversation was on. That's what I tapped in on for. I didn't get on to talk about the coffin text and the homoerotic fantasies that you got in your mind of what you think you wrote, what you read.
No, that's not the conversation.
And you misunderstood the symbolic language anyway.
Heru, Hey, Heru, it's Omar. Can I ask you just 2 questions right quick? Well, actually, I'm gonna read something.
What's up, Omar? What's up, Omar? My bad, bro.
So, Heru, I'm gonna read something, and then I want to ask you a question. Okay. So, this is because your name is Heru, right?
Yeah, it's my username. Right? Absolutely.
Okay, Heru.
He don't stand on that, Omar. Remember, he just declined. He said he's not comedic.
I'm not comedic. I'm not comedic, but it's a reason why I use the username.
I heard him, King J. But this is how you shred him apart. So his name is Heru. His name is Heru. So
find out why my name is Heru.
I don't give a damn why your name is Heru. Just
let me read this. Well, if you don't give a damn,
I'm gonna read something.
You can't attack something if you don't give a damn about it.
Yeah,
all right, so run it, Omar, run it, so I could grill you up too.
Heru, often called Horus, is a major comedic god of
often
the sky.
Called Horus.
Hey, man, can I please finish, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Protection and healing. As the son of Isis and Osiris, his most act is avenging his father's death by murdering and defeating his uncle. So guess what? How did Heru murder? How did Heru avenge his father's death? By murdering and defeating his uncle. So let's answer that question. You got to change your name. I want you to change it. Horus. Man, this is absolutely disgusting. Horus avenge his father Osiris. Listen, in an 80-year struggle against his uncle Set. A famous twist involves a homoerotic
maybe I got to illustrate
a homoerotic power play where Set dominated Horus sexually to claim the throne.
Yeah. But I ain't throwing no shade in at all.
You acting like that's the first time I've heard somebody read that.
Mouth to talk about Bible and King J, everything King J just told you.
I didn't say nothing about the Bible. I was mentioning King James.
King J just told you,
and his love affairs with George Villiers, and the peer reviewed sources that actually confirmed that he was bisexual.
And it hurts.
Ain't nobody corrected nothing. So now let's go. Here we go right here.
His father Osiris in an 80-year struggle against his uncle Set. A famous twist and involves a homoerotic power play where Hold on.
Because this is what I do.
Hold on. Yeah. What did Heru do? What did Heru do?
About to see what Heru do. I'm about to destroy this Hebrew.
To dominate.
I'm about to destroy this homoerotic minded Hebrew.
Hold on. So your name is Heru. So basically, you get your name from a god who violated his uncle.
We about to show his error. Hey, this dude got a big mouth, bro.
In his uncle's butthole to take the throne. Yo, man.
This man got a big mouth, man.
Nigga, you're out of here, nigga. You're out of here.
This man got a big mouth. I already articulated your error. Now I'm gonna show it to you.
Get lost. Ain't
no get lost,
nigga.
Ain't no get lost.
You're done.
Hey, A1, this how you run your platform where you just run his mouth the whole time? Nobody else can say nothing?
It's on you, Heru. Go ahead. Let him respond.
I mean, can he shut up? Can he shut up? Can he shut up?
It's on you.
Can he shut up?
Now it hurts.
Nothing hurts. Nothing hurts. I just clearly explained to you what you're talking about comes from the coffin text, which comes from the Middle Kingdom. This is anywhere from 500 to 700 years later from the original founding fathers. These were not the same people.
Are you suggesting that the text is changing?
Yes, the story evolved over time.
No,
why? Because you had
it's the same text.
No, it's not. Show it to me in the pyramid text, then, goddammit. Show it to me right now.
Brother,
show it to me in the pyramid text right now. Because I'm gonna pull it up in the pyramid text for you.
In the pyramid text.
No, show it to me right now in the pyramid text. That's what I've been screaming the whole time.
In the pyramid text, brother.
This version of the story you're yelling.
Brother, do you know what the pyramid
text
text
version of the story you telling?
Brother,
because the original story. Hold on, the original story. Do you even have any idea of what the original story actually says?
Yes.
Okay, well then tell it, because it doesn't contain none of that.
None of what? I haven't said anything.
None of. Well, I'm talking about what the brother was talking about in the coffin text.
Stop. You're talking in King James.
With the brother. Okay, with the brother Omar. Hold on. What the brother Omar was saying about the coffin text, you can't find that in the pyramid text. Now, if you can, show it to me.
Brother, the pyramid texts are protection spells for the Nasut to ensure his safety through the Duat, right? So when we get to the coffin text, the only difference is they're not just for the Nasut.
It does tell the story about the battle between Heru and Set.
Brother, you asked for Omar. You said for Omar to be quiet. So I asked you to have the same decorum because I'm just want to finish my sentence.
All right, y'all evading it. Y'all evading it.
Brother, what I'm saying is that you're suggesting that when it comes to the coffin text, they are changed from the pyramid text. I'm telling you, brother. I'm telling you, they're not.
Yes, they are. What does show it to me in the pyramid text, bro?
I'm trying to tell you the difference. The only thing is that, brother, please now. By the time we get to the New Kingdom, or Middle Kingdom, we're referring to the coffin text. The common person has access to them now, and they're able to buy them now. Now they're able to ensure their buy through the Duat and hopefully to the field of reeds to become an Aku. Now they all have this access that only at once appear in the Old Kingdom. The Nasut had access to this. He was the direct, to the God, right? The Neteru. That's the only difference. They're called coffin texts because they're actually literally put in a coffin instead of written in the pyramids.
Bro, that's
the only difference. The group of people aren't the texts are the same, brother. So literally, we would just interject your name, Heru, in your coffin text. It'd be the same text. I would interject my name, King J, in the coffin text, in the pyramid text. It'd be the same text. The texts aren't changing. We're just interjecting your name, individual name, into the text when they do the chant and dispel and utterance to assure your personal
Ba and Ka. Not Ka, I'm sorry, Ba. Yeah, brother. So they not changing scripts. They just interjecting the person's name.
Oh my God, bro. You're not listening.
I am listening. There are 42 Sapots throughout the Nile Valley that you're calling Egypt. The indigenous population is not changing from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom to they're still the same Sapots. You still have Tasseti as the first Sapot. You still have Etfu. You still have Nekin. You still have Waset. You still have Wawa. You still have all of these Sapots. They're not changing.
Let me know when you're finished, bro.
I'm done.
Because you know, this is what's crazy, man.
Brother, you say you're not.
Hold on. Let me say this here, let me say this here. The existence of a mythological episode involving like Haru and Set does not demonstrate that. Oh,
that's the contention.
Bro,
Course and Set. You don't
listen.
know
If you're just gonna talk over me, then what's the point?
No, because you saying
because listen. You got this is what I'm coming to learn. This is what I'm coming to learn over here.
You're not making.
Hold on, this is what I'm coming to learn over here. You guys got a lot of big mouths, but you don't listen to nothing. You're not even listening. What you're giving me is an incoherent argument. Why? Because I've already told you the primary source for, you got to think, almost a goddamn 1,000 years prior didn't contain none of this narrative. You're reaching between from the pyramid text to the coffin text 500 to 700 years later. You're reaching to something that wasn't the original thought. That's my whole point. And you're trying to sit here and tell me to change my name and this, that. Man, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. You don't even know why I'm named Heru Conscious. At least learn that first before you just go prejudging people, man. That's all I'm trying to tell you. You went on this whole entire rant for no fucking reason when we were supposed to be discussing King James. That's what I joined the panel for. I didn't join the panel to get into this discussion where I'm potentially about to embarrass y'all motherfuckers. For real. Hey, one day, listen, ask about me.
Thank God.
Hey, one, tell them, man, they better ask about me.
Yo.
I don't play this shit, bro. I don't play this shit.
To be fair,
because he messed it all up because he doesn't know what he's talking about. So
I do know what I'm talking about. You keep saying that, but you're not demonstrating that.
But no,
you're not demonstrating that. You're not proving anything I said wrong.
King J, I just want to say something right quick. I just want to say something right quick, King J, and I'm gonna hand it right back off to you.
Hey, I'm gonna go on mute, and I'm gonna let these clowns make a clown of themselves. They're not gonna even touch what I just fucking said, bro.
Here's
Over
the
with.
thing.
It's OB. Hey, Root Conscious, the pseudo hunter in this
King
bitch.
J. Yeah. And I already broke down who Heru, what he did. He's a disgusting individual. He's your netter. What they say, net. Hold on, because if I say gods, they be, oh, you're wrong.
And he's funny. He's not my netter. I'm not comedic. I'm not comedic.
Where he's making his error because
look, he's making a fool of himself.
You gotta go on mute.
No. King J, 15 seconds, King J. Respectfully, real quick, 15 seconds. So the thing is, Heru came in. Heru came in to try to. No, Heru
y'all
came
did. Y'all
in
interrupted me too, so I'm getting my licks back.
Heru came in to try to address our discussion about King James. The thing, hold on. The thing is, and he is correct. Hold on, nigga. Can I land? I just need 15 seconds. So
I was just getting my licks back.
No sweat, brother. I understand where you're coming from. And I still love you, brother. Remember that. But we're gonna attack you. See, the thing is, King J, he came in trying to interrupt and interject our conversation about King James And the thing is, once I
Oh,
flip the script, because
he put the link out there.
listen.
How am I interrupting and interjecting? He put the link out there. You're not even rationally arguing right now.
Actually, brother, if you gonna ask me questions,
I'm just
and say
saying, you
King
did the
James
same
is a
shit to me. Now it's a
homosexual,
problem.
I
All
should
right, I'm
be
done,
able to
A1.
ask you questions too. Hold on, is that not fair, y'all? Is that not fair? Is that not fair?
Yeah,
Heru is gonna ask
jumped in and
questions.
then,
Listen, go ahead, King J. Go ahead, brother. I'm done.
yeah,
But
just because I just want to make
all I was saying is Heru jumped in our conversation about King James.
I jumped in your conversation when he put the link out there in the chat. Oh, this is just bad logic, man. He has an open panel for discussion, and you mad because I get up here and want to discuss it?
Listen.
Oh my gosh, bro, you're not ready
mad
for
that
me.
he jumped in. Listen, Heru had every right to jump in the conversation. But what I'm saying is, if he's gonna ask me all these questions about King James being a homosexual, once I flip the script,
I made a statement. I didn't ask you nothing.
Listen. It should be fair for brother Omar.
Omar ain't bullying y'all, is he? I had stepped away for a second.
Thank you.
Omar, is you bullying these people?
Questions, I should be able to ask Heru questions about
he ain't bullying nobody.
the Kemetic
I got him
culture
rattled.
too.
I'm gonna go back on.
I got him
Go ahead,
rattled.
King J.
I'm on the phone. I'm gonna go back on mute for like 5 minutes. My
I
apologies,
got him
Omar.
rattled.
My apologies, Omar.
No.
I know you're a real gangster with this information. I just wanted to make
He
sure.
started stuttering out. Look, he started stuttering now.
No, actually, I interrupted King J. So Salaki, go ahead, King J. My bad for interrupting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be 30 seconds real quick because I think when the brother
take your time. Take your time.
It ain't gonna take long. So when the brother Heru Conscious is hearing Omar talking about Horus and Set, I think he's mistaken that as the pyramid text mistakenly. It's really the contentions of Horus and Set. So when you try to make the correlation to the coffin text and the pyramid text to what Omar is saying, Heru, they're not the same thing. So you don't find the contentions of Horus and Set in the pyramid text. You don't get the contentions of Horus and Set until like it says actually 1147 BC, the papyrus of Chester Beatty, right? Pyramid text.
Right. So that proved that was not the original thought.
Pyramid text date to 2400 BC. So that's actually about 1300 years difference, and they're not included in the coffin text at all. So
in the pyramid text was Isis beheaded.
What I'm saying is this, brother.
Well, not Isis, but was Isis beheaded in the pyramid text?
Brother, what I'm saying is that what Omar is saying has nothing to do with the pyramid text or coffin text at all.
No, I'm asking the question though. In the pyramid text though, right? Wasn't Aset beheaded?
No, that's not a story. No,
it is a version of the story of the consensus of Heru and Set.
What is the pyramid text?
Clearly you guys don't know your material.
What I was talking about. I was talking about a specific papyrus. But go ahead.
Yeah, you're talking. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's talking about it. He's talking about something that comes later on. I'm talking about what comes from the original
brother.
text.
The pyramid text is 2400 BC on the walls of the pyramid. That is first. There is no contentions. There is no contentions of Horus and Set that comes 1100. No, it's not. Thank you. That's what you're saying. You're wrong.
No, I'm telling you that it comes that the contentions of Set and Heru don't come into the Middle Kingdom. That's where they come along is in the Middle Kingdom. It didn't come in the Old Kingdom.
And they have nothing to do with the pyramid text or the coffin text.
Thank you.
Completely different.
That's what I'm talking.
What you're saying.
Listen.
Bring it up.
Hold on.
Brother,
this is my whole point. 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 You guys just killed yourself.
Have no point.
You just conceded and you just killed both yourselves.
Why are you over?
Oh my gosh.
The brother
A1,
Omar
thank you,
talking about
A1 for broadcasting this live.
Yeah, get
I
out
got
of
these niggas to eat their own words. They don't even realize how they just died.
Get up out of here.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to y'all though. Once I hit 12 hours, don't nothing go on the record. We at 12:49, so the last 49 minutes haven't been recorded, and it's crazy you said that because I'm actually making a new stream right now. It's already actually made.
Yeah, we're gonna.
The numbers was at 40, so I just was like, fuck it, I'm just let it ride. I ain't even about to.
A1, these niggas just died. Don't even realize it. They admitted
Harut,
it. They admitted it live. Anybody, I challenge everybody go back and review what I actually said. They killed themselves. They just died.
Where y'all want me to put the link at, y'all?
Get out of here with that.
Where y'all want the link at?
Just
chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop it in this chat, the private chat, and I'm about to start that joint right now.
Shoot it through. Shoot it through.
And I'm gonna drop it in the chat on the new one. There
Hey,
we
Heru,
go.
Heru, I got one more
I'm ending
question
the
for
stream.
you.
Come to the new stream, bro.
Hit the stream, bro. Hit the stream.
Okay.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look